Unrivaled Tang Sect. Prologue, the God Realm. Tang Sang's family. The gentle halos of light were akin to a mother's pair of hands when they gently touched the delicate skin of the clouds, creating an exceptionally beautiful feeling that seemed tangible within the illusory space. There also seemed to be an indistinct yet majestic palace not far away, but nearly seemed like an illusion as the gentle halo of light touched it. A figure quietly stood within the clouds for a long time, gazing into the endless distance at something. He had long blue hair that draped to the floor like a waterfall. If not for his imposing stature and his wide shoulders, he might have been confused with a girl, if you only looked at him from behind. His luxurious blue robes seemed to contain rippling water. If one were to carefully look at it, their gaze would instantly be drawn to his deep azure-colored robes. Their entire soul might even be absorbed into the deep and boundless blue color that seemed to resemble an ocean. However, from the pair of equally deep eyes on his handsome face, it didn't look like he was over 20. His eyes were like black holes, yet at the same time, they seemed all-embracing. Occasionally, a purple flash would flicker through his eyes, which would astonish one's soul. This would instantly create a beautiful feeling, one that could determine one's life or death. The man lightly sighed, a faintly distressed look appearing upon his face. He slightly furrowed his brow, as if he was currently comprehending the secrets of heaven and earth. Third brother. A soft voice echoed out. A figure stepped out from the illusory space, arriving beside the blue-clothed young man. She habitually held the man's arm in a gentle manner. The smoothness of her action made it seem as though she'd done it countless times in the past. She was wearing a pink-colored long dress, and she had long hair that had been braided, which was gently draped behind her back. You could see her exquisitely slender and beautiful white neck from behind, while her long dress tightly wrapped around her waist, further accenting her perfect figure. A faint smile appeared on her beautiful face as she pulled on the blue-shirt man's arm. She gently laid her head on his shoulder, causing her braids to fall next to the man's long blue hair. They quietly curled around his hair, twisting the man's long hair. A loving smile that contained a trace of helplessness appeared on the blue-shirt man's handsome face. Even though you're a mother already, you're still so naughty. The woman wearing the pink dress was somewhat discontent as she pouted. So what if I'm a mother now? Does that mean that I can't throw a tantrum? Aren't you still called Tang Sect, even though you're now the enforcer of the God Realm and the God of the Sea? You're still my third brother. Once Xiao Wu heard Tang Sect bring up their daughter, a gentle look instantly filled her eyes. Xiao Qi is simply too clingy. We only have time together when she's sleeping. Third brother, I saw that you were displeased earlier. Is it because of issues within the Dolua continent? Tang Sect nodded his head as he lightly sighed and said, A single day in the God Realm is equivalent to a year in the mortal world. This is true for every single plane. I had originally wanted to stay in the Dolua continent for a period of time, but I was forced to return to the God Realm in order to take care of the general situation here, due to a bet between the God Kings, kindness and evil. However, I didn't think that the Tang Sect would have decayed after only 20 or so years within the God Realm, which is equivalent to 10,000 years in the Dolua continent. Xiao Wu unhappily said, Kindness and evil are simply too crafty. They're too irresponsible, using their bet as an excuse to descend to the mortal world. They previously found a married couple to replace their godly position. However, the couple's previous experience was simply too pitiful. If not for that, you could have let them take care of the general situation here and could have relaxed a bit more. Tang Sect said, From the outside, the enforcer and God King positions appear to be quite lofty positions, but they aren't responsibilities that everyone is willing to undertake. The Dolua continent has clearly become somewhat chaotic due to the changes that have occurred within the past 10,000 years, especially the continental collision that happened due to the shifting of the Earth's crust 1,000 years ago. Not only did it cause the Dolua continent to more than double in size, it also caused many changes to happen to the Dolua continent. Xiao Wu said, The Tang Sect also began declining at that time. Third brother, you shouldn't think too much about it. In a way, the Tang Sect's decline can also be attributed to the progress of both time and the plane itself. Tang Sect nodded his head. You're right, but after all, the Tang Sect was created by me. I really would hate for it to be destroyed because of this, but sadly I can't interfere in the changes of the plane, since I'm an enforcer of the God Realm. However, it seems that a new star will soon rise within the Dola continent, and he will be extremely closely linked to my Tang Sect. I'll try to get a clearer look at his destiny, but so far it's heavily clouded. I hope that everything will develop in a good direction. Xiao Wu's eyes brightened as she replied. He'll definitely be a good candidate, since even you say that he's a new star. If he could even take over your godly position in the future, wouldn't we then have time to go play around? Tang San raised his hand and lovingly pinched her nose. You only know how to play. While they were talking, a small head popped out from some nearby clouds. She looked about 11 or 12, and her beautiful round eyes blinked. Her appearance was extremely similar to Tang San's, but her body was much softer, and her eyes were closer to Xiao Wu's. I've always heard Dad and Mom talking about the Dolua continent. It seems really fun. Her petite body quietly disappeared into the clouds as she spoke. Chapter 1.1 The Youth with the Spirit Eyes. Chapter 1.1 The Youth with the Spirit Eyes. The golden glazed roof tiles atop the huge, palace-like building shone with a dazzling light due to the sunlight. The ancient workmanship that had been used to create the palace's golden roof and red doors caused people to involuntarily feel a sense of seriousness when they saw it. When gazed at from afar, a fog seemed to linger around the palace. The buildings that surrounded the palace were lined up neatly, just like the pattern a brick wall had. The area that they occupied seemed limitless to the naked eye. The two words Duke's Mansion were carved into the 50-foot-tall archway that stood in front of the entrance. This enormous mansion that occupied an area of over 2 kilometers didn't belong to a city. Instead, it was a singular building located 50 meters northwest of the capital of the Star Luo Empire, Star Luo City. From this, you could see that the owner of this mansion held an honored position within the Star Luo Empire. During the current time of day, the bright and beautiful sunlight would shine on the sparkling glazed roof tiles, causing a layer of dazzling gold to cover the entirety of the Duke's mansion. You could even vaguely see this scene atop Star Luo City's city walls. The back door of the Duke's mansion's northern area noiselessly opened, and a skinny figure quietly snuck out. The figure was a youth that appeared to be around 11 or 12. His stature was reasonably proportioned, and he was wearing a gray cloth shirt that was simple but clean. He also had a small bundle of cloth on his back. His short black hair appeared neat and tidy. A determined look, which was filled with an intensity that surpassed all of his peers at the same age, was present on his handsome face. After softly closing the back door of the Duke's mansion behind him, the youth rapidly ran a few steps forward. However, he suddenly stopped to look back at the Duke's mansion, his deep blue eyes brimming with hatred. Mother, watch me from the land of the deceased. No matter how hard I have to work, there will be a day when I return and trample everything here underneath my foot. Therefore, I'll honor you by changing my surname to yours, Hua. From now on, my name will be Huayu Hao. After finishing his sentence, he turned to face the Duke's mansion and gazed at it deeply. Then, he turned around and walked away without any second thoughts. He didn't head towards Star Luo City, which was located to the southwest of the Duke's mansion. Instead, he went north. His tiny figure gradually disappeared into the distance as the strong midday sunlight shone on him. Although his body was skinny, the way in which he'd left didn't give off a helpless feeling at all. There were wide roads on all sides of the Duke's mansion. Huayu Hao continued to run forward, his eyes gradually turning redder and redder. Mother, the unwilling and unresigned look that his mother had had as she passed away unconsciously appeared in Huayu Hao's mind, causing him to tightly clench his teeth. I have to become stronger. Mother taught me that a person can only rely on themselves. One can only live a better life if they are strong. Scenes from Huayu Hao's memory unceasingly flashed through his mind. Huayu Hao's mother had been one of the Duke's personal maids and had grown up together with the Duke. A personal maid only existed for the simple sake of serving her master, but Huayu Hao had quietly appeared within his mother's belly one night, 12 years ago. She was pregnant for 10 months before she finally gave birth one day. Despite what identity Huayu Hao's mother previously had, he was still the son of the Duke. Therefore, although his treatment within the palace couldn't be described as good, it still wasn't too bad. His mother no longer remained a maid, and relied on her child's nobility to obtain a courtyard for herself. As such, everything should have continued without any trouble. But who could have known that disaster would arrive so soon? The Duke went to war as a representative of the Star Luo Empire, leaving all of the mansion's internal affairs to the Duke's wife. The Duke's wife already had 2 sons and a daughter, and she treated anything that could affect her children as things that needed to be suppressed. Things were quite good for Hoắc Hạo and his mother while the Duke was in the mansion, but when he left, the mansion became the world of the Duke's wife. Furthermore, she was the favorite daughter of the Star Luo Empire's current emperor. Hoắc Hao's mother had grown up beside the Duke, resulting in her being heavily doted upon by him. Thus, she was always envied by the Duke's wife. Once the Duke left, she immediately became the main target for the Duke's wife. Using the excuse that Hoắc Hao's mother had contracted an infectious disease, she chased them to the servants' wooden sheds, which were located at the back of the mansion. Furthermore, she cut away all their current sources of income. Hoắc Hao was only 2 when this happened. Hoắc Hao's mother didn't have a healthy body from the start. Thus, the arduous lifestyle that they had to live in caused her body to gradually collapse. What's more, the servants under the control of the Duke's wife would frequently suppress her, causing her to suddenly die from her illness when Hoắc Hao was 10. 4,000 years ago, the Doluo continent collided with the Sun-Moon continent, which had drifted over due to the Western Ocean. This resulted in the Doluo continent's landmass being greatly expanded, but also caused the frequency of wars on the Doluo continent to increase. The Doluo continent had originally been divided into 2 countries 10,000 years ago, the Heavendo country and the Star Luo country. However, the Doluo continent had now been split into 3 countries. Of the 2, the Star Luo Empire still existed, but the royal family had changed. They had fortunately pacified all of their kingdoms at that time, allowing the entire Star Luo Empire to remain united, and thus resulting in them becoming the strongest force of the 3. However, the Heavendo Empire was split due to the discord amongst its strong kingdoms. In the end, it was split up into the Heavenly Soul Empire and the Spirit Do Empire. The Sun-Moon continent that had drifted over from the west had both a vast surface area and plentiful resources. It was slightly smaller than the Doluo continent, but it only had a single country, which was the Sun-Moon Empire. War broke out between the 2 continents almost as soon as they collided. The 3 countries of the Doluo continent all dispatched allied armies to fight against their common enemy. After nearly 20 years of war, they finally managed to defeat the Sun-Moon Empire. From that point on, they unified the 2 continents under the Doluo name. The Sun-Moon continent no longer existed. Only the Sun-Moon Empire within the Doluo continent was left. However, the Sun-Moon Empire wasn't fully invaded even though it was defeated. They relied on their natural advantages, as well as the conflicting views of the 3 empires of the Doluo continent, to gradually form a stable, deadlocked situation between the 4 parties. However, war still occurred every year. Due to the frequent amount of wars that the Duke had to participate in, he spent very little time within the mansion. Due to the Duke's wife deliberately concealing the matter, Hoắc Hao's mother was gradually forgotten by the Duke. When the Duke asked about her, his wife merely said that Hoắc Hao's mother had fallen ill. Hoắc Hao's mother had suffered many bitter hardships as she brought him up. When he was 6, he carried out the awakening of his martial soul within the mansion. Martial souls weren't something that everybody on the Doluo continent possessed. Although the Sun-Moon Empire had developed in a different way compared to the other 3 empires, martial souls were still one of their fundamental concepts. Everyone would naturally have a martial soul that could be awakened at the age of 6. A martial soul could be anything from a tool to an animal. Beast-type martial souls were referred to as beast souls, while all other martial souls that weren't beast souls were collectively known as tool souls. However, there are naturally some martial souls that possess mutations. Thus, they were exceptions to this rule. After the awakening of one's martial soul, a small amount of people would have a special power along with their martial soul. This power was called soul force. Only people who possess soul force had the ability to cultivate and to become the noblest profession on the Doluo continent, a soul Master. Soul Masters were separated into 9 different ranks. From lowest to highest, they were Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Soul Grandmaster, Soul Elder, Soul Ancestor, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Soul Law, and titled the Soul Masters would increase in power as their soul rank increased. If one managed to reach the highest level of the titled Delua rank, one would have the terrifying ability to both move the mountains and seas, as well as even shift the stars. Chapter 1.2 The Youth with the Spirit Eyes. Chapter 1.2 The Youth with the Spirit Eyes. People who were between the 1st and 10th rank of Soul Force fell underneath the category of Soul Scholar. When someone's martial soul was awakened, their innate soul force would signify their talent towards becoming a soul master. As such, a person with greater talent would have a greater cultivation speed. If one had 10th rank soul force after their martial soul had awakened, they would be a gifted person with innate full soul force. That person would thus be referred to as a genius soul master. A genius soul master would have great accomplishments in his life as long as his martial soul wasn't too bad. Although Hoắc Hạo was the son of the Duke, he hadn't inherited a powerful martial soul from the Duke. If he had, the Duke's wife would have had to report his martial soul to the Duke, regardless of whether or not she liked him. From then on, Hoắc Hạo and his mother's destiny would have also changed. Unfortunately, an extremely rare mutation appeared in Hoắc Hao's martial soul. He possessed the Spirit Eyes. Outside of the 2 main categories of martial souls, there was an extremely tiny subcategory that were known as body souls. The martial soul that they awakened would be a part of their body, such as an arm or a leg. Almost all body souls were extremely strong, but the probability of them appearing was extremely small. It could be said that they were existences above both beast souls and tool souls, and because of this, they were greatly valued whenever they appeared. Unfortunately, Hoắc Hao's martial soul was an exception to this. His Spirit Eyes martial soul had naturally appeared in his eyes. Furthermore, it was also an extremely rare spiritual type martial soul. Under normal circumstances, Hoắc Hao should have become greatly valued. Unfortunately, there were 2 points that had restricted his development. When he'd awakened his martial soul, his innate soul force had only been at the 1st rank. Thus, it could be said that his talent was quite poor, which meant that his cultivation speed would definitely be extremely slow. The second point that had restricted his development was even more fatal. Not only were spiritual-type martial souls rarely seen, spiritual-type soul beasts were also extremely rare. Whenever a soul master's cultivation reached the 10th soul rank's bottleneck, they would need to kill a soul beast that was compatible with their martial soul, and then would need to use its soul ring to break through it. Not only were soul rings required to break through a bottleneck, but they would also give soul masters a skill. This was also one of the origins of a soul master's strength. Combined, these 2 factors practically doomed Hoắc Hao to have no achievements during his lifetime. However, he was still the Duke's son in the end. Thus, he still managed to obtain a simple soul force cultivation method. Even the children of some servants within the Duke's mansion were capable of reaching the 10th soul rank, and could become soul masters within 3 years of awakening their martial soul. However, Hoắc Hao had reached the age of 11 this year. He'd already cultivated for 5 years, yet his soul force had only barely reached the 10th soul rank. Furthermore, he'd worked 3 times harder than his peers. After his mother passed away, Hoắc Hao stayed in the Duke's mansion for another year. He was still young, so he didn't have any source of income whatsoever after rashly leaving the Duke's mansion. Thus, he could only suppress all of his grievances and hate with his heart. And, due to the oppression that he'd had to suffer through, his mind had matured much more than his peers. His mother had told him that the only way for him to be outstanding was to become a soul master. Even if he only became an ordinary soul master, his status would still be much higher than that of other ordinary people on the Dolua continent. Yesterday, Hoắc Hao had finally managed to raise his soul force to the 10th rank. This was with his extremely poor talent, and after 5 years of bitterly hard work. This was also the day that he'd planned to leave the Duke's mansion. He needed a soul ring. Even a low-tier, 10-year soul ring would be fine. That way, he'd have the chance to become a true soul master that possessed his own personal skill. On the Dolua continent, soul beasts were ranked according to the number of years that they'd lived for. The strength of their soul rings was closely related to this, as well as their overall power. Generally speaking, soul beasts were separated into 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, 1,000-year soul beasts, 10,000-year soul beasts, and 100,000-year soul beasts. Soul masters would have to personally kill a soul beast in order to obtain a soul ring from it when it died. Huo Yuhao knew that, if he continued to stay in the Duke's mansion, he simply wouldn't have a chance to obtain a soul ring. Practically no one there was willing to help him. Due to this, he rashly decided to leave the Duke's mansion, even though he knew that it was an extremely dangerous thing for him to look for a spiritual-type soul beast by himself. After all, a newborn calf wouldn't be afraid of a tiger. Huo Yuhao quickly arrived at the main road as he walked towards the north. Although he was young, he'd already made preparations for the sake of obtaining a soul ring. Besides a set of clean clothes, he'd also brought some dry rations in his bag, as well as some money that his mother had obtained via hard work. He also had a dagger in his bag. But most importantly, he had a simple map of the continent. Both the Duke's Mansion and Star Luo City were located in the north-central region of the Star Luo Empire, and the area that Huo Yuhao chose to hunt for a soul beast in was the Great Star Do Forest that bordered the northern area of the Star Luo Empire and the Tianhan Empire. Various types of soul beasts lived within the forest, which was almost as big as a province. Furthermore, there were no lack of supreme existences inside of the forest. If anyone else knew that the 11-year-old Huo Yuhao had dared to enter the Star Do Forest by himself, without a teacher accompanying him, they would definitely be stunned speechless. He was overestimating his own capabilities. Since he didn't have any skills at all, he might not even be able to win a fight against a 10-year soul beast. The main road was perfectly straight. Thus Huo Yuhao quickly walked along it, following the roadside. Although he was young, he was still a 10th-ranked soul scholar. His physical strength was much greater than a normal adult's. Huo Yuhao gazed far into the distance as he walked forward. If one were to carefully look at him, they would see that his deep blue eyes had instantly become much clearer, and that there faintly seemed to be light flashing inside of them. Ever since he'd awakened his spirit eyes, Huo Yuhao had discovered that his vision exceeded that of an ordinary person's. At a relatively close distance, he could see many minute details that ordinary people were unable to clearly see. At a longer distance, the range of his vision was over twice the distance of an ordinary person's. The strength of his vision had also unceasingly increased in combination with his soul force level. The changes that had appeared as his cultivation increased made his trust in his mother's words increase. A soul master. I must become a soul master. Mother once said that I would become a control system battle soul master if I was able to obtain a soul ring. It's not that my martial soul is bad, but that my talent is poor. Thus, I'll just work harder and cultivate longer than other people do. Huo Yuhao cultivated as he advanced forward, supported by this resolute conviction. When he was thirsty, he'd look for some spring water. When he was hungry, he'd eat some of the rough biscuits that he'd brought along with him. Other than hurrying forward on his journey, he would sit down and meditate. The fact that he could actually advance 300 miles in a single day, at his age, was nothing short of a miracle. However, he only had 7 silver soul coins and 5 copper soul coins which caused him to be extremely frugal with his money. Ever since the war between the Dolua continent and the Sun Moon continent had ended, the continent had undergone thousands of years of changes. The currency used was now completely unified. 1 gold soul coin was equal to 10 silver soul coins, which was equal to 100 copper soul coins. When he was young, his mother had sometimes quietly taken him outside of the Duke's mansion to look for some fruits and wild herbs in the forest to eat, simply for the sake of giving him a better meal than normal. Thus, the amount of plants that little Yuhao recognized was fairly high. Many times, he couldn't even bear to buy some cheap biscuits, so he had to resort to looking for some food in the woods beside the road as he traveled along. Chapter 1.3 The Youth with the Spirit Eyes. Chapter 1.3 The Youth with the Spirit Eyes. Although Huo Yuhao had the guidance of a map, this was still the first time that he'd left vicinity of the Duke's mansion. Due to this, He couldn't avoid losing his way a few times, and he had to continuously ask for the help of other people to find the correct route to his destination. This was the so-called reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. He felt like he'd learned a lot of things after only a few days. His mood had also improved a lot without the oppression and restrictions that were usually imposed within the Duke's mansion. The interesting things that he'd seen so far during his journey caused him to be endlessly excited. He was still young after all. After his body had recovered, he didn't feel tired while traveling. On the contrary, it could be said that he was a bird who'd left its cage. This was the first time that he'd had fun after his mother's passing. I've been walking for 6 days. I should get there soon. Hua Yuhao carefully inspected the paper map in his hands, and then looked in the direction where the trees by the roadside pointed to. He determined that he was already very close to the Great Stardow Forest. Hui Yuhao wiped the sweat off of his forehead as he walked into the woods by the roadside. As soon as he sat down in the shade of a tree, intending to meditate and recover his spirit power, the sound of flowing water suddenly began to reverberate through the air. This sound immediately caused Hui Yuhao to jump up in excitement. The presence of water signified that he could improve his lifestyle. Hui Yuhao quickly shut his eyes and quietly listened for the source of the water. As someone who possessed a spiritual type martial spirit, his 6 senses were much stronger than an ordinary person's. This was especially true when he shut his eyes. When he shut his eyes, his other 5 senses would increase in strength by a margin. He quickly identified where the sound of water was coming from and carefully advanced through the forest. The reason why he was being so careful wasn't because the forest ground was uneven, but because he was scared that his clothes would be torn by the brambles in the forest. These were clothes that his mother had personally made for him. He found his target without walking more than 200 meters, which turned out to be a small brook approximately 3 meters wide. The cold water within was so clear that you could see straight to the bottom, and it created both a relaxing and a refreshing feeling. Hui Yuhao let out a happy cheer, rapidly took his clothes off, and then instantly jumped into the stream, which wasn't even 2 feet deep. The last time he'd had a bath was 2 days ago. The past 2 days of traveling had covered his body in sweat, and taking a bath in this cold and clear water was simply a pleasure that couldn't be any more relaxing. After thoroughly bathing, a brilliant feeling was suffused throughout his whole body when he walked out of the stream. He inwardly thought, since I've already arrived at the Great Stardow Forest, I'll simply have a good rest here. He changed into a clean set of clothes, proceeded to wash his dirty clothes in the stream as well, and then hung them on a nearby tree branch. He then snapped off a tree branch that was approximately 3 feet long. He used his right hand to pull a dagger from its sheath at his waist. The dagger was roughly 40 centimeters long, and its scabbard was dark green in color. The scabbard was made of tough leather, though he didn't know whether it was leather from an animal or from a spirit beast. He only knew that it was a present that his father had given to his mother. It had always been treasured by his mother, so much so that his mother had only given it to him the moment before she passed away. The handle of the dagger was about 17 centimeters long and didn't have any gorgeous decorations on it at all. It gave people a simple and unadorned feeling. Not only did it feel natural to hold, it also felt exceptionally comfortable. It also didn't make any noise when it was unsheathed. The 23-centimeter long blade was just like limpid autumn water and seemed to be transparent. Hui Yuhao couldn't help but shiver because of the dense, cold air around the knife, even though he seemed to be somewhat used to it. The White Tiger Dagger. This was the dagger's name, which his mother had told him. As Hui Yuhao looked at the White Tiger Dagger, the excitement in his eyes instantly turned into a deep look of sadness. He seemed to see his mother's figure in the blade's reflection. Holding the branch that he'd just snapped off in one hand, Hui Yuhao used the White Tiger Dagger to shave the front of it. When the blade, which was releasing a faint blue light, cut into the tree branch, it felt like cutting through tofu. After 2 or 3 cuts, the front of the tree branch had been sharpened. He sheathed the White Tiger Dagger at his waist and walked back towards the stream with the sharpened branch in hand. After taking a deep breath, his eyes immediately lit up. All of the minute details in the clear water were magnified within his eyes. He was now able to see the minute changes in the water's ripples, even the small shrimps that lay in between the cracks in the ground at the bottom of the river couldn't escape the notice of his spirit eyes. Furthermore, Everything seemed to slow down as he looked at it. Suddenly, Hui Hao made a lightning-fast move and stabbed the sharpened branch he was holding into the stream. Pooh! When he raised his hand back up and turned the tree branch upwards, a half-feet-long mackerel had appeared on the tip of it. To ordinary people, stabbing a fish was definitely something that required technique. However, this was something extremely easy for Hui Hao, who had the aid of the spirit eyes to help him accurately determine the position of the fish. A single small fish was naturally not enough for him. After a few moments of casual labor, he'd stabbed 10 mackerels that varied from 17 centimeters in length to 33 centimeters in length. This is good. It can last me for 2 days at the least. It won't rot very easily if I roast it too. Hui Hao happily squatted down next to the stream and used the white tiger dagger to gut the mackerels. The sharp white tiger dagger easily managed to cut through the fish, no matter if it was its scales, chest, or belly. This was no problem at all to Hui Hao, who'd been doing manual labor with his mother since he was young. The 10 fish were all gutted after 15 minutes. He looked for some big leaves in the forest and rinsed them off in the river. Then, he placed the gutted fishes on the wet leaves. After that, he found some dry twigs to use as firewood and started a fire next to the stream after a moment of work. Hui Hao only had salt available as a seasoning, but that was enough for something like roasted fish. He stuck the clean mackerels onto a thin branch and rubbed some salt into their bellies. Then he took some leaves known as purple basil out of his bag, which he'd gotten in the forest a few days ago. He washed and separated the purple basil before pushing it into the bellies of the fish. Only after this did he start to roast the fish on the grill that he'd created using some thick branches. It didn't take long for an unusual smell to spread from the fire that he'd created. The smell was very heavy, and it contained a certain attraction that belonged solely to it. As Hui Hao slowly rotated the mackerels, they gradually turned golden. This, accompanied with that heavy aroma, was exceptionally enticing. At first, he only roasted 2 of the fish and set aside the others. If he had roasted too many of the fish in one go, it would have been quite easy for problems to occur while he was controlling the fire. How fragrant! A happy and delicate cry echoed out at that moment. The cry sounded both clear and pure, but it still startled Hui Hao. He looked towards the source of the sound and saw 2 people walking along the side of the stream. The person walking in front was a girl who looked to be around 15 or 16 and had long black hair that was tied into a ponytail behind her. She wore a set of light blue, form-fitting warrior's robes, which seemed to outline her budding and delicate body that was filled with youth. She had phoenix-like eyes, which were both big and bright. She also had a raised nose, an almost perfect oval face, and a pretty and delicate face that was slightly happy as she fixed her gaze on Hui Hao's roasted fish. The person following behind her was a youth that seemed to be the same age as her. His slender body was tall and straight, whilst his short, deep blue hair shone with a jade-like luster under the sunlight. Although he wasn't old, he gave people a sort of scholarly feeling. His handsome face had a lazy yet warm smile on it, and his hands were rested on the back of his head. He also gazed in Hui Hao's direction with an interested look. However, he wasn't looking at the roasted fish, but at Hui Hao himself. Chapter 1.4 The Youth with the Spirit Eyes. Chapter 1.4 The Youth with the Spirit Eyes. The girl ran towards Hui Hao in high spirits. A greedy, hungry look appeared on her face as she said, "Little brother, are you selling this roasted fish? It smells so good. How did you make it?" It wasn't that Hui Hao hadn't ever seen beautiful girls before. While he was in the Duke's mansion, many of the servant girls had been very pretty. However, none of them had ever come as close as the girl in front of him before. Furthermore, none of the girls in the Duke's mansion were comparable to the girl in front of him either. She wasn't an absolute beauty that was perfectly flawless, but she had a sort of outstanding temperament. Hui Hao's face turned somewhat red as he replied, "I'll treat you both to a meal." The girl giggled in response. "Little brother, you've even become embarrassed. Then I won't be polite." As she talked, she stretched her hand out to take the roasted fish that Hui Hao had passed over. She didn't seem to care about what she looked like as she carefully ate the roasted fish, then let out a loud cry of hot. At that moment, the youth that had been following the girl walked over. He had a helpless look on his face as he raised his hand and greeted Hui Hao. Then he said to the girl, Xiaoya, this little brother hasn't even eaten yet you've already started eating. Xiaoya's beautiful eyes widened as she angrily retorted, What did you just call me? The youth immediately raised his hands in surrender. Fine, teacher Xiaoya. That should be fine, right? Xiaoya stared at him coldly and said, That's the way that it should be. You should pay attention to your status. Although she wasn't that old, her gaze was filled with a charming look. The onlooking youth couldn't help but have his expression turn blank. Hui Hao, who was to the side, didn't dare to continue looking. He passed the other fish that he'd roasted to the youth and said, Big brother, this is for you. The youth smiled and said, Gentlemen shouldn't take good things that belong to others. Little brother, you still haven't eaten. Did you catch these fish in the river? Hui Hao nodded his head and said, It's not a problem. I can still roast more. While he spoke, he handed the roasted fish to the youth. Then he skillfully took 2 of the fish that he'd set aside, so that he could roast them on the wooden rack. The youth gently smiled and said, I'm Bei, and she's Tanya. Little brother, what's your name? I'm Hui Hao, he replied whilst carefully roasting the fish. During his journey, he'd met many travelers while sleeping outdoors, and had also received a lot of help from them. Thus, he hadn't hesitated to give Tanya one of the fish he'd roasted when she asked. The past few days had taught him the fact that people had to mutually help each other while they were outdoors. Bei sat next to Tanya. The way he ate the roasted fish was much more graceful than Tanya's. At the very least, his hands weren't fully stained with oil. By the time Hui Hao had finished roasting the second batch of fish, Tanya was already impatiently waiting. Under Bei's helpless gaze, she snatched another roasted fish. However, Bei was unwilling to eat another fish. Thus he motioned for Hui Hao to eat first. Hui Hao was already hungry, so he ate the other fish while continuing to roast more. Although the seasonings used on a roasted fish were only salt and purple basil, the roasted fish's taste was extremely delicious. And although the 10 fish weren't that big, their size together was still quite large. All of the fish were eaten by the 3. This is simply too tasty. I've never eaten such a delicious roasted fish before. Little brother Hui Hao, how about I hire you as a chef, okay? Tanya laid down on the grass and stretched in satisfaction. Her curves were completely exposed, but she didn't seem to mind at all. Bei scratched his head whilst looking at her, but didn't do anything about it. Do you have any money? Teacher Xiaoya, Bei asked, splashing cold water on her idea. I'll have money in the future. Tanya was slightly embarrassed as she sat up. She glared at Bei, seemingly unhappy at him for ruining her plans. Hui Hao stood up and said, Brother Bei, Sister Tang, I'll have to leave first. Bei said, Little brother Hua, this is the desolate countryside, and isn't that far away from the great Stardow forest where soul beasts wander? Just where do you intend to go? Well, Hui Hao shook his head, then grabbed his clothes that had already dried from the tree branch. He smiled and waved goodbye to the 2 after he'd packed his clothes into his bag. Afterwards, he turned around and left under Tanya's slightly astonished gaze. He couldn't really want to go into the great Stardow forest, could he? Tanya gazed at Hui Hao's shrinking back as she pondered. Bei shook his head and said, I can't be sure. I can vaguely sense that he possesses soul force, but it's very weak. It also seems that he's alone. This is truly somewhat strange. Tanya stuck her tongue out and said, Since he has soul force, why don't we recruit him into our Tang Sect? Bei unhappily replied, You can't be wanting to recruit someone into the sect simply because they cooked you some delicious fish. Tanya's face reddened when her intentions were found out, and she stuck her tongue out at Bei. Bei said, This little brother Hua has definitely experienced something in his life. I can see that his maturity exceeds his peers from his gaze alone. However, I don't know what his talent is like. A happy expression suffused on Tanya's face as she replied, Since you're putting it like this, does that mean that you've agreed? Bei bitterly smiled. Sect leader of the great Tang Sect, Miss Tang. Before you took me in as a disciple, the Tang Sect only had you, and you alone, as its leader. Therefore, since your ambition is to strengthen the Tang Sect, it's only natural that we recruit suitable people. This little brother who looks like a rather steady and calm person. If his talent is passable, he's a suitable choice. And from the clothes that he's wearing, his family circumstances shouldn't be too good. Thus, our Tang Sect can recruit this kind of disciple now. Tanya looked at Bei Bei with a slightly curious gaze as she said, "You're actually quite crafty." "I couldn't tell that at all." Bei Bei stood up and brushed the dust off of his clothes as he replied, "This is simply called being astute, but calling me wise is fine too. Let's go. Since we've eaten so many of his roasted fish, we should at least protect him for a segment of his journey, just in case he gets in danger when he encounters some soul beasts, no matter whether we recruit him into the Tang Sect or not." Tanya also stood up and giggled. "You're indeed quite smart this time because your thoughts are actually identical to mine. Let's go after I clean up a bit." His mother had taught him to talk with reservation when dealing with strangers. Although he had a good impression of Bei Bei and Tanya, he still decided to separate from them after he finished eating. Even though Hu Hao was young, he still thought a lot about things. He could tell that Tanya and Bei Bei weren't ordinary people. Bei Bei had said that this was the desolate countryside, yet they both didn't even have any bags on them. Thus, he believed that it would be better for him to separate from the two. After eating the meal, he'd already recovered from his prior exhaustion. He marked the position of the small stream on his map. Who knew? He might have a use for it when he returned. After walking forward for a short time, a wooden signboard on the roadside caught his attention. "You will enter the territory of the Great Star Doe Forest in 50 meters. There are soul beasts roaming around, so please be careful." Sure enough, he hadn't gotten lost. He was finally about to reach his destination. In addition to his current feeling of excitement, Hu Hao also felt a trace of nervousness. He touched the white tiger dagger on his lower back and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. Then, he took determined strides as he advanced forward. Becoming a soul master was the only way out for him. This was the conviction that he held in his heart, and he never regretted his decision. The air gradually turned cool and refreshing, and an extraordinarily serious feeling seemed to exist within it. The Great Star Doe Forest was like a soul beast that had its mouth wide open for young creatures. He would either have an opportunity or be swallowed. Chapter 2.1 Skydream Iceworm. Chapter 2.1 Skydream Iceworm. Hu Hao was still young, after all. After only a brief moment of astonishment and nervousness, his mood changed into that of excitement. He'd finally arrived at his destination after so many days of travel. When he thought about obtaining a soul ring for himself, so that he could truly become a soul master, he felt his blood boil. Although he was only 11, he'd already bitterly cultivated for over 5 years, just for the sake of today. In his excited state, he unconsciously increased the speed of his steps. The speed of his advance towards the Great Stardow Forest was also slightly fastened. A slightly strange feeling suddenly appeared in his mind as he advanced forward. Hu Hao then felt a slight stabbing pain in his eyes, causing him to unconsciously move soul force to his spirit eyes. A weak stream of air spiraled around Hu Hao's eyes, and he seemed to see a shadow flash across the left side of the road in front of him. As an extremely rare spiritual type, mutated martial soul, his spirit eyes had a very strong ability to sense danger. The feeling of immediate crisis Hu Hao felt caused his senses to immediately sharpen. He rapidly lowered his body to the left and used his right hand to quickly unsheath the white tiger dagger from his waist. A black figure flashed past the area he'd previously been at. The area where it had pounced was almost within Hu Hao's reach, which immediately allowed him to clearly see what it was. It was a baboon that was roughly 1 meter tall. Its body was covered in light brown fur, and its eyes were brown in color. It had 2 arms that were oddly long and sharp fingernails on its claws. Its canine teeth were exposed from its lips, and a savage light was present in its eyes. It immediately let out a low roar towards Hu Hao, since it had failed to hit him. It then powerfully stamped its hind legs, once again pouncing towards Hu Hao. Although his spirit eyes didn't have an accommodating soul ring, its fundamental ability was still fairly good. After he'd poured his soul force into his eyes, the pouncing baboon's movements became much slower in his eyes. Hu Hao, who had previously dropped to the ground, rapidly rolled to the right. He then sprung up and tumbled a few steps backwards, while simultaneously raising the white tiger dagger before him. The clear sounds of his nervous heartbeat echoed out and his breathing had clearly become rushed. This was the first time in his life that he'd encountered a soul beast attacks. The palm he was using to hold the white tiger dagger had already been covered in sweat, and his expression had also turned somewhat blank because he didn't know how to react. After the baboon missed 2 attacks in a row, it seemed to become enraged. Its upper body rose up, and it used its fists to vigorously beat on its chest, letting out a roar. At the same time, it suddenly opened its mouth towards Hoắc Vũ Hạo. It immediately spat out a ball of white light, which went directly towards Hoắc Vũ Hạo. Even though Hoắc Vũ Hạo had no experience, he was still able to see that his opponent was a soul beast now. There was still a certain distance between where he was and the great Stardow Forest, which was the reason why he hadn't been prepared at all. With his current level of cultivation, it was very possible that he would suffer a calamitous fate if he were to be struck by that white ball of light. At that moment, Hoắc Vũ Hao's mind had already become blank. The ball of white light didn't seem very fast when he looked at it through his spirit eyes, but in reality, it would arrive in the blink of an eye. While spitting out the white light, the baboon had also pounced towards Hoắc Vũ Hạo at an extremely quick speed, a savage light in its eyes. Hoắc Vũ Hạo had already lost the ability to think due to his nervousness. When the white light reached him, he subconsciously followed his instincts and brought the white tiger dagger in his right hand up, striking the white light head-on. A strange scene appeared at this moment. By the time the white light had collided with the white tiger dagger, the baboon had already arrived and had extended its long arms in front of it, slashing towards Hoắc Vũ Hao's shoulders with its sharp claws. Since the battle had reached this point, Hoắc Vũ Hao's fate seemed to already be sealed. Was he really going to perish under this soul beast claws? The baboon clawed Hoắc Vũ Hao's shoulders and made use of its sturdy body and the momentum from its charge to flip around midair in an attempt to fiercely throw Hoắc Vũ Hao downwards. In the same moment that it reached Hoắc Vũ Hao and attempted to throw him down, a white light flashed past its body. Its body seemed to stiffen for a moment, and Hoắc Vũ Hao was flung outwards instead of being smashed into the ground. On the other hand, the baboon rolled on the ground for a little while, before ceasing any further movements. Pung! Hoắc Vũ Hao's body collided with a nearby tree trunk, then slid down. Everything in front of his eyes turned dark, and the violent spike of pain instantly caused him to lose his ability to breathe. At this moment, Hoắc Vũ Hao's appearance truly looked quite miserable. There were long wounds on his shoulders, and his jacket had nearly been torn apart. However, he still managed to awaken from his empty-minded state amidst the violent pain. His gaze subconsciously shifted towards the baboon that lay unmoving on the ground. A faint white light had appeared over the baboon. It slowly and gradually began to condense into a white halo above its body. The halo wasn't clear, and the light was also only faintly discernible. However, this still made Hoắc Vũ Hao gape at it. Soul ring? This is a soul ring? Hoắc Vũ Hao was so excited that his body trembled slightly, and the wounds on his body didn't seem to hurt that much anymore. He'd only learnt the most basic meditation technique within the Duke's mansion, yet he'd heard far too much about soul beasts and soul rings. Almost every single guard within the Duke's mansion would bring up the topic frequently, but this was the first time that he'd personally seen one. Could it be that it's already dead? Hoắc Vũ Hao thought blankly to himself. A soul ring would only appear when a soul beast had died. But how had it died? His spirit eyes ability appeared at this moment, causing his memories to surge through his mind like a tide. The white light that the baboon had released had struck the white tiger dagger. However, as soon as that happened, the white tiger dagger had suddenly emitted a light, unexpectedly absorbing all of the white light. This was also the factor that altered the most crucial moment of the battle. According to the baboon's instincts, a weak human like Hoắc Vũ Hao would definitely lose all of his combat power after being struck by its soul skill. Then, he would lose at least half his life from being fiercely smashed to the ground. However, it never thought that its soul skill would be subconsciously neutralized by Hoắc Vũ Hao's white tiger dagger. When it flipped its body in order to throw Hoắc Vũ Hao had instinctively swung his hands upwards, causing the white tiger dagger in his right hand to naturally slash upwards. As well, originally, the white tiger dagger's length hadn't been long enough to reach the baboon that had already soared into the sky. However, The white tiger dagger suddenly released a foot-long blade of light in that instant, which swept across the baboon's body. It seemed to have turned the white light it had previously absorbed into a sharp blade. Although Hoắc Hạo was unable to clearly remember where the dagger had struck due to his blank mind, something had definitely happened. That blade of light must have definitely slashed the body of the baboon. I actually won? Hoắc Hạo gazed at the white soul ring, but the excitement in his heart gradually faded. Soul rings were necessary items for soul masters to advance in rank. However, not all soul rings were suitable for soul masters to absorb. Only a soul ring that had a high compatibility with the soul master's martial soul could be absorbed for the best results. Chapter 2.2 Skydream Iceworm. Chapter 2.2 Skydream Iceworm. The strength of a soul ring was based off of how many years the soul beast had cultivated for. The better a soul ring was, the stronger the skill it would grant to a soul master. White soul rings were those formed by a 10-year soul beast. All soul beasts that had cultivated between 10 and 100 years would produce a white-colored soul ring when they were killed. The baboon that Hoắc Hạo had luckily managed to kill was undoubtedly a 10-year soul beast and a 10-inch. Year soul ring had also clearly appeared in front of Hoắc Hạo. Unfortunately, the soul ring wasn't one he could absorb. Although Hoắc Hạo didn't have any experience at killing soul beasts, and couldn't see what type of existence the baboon was, he was certain that the baboon wasn't a spiritual-type soul beast. Therefore, its soul ring was thus even more unsuited for him. He wanted to check the baboon's condition, but a wave of both pain and soreness flooded his body when he was about to stand up. His excessive nervousness from earlier caused him to be unable to use any strength at all now. Combined with the pain from his shoulders, the exertion of force caused him to let out a muffled groan, and almost caused him to faint. He was only 11 after all. The determination in his heart had even wavered slightly after the battle that he'd just experienced. The amount of spiritual-type soul beast that existed was extremely little, yet he'd almost been killed by the first soul beast he'd encountered. Furthermore, this had only been a 10-year soul beast. What if he'd encountered a 100-year soul beast? He would have had absolutely no chance of even narrowly escaping, simply because it was impossible for luck to be with him at all times. The miraculous power that had momentarily been released from the white tiger dagger obviously couldn't make up for his weak strength. What should I do? Hoắc Hạo struggled to barely sit up. He leaned against the tree that he'd previously flown into and gasped for breath. I can't die. I'll definitely succeed. I still have to seek justice for my mother. I can't give up like this. Hoắc Hạo tightly clenched his teeth and unceasingly hardened his conviction. However, the scenes from his previous battle with the baboon continuously let him know that he had been overestimating his capabilities. Hoắc Hạo mind was filled with an empty feeling, and he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a voice echoed out inside of his mind, without any prior warning. Finally, I've met a spiritual-type human. What a pity that this brother can't cry. If I could, my face would definitely be covered with tears. Hoắc Hạo was startled. He didn't understand why a voice had suddenly appeared inside of his mind. However, at this moment, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled without any prior warning. Cracks began to appear on the ground 2 meters in front of him, and then gradually expanded until they turned into a crevice. A dim golden white light faintly shone from within the crevice. What is this? Another soul beast. Hoắc Hạo subconsciously gripped the white tiger dagger tightly and nervously gazed at the crevice that was gradually expanding. If it wasn't for his aching body, he might have already run away. An icy chill was released from the crevice, which caused the surrounding temperature to drop. The area of the crevice gradually increased, and after a moment, its diameter had reached 5 meters wide, causing the true appearance of the golden white light to finally be revealed. It was a plump and fat-looking head with a diameter of over 1 meter. After it slowly wiggled its body and managed to climb up, its entire body was revealed. Its body was over 7 meters long. Following its appearance, the surrounding temperature became so cold that Hoắc Hạo was able to see his own breath, and it caused him to be unable to help but shiver a few times. This was definitely a soul beast, yet it unexpectedly resembled a silkworm. However, it was God knows how many times larger than a normal silkworm. Its body was the same color as white jade, sparkled, and was translucent. Although it had dug itself out from the earth, there wasn't any dirt on its brilliant skin at all. Halos of light moved about underneath its epidermis, and it unexpectedly had a small pair of eyes on its head that flickered with a golden light. Strangest of all, golden patterns were engraved on its body at certain intervals, starting half a meter from its head. From head to tail, it had a total of 10 golden patterns. A look of despair appeared on Hu Hao's already nervous face as he gazed at its enormous body. It has such an enormous body, and it has the power to change the temperature. It's at least 100-year-old beast. It's over. Everything's over. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. This brother won't harm you. The voice from before echoed out in Hu Hao's mind once again, and the enormous silkworm nodded its head. Its huge head then drooped downwards, before stopping a meter away from Hu Hao. It even emitted a faintly fragrant odor from its body. Hu Hao said in a startled tone, "Are you the one that's talking to me?" The enormous silkworm nodded its head in response, and its voice continued to echo out inside of his mind. "It's obviously this brother that's speaking. Did you get captivated by my beautiful body?" After realizing that the enormous silkworm didn't have any evil intentions, Hu Hao's taut heartstrings relaxed a bit. "What do you want to do?" The silkworm replied, "First off, let me introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, a king of kings among soul beasts, who is both equally smart and good-looking. I'm an absolute expert, one who has cultivated for 1,000,000 years. I'm a Skydream Iceworm who set the record for the longest lifespan in the Dolua continent. Yup, you can call me Brother Skydream." Hu Hao's eyes instantly turned lifeless. Million-year soul beast. The Skydream Iceworm's age differed from his prediction by a factor of 10,000 times. Furthermore, were there really such existences as million-year soul beasts in the world? The strongest soul beast on the Dolua continent should only be 100,000 years old. The Skydream Iceworm, who was clearly pleased with himself, said, "Aren't you in awe? Aren't you really excited? You're the first human who's seen my almighty figure." "Well," Hu Hao blankly said. "Then what do you want to do?" The Skydream Iceworm's voice suddenly became serious. "This brother wants to become your soul ring, the Dolua continent's first ever intelligent soul ring." Hu Hao looked at the Skydream Iceworm in front of him with a dumbstruck expression. He'd momentarily lost his ability to think. Everything that had occurred so far had simply been too sudden. Admittedly, he did thirst for a soul ring. However, in the past, the soul ring that he'd wanted to obtain was simply a 10-year soul ring. He'd never had any extravagant hopes. Yet at this moment, a massive silkworm that could talk had suddenly dug itself out from beneath the ground, had told him that it was an almighty million-year soul beast, and that it wanted to become his soul ring. This made Hu Hao completely unable to understand what was going on at all. Furthermore, he didn't know whether the Skydream Iceworm was telling the truth or not. However, the enormous silkworm in front of him wasn't something that he could hope to fight, regardless of whether it was telling the truth or not. The Skydream Iceworm's enormous head turned in the direction of the Great Stardow Forest and carefully scanned it. Then it turned back towards Hu Hao and said, "I'm going to start, okay? Don't worry, I'll be gentle. I won't cause too much pain." Before Hu Hao could even voice any sort of opposition, an extremely cold aura caused him to immediately lose consciousness. He could only faintly see a white object charging towards him. In the next moment, all of his thoughts faded away. The 10 golden patterns on the Skydream Iceworm's body moved rhythmically, almost as if they were alive. The white object that Hu Hao had seen was actually the Skydream Iceworm's head, which had reached forward to press against his head. The 10 golden patterns rapidly enveloped Hu Hao's skinny body, and the Skydream Iceworm slowly turned itself halos of white light that unceasingly surged into his body. Chapter 2.3 Skydream Iceworm. Chapter 2.3 Skydream Iceworm. Too weak. This is simply too tragic. I'm so pitiful. Just how many more seals will I have to put on my body before his weak body can support me? It's so hard to become an intelligent soul ring. When the Skydream Iceworm had surged towards Hua Yuhao's body, a layer of incorporeal spiritual undulations had spread out from its body. These terrifying spiritual energy undulations almost instantly covered everything within 100 miles. When the spiritual energy undulations covered Bei and Tangya, who had sped up to chase after Hua Yuhao, they immediately fell into a momentarily sluggish state. Although the spiritual attack hadn't been too damaging, it still caused all living beings to lose their ability to think for a short period of time. At this moment, a large portion of the southern area of the Great Stardow Forest had become frighteningly quiet. Previously, the sky had been extremely clear and sunny. However, it had suddenly darkened, and a thunder-like boom resounded out in the air. In that instant, the sun's brilliant rays of light were unexpectedly covered up by the darkness. Then, an enormous pressure that caused one to be unable to even breathe descended from the sky. When the thunder-like boom resounded in the air, the Skydream Iceworm's enormous body, who was currently trying to merge with Hua Yuhao's body, violently shook for a moment. Its small, golden eyes looked upwards into the sky, and a terrified look immediately appeared inside of them. Inside of that terrified expression was also a hint of shock. The pressure in the sky clearly hadn't affected it, but it exceeded its knowledge. A gray stream of air descended from the sky, as if an enormous attractive force had sucked it downwards. After only an instant, it landed on the back of Hua Yuhao's head and quietly entered it. Who dares to fight with his brother over a person? The Skydream Iceworm flew into a rage. Its huge spiritual undulations instantly surged forth in an attempt to expel the gray stream of air from Hua Yuhao's body. An extremely blurry figure appeared behind Hua Yuhao, and an aged voice with a hard-to-describe imposingness echoed out, "The hand grasps the sun and moon, and also plucks the stars. This world has no one like me." I didn't think that this old man would have a trace of a remnant spirit left that still existed here. The vague and illusory figure didn't seem to be affected by the Skydream Iceworm's powerful spiritual attack at all. With a whoosh, it disappeared into the back of Hua Yuhao's head. The Skydream Iceworm didn't dare to strengthen his spiritual attack again, as traces of blood had already begun to seep out of Hua Yuhao's 7 apertures. He discovered that, after the gray stream of air had entered Hua Yuhao's mind, it had immediately turned into a soybean-sized gray pearl. Then, it had turned silent. It didn't conflict with his spiritual energy, nor could he affect it with his power. I can't be this unlucky. It was so hard to find a spiritual-type human, but a bastard wants to snatch him from me. Are the heavens jealous of a genius like myself? This brother is so pitiful. Although he was currently voicing his complaints, his movements didn't slow down at all. Dense white light gradually condensed and poured into Hua Yuhao's body, while the Skydream Iceworm's body both gradually turned more transparent during the process and rapidly decreased in volume. There had already been no turning back for him, from the instant he'd started to pour his energy into Hua Yuhao's body. Hua Yuhao's body had turned completely jade white and resembled the previous appearance of the Skydream Iceworm. His shoulder's wounds were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wah, no matter what way you put it, this brother is finally free. You bastards who took me as food no longer have any chance, wah. The Skydream Iceworm's voice, who was clearly pleased with himself, gradually turned softer and softer. The huge spiritual energy that had previously covered 100 miles proceeded to shrink at a frightening speed, then gradually disappeared. Several terrifying auras from within the depths of the Great Stardow Forest simultaneously let out violent undulations, as if they'd sensed something. However, they were fated to not have any success in their endeavors. When the Skydream Iceworm's voice had completely disappeared, a jade-white halo soundlessly appeared beneath Hua Yuhao's body. After circling around his body 3 times, its light dimmed, and the entire halo merged into his body, disappearing without a trace. Hua Yuhao didn't know that, while he was unconscious, he'd managed to obtain his first soul ring. Furthermore, this was a soul ring that was truly unrivaled and unique on the Dolua continent. The jade-white color gradually faded from Hua Yuhao, and an ice-blue layer started to appear below his skin. This lasted roughly 10 seconds before it gradually dimmed and restored the original color of his skin. Then, his body tilted, causing him to fall against the tree he'd previously leaned against. A thin white membrane that had a faint golden sheen to it soundlessly rose into the air before it rapidly shrunk and formed a ball that disappeared inside of Hui Yuhao's heart. There were no more traces of the Skydream Iceworm's aura after that. The big hole in the road had already closed at an earlier time, and except for the collapsed Hui Yuhao, the baboon that had been killed by him had had its corpse left on the ground. Everything else also seemed to have recovered to its normal state. Not long afterwards, two figures ran over extremely quickly. A figure let out a cry and instantly sped up. She sped over to Hui Yuhao's body and stopped beside him. We're late. It seems little brother Yuhao was attacked. These soul beasts have really become more and more rampant. They've actually come out of the Great Star Dove Forest. Tang carefully helped Hui Yuhao up off the ground, a gloomy and worried expression on her face. Bei walked over to the baboon and turned it over. He saw that a slanted, foot-long wound had been inflicted on the baboon's chest, and that even its heart had been cut part. This was clearly a fatal wound. That was a wind baboon. From its size and the strength of its muscles, it should be a 10-year soul beast. It's already dead. Bei walked over to Tang and squatted down to check on Hui Yuhao's condition. The thing that amazed them was that, although Hui Yuhao's clothing had been seriously damaged, they couldn't find any sign of injury on his body. Bei tapped Hui Yuhao's wrist with his right forefinger, which caused a white tiger dagger to drop into his palm. A faint blue light flashed in Bei's hand for an instant, and then a hazy blue luster immediately appeared on the white tiger dagger. This is a soul tool. Yuhao must have used it to kill that wind baboon. Although the wind baboon was only a 10-year soul beast, both its speed and power are relatively decent, and it can also use an innate soul skill to attack its opponents. Since he can kill a wind baboon at his age, little Yuhao is already quite good. It seems that our earlier judgment of Yuhao wasn't accurate enough. He should already be a first-ring soul master. Tang anxiously examined Hui Yuhao's body, then said, "Talking about this is useless right now. We wasted time all because you insisted that I wash my hands and my face. If something happens to little Yuhao because of that, I'll never forgive myself. No matter what level of talent he has, I've decided that I'll definitely convince him to join our Tang Sect." Bei's gaze softened as he looked at Tang's anxious expression. The kindness that came from Tang's heart was something he loved very much. "Don't worry, he's fine. Can't you see that his breathing is normal? There aren't any wounds on his body either. Judging from the way he fainted, he must have lost consciousness after being slammed into that tree by the wind baboon during their battle." Tang stared blankly for a moment, then raised her head up and glared at Bei. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? You made me worried," Bei helplessly replied. "Who could have known that you'd be unable to see something so simple?" "Humph." Tang helped Hui Yuhao up and allowed him to lean on her body. After confirming that he truly had no problems, she relaxed. Chapter 2.4 Skydream Iceworm. Chapter 2.4 Skydream Iceworm. Bei stood up and carefully checked their surroundings as he quietly guarded Tang. After Hui Yuhao fainted, he entered a dream. He dreamt that he'd entered a pure white space. There were many motes of light within the space, and he couldn't see the end of it. However, his gaze still seemed to somehow be able to reach every single corner of the space. Whilst in the midst of understanding the mysteries of the space, it had suddenly turned turbulent. After that, golden lights had interweaved and entered the space. The golden lights converged into enormous golden rings of light, which floated in midair, and the many motes of light within the room started to increase in size due to their appearance. The 10 golden rings of light slowly started to rotate, and a milky white halo appeared within every single one of them. As the halo's strength increased, they gradually gathered together and formed 10 enormous balls of light that floated within the space. The height and the volume of the space increased many folds in size in turn. At that moment, an unremarkable gray ball of light appeared near one of the golden balls of light. The gray ball size was much smaller than the other 10 balls of light. Furthermore, the golden balls of light began releasing a strong golden light, as if they wanted to chase it away. However, the gray ball remained tranquil and continued to float in midair. No matter how much the golden lights attacked the gray ball, it didn't seem to be affected at all. In the end, the 10 golden lights could only give up on the meaningless task. They turned stable and flickered with a dim luster. As Hui Yuhao's consciousness gradually cleared, the smaller motes of light that were floating in the space gradually sank downwards, forming a faint golden ocean that supported the 10 enormous balls of light. Only the extremely tiny gray light remained midair, unwilling to join the large balls of light. "So you're called Hui Yuhao?" A voice suddenly echoed out. Following that, Hui Yuhao's vision instantly retracted, and he unconsciously lowered his gaze. He could only see his naked self standing above the golden ocean, right in the middle of the 10 now golden white balls of light. "Where is this? Why am I here?" Hui Yuhao asked in amazement. "This is your mind's sea of consciousness, or spiritual sea. In the future, this will be Brother's home. This place was too small, so Brother simply helped you expand it. However, your body is just too weak, so I'll have to make do for now. You're the Skydream Iceworm?" "I'm not dreaming." Hui Yuhao became even more stunned when he heard the voice and tone of the person who'd spoken. Everything that he saw in front of him had already surpassed his knowledge. Not to speak of Hui Yuhao, who was only 11. Even adults would be shocked to the point of them trembling in fear if they were presented with such a miraculous scene. Dreaming? If you were able to have such a nice dream, wouldn't you have died from happiness? This is obviously not a dream. As I said, this is the world within your mind. The Skydream Iceworm unhappily replied. Hui Yuhao blankly said, "What's that?" The Skydream Iceworm replied, "You really are foolish. How do I explain this to you? Well, let's put it this way. You know about your eyes. They're the martial soul that your consciousness calls the spirit eyes. I've just gone through your memories, so I know about your previous experiences. The spirit eyes are your martial soul, but at the same time, also your eyes. Thus, the spiritual sea is where your spiritual energy is stored. If you want to display the might of your spirit eyes, you'll need to convert your soul force into spiritual energy, then release it using your spirit eyes. The specific location of your spiritual sea is your brain, behind your spirit eyes. As of right now, your consciousness is immersed within your spiritual sea. The body that you're seeing isn't actually your real body, but a body that I've created using spiritual energy for the sake of communicating with you." Hui Yuhao finally understood a few things after hearing this detailed explanation. The fear in his heart also weakened by a lot. Young kids were much more sensitive than adults at certain times, and he felt that the Skydream Iceworm truly didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. "Then, how come you appeared in my spiritual sea?" Hui Yuhao asked again. The Skydream Iceworm replied, "Didn't I just tell you? I want to become your soul ring, an intelligent soul ring. As of now, I've already become one. However, for the sake of becoming your soul ring, I've suppressed and sealed a large amount of my power. From now on, you'll have a soul ring and can become one of the human so-called soul masters. However, your innate talent is much worse than what I thought. You can practically use the term extremely poor to describe it. I really don't know whether my choice was correct or not." Hui Yuhao was slightly ashamed as he said, "I admit that my talent isn't that good, but I'll work hard. My innate spirit power was only rank 1. The Skydream Iceworm gloomily said, "I'll think of a method to help you improve yourself later on." As the length of the conversation increased, Hui Yuhao's guts did too. "Skydream Iceworm. Call me Brother Skydream." "Fine, Brother Skydream. You said that you were a million-year soul beast. Is that true? Also, why did you pick me? I've heard that soul scholars can only withstand soul rings that are below 400 years old. However, since you're a million-year soul beast, how were you able to become my soul ring?" The Skydream Iceworm suddenly let out a long sigh. "Do you think that I wanted to pick you? I had no other choice. If I'd continued to refrain from making a choice, my life would have come to an end. And once I died, my body would have most likely become food for those guys in the Great Star Doe Forest. Under my state of helplessness, I could only use this plan to attach myself to you humans. This is also my only way out. Would you like to listen to my story? In the future, we'll be with each other for a very, very long time. I don't want to hide anything from you either, so I'll tell you everything." Hoắc Vũ Hạo nodded his head and said, "Brother Skydream, please speak." The Skydream Iceworm replied, "At first, I was just an ordinary iceworm soul beast. I wasn't born in the Great Stardow Forest, but in an extremely cold place located in the northern areas of the continent. We iceworms are soul beasts that have two innate attributes, spiritual and ice attributes. However, our combat strength is seriously limited by our speed. Thus, we can only be considered very ordinary soul beasts. What's more, we're also affected by the presence of natural predators. Very few of us can cultivate longer than 10,000 years. I'm the sole exception to that. When I was 13 years old, I carelessly fell into a crack in the ice whilst running away from a predator. At that time, I thought I was done for. However, who could have known that I'd drop into a ball of 10,000-year ice pith? I sank into a deep sleep after that. I was still very weak and small back then, and my body wasn't even 3 inches long. That sleep lasted for an entire 10,000 years. When I woke up, I found myself in an icy cave. That 10,000-year ice pith had disappeared. It had all been absorbed by me. However, as a result of my slumber, I had thus turned into a 10,000-year soul beast. I was indescribably pleased and surprised back then. However, I discovered that I couldn't find any way to exit the icy cave at all. I was surrounded by extremely hard ice in that icy cave. Although I had already become a 10,000-year soul beast, our Iceworm clan has always been weak in combat, resulting in me being unable to forcefully break through the ice. Fortunately, there were many holes in the icy cave that I was able to climb through. Thus, I crawled around in search of an exit. In the end, I still couldn't find an exit, but I found an even larger ball of ice pith. The appearance of this new ball of ice pith signified that I had food to eat. Hence, I entered another deep sleep. However, this sleep lasted several tens of thousands of years. Chapter 3.1 The Million-Year Soul Ring. Chapter 3.1 The Million-Year Soul Ring. As Hoắc Vũ Hạo listened to the Skydream Iceworm's explanation, he suddenly felt a strange feeling. Could it be that the Skydream Iceworm's name was because it had dreamt every day? Although I wasn't able to leave the icy cave, eating the 10,000-year ice pith simply felt too good. Thus, I was lucky to not be able to find a way out because I found another large lump of 10,000-year ice pith whilst crawling around to look for one. I slept again, but I didn't even know how long I'd slept for this time. Yet the first set of golden patterns had appeared on my body by the time I woke up. A golden pattern has an extremely important meaning to us iceworms. It signifies that our cultivation has reached 100,000 years. From what I remember, our Iceworm clan has never had an existence possess a cultivation of 100,000 years. I was the first to do this. This was unprecedented in history. At that time, I evolved into a gold-patterned iceworm. I also had sufficient power to break through the ice and leave. However, at that time, I didn't know that 100,000-year soul beasts would suffer enormous restrictions, which would make it harder for them to increase their cultivation. Perhaps it was because I was lucky, or perhaps it was because our Iceworm clan has a deficiency of combat strength, but I miraculously didn't attract any heavenly tribulation. The Skydream Iceworm sighed. I decided to continue sleeping, since I was too lazy to leave anyway. Thus, I continued to sleep in the icy caves. Because my cultivation had reached a certain level, I was able to break the ice and enter areas which I previously couldn't. This allowed me to find even more top-quality ice piths, all of which became my food. Just like that, I repeated the cycle of sleeping after eating and eating after waking up. I didn't even know how much time had passed. Only the golden patterns on my body were able to tell me how long I'd live for. In the end, I finished eating all of the ice pith within the icy caves one day. I then dug myself out from the bottom of the icy caves, arriving at the ocean. I floated in the ocean and moved with the tide. I floated along the edge of the continent, eventually moving towards the south. I also encountered my first enemy during this journey. At that time, I already had 9 golden patterns, which meant that I was a powerful 900,000-year soul beast. I originally thought that I was an unequaled existence within this world. However, as he continued to speak, the Skydream Iceworm clearly became somewhat embarrassed. However, I'd never done anything nor fought with anyone when I was awake. In the end, I had to rely on my enormous spiritual energy to scare that enemy away. This finally roused my caution, which made me attempt to cultivate the ability to attack. However, I discovered that my cultivation lifespan didn't mean that I was strong. I was indeed a million-year soul beast, but my combat power was in fact inferior to some 10,000-year soul beasts. Those 10,000-year soul beasts that were good at fighting were simply opponents I couldn't hope to achieve victory over. The outside world was truly too dangerous. However, I didn't know the way back. I thought that since the ocean was dangerous, perhaps the continent would be safer. Thus, I went ashore. However, I discovered that the continent wasn't very peaceful either. Maybe it was an effect of absorbing too much ice pith, but my body had a special smell that could attract the attention of any and all soul beasts. It caused them to see me as food. In the end, I was captured by a strong 100,000-year soul beast from the Great Star Doe Forest. However, it didn't immediately kill me. Instead, it brought me to the Great Star Doe Forest. Only after listening to him did I understand what was going on. As it turned out, I possessed too much heaven and earth yuan qi. As long as they were able to absorb and transform my energy, any soul beast could become a 100,000-year soul beast, and any 100,000-year soul beast could break free from the limit of their cultivation lifespan. But it took a long time to absorb my energy, since the energy I'd cultivated for 1,000,000 years was too enormous. Thus, it brought me back to its nest. However, that fellow underestimated how awesome this brother is. Although I wasn't too good at fighting, I was able to increase the strength of my aura. Thus, I was able to attract all of the 100,000-year soul beasts in the Great Star Doe Forest. The huge battle royale that ensued included nearly every single soul beast in the Great Star Doe Forest whose age exceeded 10,000. They fought so desperately. I originally thought that I now had a chance to escape. However, who could have known that they'd be so crafty? Once the battle had almost ended, they actually stopped and negotiated with each other. In the end, a tragedy occurred to this brother. They finally came to an agreement, deciding to absorb my power together, since the soul force in my body was large enough. After that, they trapped me in the center of the Great Star Doe Forest and forced me to release the heaven and earth yuan qi from my body for them to absorb. The stronger soul beasts would be closer to me, and the benefits they obtained would thus be greater. These bastards practically took this brother as food. Since I had no way to resist them, I could only let them order me around. I tried to think of a plan to break free from their control whilst having my energy drained by them. My yuan qi was very pure. Thus, there was enough for them to absorb it for over 10,000 years. After a few thousand years of pondering and observing, I discovered that I not only need to escape from them, but would also need to conceal my aura to successfully break free from their control. You humans then appeared in my line of sight. There were a few times when some especially strong humans entered the depths of the Great Star Doe Forest to hunt those 100,000-year soul beasts. Unfortunately, they were struck by a tragedy. Under the nourishment of this brother, the high-ranking soul beasts within the Great Star Doe Forest had definitely become the strongest soul beasts on the Doloa continent. Although those humans had extremely strong weapons, they could only suffer a big defeat. However, this allowed me to understand the advantages you humans had. Brother is a spiritual and ice dual attribute soul beast. After thinking about it for a long time, I decided to think of a way to become a human soul ring. If this happened, the human would definitely become extraordinarily strong, and I could rely on my spiritual type attribute to preserve my own consciousness. Thus, I would become an unprecedented intelligent soul ring. Once that happened, brother would definitely get revenge, and would help that human kill all of the bastards who persecuted this brother. Hence, I started carrying out my plan. However, who could have known that I'd fail on my first attempt? The guy that I chose was what you humans call a title de law, and he was rather strong. However, he was truly rubbish. He actually exploded immediately before even seeing my real body. He couldn't even withstand the shock of my spiritual energy. Only then did I discover that becoming my host wasn't something so simple. They would first need to have a spiritual type attribute as well, and be able to sustain the energy of my soul power. This was something that was even harder. Hence, I had no results, even after searching for a few thousand years. At that point, my soul force had almost been fully drained by those 100,000-year soul beasts. This brother would have soon become akin to a candle that had no wax left. However, the heavens still took care of brother. When brother had already despaired, the 10th golden pattern appeared on my body. I'd finally become an unprecedented million-year soul beast. After the 10th golden pattern appeared, I finally possessed the power to resist those combat-oriented 100,000-year soul beasts, and I could also conceal my own aura. Thus, I renamed myself as the Skydream Iceworm. I was no longer a gold pattern Iceworm. However, I was definitely unable to beat so many 100,000-year soul beasts. Furthermore, my heaven and earth yuan qi had almost been fully absorbed by them. The only energy that I still had was my origin soul force, which was what would provide the greatest aid to them. These were my two great attributes, which had yet to be absorbed. Revenge was something currently unattainable for me. Hence, I found an opportunity and used the energy that I had obtained after breaking through to conceal my aura. Then, I escaped by burrowing through the earth. Chapter 3.2 The Million-Year Soul Ring. Chapter 3.2 The Million-Year Soul Ring. At the Skydream Iceworm side. Unfortunately, brothers still suffered a tragedy. Breaking through to a million-year soul beast was actually a double-edged sword. Although I managed to barely break free from their control, my lifespan suddenly reached its end due to the heavenly tribulation that abruptly arrived. If I wasn't able to preserve my life with other methods, I would have died soon from exhaustion. It was also at this moment when brother met you, a young fellow. Although you were pitifully weak, brother had no other choice. Yet you also had a spiritual type attribute. Hence, brother could only work hard to merge with your body. No matter which way you look at it, those bastards can't obtain this brother's most precious thing. Hoắc Vũ Hạo had already forgotten his fear from earlier as he listened to the Skydream Iceworm story. He felt righteously indignant as he said, "They're too despicable. How could they be like this? They actually trapped you for almost 10,000 years." The Skydream Iceworm felt that his anger gave them common ground as he said, "Exactly. Although brother is quite cute, quite handsome, and quite strong, they simply can't treat brother as food. Things are good now, though. On the whole, I've managed to escape and not allow them to obtain brother's body. Hoắc Vũ Hạo, although you're young and your abilities are still lacking, it's fortunate that you're still pure. Brother will treat this as a plan to raise you up. When you're strong in the future, you must help brother get revenge. Didn't they rely on my soul force to evolve? In the future, turn them into your soul rings and soul bones." Humph! Hoắc Vũ Hạo had no hesitation at all as he answered, "I'll definitely help you get revenge after I grow up." This relationship between man and beast had rapidly deepened due to this slightly odd yet miraculous story. In reality, although the Skydream Iceworm had lived for 1,000,000 years, it had only met with a few soul beasts after all. Even though its intelligence wasn't inferior to that of humans, how could it know that humans had sinister hearts? If a human had encountered fortunate events like the Skydream Iceworm had, he would absolutely not reveal his story so easily. Choosing a kid like Hoắc Vũ Hạo, who was practically as white as a sheet of paper, was actually quite lucky for it. Brother Skydream, I still don't understand a few things. Since you're so strong, you had to seal your own power to become my soul ring. Just what's the matter with this? Can you still bestow a soul skill to me? After losing his fear, an even greater sense of curiosity filled Hoắc Vũ Hạo heart. The Skydream Iceworm laughed cunningly as he said, "Brother naturally has a way. Since I've been planning this for so long, I've already prepared the proper arrangements. After obtaining some experience from blowing those humans up, I realized that all of my help will have to focus on your safety. I already have no way of retreat now. If you die, I die too. My original soul force was almost fully drained by those soul beasts from the Great Star Doe Forest. Otherwise, your body wouldn't have been able to withstand my power, even if I'd sealed it. When I merged with your body, most of the energy that entered you was my origin energy and my spiritual energy. Can you see those 10 balls of light? They're the 10 seals that I've set up. If you look at it from another angle, it can be said that I've already bestowed you the power of your first soul ring. However, you're temporarily unable to use it. This also means that, although your first soul ring is a million-year soul ring, it currently doesn't have the might of a million-year soul ring. However, the energy that I've sealed within your body will gradually disperse as your cultivation improves, which in turn will increase the might of your soul ring. It might even increase the might of your future soul rings. After all, the energy that I've accumulated over 1,000,000 years is simply too enormous for you. Hoắc Hạo blinked his eyes and said, I still don't fully understand what you're saying. The Skydream Iceworm unhappily said, Idiot. I'll repeat the simple points again. Your body, which has currently obtained its first soul ring, can only withstand the soul ring of a 400-year-old soul beast at most. Thus, the realistic might of your first soul ring is a 400-year soul ring. After you make a breakthrough, you'll be able to withstand the might of a 1,000-year soul ring. So your first soul ring will become a 1,000-year soul ring. Your first soul ring will follow the amount of energy that your body can withstand and will increase accordingly. In other words, your first soul ring can evolve at any time, and your future soul rings will also have this benefit. Of course, this evolutionary energy that I can bestow upon you is limited. The stronger the soul ring you obtain in the future, the more energy you save for me. Using the energy that I sealed within your body, it can at most help increase 10 of your soul rings reach the 100,000-year soul ring rank. So many? We soul masters can only possess 9 soul rings at most, no? Hoắc Hạo spoke with a startled tone. The Skydream Iceworm snorted coldly and loftily said, That's only true for ordinary people. You're already no longer an ordinary person, ever since Brother merged with you. A single martial soul can naturally only absorb only 9 soul rings. However, you currently don't just have a single martial soul. After killing a 100,000-year soul beast, you will both obtain a soul bone and a 100,000-year soul ring that contains 2 soul skills within it. You should know this. Hoắc Hạo nodded his head. The Skydream Iceworm said, As a million-year soul ring and an unprecedented intelligent soul ring, I'm obviously stronger than them. Not only can my incarnation, which is your first soul ring, undergo unlimited evolution according to the condition of your body, it can also bestow 4 soul skills to you. However, I have no soul bones that I can give to you. Instead, I can give you another martial soul. Hoắc Hạo had already predicted that a million-year soul ring would benefit him greatly, but he never thought that it would be to this extent. A soul ring that could undergo unlimited evolution had already caused him to be ineffably happy. Yet, the greater surprise was actually in its other benefits. For soul skills and an extra martial soul. Just what kind of concept was this? Since the 4 soul skills belonged to the first soul ring, their might would inevitably evolve as his first soul ring evolved. They were abilities that could be used forever, and an extra martial soul could simply be described as a miracle. It was equivalent to turning him, who only had the spirit eyes martial soul, into a genius who had twin martial souls. Adding another martial soul would mean that he would have at least 9 additional soul rings, which would give him 9 more soul skills. How can a 100,000-year soul ring even compare to the strength amplification of this million-year soul ring? Although his own strength was still weak even after obtaining these amplifications and required him to slowly increase it, this million-year soul ring undoubtedly opened a great door to the heavens for Hoắc Hạo, allowing him, who'd originally had mediocre talent, to have a future of unlimited possibilities. The martial soul that I bestowed you with is ice, but it's ice that currently doesn't have a soul. The words that the Skydream Iceworm said next pulled Hoắc Hạo back from his happiness. Ice that doesn't have a soul? What's that? Hoắc Hạo had a look of doubt on his face. The Skydream Iceworm said, This means that the martial soul I bestowed you currently only has an attribute, but not a form. When you absorb your first ice-type soul ring, the form of your second martial soul will be finalized. The soul beast of the soul ring you absorb then will thus become your second martial soul. This also means that your second martial soul will definitely be a beast soul. You don't have to worry about this. I've already thought about it for you. However, your current cultivation isn't sufficient. Once your strength is higher, I'll take you to complete your first ice-type soul ring. Now you should understand why I said that I wouldn't have enough energy to amplify your soul rings. Because of this, you must be extremely careful when choosing your soul rings, and you should listen to my suggestions. Chapter 3.3 The Million-Year Soul Ring. Chapter 3.3 The Million-Year Soul Ring. Fine. Well, Yu Hao excitedly agreed. What are my 4 soul skills? The Skydream Iceworm replied. You'll have to rely on yourself to comprehend them. Something that you comprehend on your own will always be clearer than something I tell you directly. However, don't be happy so early. You're right. I've given you 4 soul skills, and they're all spiritual type soul skills. However, the energy that I've sealed within your body is also very enormous. Thus, you must remember a few things. Firstly, the energy that I've sealed inside of your body can only help you increase the age of your soul rings, which is also their might, when your cultivation has reached a sufficient stage. However, it can't increase the strength of the soul force that you cultivate. Secondly, the 4 soul skills that I bestowed you with are, due to the fact that they're from me, auxiliary soul skills that don't have much attack power. Because of this, you're still quite weak right now. You still have a long way to go if you want to become strong. Do you understand? Understand. My mother taught me that nobody could reach the heavens in a single step, that one step could only leave a single footprint. The only way for one to become a man above all other men is to rely on one's own hard work and diligence. Brother Skydream, you can rest assured, I'll definitely work hard. That's good. However, your natural aptitude is truly poor. AI, if there's a chance in the future, I'll find some heavenly treasures for you to eat. Your Spirit Eye's martial soul was caused by a mutation, but your potential isn't bad. However, the mutation process has greatly affected your bodily functions since you were young. Your passageways are now narrow and rough, causing your cultivation to be slightly challenging. Let's take it slowly. We can't rush this. All right, there's something I have to tell you. Can you see that gray ball up there? Yu Hao said, I can see it. Is it also your power? The Skydream Iceworm said, No, I don't know either. It happened when I fused with your body. I think your soul force may have caused this. That gray ball of light seems to be a spirit and also seems to not belong to our world. I don't even know where it came from. However, although the spirit was weak, it's a very high-ranked spirit, so I don't have any methods of dealing with it. However, I can sense that it doesn't have any evil intentions. Right now, it's currently in a deep sleep. It might not wake up during your entire lifetime, but if it does, it could be slightly troublesome. Don't worry. If it doesn't move, then that's that. If it truly does do anything harmful to you, I'll protect you. It won't be a problem. All right, you should go back to your body now. The 2 humans outside have been waiting for you this whole time, and they don't have any evil intentions towards you. 2 humans? While Yu Hao was astonished, the scenery in front of him suddenly turned blurry. He felt like he'd instantly been sucked into an enormous whirlpool, and everything turned dark. Why haven't you woken up yet? Tang patted Yu Hao's face and shot an inquisitive glance towards Bei Bei, who was next to her. Bei Bei gently smiled and said, both his chi and blood are completely smooth, and his body's soul force is very normal. Furthermore, it's very vigorous. If I'm not wrong, he must have just broken through the Soul Scholar realm, and this is the sign of him entering the Soul Master realm. His body needs to harmonize with this power right now. Thus, he naturally needs a certain amount of time to get used to the soul force that he's obtained after breaking through. Unfortunately, it was only a 10-year wind baboon. Tanya humphed and said, Was that very unfortunate? It's normal for someone's first soul ring to be a bit weaker than the rest. The fact that he was able to kill a wind baboon by himself is already quite good. Bei Bei chuckled and said, The way to capture a woman's heart is through her stomach, much less for a person like you, whose heart and stomach are conjoined. Tanya's charming face turned slightly red. Pa, you're the one whose heart and stomach are conjoined. You're impudent. Don't forget that I'm your teacher. Bei Bei didn't retort. He only looked at her and warmly smiled. Ugh, Yu Hao let out a light groan and slowly opened his eyes. Little Yu Hao, you've finally woken up. You worried me to death. Tanya was immediately exhilarated when she saw Yu Hao open his eyes. Yu Hao felt some confusion in his mind, and only became clear-headed after composing himself. He clearly recalled the conversation that he'd previously had with the Skydream Iceworm, causing him to be unable to help but subconsciously mutter to himself, "Was I really not dreaming?" Tang giggled and pinched Hui Yuhao's arm for a moment, causing him to immediately cry out in pain. "Sister Xiaoya, what are you doing?" Tang smiled. "I'm helping you check whether or not you were dreaming. How are you? Are you more awake now? You really have some guts, actually daring to travel into the Great Star Doe Forest by yourself." Hui Yuhao was slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. He'd only just learned how weak he was and how much he'd overestimated his capabilities after meeting the wind baboon. However, an eager feeling quickly rose up from his embarrassment. He jumped up from the ground and roused the soul force in his body. A scene that made Hui Yuhao indescribably happy immediately appeared. His soul force, which had originally reached a bottleneck, had undergone a qualitative change. Even the strength of his body seemed to have slightly increased. Gentle soul power surged out, and everything that he saw with his spirit eyes became clearer. Furthermore, many instinctive marks had appeared in his mind, and each and every one of them were skills. For there are actually 4 soul skills. Brother Skydream truly exists. I wasn't dreaming. Everything's real. I actually possess a million-year soul ring. Only now did Hui Yuhao believe that everything he'd experienced earlier was real. The ecstasy in his heart surged out unceasingly, and he couldn't help but let out a loud shout. "I've succeeded!" Bei Bei and Tang saw a jade-white soul ring rise from Hui Yuhao's feet. It slowly moved upwards, all the way until it reached his head. Then it slowly moved downwards with a rhythmic pace. It was his first soul ring. Bei Bei subconsciously thought to himself, "Sure enough, it's a 10-year soul ring." Only, he had a slight feeling of doubt in his heart. Why did the color of Hui Yuhao's 10-year soul ring seem to have a sort of sparkling, translucent feeling, as if it were slightly different from an ordinary 10-inch year soul ring? Could it be that the wind baboon had had a higher cultivation? However, how could he have known that a million-year soul ring was also jade white? The change that had occurred to Hui Yuhao wasn't limited to just his soul ring. A faint gold sheen had also appeared inside of his deep blue eyes. Bei Bei and Tang, you could both sense undulations of soul force from his eyes, as well as a spiritual undulation, which caused them to be distracted for an instant. Previously, the powerful spiritual energy that had been released by the Skydream Iceworm had caused them to temporarily lose the ability to think. However, they had been unable to sense it due to the enormous difference between it and them. However, Hui Yuhao was currently very close to them. He'd changed, and the spiritual undulations that were being released from his eyes caused them to be shocked. A spiritual type martial soul? A spiritual type martial soul that's merged with a wind baboon as its first soul ring. Bei Bei, who'd been calm until now, couldn't help but have his expression slightly change. According to the theory of soul masters that he understood, this seemed to be something impossible. However, the facts were right in front of him. The faint golden sheen quickly vanished from Hui Yuhao's eyes. He'd also recovered from his surprise. He excitedly jumped up. "Succeeded. I've truly succeeded. I'm a soul master now." Bei Bei and Tang both looked at each other and saw the shock in the other's eyes. Tang couldn't help but ask, "Little Yuhao, is your martial soul a spiritual type? I sensed a strong spiritual undulation earlier." Hui Yuhao finally recovered from his excitement, and he was slightly embarrassed as he said, "Yeah, my martial soul is the spirit eyes. It's a mutated martial soul that has the spiritual attribute." Tang Ya's eyes brightened. "Spirit eyes? A body soul? Good." Chapter 3.4 The Million-Year Soul Ring. Chapter 3.4 The Million-Year Soul Ring. Bei Bei had clearly realized something too, causing him to nod his head and say, "I really didn't know about it. What a pity that we arrived late. If we hadn't, we would have found little brother Hua a better soul beast to merge with." Hui Yuhao's mind had already cleared up from his earlier surprise. Although he was young, the experiences that he'd had in his youth had caused him to be somewhat vigilant. He immediately guessed that Bei Bei and Tang must have thought that the soul ring he'd just absorbed had been from the baboon. Even though he didn't understand why a million-year soul ring was white, This was undoubtedly his current best way of concealing it. Naturally, he wouldn't go and explain anything. Big Brother Bei, Sister Xiaoya, did you guys chase after me? Are there any problems? Hui Hao asked probingly. Tang replied, we only guessed that you were here to enter the Great Stardow Forest, but I didn't think that you'd really do it. Your guts are too big. Don't you know that the Great Stardow Forest is called a forbidden area for mankind? Even some soul masters with extremely high cultivations don't dare to enter the inner parts of the forest. And if it's a little guy like you, a teacher must accompany you for you to even be able to move around the surrounding areas of the Great Stardow Forest. The reason why we chased after you was to protect you, since Bei and I are soul masters. However, your luck is quite good. Although the first soul ring you've obtained isn't too strong, you've suffered no injuries on the whole. After hearing her words, a thick, warm feeling immediately surged through Hui Hao's young heart. He was young, but he'd experienced far too much of the hypocrisy of the world. When Tang was talking, he could tell that there were no traces of falsehood within the sincere look her eyes held. Sister Xiaoya, Yu Hao almost brought up the issue of the Skydream Iceworm, due to impulse. However, at this moment, a cough echoed out in his mind. Under the attack of a certain refreshing aura, he immediately swallowed his words. Tang giggled and said, look at your dim-witted appearance. Fine, I won't talk about that anymore. Little Yu Hao, since you've already obtained a soul ring, what do you plan to do next? Hui Hao was stunned by her question. Yeah, what plans did he have for himself? Before coming to the Great Stardow Forest, his aim all along had been to become a soul master and obtain a soul ring that belonged to him. The difference between soul masters and soul scholars was indeed as vast as the heavens and the earth. Becoming a soul master also signified that he'd stepped through a door, one which would allow to him travel through the wide seas and skies from now on. However, he truly never thought of what to do in the future. After all, he was only 11, and this was the first time that he'd left home. Tang was secretly happy when she saw the blank look in his eyes. She sent a glance towards Bei. Bei nodded towards her and said, little brother Hua, what kind of people does your house have? Hui Hao's gaze instantly froze for a moment. Following that, he shook his head decisively. There's no one else. I'm the only one that's left. Tang was exulted. She blurted out, then that's really too good. Hui Hao was immediately stunned, while Bei had a speechless expression on his face. He knocked her head. What are you saying? Tang had also realized her slip of the tongue. She glared at Bei and said, I didn't do it on purpose. Little Yu Hao, since you don't have any ideas right now, why not join our sect? A sect? Hui Hao had heard of sects when he was in the Duke's mansion. On the Doloa continent, the strengths of sects were extremely high, especially some soul master sects that had long histories. From the meaning of the word sect, the Duke's mansion in itself could be considered a large sect. Tang nodded her head and said seriously, it's a sect and was previously the #1 sect in the continent. If you join, you definitely won't be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, our sect's secret techniques are very suitable for you to cultivate. Since you're all alone and you're so young, it'd be better for you to join our sect, since everyone will take care of each other, rather than you being so bold by yourself. After all, luck can't always be with you. What if something happens when you're moving by yourself? Hui Hao subconsciously asked Sister Xiaoya then, what is your sect called? Tang resolutely said, the Tang Sect. It was previously the #1 sect in the continent. After hearing the two words Tang Sect, Hui Hao's body couldn't help but tremble. Even though the Tang Sect had started to decline, the Tang Sect still had an important place within the Doloa continent's history. It could even be said that there had never been a sect that could compare with it. When he was very young, his mother had told him the many legends of the Tang Sect. The Tang Sect had been founded 10,000 years ago, and it could be said to be one of the oldest sects in history. Supposedly, the first sect master of the Tang Sect, Tang San, had changed the entire structure of the continent, establishing the future development of the continent's soul masters. The Tang Sect at that time had truly been the #1 sect under the heavens, and not just in name. Furthermore, the legends said that Tang San had broken through the highest realm of soul masters, titled Daw, to become an existence that was on another level, one that wouldn't die from then on. However, In the end, no one knew how he'd done it. After 10,000 years, the legends of the Tang Sect still remained, but the sect itself had already left the stage of history. Very few people knew that the Tang Sect still had later generations of disciples. Even the details of some of the Tang Sect's legends had already become vague. However, there was someone who had once said that if it weren't for Tang San establishing the future development of the Soul Masters within the Doa continent 10,000 years ago, the Doa continent might not have been able to achieve victory over the experts of the Sun-Moon continent, and thus unify the two continents when the Sun-Moon continent had collided with the Doa continent 4,000 years ago. Little brother Hua, you've heard of the Tang Sect? Bye-bye, Uskit. Liu Hao nodded his head and said, I've heard some of the legends about the Tang Sect. Only, I don't know where the Tang Sect is. The rims of Tang Ye's eyes suddenly turned red. The Tang Sect doesn't have its mansion anymore, and our foundations were snatched away. Currently, the only people of the Tang Sect remaining are Bei Bei and I. I'm the current sect master of the Tang Sect, and Bei Bei is my founding disciple. Hua Yuhao looked at them with an astonished expression. If you just looked at their ages, Tang Ye wasn't that much older than Bei Bei, and from their conversations, you couldn't tell that they were master and disciple at all. Bei Bei coughed twice and said, You've also seen our situation now, little brother Hua. The Tang Sect only has the two of us right now, but we'll definitely work hard to let the Tang Sect rise again. If you're willing, you're welcome to join. There's one point that Xiaoyu was right about. The Tang Sect has a secret technique that should be completely suitable for you to cultivate, and will have many benefits towards your future development. After hesitating for a while, Hui Yuhao asked, Then, what do I have to do after I join the Tang Sect? Tang Ye replied, You need to unceasingly raise your cultivation and become even stronger. When the sect needs you, you need to exert yourself for the sect. I won't boast or lie to you. Our Tang Sect is truly declined as of now. However, we still have our secret techniques. Also, another thing, our Tang Sect was once the #1 sect in the continent, so we still have a few privileges. You should have heard of the #1 academy on the continent, Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy is extremely strict when it recruits students, but they're willing to give our Tang Sect an exempted spot. Every year, Bei Bei and I have already joined Shrek Academy, and it just so happens that there's a space available this year. If you're willing to join our Tang Sect, this space will belong to you. As for whether or not you can stay in Shrek Academy, that will rely on your hard work. I can give you this much. However, little Yu Hao, I have a request. Once you've joined the Tang Sect, you're a man of our Tang Sect for your entire life. If you decide to leave one day, you'll have to return all of the Tang Sect's secret techniques. Tang Sect, Tang Sect. Hui Yuhao's eyes gradually brightened, and he looked seriously at Tang Ye. Sister Xiaoya, I agree. I'm willing to join the Tang Sect. Chapter 4.1, Thunderbolt, bye-bye. Chapter 4.1, Thunderbolt, bye-bye. Bei Bei spoke with slight astonishment. Little brother Hua, you definitely need to think about this carefully. Joining a sect is not a small matter. Even though our Tang Sect is already on the decline, when all is said and done, we were still once the #1 sect under the heavens. If you regret your decision in the future and wish to betray the sect, no matter whether it is Tang Ye or myself, neither of us will forgive you. Hui Yuhao nodded and said, Big brother Bei, I've already thought this matter through carefully. I no longer have any relatives, and am of a young age as well. I only learned how dangerous the outside world was after coming to the Great Star Do Forest this time around. I want to become an outstanding individual and a powerful soul master. Joining the Tang Sect is no doubt a shortcut for me to achieve that. Not only does joining the Tang Sect let me enter Shrek Academy, I can furthermore receive guidance from the both of you. Moreover, I believe in the both of you. The two of you are willing to tell me of the predicaments the Tang Sect is currently facing. I can thus feel the sincerity that the both of you hold towards me. I'm willing to help the Tang Sect regain its glory together with the both of you. Good. You couldn't have said it any better. Tang Ye took hold of Hui Yuhao and embraced him in excitement. Bei Bei also nodded slightly as he looked at Hui Yuhao, as if he felt the same way too. Hui Yuhao was much more mature than his peers of the same age. Although he'd only obtained his first soul ring after he was over 10 years old, and even though talent was important, hard work was absolutely necessary. let alone the fact that he was a rarely seen owner of a spiritual type body soul. It could be said that the Tang Sect had gotten him for a cheap price. The faint fragrance on Tang Ye's body caused Hua Yuhao's face to immediately turn red. He didn't dare to move at all. He just stood there innocently. It was Bei who again helped him out of this embarrassing situation. Teacher Xiaoya. Only now did Tang Ye loosen her embrace on Hua Yuhao's arm. She smiled at him, and looking at her appearance, she was extremely pleased. Obviously, though she absolutely wouldn't admit it, the very first reason that she'd wanted Hua Yuhao to join the Tang Sect was because of the excessively delicious roasted fish that he made. Little Yuhao, you should formally become my apprentice now. Our Tang Sect only has 3 people as of now, and we don't have that many rules. Once you become my apprentice and call me your teacher, you'll be a member of our Tang Sect in the future. Tang Ye said firmly. Hua Yuhao nodded and kneeled down in front of Tang Ye with a put-on sound. He then paid his respects to her. Disciple Hua Yuhao greets teacher. Tang Ye stood there, unmoving. After letting him pay his respects 3 times, she helped him up. Note, paying his respects, for those that don't know, means knocking his head to the ground. Very good, Yuhao. In the future, your teacher's second disciple. Acknowledge your eldest senior brother. As she spoke, she pointed towards Bei. I acknowledge eldest senior brother. Hua Yuhao bowed again, this time towards Bei. Bei smiled slightly and said, You don't have to be so polite, junior brother. We'll be family in the future. Tang Ye seemed to relax as she said, Yuhao, you should be like Bei and refer to me as Teacher Xiaoya in the future. However, don't learn to be as cheeky as him, understand? Yes, teacher. After paying his respects, Hua Yuhao had clearly become slightly reserved. However, the blankness in his heart had stabilized a lot. Joining the Tang Sect had caused a sense of security to imperceptibly appear in his heart. This feeling hadn't appeared in his heart in a very long time. Xiaoya flipped her wrist over and pulled out a book from somewhere. She then passed it to Hua Yuhao. Little Yuhao, this is a copy of our Tang Sect's mysterious heaven treasure record. Our Tang Sect secret techniques are recorded inside. Out of them, the mysterious heaven technique is the foundation to all of the other techniques contained within. If you use it to meditate, it will definitely increase your cultivation speed. Your cultivation is still shallow, so changing your cultivation technique to the mysterious heaven technique won't have any side effects. Later on, Bei and I will guide you in cultivation. Besides the mysterious heaven technique, the mysterious heaven treasure record also has 5 more secret techniques. They are, respectively, mysterious jade hands, which is for training one's hands, purple demon, eyes, which is for train one's eyes, controlling crane, capturing dragon, which is a capturing technique, ghost shadow perplexing tracks, which is a speed type technique, and hidden weapon 100 separation, which is a method to use hidden weapons. The most famous techniques of our Tang Sect involve our hidden weapons, but you need to establish a good foundation before you can cultivate in them. What you need to do now is begin cultivating in the first 5 secret techniques. In the future, I'll teach you how to use hidden weapons. Earlier, when I said that our Tang Sect had a secret technique that'd be especially suitable for you, I was referring to the purple demon eyes. The purple demon eyes is a technique to train one's eyes, and you'll be able to release an extremely strong spiritual attack after cultivating it to a certain degree. Since your martial soul is the spirit eyes, there shouldn't be a more suitable technique for you than this. You should train in this technique as much as possible. After receiving the mysterious heaven treasure record that Tang Ye had handed him, the Yuhao carefully placed it into the folds of his shirt. Thanks, teacher. I'll definitely put in a lot of effort to cultivate these techniques. Bei tapped his belt, causing a belt that was black and embedded with round white jades to appear in his hands. Junior brother, I'll give you this imitation of the 24 moonlit bridges that our ancestor Tang Sin once had. Just take it as a meeting present from your eldest senior brother. With it, carrying a few items on you will be much more convenient. While speaking, Bei fastened the 24 moonlit bridges belt onto Hua Yuhao's waist and told him how to use it. As it turned out, the 24 embedded jades on the belt each had a half-meter wide space that could be used to store various objects. Hua Yuhao only needed to guide his soul force into the belt to be able to use it. It was a relatively precious soul tool. Hui Hao's poor talent was reflected by the state of his body, but he was extremely smart. After a few tries, he managed to easily control the 24 moonlit bridges. However, a lot of his soul force had been drained while he was learning to control it. Tang said, "Little Yu Hao, the reason why I followed your eldest senior brother out here was the same as yours. It was to kill a soul beast for its soul ring. Follow us. I'll take you back to Shrek Academy once I'm done." "Yes, teacher." Hui Yu Hao hurriedly gave a respectful reply. Tang giggled and said, "Although you've already taken me as your master, you don't have to be so reserved. Since the Tang Sect only has us 3, what's the point of us being so old-fashioned?" Bei Bei unhappily said, "With a teacher like you, it'd be a wonder if your disciples were able to be reserved. It's getting late. Let's hurry up. Hopefully our luck will be better, and we'll be able to find and kill a suitable soul beast on the outskirts of the Great Star Doe Forest." "Yeah." Tang nodded and said, "Let's go." Tang walked in front, while Bei Bei remained behind, pulling Hui Yu Hao along by the hand. The 3 of them sped up simultaneously and rushed towards the Great Star Doe Forest. After obtaining his first soul ring, Yu Hao clearly felt that his own cultivation had risen greatly. This was especially so for his body, allowing him to be much more relaxed during the journey. However, his speed was still greatly different compared to Tanya and Bei Bei's. A gentle flow of soul force flowed out from Bei Bei's hand into his, practically carrying him along on their journey. On the other hand, Hui Yu Hao himself didn't need to expend much strength. While they ran, Bei Bei spoke to Hui Yu Hao. "Junior brother, our Tang Sect's mysterious heaven technique is presently one of the continent's best cultivation techniques. As long as you cultivate it diligently, you'll definitely reap some benefits. I'll tell you the tricks needed to circulate the mysterious heaven technique. You must remember them." "Okay." Yu Hao nodded his head and listened to Bei Bei's explanation seriously. Not only was Bei Bei's outward appearance scholarly, he also had an extremely gentle and meticulous temperament. When he explained the mysterious heaven technique's cultivation technique to Hui Yu Hao, he patiently explained all of the particulars of the technique in detail. When they came across an area that Hui Yu Hao didn't understand, he would give an explanation that was both easy and simple to understand, which caused Hui Yu Hao to quickly become immersed in the fantastic technique. Tanya, who was walking in front, couldn't help but stick her tongue out because she was completely certain that she'd be unable to explain things as orderly as Bei Bei was if she were the one to teach Hui Yu Hao. As the sect master of the Tang Sect, she herself was truly unqualified as a teacher. Chapter 4.2 Thunderbolt Bei Bei. Chapter 4.2 Thunderbolt Bei Bei. Bei Bei and Hui Yu Hao continued onwards, with one person talking and one person listening. Almost 2 hours unknowingly passed. The large road had already disappeared, and their surroundings were now filled with dense forest. The air had turned fresher and cleaner, but there seemed to be a faint serious aura emitted from the depths of the forest. This is the general method used to cultivate this technique. As for the specifics, you'll have to slowly get a feel for them after try it out for yourself. If you have anything that you don't understand, you can ask me, Bei Bei said to Hui Yu Hao. Thanks, eldest senior brother. Hui Yu Hao's admiration towards Bei Bei had continuously risen while Bei Bei had been explaining everything to him. Naturally, his respect for Bei Bei had grown as well. At this moment, Tanya, who'd been walking in front, suddenly let out a cold snort. Her footsteps suddenly turned illusory, and her body instantly turned into consecutive afterimages as she pounced toward a large tree on the group's right. The only thing that Hui Yu Hao could faintly see was a few cold lights that flickered outwards. A wind baboon, similar to the one that had almost killed him previously, fell from a treetop. Xiaoya unhappily said, "These wind baboons are simply the most detestable creatures. Not only do they take the initiative to attack, they even launch sneak attacks." Hui Yu Hao hadn't used his spirit eyes earlier, so he was entirely unable to see how Xiaoya had moved. "Teacher Xiaoya, did you use a soul skill just now?" Xiaoya was slightly proud of herself as she replied, "It wasn't a soul skill, but the synergy of our Tang Sect's ghost, shadow, perplexing tracks, and hidden weapons. Wasn't it awesome? If you cultivate properly, you'll also be able to use them together in the future." "Xiaoya, careful." Bei Bei's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly raised his right hand and made an illusory, grabbing movement towards Tangya. Clearly, they'd worked together frequently, as Tangya's toes tapped the ground lightly, and her body flew up. She seemed to be weightless as she was pulled over by the absorption force exerted on her by Bei Bei's hand. A pitch-black shadow instantly fell to the ground and let out a light noise. Following that, a strong, sweet smell assaulted the senses of everyone present. Hui Yuhao's mind felt dizzy, but a wave of icy air instantly surged through his body, sealing his mouth and nose. An icy mist flew slightly outwards from Hui Yuhao's mouth and nose, causing the sweet-smelling poison gas that he previously inhaled to be dispersed into the air. An ice attribute? My second martial soul? Hui Yuhao immediately questioned the stream of icy air's origins. However, he clearly hadn't controlled it. Just as he was beginning to feel pleased because of his second martial soul's effects, Tangya had been pulled closer by the absorption force of Bei Bei's hand. She used her right hand to press against Bei Bei's shoulder, causing her delicate body to curl up and then flip around in midair to land. Behind Bei Bei, two light rings simultaneously rose up from Tangya's legs, the bright yellow colors moving up and down in a rhythmical manner. Her two soul rings were unexpectedly of the 100-year rank. In that instant, long blue vines were rapidly released from Tangya's body. One of them just so happened to wrap around Hui Yuhao's waist, while even more dispersed into the distance. However, compared to Tangya, Bei Bei, who was standing in front, shocked Hui Yuhao even more. Up to this point, in his mind, this eldest senior brother of his was a gentle, scholarly person. He always wore a gentle smile when he was beside Tangya, and had an extremely approachable feel. However, at this moment, he'd changed into a completely different person. When Xiaoya had jumped over his head, a dazzling blue light had shone from in between Bei Bei's eyebrows. Following that, the blue light instantly expanded outwards from his eyebrows and spread to his entire body. The fierce blue light resembled several small snakes as they exploded out, surrounding and moving all over his body. Except for the blue lightning symbol that had appeared on his forehead, only a single change had appeared on his body due to his martial spirit. However, just this one simple change caused Hui Yuhao to have a completely new understanding towards soul masters. The part of his body that had changed was his right arm. His right sleeve had turned completely into ash due to the expansion of his right arm, which had suddenly increased in length by more than half a foot. His entire arm had become extremely thick and was now covered in violet-blue scales. His hand had turned into a claw that was also covered with the same scales, while every joint in his hand had become extremely thick. The violet-blue lightning that circled his body gathered and separated unceasingly. However, his soul rings, two of which were yellow and one of which was purple, weren't like those of soul masters. They didn't circle around his right arm instead of his entire body, the place where the unusual changes had appeared. These three rings signified that he was a soul elder. His eldest senior brother, who was only 4 to 5 years older than him, was unexpectedly already a soul elder-level expert, who was already above the rank of 30. Furthermore, his soul rings were 200-year ones and 1,000-year one, which was the best possible combination. For soul rings, white represented a 10-year soul ring, yellow represented a 100-year soul ring, purple represented a 1,000-year soul ring, and black represented something even higher, a 10,000-year soul ring. Besides these, if the mighty 100,000-year soul beasts, such as the ones who'd persecuted the Skydream Iceworm, were turned into soul rings, they'd be red in color. Hui Yuhao had already asked them their ages. Bei Bei and Tangya were both the same age, 15. However, Bei Bei was slightly older if you looked at the month that they were born in. Considering the fact that he'd reached the soul elder realm at such an age and that he had 3 soul rings of this level, using the words heaven's chosen to describe Bei Bei couldn't be any more suitable. If you looked at their cultivations, he'd clearly surpassed Tangya, who was only a soul grandmaster that was above rank 20, despite being his master. Guava, after letting out this strange cry, the shadow that had landed on the ground instantly shot out, pouncing towards Bei Bei. Bei Bei snorted coldly, and a layer of purple light appeared in his eyes. He placed his thick right arm in front of him horizontally, causing a web of lightning to immediately cover the space in front of him, which prevented the shadow from passing. Kala. Under the rumbling sound of lightning, the shadow rebounded backwards, while Bei staggered 3 or 4 steps back at the same time. The expression on his face changed slightly. Clearly, his opponent's strength had surpassed his prediction. It's a mandala snake. Wow, it's a 1,000-year one too. This is too good. Bei, I want this one. Tangya wasn't astonished, but instead happy as her lovable voice let out a loud cry. At this moment, Hoắc Hạo had also clearly seen the shadow that had ambushed them. It was a 3-meter-long snake whose entire body was pink. There was also a small protrusion on its forehead that faintly resembled a flower. Bei clearly didn't share Tangya's excitement, and instead had a serious expression on his face. Although he was already a soul elder-level expert, it was still hard for him to easily achieve victory over a 1,000-year soul beast. However, the reason that it was possible for him to do so in the first place was because of his sufficiently strong martial spirit. If an ordinary soul elder were to see a 1,000-year soul beast, the only thing that they could do was turn around and run. Xiaoya, take care of you, Hao. Bei let out a low roar, causing the first soul rings on his right arm to flicker. Under the strong undulations of his soul force, a foot-long violet-blue dragon claw condensed and shot out towards a mandala snake. This was Thunder's Dragon Claw, Bei's first soul skill. However, the mandala snake was extremely crafty. It had previously been entrenched in the ground, but it suddenly shot into midair the moment that Bei's attack activated. Its long tail suddenly whipped about in midair, immediately resembling a pink-colored shadow as it pounced towards Bei. Bei didn't retreat, but instead advanced. He instantly leaned his body downwards, while using the ghost shadow perplexing tracks to flash forward. The lightning dragon claw that had already flown out unexpectedly turned around in midair to pursue the mandala snake from behind. At the same time, his second soul ring lit up. Countless snakes of lightning suddenly expanded simultaneously, turning into lightning arrows that flashed through the air, forming a dense, thunderous web that tried to envelop the mandala snake. Chapter 4.3 Thunderbolt Bei. Chapter 4.3 Thunderbolt Bei. The previous Thunder's Dragon Claw had only been used to make the mandala snake move, while the net formed from Bei's second soul skill, Vigorous Thunderbolt, was the true trap. As long as the mandala snake was trapped by the net of lightning, the Thunderous Dragon Claw could catch up to it from behind. Even if the mandala snake wasn't severely wounded, it would at least give Bei a decisive opportunity. However, a 1,000-year soul beast strength was absolutely not that simple. As the lightning web closed in on the mandala snake, it spat out a pink mist from its mouth, which caused a smell 10 times sweeter than earlier to spread out. Tangya took Hoắc Hạo with her as she rapidly retreated, for fear that they would be affected by the mist. This was also the first time that worry had appeared on her charming face. When the lightning arrows formed from the vigorous thunderbolt skill were sprayed by that pink mist, it was as if they'd been submerged. Their might was still present, but had instantly become fragmented. The mandala snake displayed its valiant side at this moment. Its body suddenly straightened out in midair, and it proceeded to powerfully smash through the lightning web. It had unexpectedly managed to open a gap in the web made by Vigorous Thunderbolt. When it flew out from the web, it swung its tail, causing the pink light at the tip of its tail to brighten. It then whipped the Thunderous Dragon Claw behind it, loudly shattering Bei's first soul skill. However, Bei's attacks weren't completely useless. As someone who had one of the strongest B-souls, his attack power was at the peak of soul masters at the same rank as him. Although the mandala snake was valiant, a fine layer of lightning had appeared on its body after it had consecutively broken through 2 of Bei's soul skills. When it landed on the ground, it was unable to continue releasing attacks. At the same time, Bei didn't proceed to launch any more attacks. He didn't dare to inhale the toxic pink mist that had spread out into the air either. As he rapidly retreated, a porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. After dumping a pill out for himself, he threw the bottle towards Tangya. Tangya grabbed the porcelain bottle immediately dumped out 2 pills. She ate 1 pill and shoved the other into Hui Hao's mouth. "Bei, I'll help you." While chewing the pill, Tanya said. Bei shook his head and replied, "This fellow is very troublesome. I'm afraid that I'll have to plan on a battle of attrition. There's a very high possibility of soul beasts appearing in the surroundings, so you should be careful. I'll take him on alone. Also, take care of Yu Hao." This was the second time that Bei had reminded Tanya to take care of Yu Hao, which caused a warm feeling to surge through his heart. Throughout his entire life, Bei was the first person other than his mother to treat him this well. Due to this, he couldn't help but be moved. "I want to help eldest senior brother. I'm not trash." Yu Hao rapidly poured his soul force into his spirit eyes, and the soul skills that he'd just obtained immediately flashed through his mind. A faint golden light appeared in his deep blue eyes once again, and his jade-white soul rings started to rise up from his feet. If you looked at them just from the surface, you couldn't see any signs of anything happening. However, the next moment, both Bei and Tanya's bodies simultaneously shook, an astonished look appearing in their eyes. From their point of view, time seemed to have slowed down. Everything around them had become exceptionally clear, and a large amount of information instantly appeared inside of their minds wherever they looked. When Bei looked attentively at the mandala snake, the distance between him and the snake appeared in his mind. Even the minute changes in strength from every one of its muscle appeared in his mind. All of the subtleties and minute details had appeared clearly in the depths of his mind. Not only that, but they didn't even need to use their eyes to see anything in a 30-meter radius around them. All of their surroundings had appeared inside of their minds as three-dimensional shapes. Furthermore, any subtle changes that occurred would immediately be reflected in their minds. This was, no matter whether it was Bei or Tanya, they both immediately thought of Yu Hao. Was this Yu Hao's first soul skill? Why could it be so mystical? With the assistance of a detection ability like this, facing any opponent would be far, far too effortless, especially with an opponent like the mandala snake, which was a soul beast specialized in speed. For a person like Bei who had sufficient attack power, there wasn't anything else that could be as helpful as an ability to predict his opponent's movements and seize a key opportunity. This 10-year soul ring skill was actually so strong. Its auxiliary ability was this outstanding. Sure enough, it deserved its name as a rarely seen mutated spiritual attribute, martial soul. Yu Hao naturally didn't know that both Bei and Tang had credited the mysticality of the skill that he was currently using on his mutated martial soul. However, in reality, he wasn't using one soul skill, but 2. The 2 skills that he was using were the first skill that the million-year soul ring had given him, spiritual detection, combined with the second skill, spiritual sharing. These 2 skills were auxiliary-type skills, and this was the first time that Yu Hao had used them. Although he hadn't been able to completely comprehend the subtleties behind the 2 skills, he was still able to exhibit most of their enormous effects. With the current strength of his body, the might of the Skydream Iceworm's soul rings were roughly equivalent to that of a 400-year soul beast's. Because of this, the range of his spiritual detection and spiritual sharing was roughly 30 meters. However, with his current power, the maximum number of people that he could simultaneously share his spiritual detection ability with was 3. His strength wouldn't be enough if there were more people. His soul force consumption while using these 2 skills wasn't great, but Yu Hao had to use a certain amount of spiritual power too. It could be said that he was using both spiritual power and soul force to jointly support these 2 skills. With his current level of cultivation, lasting at least an hour wouldn't be a problem at all. The exact amount of time that he could last could only be discovered later on through testing. A low rumble suddenly reverberated from Bei's body. His whole body emitted strong, violet-blue lightning, and the scales on his right arm rapidly spread outwards towards his body, encasing the right part of his chest within them. This caused the aura released from his body to instantly rise abruptly. His 3rd soul ring, the purple one, also released a dazzling radiance at this moment. This was the skill from his 1,000-year soul ring, Thunderous Fury. As a person who possessed a beast soul with the strongest attack power, his 3rd soul skill, Thunderous Fury, was capable of instantly raising the effects of Bei Bei's soul force attacks by more than 50%. Furthermore, the strength of his lightning attribute had also doubled. Although this wasn't a direct attack skill, it still managed to increase Bei's condition to an extraordinarily strong realm. Even some four-ring soul ancestor experts wouldn't be his match if they had weaker martial spirits. Although Bei wasn't that old, his amount of combat experience was extremely plentiful. After obtaining the support of Hua Yuhao's spiritual detection and spiritual sharing, he knew that his chance had come. Since he couldn't be sure of how long Hua Yuhao could maintain this state, he immediately decided to use all of his strength at once by releasing his strongest ability. A violet-blue lightning bolt curled around the dragon claw that his right hand had turned into, and a thunderous dragon claw, about twice the size of the previous one, appeared around his hand. However, Bei didn't directly release it this time. Instead, his body flashed as he pounced towards the 1,000-year mandala snake. The mandala snake was also crafty. Its 1,000 years of cultivation had caused it to possess a certain amount of intelligence. The aura released from Bei's body had already caused it to feel a considerably high level of danger. Since itself unable to harm its opponent anymore, it suddenly spat out a mouthful of toxic mist towards Bei, before turning around to run away. Umph! Bei snorted coldly, and the light in his eyes suddenly turned slightly profound. A layer of fragmented lightning suddenly burst outwards from his body, forcibly dispersing the toxic mist. At the same time, the thunderous dragon claw in his right hand shot out towards the space, diagonally to the left of him. Chapter 4.4 Thunderbolt Bei. Chapter 4.4 Thunderbolt Bei. At this moment, the effects of Hua Yuhao's spiritual detection fully appeared. The reason that Bei could predict his opponent's movements and strike first was because of the spiritual detection that Hua Yuhao had shared with him. When a mandala snake sprung forwards, it fled diagonally to the left in front of Bei. However, at this moment, an enormous absorption force appeared in the path that it had taken in order to escape, and it was almost as if it had simply delivered itself right into Bei's hands. Once the enormous absorption force caught the mandala snake, its forward momentum was immediately dissolved, and it was sucked towards Bei. With the threat of life and death looming over its head, the mandala snake immediately exploded out with power. A fierce pink light immediately shone from the top of its head, and it let out several sharp hisses. The flower-like protrusion on the top of its head suddenly exploded, and an arrow made of pink blood flew straight at Bei. However, Bei had already responded to this in advance. The instant before the flower-like protrusion exploded, the thunderous dragon claw on his right arm had already launched a fierce attack. It landed on the body of the mandala snake in the same instant that the protrusion exploded. The arrow made of pink blood had only flown several inches before it was swept away by the explosion. However, Bei felt cold sweat form. The thunderous dragon claw that he'd released had actually turned pink when it touched the pink blood. If it weren't for the fact that he was able to predict his opponent's movements and seize a decisive opportunity, it might have been very troublesome for him if he'd been infected by that blood arrow. Bei's figure flashed as he instantly charged forward. This time, the 1,000-year mandala snake had no countermeasures left. It was accurately grabbed by Bei's right claw when it was only 7 inches away from him. It still attempted to use its body to wrap around Bei's, but directly lost consciousness after being struck by the terrifying lightning from Bei's vigorous thunderbolt. The 1,000-year mandala snake was widely known for its tyrannical body and its lightning-like speed. However, once it fell into the hands of Bei, who possessed an extraordinarily powerful martial spirit, its defensive power wasn't worth mentioning at all. Under the state of thunderous fury, Bei's dragon claw let out a fierce blow, partially crushing its head. Its bones seemed as if they could be crushed at any time. Xiaoya, Bei let out a low roar. Tang naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Carrying Hua Yuhao, she rapidly approached the mandala snake. A half-foot-long throwing knife appeared in her hand, which she then flung directly into the mandala snake's mouth that Bei had pinched open, ending the life of the 1,000-year mandala snake. The violet-blue light from his lightning vanished as Bei Bei finally relaxed, while a purple soul ring slowly condensed and formed above the mandala snake's head. Tang looked towards Bei Bei with an excited expression, and Bei Bei nodded back at her. Quickly start. I didn't think that we'd meet a 1,000-year soul beast at the edge of the Great Stardow Forest. The quality of soul beasts in the Great Stardow Forest has really increased. Tang giggled and said, I didn't think that it'd go this smoothly. Protect me. While speaking, she rapidly sat down in a cross-legged position beside the mandala snake. A blue, gem-like luster shone in her right hand, and she slowly raised her empty hands. After gently tapping the purple soul ring above the mandala snake, it was immediately sucked into the blue light in her hand. Then it merged with her body. The smile on Tang Ye's face suddenly vanished as she began to concentrate on absorbing the soul ring. Only now did Hoắc Hạo realize that Tang Ye had already reached the bottleneck of the 30th rank. The reason why she and Bei Bei had come to the Great Stardow Forest must have been to look for a suitable third soul ring for her. Only, what was Teacher Xiao Ye's martial soul? A blue vine. Xiao Ye's martial soul is blue silvergrass. Bei Bei said gently, as if he'd seen through the doubt in Hoắc Hao's heart. Hoắc Hạo was astonished as he replied, the blue silvergrass? The same martial soul as the person in the Tang Sect's legends. Bei Bei nodded his head and said, 10,000 years ago, the first-generation sect master of the Tang Sect relied on his blue-silver grass martial soul to forge the Tang Sect's glory. Afterwards, he became a god and left. However, he didn't leave any descendants in the Tang Sect. For the sake of remembering him, the later generations of the Tang Sect stubbornly glorified blue silvergrass when choosing the next sect master. In addition to that, the Tang Sect would put much more effort into nurturing soul masters who possessed blue silvergrass. Unfortunately, the facts have proven themselves. Blue silvergrass isn't something that just anyone can unleash great power with. Ever since the almighty legend of the Tang Sect left, the Tang Sect hasn't had any more experts with blue silvergrass that were able to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. However, this tradition has continued to be passed down, and nobody can change it. Xiao Ye's innate talent to use her blue silvergrass is already rather good, so I hope that she can make some sort of a breakthrough. Hoắc Hạo was slightly curious as he asked, eldest senior brother, if that year's Tang Sect was truly as strong as the legends say, why did it head down the road of decline? Bei Bei smiled slightly and replied, you'll gradually understand the answer to this question once you arrive at Shrek Academy. There were many internal and external problems. Currently, the only people left in the Tang Sect are the few of us, but in fact, this isn't a bad thing at all. At the very least, it'll be very hard to use certain restrictions on us. On the contrary, junior brother, you've truly given me a great surprise. Hoắc Hạo naturally understood that Bei Bei was referring to the soul skills that he'd just used. He couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. I was just trying to use it. It's good that it was a bit helpful. Bei Bei firmly said, how could that only be considered a bit helpful? I don't normally have the assurance to face a 1,000-year soul beast. If it weren't for that fantastic assistance from your spiritual power, it would have been very hard for me to escape in one piece. Previously, when his confrontation with the mandala snake had reached its last crucial point, he'd relied on Hoắc Hao's spiritual detection skill to help him accurately predict the mandala snake's every movement. Not only that, but the most important moment was when the mandala snake had detonated its crown. The moment before happened, Bei Bei had clearly felt a kind of bright feeling surround the mandala snake's crown within the spiritual detection world. He hadn't been able to see it with his eyes at all. This all came from the feeling that he'd felt from the three-dimensional world of Hoắc Hao's spiritual detection. Because of this, he'd been able to near instantly react subconsciously. If not, he might not have been able to retreat in one piece if the toxic blood had polluted him. This also made Bei Bei aware of how enormous of a role Hoắc Hao's skill had had during the battle. He made a conservative estimation. If he had the assistance of Hoắc Hao's skill during a fight with an opponent, his overall strength would be increased by 20 to 30% minimum. This was a phenomenal increase. Furthermore, this was only Hoắc Hao's first soul skill. Hui Hao still had some lingering fear in his heart as he said, "That snake was truly too fierce." "Eldest senior brother, what soul beast was it?" Bei Bei replied, "It's called a mandala snake, and its toxicity is extremely strong. Not only does it have a numbing effect, it also has a strong destructive effect towards one's mental state. It was one of the most terrifying existences amongst poison-type soul beasts. Its body was extremely tough, and ordinary blades will have difficulty wounding it. Its only weaknesses are its mouth and eyes. However, the mandala snake will always protect these two extremely well. Furthermore, its speed is incomparably quick. However, the most terrifying part of this snake is its attack. Once it clearly identifies its opponent, it rarely gives up." Chapter 5.1 First Glimpse Through the Gate. Chapter 5.1 First Glimpse Through the Gate. Because of its innate strength and toxicity, the mandala snake doesn't have many natural predators. Before they reach 1,000 years of age, their bodies will have a dark green color, and they'll grow a meter longer for every 100 years they live. By the time they're approaching the 1,000-year level, their bodies can be as long as 10 meters in length. Once they break through, the energy inside of their bodies will condense, and they'll continuously molt. Not only will the color of their bodies change from dark green to pink, their bodies will also simultaneously shrink back down to 1 meter. Afterwards, they'll grow another meter every 100 years. After reaching 2,000 years of age, they'll once again shrink back down to 1 meter. However, the pink color of their skin will become deeper. If we look at the color and length of this mandala snake, we can see that it should have been over 1,300 years old. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid that IDEV had to suffer a bit to kill it. Naturally, Bei Bei didn't say that it actually wouldn't have been too hard for him and Tanya to team up and kill the mandala snake, if Hui Hao hadn't been there. After listening to Bei Bei's explanation, Hui Hao's knowledge grew. This mandala snake is actually that mysterious. Then, would it perhaps shed again once it's reached 10,000 years in age? Bei Bei nodded and replied, "A 10,000-year mandala snake will turn yellow. That would be a truly terrifying existence. Even Soul King experts won't dare to rashly provoke a 10,000-year mandala snake if they encounter one. You'd need a Soul Emperor, at the very least, to be able to beat it easily. Junior brother, since Xiaoyu is currently absorbing her soul ring, tell me about your soul skill. What's the name of the soul skill that you just used, and how long can you maintain it for? This is very important information." Hui Hao had previously heard the Skydream Iceworm's reminder, and knew that he couldn't let him be revealed. After pondering about it for a little while, he said, "Eldest senior brother, the skill that I just used is called Spiritual Detection Sharing. You should have been able to sense its range. It can only currently be of help within a roughly 30-meter radius. When my soul force increases, its radius should also increase. I don't know how long I can maintain it, but I feel that its soul force consumption doesn't seem to be too large." "No way." Bei Bei looked at him, flabbergasted. "The soul force consumption of a skill that has such an enormous effect, like yours, doesn't seem to be too large. Your spirit eyes seem to be too strong. Furthermore, your soul ring was only obtained from a 10-year wind baboon. This is almost too impossible to believe. The soul masters of the Dolawa continent have researched martial souls for over 10,000 years, but there's never been a situation like yours recorded within any of the books I've read. This is truly hard to imagine." Hui Hao lowered his head and said, "I don't know what's going on either." After Bei Bei pondered the matter himself for a while, he revealed a smile and said, "Junior brother, you don't need to think too deeply about it. A strong soul skill is always a good thing. With the support of this soul skill, I'm afraid that any soul master will be willing to work with you in the future. However, junior brother, you're a spiritual type soul master. In the future, do you plan to walk the path of an auxiliary system soul master or a control system soul master?" Hui Hao was stunned for a moment. "I don't know either," Bei Bei said. "Choosing the path your cultivation will take is very important. This directly relates to the soul skills that you'll choose for your future soul rings, as well as the direction of your cultivation. Although you, a spiritual type soul master, have only just obtained your first soul ring, you've already revealed your martial soul's strong potential. If you become a simple auxiliary system soul master, I feel that it would be a bit of a waste. Although I don't know what kind of spiritual soul skills you'll manage to obtain in the future, I'm inclined towards making you become a control system soul master. You'll have to put in a lot of time and energy into your spiritual control, but if everything goes smoothly, you might become the core of your team in the future. A team? Do soul masters have to join a team? Hui Hao asked curiously. Since his youth, he'd always relied on himself for cultivation, and had had to experience everything for himself. No one but his mother had ever taught him anything. Now that he'd joined the Tang Sect, in his opinion, his eldest senior brother had become more important than a teacher. It had only been a short period of time, but Bei Bei had taught him many things. Bei Bei patiently explained, "Our profession as soul masters has developed quite a bit after so many years, but the idea of forming a team was entirely created by the almighty founder of our Tang Sect 10,000 years ago. At that time, he and his companions were called Shrek's 7 monsters. The 7 of them all had formidable abilities and could release an even stronger fighting strength when they worked together. From then on, cooperation between soul masters became the only path for their development. After all, the strength of an individual is minuscule. For example, your cooperation with me just now. It allowed me to be much more relaxed during the battle. Xiaoya and I also have some combination tactics. Conversely, the number of soul masters within a team normally shouldn't surpass 10. Out of that team, there would be a battle-type soul master who's responsible for defense, an assault system soul master who's responsible for attacks, and a control system soul master who both commands and controls the battlefield. There are also auxiliary system tool-type soul masters, auxiliary system food-type soul masters, agility system soul masters, along with many other types of soul masters. They all have different uses in a team." Hui Hao seemed to have suddenly understood something as he said, "Then, is eldest senior brother an assault system soul master?" Bei Bei smiled as he nodded and said, "My martial soul is the blue lightning tyrant dragon. It's considered a rather strong martial soul amongst beast souls. It specializes in attacks. On the other hand, Xiao Ya's martial soul is blue silvergrass, which will allow her to become a control system soul master like the almighty ancestor of the Tang Sect from the legends. However, her controlling abilities mostly appear within the blue silvergrass. If you can also become a control system soul master, we can rely on the combination of your spiritual controlling abilities and Xiao Ya's blue silvergrass. With 2 control system soul masters, we won't even need an auxiliary system tool-type soul master to be able to form a strong team." Hui Hao nodded seriously. "Eldest senior brother, I'll listen to your advice. Then, I'll work hard to become a control system soul master. Only my natural talent isn't too good. My cultivation speed is very slow." After speaking to this point, he couldn't help but lower his head. When he compared himself, who was already 11 but only had 1 ring, to Bei Bei or Tangya, his talent was quite disappointing. Bei Bei rubbed Hui Hao's head and smiled. "Talent is only one part of success. In the past, there weren't always people who could guide you on your cultivation path. Add on to that the fact that you didn't have a suitable cultivation technique, and it's already very commendable that you have been able to reach your current situation with hard work alone. Furthermore, your martial soul in and of itself is pretty good, which means that your potential in the future will be very great. Thus, you don't have to be so remorseful. Since you have the time right now, it'd be better for you to cultivate more. As long as you're able to break through to the 30th rank before the age of 20, you'll have hopes of becoming a strong soul master. No matter whether it's me or Xiaoya, we'll both do our best to help you." "Thank you, eldest senior brother." Only a touched expression remained on Hui Hao's face. Bei Bei gently pat his shoulder. "Meeting you might also be Xiaoya and I's good fortune, since we were able to resolve the issue of her advancement in rank so quickly. After she finishes absorbing her soul ring, we can return to the academy. This place isn't particularly suitable for cultivation. You can recall the mysterious heaven technique that I told you about earlier right now, and can start cultivating it once we've reached a safe area." "Yes," Hui Hao replied respectfully. In his heart, Bei Bei had already become slightly more of a teacher to him than Tangya. Chapter 5.2 First Glimpse Through the Gate. Chapter 5.2 First Glimpse Through the Gate. "Oh right, junior brother. Didn't you say that you were unclear about how long you could maintain your spiritual detection sharing for? Why don't we experiment to see? This will relate to our future cooperation during battles, as well as let you understand your own ability and familiarize you with your new skill. Under Bei Bei's suggestion, Yu Hao released his spiritual detection sharing once again. A faint golden light flickered out from his eyes, and a three-dimensional image that was 30 meters in radius appeared inside of his and Bei Bei's minds. Hua Yu Hao's spiritual detection sharing was flawless and was able to clearly differentiate any subtle changes within that 30-meter radius. The more Bei Bei experienced it, the more astonished he became. This spiritual detection sharing wasn't just an auxiliary detection skill, but was like another brain for him to make decisions with. Every minute detail within a radius of 30 meters had essentially been revealed, and there were absolutely no dead angles. While he was under this skill's effect, it was as if he had countless eyes that were observing the situation from various angles with the highest level of carefulness. The thing that made him even more astonished was that Hua Yu Hao seemed to be extremely relaxed while he had this soul skill activated. He hadn't even shown any traces of exhaustion. While they shared the effects of his spiritual detection sharing, they could even feel some of the changes occurring inside of Tangya's body as she merged with her soul ring. Tangya's figure seemed to have become even more slender, yet her aura was becoming richer and more powerful at an astonishing speed. There was also a luster that had appeared on her skin, while her chi and blood had become more exuberant. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed, yet Hua Yu Hao's face had only turned slightly pale. Bei Bei inwardly gasped with praise. A spiritual skill that lasted so long. It was already enough to be used in battle. Furthermore, not only could little Yu Hao's spiritual detection sharing be used on the battlefield, it also had many other uses. For example, while they were on a dangerous adventure or hunting soul beasts, this was a rarely seen and extremely practical ability. Finally, after Hua Yu Hao had maintained his skill for almost an hour, he was unable to persevere any longer. His body flashed as he ended his spiritual detection sharing. He felt stabs of pain in his mind, and the strong sense of dizziness nearly caused him to fall down. He hurriedly sat down in a cross-legged position and immediately started meditating to recover his lost soul force and spiritual power. This wasn't the first time that Hua Yu Hao had experienced bitter pain due to an overdraft of his spiritual power. The feeling of his mind becoming blank was definitely not a comfortable feeling. Bei Bei had been quietly observing him the entire time. When he saw that Hua Yu Hao didn't collapse after his exhaustion of power, but rather tiredly sat down in a cross-legged position to meditate instead, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. He silently nodded his head. Compared to seeing someone's talent, Bei Bei preferred to look at someone's temperament. In his mind, this junior brother of his had undoubtedly passed this test. The time needed for someone to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring was considerably long. So Bei Bei walked around their surroundings in order to spread out some medicine that could chase away soul beasts. Their luck was actually quite good. Only a few 10-year and 100-year soul beasts appeared as Tangya cultivated, but they were all chased away by Bei Bei. Furthermore, they didn't encounter any other existences at the level of a 1,000-year soul beast, so the process was more frightening than truly dangerous. Phew! After exhaling deeply, Tangya slowly opened her eyes, causing a radiant light to appear inside of her bright pupils. The energies in her body had all risen by an extremely large amount. Along the path of a soul master's cultivation, the 30th rank was an important threshold. Being able to cross this threshold allowed one to step into the soul elder realm. Reaching the soul elder realm signified that one was a true expert that had an immeasurable future. Many soul masters who had rather poor talent were unable to break through the bottleneck of the 30th rank, even after using up all of their life's energy. I succeeded. Tangya jumped up excitedly. Following the stimulation of her soul force, 2 yellow soul rings and 1 purple soul ring rapidly rose up from her feet. The most eye-catching sight was naturally the 1,000-year soul ring. The bright purple color released an aura filled with grandeur. Tangya's strength had already entered a completely different level from this moment on. Bei Bei smiled as he said, "Xiaoya, congratulations. Tanya let out a cheerful cry as she suddenly pounced on Bei Bei, giving him a big hug. Bei Bei, thank you. Bei Bei hugged her delicate body, and a slightly doting look appeared within the smile on his face. Since I've promised to help you achieve your dreams, I'll naturally do just that. As Tanya rested in Bei Bei's embrace, she inadvertently saw a pair of large, astonished eyes looking at her, causing her to suddenly remember that there was another person present. She instantly broke free from Bei Bei's embrace and looked at Hui Hao, whose spirit eyes were flickering, with a slightly embarrassed look as she said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen love between a teacher and a student before?" Hui Hao answered with an extremely honest tone, "I've never seen it before." When he saw Bei Bei and Tanya hugging each other, an indescribable sense of envy suddenly appeared in his heart. However, he wasn't jealous of them at all. His eldest senior brother and his teacher, Xiao, you were truly well matched with each other. Bei Bei coughed and said, "All right, since you've already finished absorbing your soul ring, we should quickly leave this place." During the past few years, the number of accidents that have occurred to soul masters entering the Great Stardow Forest have increased. Even the areas around the forest have existences such as thousand-year soul beasts, so it would be better for us to leave sooner rather than later. Tanya nodded her head and said, "Let's go." At this moment, the sky had already dimmed. However, spending the night in the Great Stardow Forest clearly wasn't a good plan, so the three of them ignored their exhaustion as they rapidly ran towards the outside of the forest. Hui Hao, who'd recovered his spiritual power, even activated his spiritual detection sharing again, creating another level of safety for their journey towards the exit of the Great Stardow Forest, so much so that they even managed to evade a thousand-year soul beast that wouldn't take the initiative to attack. After rapidly hurrying along for 2 hours, they managed to finally return to the brook where they'd eaten the roasted fish. This was already several tens of miles from the Great Stardow Forest, which meant that they were, fundamentally, far away from any danger. Hui Hao was naturally dragged over and made a chef one again, under Tanya's fierce request for him to roast more fish. However, he didn't need to catch the fish this time around. Bei Bei simply stretched his right hand into the water. Then violet blue lightning flashed in the water, causing 10 unconscious mackerels to rise to the surface belly up. After that, he used the controlling crane capturing dragon technique to quickly get them to the brookside, allowing them to nearly instantly be able to eat. Tanya also took out some food that was stored within her storage soul tool. The three people sat together and ate a sumptuous dinner. Tanya was in extremely high spirits, which made her eat even more. After finishing her meal, she directly slept on the large tree beside the bonfire. On the other hand, the person who'd actually obtained the most benefits, Hui Hao, hadn't gone to sleep yet. He resisted the doubled exhaustion caused by his tired body and mind, and asked for Bei Bei to give him some pointers so that he could begin to cultivate the mysterious heaven technique for the first time. Bei Bei very much admired Hui Hao's diligence. After taking off his outerwear to cover Tanya with, he explained some of the main aspects of the mysterious heaven technique's cultivation to Hui Hao. In addition to that, he helped Hui Hao start meditating. The paths that the mysterious heaven technique passed through during cultivation were much more complicated than Hui Hao's original meditation technique. The number of passageways used by the technique were at least 10 times greater than that of his original technique, so much so that Hui Hao's soul force had never even passed through many of the channels. For the sake of ensuring Hui Hao's safety while cultivating, Bei Bei sat behind him in a cross-legged position. Bei Bei's hands were pressed against the center of Hui Hao's back, allowing his soul force to seep into Hui Hao's body as he guided Hui Hao's soul force along the first circulation of the mysterious heaven technique. Chapter 5.3 First Glimpse Through the Gate. Chapter 5.3 First Glimpse Through the Gate. By the time that Hui Hao had just started to guide his soul force around his body, Bei Bei's expression had turned serious. Hui Hao's comprehension skills were very high, and he was also very smart. However, his body's talents were indeed somewhat lacking. After Bei Bei's soul force had entered Hui Hao's body, he discovered that his meridians were extremely narrow, and that there were some very delicate meridians in his body that wouldn't be able to handle any strong force flowing through. At this moment, Bei Bei realized that the fact that Hui Hao had been able to cultivate to his current rank, and that he had been able to possess his first soul ring, had been somewhat difficult for him. After obtaining his first soul ring, his body would have improved to a certain extent, but his passageways were still this frail. It could be seen just how poor his talent was, so much so that he truly wasn't much better off than some ordinary folks who hadn't even awakened their soul force. Just how much willpower did he have to have cultivated his soul force to the 10th rank, and have become a soul master? Bei Bei had a calm temperament. Discovering this didn't make him feel despair towards Hui Hao. Instead, his respect for him slightly increased. Being able to have such unwavering determination at Hui Hao's age meant that, even if Hui Hao's talent was somewhat poor, he'd still be able to achieve something in life. After investigating the condition of Hui Hao's body, Bei Bei guessed that the reason that Hui Hao's spirit eyes were so strong was definitely linked to the mutation of his martial soul. Furthermore, although his mutated martial soul was very strong, the harm it had caused to Hui Hao when he was young was also very great. Because he hadn't been properly cared for, it caused his talent to become like this. If he'd been immediately treated with medicine after he was born, perhaps his junior brother would have been a genius. In reality, Bei Bei's guess was only half accurate. The reason why Hui Hao's body was so frail was indeed because of the deficiency caused by the mutation of his martial soul, and because of the lack of care towards him after awakening his martial spirit. However, the main reason why his spirit eyes skills were so strong was because of the million-year intelligent soul ring, the Skydream Iceworm. As the dark sky gradually turned dark blue, a patch of white slowly began to appear from the east. Bei Bei slowly withdrew his palms and let out a long breath. It was hard to conceal the exhaustion on his slightly pale face. He'd used an entire night to help unblock Hui Hao's passageways, helping him complete the first circulation of the mysterious heaven technique. This process had been quite arduous, but it had had enormous benefits for Hui Hao. Hui Hao spat out a mouthful of clotted blood before he opened his eyes. At this moment, Hui Hao felt that all 36,000 pores on his body had been opened up, causing an unprecedented feeling of relaxation to spread throughout his body. The mouthful of clotted blood he'd spat out were impurities within his blood that had caused the stagnation of his passageways. After Bei Bei had helped him unblock his passageways, it finally unclogged his passageways. Even if his passageways were still thin and weak, he could at least let soul force flow through them. This would allow Hui Hao's soul force to flow smoothly when he cultivated in the future. To a certain extent, this had changed his physique. Even though Bei Bei was an excellent cultivator amongst his peers and was a soul elder-level expert, he was exhausted after unblocking Hui Hao's passageways. Junior brother, stand up and look towards the east. Follow my movements and focus your eyes. Bei Bei resisted his exhaustion and let out a low shout towards Hui Hao while grasping his shoulders with his hands. At this moment, Tanya, who had originally been sleeping soundly, actually woke up. She jumped up and arrived beside Bei Bei. The three of them opened their eyes and looked towards the eastern sky. A faint purple cloud seemed to flash through the marble-white sky that was gradually turning bright. If you didn't have astonishing visual acuity, as well as sufficient concentration, it would be impossible for one to discover its existence. The appearance of the purple cloud caused the three people's attention to be focused on it. They even stopped exhaling. Instead, they lightly and slowly inhaled, simultaneously fixing their gazes on the hint of purple that had suddenly, faintly appeared. The purple cloud wasn't present for very long. By the time the morning sun had slowly risen from the east, it had already disappeared. Only then did the three people slowly close their eyes and simultaneously exhale the impurities from their bodies. Bei Bei and Tanya each spat out a misty white stream of air. After inhaling and exhaling several times, it finally dispersed. Although Hui Hao's cultivation wasn't even close to that of his teacher Xiaoya, or his eldest senior brother, he felt an intense shock. When he had looked at the purple cloud in the distant east, a strong warm feeling had seemed to flow into his brain via his spirit eyes, causing his eyes to obtain an unprecedented nourishment. So much so that he was able to look at anything with an extremely clear level of vision, without using any soul force. Even his peripheral vision instantly expanded. And when he had shut his eyes to contain that purple cloud, it had slowly immersed itself into his eyes. His spirit eyes had even started to naturally activate the soul force within his body, causing it to merge with the purple cloud. The originally warm feeling gradually became a faint, refreshing feeling that gave him an unspeakable sense of relaxation. The purple demon eyes, this was the skill that teacher Xiao had spoken about. This was the skill that was said to be the most suitable for him to cultivate. This was only the first time that he'd cultivated it, yet it unexpectedly had such an effect. Hoắc Hạo felt that even the soul force that he'd previously cultivated and upgraded for the past several months hadn't had as good an effect as this eastern purple cloud. After a full 15 minutes, that feeling of relaxation gradually disappeared. When Hoắc Hạo finally opened his eyes, a faintly discernible purple light had already appeared in the depths of his clear, deep blue eyes. It seems that you truly had good results. Tang looked at Hoắc Hạo with a pleased expression on her face. Hoắc Hạo hurriedly stood up and respectfully said, "Thank you, teacher. Thank you, eldest senior brother." The purple glint in Bei's eyes gradually dimmed, but a look of extreme exhaustion still remained on his face. He patted Hoắc Hao's shoulder as he said, "We're a family. In the future, you don't need to thank us. However, I'm going to rest for a while, so I'm afraid that we can only leave later. Teacher Xiaoya, please prepare some food. Junior brother, go cultivate the mysterious heaven technique again to consolidate your memories from last night." Yes. The respect that Hoắc Hạo had towards this eldest senior brother of his had deepened even more. After hearing his words, he immediately sat down and began to follow the mysterious heaven technique to circulate his soul force. With the profound memories of last night, along with Bei unclogging his meridians, activating his soul force was now much easier. The soul force that he'd originally obtained via meditation gradually turned a faint white color after being refined by the mysterious heaven technique. After 2 hours, Bei took the initiative to awaken from his cultivation. His cultivation level was already extremely strong, so he could easily sweep away his exhaustion. Tang gave Bei some rations and quietly asked, "How is he?" Bei smiled slightly and said, "You were actually right this time. My junior brother is a promising talent. His body's condition isn't great, but he has strong comprehensive abilities. Furthermore, he can bear hardship, and his heart is steady. He's a good sprout. In addition to that, the mysterious heaven technique in and of itself has benefits towards his growth. If he cultivates it for a long time, it'll help repair the passageways in his body. This is a technique that's also quite suitable for him. As for his future growth, it'll depend on his own hard work, as well as what opportunities he obtains. All we can do is open a door for him, but how far he can travel will be up to him." Chapter 5.4 First Glimpse Through the Gate. Chapter 5.4 First Glimpse Through the Gate. Tang softly said, "Thanks." Bei couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Just what's gotten into you? Normally, you'd never say thanks to me. Could it be because of my junior brother? I won't stand for a rival in love." Tang punched him unhappily and said, "You know what I'm thanking you for. Stop acting stupid." Bei gently moved his arm, leisurely pulling Tang into his embrace. "Xiaoya, I'll admit it. The reason that I agreed to join the Tang Sect in the first place was because I'd fallen for you, because I fell in love at first sight. But as I cultivated the Tang Sect's techniques, I realized more and more just how deep our Tang Sect is. Although the Tang Sect has declined, wouldn't it be interesting if we were able to redevelop it and bring it to great heights? Therefore, I'm already not just doing things for the Tang Sect solely because of you, but also because of the Tang Sect in and of itself." Tang blinked her large eyes and said, "Does that mean that you'll still work hard for the future of the Tang Sect, even if I don't like you?" Bei's expression immediately changed as he spoke with a slightly exasperated tone. "Be a bit more normal, please." Tang smiled. "I just love seeing you reveal your true colors. You normally have such a dignified look. Aren't you tired of it?" Bei flicked her forehead. "That's called being civilized. Don't think that everyone's like you. You're always revealing your thoughts on your face." Tang grabbed his wrist and spoke with a wronged expression. "I'm not allowing you to flick my forehead anymore. This is offending your teacher. Right. Do you think that little Yu Hao will be able to last at the academy? Bei Bei shook his head and said, It's hard to say. It'll depend on his will. All I can say is that if he can really manage to last there and stay for the full 12 years, then his future accomplishments might be even higher than mine. Tang was startled. I didn't think that you'd have such a high evaluation of him. Bei Bei smiled slightly and replied, My junior brother's mutated martial soul is extraordinary. You'll understand when I give you an example. There's already been a slight difference between the first and second time that he used his spiritual detection sharing. This means that his mastery of the skill isn't that high, yet it's already amplified our powers by an enormous amount. Furthermore, if what he said is true, it seems that this skill can still evolve. If his future soul skills are all like this, he'll definitely reach the pinnacle of spiritual control system soul masters. Tang said, It's just that his self-defense skills are lacking. It'll remain like until he reaches a certain level of cultivation too. Bei Bei replied, No, you're wrong. He won't need to protect himself because, even if he merely has the skill that he just used, he's destined to have no lack of companions beside him. Hui Yuhao's cultivation period lasted even longer than Tanya and Bei Bei expected. His cultivation unexpectedly lasted all the way until noon. During this period of time, Bei Bei went over to him a few times to check on the circulation paths of the mysterious heaven technique, which he found to have no deviations at all. It could be said that Hui Yuhao had truly entered the Tang Sect after his cultivation this time. After Hui Yuhao awakened from his cultivation, he ate some food. Then, the three of them headed towards the east. The majority of the Great Star Do Forest lay within the territory of the Star Luo Empire. Only a small portion of it lay within the Tianhan Empire. On the other hand, Shrek Academy was located to the northeast of the Great Star Do Forest, so the distance between the two wasn't considered too far. The reason that Tanya and Bei Bei had entered the Great Star Do Forest from the south was because the surrounding area had a relatively low number of strong soul beasts. Because Shrek Academy frequently had students who'd enter the Great Star Do Forest to kill soul beasts, they were utterly hated by the expert soul beasts within. So much so that a large number of soul beasts had charged out of the forest, creating a major event known as a beast wave, which had gone towards Shrek Academy. Because of this, every single person within the academy below the Soul King rank was prohibited from entering the Great Star Do Forest from the entrance closest to the academy. Even if one were a Soul King expert, he'd still need a teacher guiding him to be able to enter. The three of them hurried towards Shrek Academy, but the speed of their advance wasn't considered quick since they had to circle around the Great Star Do Forest. Thus, they had to travel nearly 1,000 miles. During their journey, Tanya and Bei Bei imparted the absolute techniques of the Tang Sect to him. Of them, the techniques that Hui Yuhao comprehended the most were the mysterious heaven technique and the purple demon eyes. As for the controlling crane, capturing dragon, ghost shadow, perplexing tracks, and mysterious jade hands techniques, he'd only just taken his first glimpse through the gate. Hui Yuhao's diligence had deeply stunned Tanya and Bei Bei. He, who was only 11, didn't forget to cultivate even as they traveled. When Bei Bei told him that he could slightly increase his soul force by continuously using his soul skills, Hui Yuhao unceasingly used his spiritual detection, sharing as long as he could. And the second that he started to rest, he'd immediately start cultivating the mysterious heaven technique. As they continued on with their journey, he even split his attention, releasing his soul skills while simultaneously pondering the ghost shadow perplexing tracks, controlling crane, capturing dragon, and mysterious jade hands. Because Hui Yuhao took a long time to cultivate the mysterious heaven technique, their speed toward Shrek Academy was slowed down. However, Bei Bei and Tang didn't rush him. They even increased their cultivation time under his impetus. Xiaoya, with your talent, if you had even half of my junior brother's diligence, I predict that you would have long surpassed me, Bei Bei said as he looked towards Hui Yuhao, who was currently sitting cross-legged under a large tree, his attention focused on cultivating. Tanya curled her lips and said, Are even you that diligent? It's not like even you can compare with little Yuhao. However, he seems to be hiding something within his heart. It's this secret that pushes him to be so hardworking. However, I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. Bei Bei smiled slightly as he stated, Having a target is never a bad thing. Furthermore, he's still young, so his heart will eventually open up as we secretly influence him. Currently, the most important thing for him is breaking through to rank 30 before the age of 20. At this moment, Yu Hao had awakened from his meditation. A faint white stream of air swirled around his mouth and nose, and a golden light flickered through his clear eyes the instant he opened them. His spirit eyes seemed to have become even more penetrating. Admittedly, the reason that Yu Hao diligently cultivated was to become an outstanding person. However, the most important thing for him right now was to comprehend the new experiences he'd acquired from switching to the mysterious heaven technique. With Bei Bei and Tangya's help, his physique had improved by a certain amount. The mysterious heaven technique was truly a considerably outstanding technique. They'd already been traveling for 4 days straight, thus the total amount of time that he'd cultivated the mysterious heaven technique was also 4 days long. During the past 4 days, the soul force in his body had already transformed into the soul force cultivated by the mysterious heaven technique. The impure and chaotic soul force in his body was gradually purified during the transformation process. Every time he finished cultivating, his entire body would experience a warm feeling that led to an unspeakable amount of comfort. Its recovery effects were even better than that of sleeping. Although his total amount of soul force hadn't increased by much, Yu Hao could clearly feel the changes that had occurred in his body, as well as the qualitative change his soul force had gone through after transforming into the pure soul force of the mysterious heaven technique. This was the first time in his life of cultivation that such a clear improvement had occurred, so how could he not be assiduous and diligent? Little Yu Hao, you can't always be working so hard. You should take a rest when you need to. If not, won't you become a blockhead after a while? Tangya said seriously. Yu Hao nodded and said, Yes, teacher, Xiaoya. Tangya giggled as she said, Don't be so honest and obedient, okay? It's really boring. All right, let's go. We've almost reached the academy. You've been immersed in cultivation the past few days, so I didn't get the chance to tell you about some things that you need to pay attention to inside of the academy. You've taken a break at just the right time, so relax your mind for a bit and listen. Chapter 6.1 The Number 1 Academy on the Dolua Continent. Chapter 6.1 The Number 1 Academy on the Dolua Continent. Oh, Yu Hao had originally planned to ponder the few capturing techniques that Bei Bei had taught him yesterday, but he immediately turned blank after hearing what Tangya had said. The three continued their journey. While they were walking, Tangya explained the situation within Shrek Academy to Yu Hao. Shrek Academy had been established 10,000 years ago, and the word Shrek meant monster in the ancient language. This also meant that the people who'd founded Shrek Academy at the start had wanted to establish an academy of monsters. Shrek Academy's oldest motto was to breed only monsters, not ordinary people. But the word monster actually referred to geniuses. Even a person who'd founded the Dolua Continent's number 1 Tang Sect had graduated from Shrek Academy, and it was also that student who brought about the first glorious moment for Shrek Academy. At that time, Shrek Academy had only had their founding students, who were referred to as the Shrek's 7 monsters within the Shrek Academy's history. The story of Shrek's 7 monsters had already spread for a long time, and the most famous of them was still the husband and wife couple that included the sect master of the Tang Sect. Afterwards, although the Tang Sect declined, Shrek Academy still stood high. Furthermore, following the developments that came with the passage of time, it gradually became the number 1 academy on the Dolua continent. Nowadays, Shrek Academy held a position of power within the continent, the root of the cause of being the Continental War that had occurred during the collision of the Dolua continent and the Sun Moon continent 4,000 years ago. When the war had only just started, the 3 empires of the Dolua continent had been divided in their opinions, causing the Dolua continent to be at a disadvantageous position during the start of the war. So much so that the army of the Sun Moon continent had been able to make their way to the inner parts of the Dolua continent. At this crucial moment, Shrek Academy's dean from that year had made a rallying cry. This had an unexpectedly large response, causing nearly 60 titled Dolua super experts to temporarily become the commanders of the 3 armies. After taking command of their armies, they swiftly destroyed the Sun Moon Empire's army, obtaining the final victory in the war and unifying the continents into one called the Dolua continent. The Sun Moon Empire only managed to continue existing afterwards by giving up its lands and by paying war reparations. However, their military strength had been weakened by an extremely large amount, which led to them being unable to contend with the three combined armies of the Doloa continent anymore. Its military strength was equivalent to that of a single empire at most. The war also caused the reputation of Shrek's Academy to soar. It wasn't just because Shrek Academy had gathered 60 titled WOs, but was also because that year's dean had become the commander of the three empires' unified army. Under his rallying cry, the royal families from the three great empires discovered, to their great surprise, that practically all of the generals of the unified army had come from Shrek Academy. Under the unified allocation of resources by the Shrek Academy's dean, the combined army of the three great empires no longer had any discord between them. It was also because of this unification that they were able to achieve victory. From then on, Shrek Academy no longer belonged to any single country. It had become a standalone existence. Shrek Academy had successively raised extremely wise deans. Although the Academy held a majestic position on the continent, they weren't arrogant in the least. The Academy's attitude towards all countries was the same. Furthermore, they didn't possess any private armies, and the number of teachers that they kept was even kept at a certain limit. Because of this, Shrek Academy didn't cause any of the countries to feel a sense of danger. After all, Shrek Academy was an academy. Thus, not only did it continue to exist, but its lofty position within the continent was also one that couldn't be easily shaken by any country. Shrek Academy was located within the southeastern portion of the Tian Han Empire, with the Great Star Do Forest located directly southwest from it. The Doling Empire was east of it, and the Star Luo Empire was located northwards. It could be said that Shrek Academy was located at the intersection point of the three empires. Tang told Hui Yuhao that Shrek Academy was currently divided into two parts, the inner courtyard and the outer courtyard. Every year, the number of new students they'd recruit was around 1,000 or so, yet the total number of students within the academy had never surpassed 5,000. It would take 12 years for one to complete their studies and graduate after entering Shrek Academy. This also meant that Shrek Academy's elimination rate was extremely high every year. If one wasn't able to pass the Academy's assessments, he'd be mercilessly kicked out of the Academy. However, every single person that managed to successfully graduate from Shrek Academy was a once-in-a-generation genius. It could be said that Shrek Academy was truly a cradle filled with experts. So much so that even political issues would occur between the Tian Han Empire, Do Ling Empire, and Star Luo Empire due to the number of students that Shrek Academy would admit each year. The fame of the #1 academy in the world could clearly be seen from this. The Sun Moon Empire, on the other hand, possibly due to their enmity with Shrek Academy, had never asked to send people to study at Shrek Academy. There were also a few high-level academies within the Sun Moon Empire that had already reached a fairly high standard after experiencing a few thousand years of development. Only, the Sun Moon Empire's military strength had always been limited due to the pact they'd made after the war, which prevented them from expanding too much. Thus, the Sun Moon Empire was still keeping a low profile, at least on the surface. Yuhao, once you enter the academy, you'll cultivate in the outer courtyard. The outer courtyard is split into many faculties, so you should temporarily cultivate inside the control faculty. At the same time, you should simultaneously study inside of the Soul Engineering Institution. How about it? Tanya asked Hui Yuhao after giving him a simple introduction to the Shrek Academy's internal situation. Teacher Xiaoya, what's this Soul Engineering Institution? Hui Yuhao asked. Tanya replied, the so-called Soul Engineering Institution is a place created for the sake of studying soul weapons. She unexpectedly clenched her teeth in anger as she said the words soul weapons. Soul weapons. Hui Yuhao was still slightly puzzled. However, you couldn't blame him. Shrek Academy was currently the #1 academy on the continent, yet he'd grown up in a closed environment since he was young. Thus, he naturally had little knowledge and experience of such matters. Seeing Tang's slightly unhappy expression, Bei took her place explaining things to Hui Yuhao. Soul tools actually have a very large relationship with our Tang Sect. In a sense, soul tools are weapons that we use soul force to activate. Higher quality soul tools will possess greater might. This also means that, even if you're only a tool soul master, you'd still be able to possess considerably high attack power if you had a strong soul tool. However, the development of soul tools was one of the main reasons for our Tang Sect's decline. Our Tang Sect was still flourishing 4,000 years ago. However, the collision with the Sun-Moon continent was the root cause for our Tang Sect decline. Tang spoke with a hateful tone. Our Tang Sect was famous for hidden weapons, and our main source of income was obtained by selling hidden weapons. In the past, almost every single country would purchase a certain amount of hidden weapons from us. Even some sects would do the same. Over 4,000 years ago, war quickly broke out when the Sun-Moon continent collided with our Dolawa continent. The three empires' armies, supported by the hidden weapons of our Tang Sect, collided with the army of the Sun-Moon Empire. In the end, although the Sun-Moon Empire wasn't strong in the aspect of soul masters, they possessed unique insights in the aspects of soul tools. These soul tools were activated with soul force and surpassed our Tang Sect's hidden weapons in strength as a whole, as well as in attack range. In the end, it caused the three empires of our Dolawa continent to suffer disastrous losses during the initial phase of the war. Chapter 6.2 The Number 1 Academy on the Dolawa Continent. Chapter 6.2 The Number 1 Academy on the Dolawa Continent. Although we won the war in the end, the effectiveness of our Tang Sect's hidden weapons was called into question. From then on, various countries started a large-scale reduction in purchasing our hidden weapons. Even though our income was still high, a large portion of it was donated out, as per the will of the first sect master. The donated money was used to improve the lifestyle of the ordinary folk who lived in impoverished areas, as well as to build schools and other public facilities. Thus, we didn't have a lot of extra cash. At that time, the Tang Sect had several thousand people in it. However, the speed of our decline was simply too quick. After only a mere 200 years, our Tang Sect had rapidly declined. The former number 1 sect in the continent never saw its former glory again. When the Tang Sect reached my generation, the only 3 people left were my father, my mother, and me. And when we were hunting some soul beasts, my mother and father died. Thus, the Tang Sect only had a lone child like me left. When she got to this point, tears flowed down Tang Ya's smooth and exquisite face, and she couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. Hoắc Hao murmured, "Teacher Xiaoya, are our Tang Sect's hidden weapons truly incomparable to these soul tools?" Tang Ya sighed and said, "In certain aspects, what you say is indeed true. What the Sun-Moon continent brought to us wasn't just soul tools, but also a plentiful amount of minerals. These rare minerals are all extremely good conductors for soul force, which makes them especially suitable for manufacturing soul tools. This caused the high-speed development of soul tools to happen during the few thousand years after the war had ended, which resulted in an even smaller market for our Tang Sect's hidden weapons. However, in the field of degree of meticulousness, as well as design ingenuity, our Tang Sect's hidden weapons absolutely surpass soul tools. This is especially true of a few sharp hidden weapons, which are even superior to soul weapons. However, the manufacturing requirements for those hidden weapons are also extremely complicated. Bei Bei rubbed Tang Ya's head and said, "The development of soul tools has truly dealt a harsh blow to our Tang Sect and its hidden weapons." Well, I just met Tang Ya. She stubbornly believed that hidden weapons were stronger than soul tools. However, the facts have proven that soul tools are capable of replacing our Tang Sect's hidden weapons and becoming weapons that are accepted by all parties, which indeed makes sense. Firstly, it's because they've simply been easily accepted by the masses, especially those tool soul masters who don't actually have any attacking capabilities. After possessing a soul tool, they turned into battle soul masters in practically an instant, with the only cost they had to pay being soul force. Thus, after Xiaoya and I discussed it, we decided that our Tang Sect absolutely could not continue. Following our old ways, locking ourselves in our own world, if we wanted the sect to flourish once again. If we want to make the glory of the Tang Sect reappear, then not only do we have to understand soul tools, but we also need to merge them with the manufacturing techniques of our current hidden weapons to create even stronger soul tools. This is the only way our Tang Sect will have the opportunity to grow. Because of this, Each and every one of our Tang Sect disciples must simultaneously study soul tools while cultivating their martial souls. Hua Yuhao replied, Teacher Xiaoya, eldest senior brother, since soul weapons are so strong, why did the Sun-Moon Empire lose to the allied army of our three empires during the war? Bei Bei smiled calmly and said, That's because, although the soul weapons they possessed back then were strong, even the strongest soul tool wasn't able to compare to the fighting power of a titled Do. However, after a few thousand years of development, a few especially strong soul tools have begun to appear, whose strength can even threaten titled Duos. However, soul tools have a major issue, which is the fact that stronger soul tools require stronger soul masters to use them to their fullest extent. If you don't have enough soul force to support their usage, their power will be extremely limited. Thus, an interesting phenomena has occurred after our two continents merged together. The people over here are doing their utmost to study the methods needed to manufacture soul tools, while the people over at the Sun-Moon Empire are doing their best to cultivate strong soul masters. After these past few thousand years, our two continents seem to actually be somewhat balanced. Yuhao finally had an initial understanding of Shrek Academy with Bei Bei and Tanya's introductions. After Tanya rubbed the tears off of her face, she grabbed Yuhao's sleeve and said, Little Yuhao, the most important thing for you to do right now is to stay within Shrek Academy. Bei Bei and I are already third-year students, and it shouldn't be a problem for us to rise to the rank of fourth-year students since I've obtained my 1,000-year soul ring. After becoming fourth-year students, the elimination rate isn't that high. After a few more years, we'll have the chance to enter the inner courtyard and study there. However, you're different. After entering the academy as a first-year student, the competition you'll face will be the most intense. The academy will have an assessment for new students every 3 months, and only students who are able to pass the assessment can stay. Although our Tang Sect has the privilege of admitting a single student into Shrek Academy, whether you can continue to stay will all depend on you. This is something that no one can help you with. Do you understand? Well, Yuhao nodded his head seriously as he said, Teacher Xiaoya, I will definitely do my best. However, with your and eldest senior brother's power, have you actually not become students of the inner courtyard? Tanya replied, Wanting to enter the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy is easier said than done. The rules for Shrek Academy have never been changed. The outer courtyard was only created later on due to the three empires' requests so that they could cultivate even more talented people. However, only students who have entered the inner courtyard are considered true students of Shrek Academy. Every single student in the inner courtyard is a genius or a monstrous genius, and some of them can only be described as monsters. Students in the outer courtyard will have a test after staying there for 6 years, and can graduate after passing that test. Only the most outstanding people that take the test, which number extremely few, will have the chance to take the entrance exam for the inner courtyard. Only after passing that test will they have permission to enter the inner courtyard. The time taken to complete their studies within the inner courtyard is also 6 years. Supposedly, every single person that has graduated from the inner courtyard is at least an expert of the Soul Emperor rank. Furthermore, they'll receive the best treatment from all countries, including the Sun-Moon Empire. It's that amazing. When Hui Yuhao heard this, he couldn't help a feeling of infatuation rising in his heart. He secretly thought to himself that if he could one day become a graduating student from Shrek Academy's inner courtyard, he could return to the Duke's mansion to ask for his mother's remains. Then, his mother could be at peace. After he thought of this, he couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Bei Bei was serious as he said, It's far more amazing. I once saw an upperclassman from the inner courtyard. He entered the Great Star Do Forest by himself and defeated 3 10,000-year soul beasts with his bare hands, without killing them. He then took them back to the academy. Supposedly, that was the mission he'd received for his 10th year assessment. Tanya said, I've even heard that there was once a 12th year upperclassman who'd already reached the soul sage level by the time he graduated. Furthermore, he even possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. That upperclassman later stayed in the academy to be raised as the next dean of the academy. After hearing their explanations, Hui Yuhao had begun to have an impatient feeling. His interactions with Bei Bei and Tanya these past few days had made him deeply understand the enormous benefits he received toward his cultivation when he had a good teacher. Shrek Academy was undoubtedly the best choice. He secretly made a vow to himself that, no matter how hard he had to work, he'd ensure that he remained in the outer courtyard and that he would strive to enter the inner courtyard in the future. Chapter 6.3 The Number 1 Academy on the Doluwa Continent. Chapter 6.3 The Number 1 Academy on the Doluwa Continent. With this feeling in his heart, Hui Hao couldn't help but begin to ponder the secret techniques of the Tang Sect while they walked. Bei Bei and Tanya's introduction to Shrek Academy had already ignited a flame in his heart. Tanya and Bei Bei couldn't help but smile at each other when they saw Hui Hao's appearance. When they'd entered Shrek Academy in the beginning, weren't they just like Hui Hao? After a few hours, Hui Hao finally saw Shrek Academy. Rather than calling it an academy, it'd be more suitable to call a city. As they walked out of the forest near the main road, they were able to see the tall walls of the city beginning to extend upwards from the distant fields. Shrek Academy had been established on a wide field, thus the area that it covered was extremely vast. It was a city in and of itself, and the city's name was Shrek City. Shrek City was one of the biggest cities on the Doluwa continent, and the number of people who lived in it surpassed 2 million. Furthermore, Shrek Academy was the sole governor of the city and didn't need to pay any taxes to any country. This single point just by itself was something that every single other academy, including those in the Sun Moon continent, were unable to say. Shrek Academy was surrounded by land in all directions and could also be said to be accessible from all directions. It wasn't only the location of Shrek Academy, but was also the most important trade city for the Doluwa continent's original 3 empires. Because of Shrek Academy, the peacekeeping within Shrek City was extremely good. Transactions made within the city weren't just fair, but also made people feel at ease. Because of this, most of the merchants from the 3 empires would choose to do their business within Shrek City when conducting transnational trade. The southern, western, and northern city gates of Shrek City could be entered and exited through a will. Only the eastern gate was exclusive to Shrek Academy. Under Bei Bei and Tanya's lead, Hui Hao arrived outside the eastern city gate. This city gate was only usable by Shrek Academy, but it was currently extremely busy. There were at least 5,000 people gathered outside the eastern gate, and it was unusually lively. A large number of traders had already moved here due to the rumors, as this gate was even livelier than the other gates by a large margin. Junior brother, you're just in time for the Academy's recruitment of new students. You should be able to join this year's batch of new students without any problems, which will make you our junior by 3 years. These ordinary new students don't just have to pass the assessment, but also have to have a recommendation letter from one of the 3 empires' capital cities at the very minimum. This time of year is always the busiest period of time for Shrek City. Hui Hao quietly asked, "Eldest senior brother, is the assessment very difficult?" Bei Bei hesitated and subconsciously looked towards Hui Hao. Tanya, on the other hand, was straightforward as she said, "He'll find out sooner or later. This will also become the driving force behind his future hard work, so it's better to tell him now." Little Hui Hao, the entrance exam for Shrek Academy's outer courtyard has 2 requirements. 1. You cannot be older than 20, and 2. Your soul force cannot be lower than the 15th rank. If you look at it purely from the standpoint of the examination standards, you don't meet the qualifications to enter. She didn't say anything that would make Hui Hao work harder, because she knew that he already worked hard enough. Hui Hao asked seriously, "Then, will the first assessment after 3 months also test my soul force?" With his physique, wanting to increase his soul force from the 11th rank to the 15th rank within 3 months was an entirely impossible task. Bei Bei shook his head and replied, "No. The assessments of our Shrek Academy always consist of live combat. As a teacher once said, any amount of numerical data pales in the face of live combat." Well, Yu Hao forcefully nodded his head. "Teacher Xiaoya, eldest senior brother, perhaps I currently can't compare to the overwhelming majority of the new students, but I will definitely exceed them in the future." His words had a calmness that surpassed his peers, and a firmness that did the same was also present within his spirit eyes. Bei Bei, who was a head taller than Hoắc Vũ Hạo, extended his arms out to grab his shoulders as he said, "Let's go. If you can get through the following 3 months, eldest senior brother will be optimistic about your chances to get to the end." Bei and Tang took Hoắc Vũ Hạo with them as they skirted the crowd and arrived at the eastern city gate. There were 10 male and female youths standing outside the eastern city gate, protecting it. They were roughly the same age as Tanya and Bei, and all of them were wearing yellow warrior robes with a green pattern inscribed on the chests. This was a uniform for second and third year students of Shrek Academy's outer courtyard. When they saw Bei, they immediately became respectful. "Eldest senior brother Bei, you've returned." Bei smiled and greeted every one of his junior and senior brothers. Afterwards, he spoke a few words to the leader of the group. That student glanced at Hoắc Vũ Hạo, then immediately nodded his head. "There's nothing to doubt about our senior brother's words. Go take this junior brother inside to register." Bei smiled as he gave him a thumbs up. "Thanks. I'll treat you junior brothers to a meal next time." The other person wasn't polite either as he laughed. "Then that's that. We won't give up the chance to have a feast." Bei raised his hand and gave him a high five. "I won't disappoint everyone." When he'd finished speaking, he and Tang took Hoắc Vũ Hạo into the eastern city gate, which was also the symbol for Shrek Academy's door. Not far away, a new student who just finished enrolling for his assessment asked the older student who was in charge of his assessment, senior classmate, who was that senior classmate. That was senior brother Bei. His name is Bei, but everyone calls him Thunderbolt Bei. He possesses the number 1 beast soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Furthermore, he's exceptionally talented. At the age of 13, he broke through to the 30th rank, and his cultivation has supposedly approached the 40th rank, which means that he could break through and become a soul ancestor in 1 or 2 years. He's one of the outstanding experts of our outer courtyard. With senior brother Bei's strength, and if it weren't for that junior classmate called Tang who's accompanying him, he could have already started the 5th year assessment for the outer courtyard. If he breaks through to the 40th rank, I predict that even the 6th year assessments won't stop. Eldest senior brother Bei isn't just strong, he's always been kind to people. If you were to ask who the most popular person in the outer courtyard was, it would definitely be him. Senior brother Bei is the Prince Charming of many female students in the outer courtyard, but he's single-mindedly focused on who he loves. For the sake of junior classmate Tanya, he's rejected the confessions of an uncountable number of junior and senior female classmates. Reportedly, even some of the female senior classmates from the inner courtyard have fallen for him. Everyone says that senior brother Bei will definitely enter the inner courtyard in 2 years at most. When Bei and Tang took Hoắc Vũ Hạo into Shrek Academy, it was different from the vast and solemn scene that he'd imagined. Shrek Academy had an elegant environment, and there were various types of abundant and lush flora within. As he walked along the wide main path, he was able to see at least 10 plants in every direction he looked. These plants had clearly been meticulously pruned. After he'd walked for 200 or so meters, several enormous sculptures appeared in front of him, covering his line of sight. There were a total of 10 sculptures, and they were all 10 meters tall. They had all been carved from extremely tough granite. Chapter 6.4 Number 1 Academy in the Doloa Continent. Chapter 6.4 Number 1 Academy in the Doloa Continent. There were 3 sculptures in the front, with the middle sculpture resembling an old man. He had a set of spectacles and a beaming look on his face. His figure is average, but he was slightly plump, and he looked like a yes man. Bei said to Hoắc Vũ Hạo, "The person in the middle is the founder of Shrek Academy, and also the first dean of the academy, Flender. The person to his left is an ancestor of my clan. He created the teaching foundations that are currently used by various martial soul systems within Shrek Academy. He's also one of the martial soul world's 10 core role models, and has the title of Grandmaster. His name is Yu Xiaojiang. My mother was a direct descendant of his bloodline. The woman to the right is also another ancestor of mine, Lu Erlong. She's Grandmaster's wife. The 3 of them were able to merge together and form the Golden Iron Triangle. If Dean Flender could be said to have founded Shrek Academy, then Grandmaster would be the true spirit behind it. He was also the person who single-handedly raised Shrek's 7 monsters, whose sculptures are behind them. The sculpture of Grandmaster looked like a middle-aged man who'd wasted away a bit, while Lu Erlong was a charming middle-aged woman. There were 7 sculptures lined up horizontally behind them. When Hui Yuhao's gaze fell upon the sculpture in the middle, who stood at the forefront of the others, his body couldn't help but tremble. It was a statue of a tall man who had a handsome appearance, but the most peculiar thing about him were his eyes. There was a pattern on his forehead with the word king, and although it was only a sculpture, it had a sort of imposing and strong pressure. The 7 sculptures that stand behind the golden iron triangle are Shrek's 7 monsters, who previously created their own glory. The person who's standing in front is the white tiger de la Dai Mubai, while the second person is the sausage de la Oscar. The third person is our Tang Sect's ancestor, the Azura da Tang San. Tang San was the most handsome amongst the 7. His blue hair was draped across his shoulders, and he wore a simple set of warrior's robes. Blue vines that were clearly his blue-silver grass martial soul had coiled around the sculpture. There was also a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, but his lifelike gaze was fixed on a woman who was 5th in the row, who had braided hair. The 4th person is the evil phoenix de la Ma Hongjun, while the 5th person is Tang San's wife, the soft-bone de la Xiao Wu. According to the stories, she was a 100,000-year-old beast who chose to cultivate as a human. The person even further back is the 9 treasure Law Ning Rongrong, who holds the title of the world's strongest auxiliary soul master. She was also the sausage Dolua's wife. The last person is the netherworld Dolua Zhu Zhuqing. She was the wife of the white tiger. The first generation of Shrek's 7 monster sculptures all had different shapes, but the fact that they were all titled Doluos attested to how strong they'd been in the past. Tang Ye's gaze was fixed on the sculpture of the Azura Dolua Tang San. The golden iron triangle and the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters had laid the foundation for Shrek Academy. Even though 10,000 years had gone by, and even though Shrek Academy had raised an uncountable number of outstanding geniuses and experts, the number of sculptures had never increased and had remained at 10. Bei Bei explained to Hui Yuhao, "We'll have to separate here. If you walk to the left, you'll arrive at the Martial Soul Institution. If you walk to the right, you'll arrive at the Soul Engineering Institution. These are the 2 largest branches of Shrek Academy, and they both belong to the outer courtyard. If you were to compare them, the Martial Soul Institution is larger, while the Soul Engineering Institution is smaller. Furthermore, the Martial Soul Institution is also divided into many departments. We'll go to the Martial Soul Institution to get you registered first. The basic requirement for you to enroll in the Soul Engineering Institution is for you to pass the first assessment for new students." Hui Yuhao's gaze was still stuck on the 10 sculptures. When he thought about the legends that his mother had told him about, he occasionally felt a shocked feeling rise in his heart. The road to the left of the sculptures was still very wide and could fit 4 or 5 carriages side by side. There was a signboard next to the road with the words Lakeside Path written on it. You could faintly see a large body of water hidden within the shady green trees to the right. This also meant that there was an enormous lake behind the 10 sculptures of the golden iron triangle and Shrek's 7 monsters. Tang Ye noticed Hui Yuhao's gaze and couldn't help but speak with a slightly proud voice. "That's an artificial lake made for the sake of commemorating our Tang Sect's ancestor, Tang San. It's called Sea God's Lake because according to the legends, our ancestor Tang San inherited the sea gods. Legacy. The Sea God's Lake has an extremely large surface area and is filled entirely with groundwater. Our Shrek Academy's inner courtyard is located on an island in the middle of the Sea God's Lake. Every single disciple from the outer courtyard feels honored if they're able to reach the center island of Sea God's Lake." Bei Bei looked toward the Sea God's Lake with a deep gaze, and a determined and stubborn light flashed through his eyes. The Sea God's Lake was indeed very large. As they followed the lakeside path to head southward, they only needed to turn westwards after a full 15 minutes had passed. Only after they'd walked another 15 minutes or so did the path finally begin to recede, causing a vast, rectangular plaza to appear in their line of sight. A signboard with the words Shrek Plaza also stood beside the plaza. There were many tall teaching areas behind Shrek Plaza. The colors of these teaching areas were all different and were separated into 4 main colors: white, yellow, purple, and black. If one gazed into the far south of Shrek Plaza, They'd even be able to see a gray teaching area. Bei pointed towards the teaching areas next to the plaza, as he said, "The different color teaching areas represent the different years of students, which are differentiated according to the colors of soul rings. The white teaching areas are for new students, just like the lowest level 10-year soul rings. Accordingly, the yellow teaching areas are for the outer courtyard's 2nd and 3rd year students, and the purple teaching areas are for the 4th and 5th year students. The black teaching areas are for the 6th year students. If you're able to leave the black teaching areas, you'll be able to obtain a graduation certificate from the Academy's outer courtyard. Those gray teaching areas in the distance belong to the Seoul Engineering Institution. If you were to compare their size here, the Seoul Engineering Institution takes up roughly 1/3 of the teaching area, while the Martial Seoul Department takes up a full 2/3. Besides these teaching areas at the front, there are also many special teaching grounds located in the back, such as the Seoul Dueling Arena, the assessment areas, the dormitories, the teachers' offices, and so on. The new students' white teaching areas were located to the far south and were also the closest to the lakeside path. The three of them walked southwards from Shrek Plaza, arriving at the teaching area. Because it was currently the period that new students were admitted in, the new students' teaching area was especially lively. A few new students who'd already passed their assessments were currently there to enroll. With Bei and Tanya's guidance, Hoắc Hạo was able to report for his registration extremely smoothly. The school's fees were paid by Bei, with the fee for a new student unexpectedly being 10 gold soul coins. Furthermore, this didn't include his food expenses. If one had to quit school due to failing an assessment, their school fees wouldn't be refunded. After collecting his dorm key and 2 sets of school uniforms, as well as a white freshman badge, Hoắc Hạo followed Tanya and Bei towards the new students' teaching area. Tanya said, "Little Hạo, the dormitory's behind the teaching areas. It's the largest building in the entire academy. You can go there by yourself later. New students will formally start their classes in 3 days, so you can familiarize yourself with the environment during the next few days. We've paid for your first year school fees, but you'll have to rely on yourself for next year. The academy has various types of competitions, all of which have prize money for winning them. Also, you're already a soul master, so once you finish registering, you can collect a salary that the 3-inch empires give out once a month. You should save some of it, but it should be enough for food." Hoắc Hạo made sure he remembered everything that Tang said. When he was about to bid his farewells to teacher Xiao Ye and Bei looked at the nearby bulletin board and furrowed his brows slightly when he saw the announcement pasted on it. Hoắc Hạo didn't need to walk up to it. He merely circulated his soul force a bit, and the strong visual abilities of his spirit eyes exhibited their use, allowing him to see the words on the announcement clearly. Hoắc Hao's mother had taught him how to read since he was young, so although he'd never formally attended school, his education level wasn't bad at all. He saw the words that were written on the announcement. Teacher in charge of the Class 1, Zhou Yi. Teacher in charge of Class 2, Zhou Yi. I think that I'm in Class 1. Because he'd registered early, Hoắc Hạo had been directly assigned to the first class of new students, Class 1. Tanya had also noticed. She let out a low cry of surprise. Why is it that perverted old grandma, Zhou Yi, doesn't she teach year 3? Why would she be assigned to teach new students? Bei smiled bitterly. I heard that teacher Zhou was overly strict when she taught the 3rd-year students, which resulted in only 10% of her students being promoted to 4th-year students. Furthermore, she was reported by the students to the academy many times, which led to her being demoted to teaching new students. Junior brother, you must be careful. There aren't many monstrous students within the outer courtyard of our Shrek Academy, but there are many monstrous teachers. Of them, the worst is this teacher Zhou. Chapter 7.1 Freshmen Entering the Academy. Chapter 7.1 Freshmen Entering the Academy. After hearing Bei's introduction to teacher Zhou, Hoắc Hạo was also astonished. Eldest senior brother, if this teacher does these sort of things, why doesn't the school seem to care? Bei spoke in a low voice. Although teacher Zhou Yi is a strict teacher, she's honestly a very good one. Of all the students promoted from her class, none of them have actually said that she was a bad teacher. Teacher Zhou's strictness is mainly reflected in the high requirements that she sets for her students, as well as in her harsh teaching methods. However, almost a fourth of the students who've been taught by teacher Zhou and passed have entered the inner courtyard. This statistic is one of the best within the entire academy. Teacher Zhou was only demoted to teaching freshmen because the commotion was too big this time. However, as long as you work hard enough and are outstanding enough, Teacher Zhou's teaching will only have benefits for you. Hui Hao relaxed and replied, "So it's like that. Teacher Xiaoya, eldest senior brother, you guys must have plenty of other things to do. I'll return to my room first." Bei Bei smiled and said, "That's fine, Teacher Xiaoya, and I want to go and take our promotion test. If we can pass this test, we'll be promoted to 4th years. I live in room 316, so you can go there if you need anything." Bei Bei and Tang were truly busy. The reason why Tanya had been in such a rush to obtain her 3rd soul ring was so that she could smoothly pass the 4th year promotion test. Furthermore, there would be even more issues waiting for them after they were promoted. Hui Hao had gone to the Great Star Do Forest alone and had obtained his soul ring there, so his self-protection abilities were quite strong. Thus, it didn't worry much about him. After passing through the white school building for 1st years and the yellow school building for 2nd and 3rd year students, Hui Hao saw the dormitory. The dormitory occupied an extremely large area, and although it was only a single building, the same 4 colors, white, yellow, purple, and black, were still present on it. The building's colors clearly represented the different living areas of the students from their respective years, and had a total of 6 floors. Hui Hao arrived at the entrance to the white building, and was met with the sight of a man who looked quite old. The old man had a set of gray clothes on, and the number of flies that his wrinkles could crush to death had reached the double digits. His eyes were yellow and muddle-headed, while his eyelids were droopy. His appearance was as if he had 1 foot in the grave. The sunlight between the buildings spilled perfectly over his body. His body, which was half lying in a chair, actually gave off a very comfortable feeling. Hui Hao walked forward and spoke respectfully. "Hello, Grandpa. I'm a new student who's come to live in the dormitory. Would you like to check my freshman badge?" The old man didn't even raise his head as he stretched his trembling right hand out. Then, a slightly deep yet hoarse voice echoed out, "Take your badge and dormitory key out for me to see." Hui Hao hurriedly passed the 2 items over. The old man waved them in front of his eyes before returning them to Hui Hao. "Go on. Room 108 is the 3rd room from my left on the 1st floor. The women's dorms start from the 4th floor, so you can't go upstairs at all. If we discover you up there, you'll be expelled." "Thank you." After bowing and greeting the old man again, Hui Hao walked into the dormitory building. The old man didn't move from his original position as he muttered nostalgically to himself, "It's rare to see a kid with manners." As he muttered to himself, a few new students walked past the area. However, they clearly hadn't taken note of the old man beside the building and directly went inside. The old man didn't stop them either. He simply sat there drowsily. After following the old man's instructions, Hui Hao quickly found his dorm room. The dormitory had a standard hallway layout, with both sides of the long hallway having dorm rooms with numbers etched into their doors. The passage of time was clearly visible in the dorm rooms, and it could be seen that they had been in use for an extremely long amount of time. The 2 ends of the corridor had shared bathrooms. After using his key to open the door, a gust of slightly musty air surged out of the room. Hui Hao hurriedly turned to the side, waited a while, then held his breath as he charging into the room and opened the window. The room had been uninhabited for over a month, at the very minimum. A layer of dust covered the entire room. By relying on the window's ventilation, Hui Hao was able to clearly see the dorm room's layout. The dorm room was very small, its area only about 10 square meters or so. The 2 beds took up a large portion of the room's floor space, but there was also a table, 2 metal wardrobes, as well as a lamp on the ceiling. There were also a few metal protrusions on one of the walls. Bei Bei had told him that lamps were basic soul tools that needed soul force in order to light up. The metal protrusions were places that one could pour soul force into. After some ventilation, the musty air within the dorm room had finally cleared up. As Hui Hao looked around the small room, a hard-to-describe excitement appeared in his heart. From today onwards, this would be the dorm room that he'd live in for a year. From the looks of it, he'd even have a dorm mate. "I'll clean up a bit first." The saying, poor children can manage a house earlier on in life, was true. Although he'd been born in the Duke's mansion, Hui Hao's life hadn't even been as good as a commoner's. He used a little bit of his saved money to buy a basin from the student convenience store located outside the dorms. And after requesting a used cleaning rag from the shop, he immediately started to clean the dorm room. After only an hour had passed, not even a speck of dust was left under the meticulous scrutiny of Hui Hao's spirit eyes. Although everything in the dorm room was still in place, there was now a sort of fresh smell to it. Hui Hao didn't plan on buying any sort of bedding for himself, since the wooden bed was already enough for someone like him, who devoted all of his hard work to cultivating. He felt a bit hungry, so he inquired about the dining hall's location. After buying the cheapest lunchbox from the student convenience store, he went to the dining hall. Each year group had a dining hall that belonged to them, which were located behind the dormitory. When Hui Hao walked into the freshman dining hall, he was astonished. At that moment, there weren't many people in the dining hall, making it appear extremely spacious. There wasn't even a single table. It was an entirely empty place. There was only a wash basin used to wash one's hands and tableware. The inner parts of the dining hall had windows that one could buy food from, with price tags outside them. There were a total of 8 windows that increased in price from right to left, and all served different dishes. There were actually no seating areas in the dining hall. The dining hall's entrance even had the words "No food is allowed to be taken from the dining hall. No exceptions" written on it. After a brief moment of astonishment, Hui Hao walked towards the rightmost window to buy the cheapest available food, which was stir-fried vegetables and white rice. However, he still devoured the food despite its quality. For him, having something to eat was already extremely good. Furthermore, the food's price was extremely cheap. It was only 2 copper coins. With his monthly income of 1 gold coin, he could eat for the entire month as long as he was frugal with his money. Whilst eating, Hui Hao observed the dining hall. He discovered that the most expensive Windows food was actually priced in gold spirit coins. That was something that he didn't even dare to imagine. After quickly finishing his mealie, Hui Hao returned directly to his dorm. Like the saying goes, the clumsy bird needs to fly into the forest earlier. He understood the difference between himself and the other students, so he naturally couldn't waste any time. After sitting in a cross-legged position on the sturdy wooden bed, Yu Hao quickly entered a meditative state and started cultivating the mysterious heaven technique. Although his cultivation speed was far slower than Bei Bei's or Tangya's, he'd already improved quite a bit compared to the past. After changing his cultivation technique to the mysterious heaven technique, he could now at least feel a slight improvement in his cultivation as he cultivated, which was much better than his previous state. Furthermore, after the few days of cultivation that he'd done during their journey back, his originally chaotic and impure soul force had already completely turned into that of the mysterious heaven technique. There was one effect of the mysterious heaven technique's soul force that was extremely useful for him. The mysterious heaven technique would nourish his passageways when he circulated it. Although he couldn't see much improvement currently, Bei Bei had told him that it would definitely improve his physique in the long run. Chapter 7.2 Freshmen Entering the Academy. Chapter 7.2 Freshmen Entering the Academy. Hui Hao had already planned his time out well. Every day, he'd cultivate the purple demon eyes in the morning, then spend 2 hours practicing the controlling crane, capturing dragon, ghost shadow perplexing tracks, and the mysterious jade hands, as well as some grappling techniques. As for the rest of his time, other than the time he spent eating, he'd use all of it to cultivate the mysterious heaven technique. Soul force was the foundation of a soul master. Currently, he had to use as much of his as he could to cultivate the mysterious heaven technique. Oh, this technique isn't bad at all. It's indeed quite suitable for your current state. You humans are really skilled. When Hui Hao had just entered his cultivation state, everything he saw suddenly turned white. The voice of the Skydream Iceworm also echoed out. He'd been brought back to his spiritual sea. Hui Hao was slightly surprised as he called out, "Brother Skydream." The Skydream Iceworm's lazy voice echoed out. "Your body's condition has changed a lot during the past few days. You've finally gotten a good start. Your body's endurance has also been gradually increasing. Not bad, not bad. The abilities that you're cultivating are suitable for you, especially this meditation technique and that eye training technique. The 4 soul skills I've given you have indeed received benefits from them. You must practice using these soul skills constantly, especially the last one. It should be very effective when combined with your eye training technique. You've obtained a basic soul attack skill. All in all, your condition, as of now, is slightly better than I had predicted. Brother Skydream, I'll definitely put a lot of effort into cultivating. After hearing the Skydream Iceworm's voice, Hoắc Hạo reaffirmed that he truly merged with a million-year soul beast and that he hadn't been dreaming. The Skydream Iceworm then said, I'm tired, thus I need to rest for a period of time. You should just follow your current cultivation method. When you break through and you need a second soul ring, I'll naturally wake up. At that time, the Ice-type martial soul that I bestowed you with should be able to become a full-fledged martial soul. It'll cause your strength to have a qualitative leap. Well, Hoắc Hạo replied, How can I find you if I need to? The Skydream Iceworm said, If you encounter any danger that you're unable to escape, I'll naturally help you out. Don't worry, I can only live while you're still alive. All right, I'm going to sleep. The white light vanished, and Hoắc Hạo woke up from his meditation. To his astonishment, he found that the sky outside had already turned completely dark. He'd actually cultivated for 6 hours at the very least. The mysterious heaven technique in his body also seemed to have had a slight improvement. It's already become nighttime, but I'm a bit hungry. However, looking at the time, the dining halls should have already closed. Fortunately, there were still a few more dry rations within his cloth sack. Thus, after drinking some water and allaying his hunger, Hoắc Hạo continued to cultivate. After absorbing some of the mystical energy from the eastern purple chi at dawn, Hoắc Hạo returned to his room to start cultivating a few of the Tang Sect techniques. His attainments in these techniques could be said to only be superficial. Furthermore, he didn't dedicate most of his energy to this. He was just doing some light cultivation. By the time he'd finished his training session, the sky outside had already turned bright. After cleaning himself up, Hoắc Hạo walked over to the dining hall for some food. Once he reached the dining hall, he was somewhat concerned. Ever since he'd started cultivating the mysterious heaven technique, his appetite had been rising constantly. Strengthening one's physique required sufficient nutrients, yet he had no money. His school fees had already been paid for by his eldest senior brother. How could he ask Bei for more? Fortunately, there weren't many varieties of food available for breakfast. Furthermore, breakfast was also cheap. Hoắc Hạo bought a few eggs and a bowl of porridge, causing him to reluctantly spend 3 copper coins. He'd finally replenished his body's nutrients. Yesterday, he'd even had the thought that the food here was cheap. However, he suddenly discovered that the price of food within Shrek Academy was actually more expensive than the food outside. Junior brother, you can't be stingy while eating. You can't lack nutrients. The school has some jobs that are within your abilities to do. You could do these jobs for your livelihood income. Unbeknownst to him, Bei had arrived at Hoắc Häl's side. Eldest senior brother, Hoắc Hạo let out a cry of surprise. Up till now, the only people that he was able to recognize within Shrek Academy were Tanya and Bei. Bei was slightly apologetic as he said, The reason why I haven't given you any money directly is because I hope that you can learn to rely on yourself. Combat strength is only a part of one's strength. A person's composite strength is determined by many different abilities. Of them, the most important ability is their ability to live under any circumstances. Do you understand? Eldest senior brother, you've already given me a lot of help. I understand. I still have a few silver coins as of right now, so I'll go take up some jobs after school opens. Bei rubbed his head. I'll go first. You must remember this. Money can be earned, but you can't be stingy with your food. You must have your nutrition. Hoắc Hạo followed Bei as they walked out of the dining hall together. He decided to listen to his eldest senior brother's advice. He'd treat himself to a meal today. When he returned to his dorm room, Hoắc Hạo was surprised to discover that the door to his room was open. He felt astonished at first, before realizing the fact that his roommate might have arrived. At that moment, a youth walked out of the room. After seeing Hoắc Hạo, he was also stunned. The youth had a delicate appearance, as well as fair skin. His large eyes were very unusual. They were actually a faint pinkish blue. His settled short hair was also the same color. His appearance seemed to be even more handsome than Bei's. This was truly the most handsome person that Hui Hao had ever seen. His height and age didn't seem to be that different from Hui Hao's either. "You are?" Hui Hao asked subconsciously. The youth was somewhat haughty as he stared at him. "Step aside." "Oh." Hui Hao hurriedly stepped to the side. The youth walked past him, then stopped after taking a few steps out of the room. He turned around to look at Hui Hao as he said, "You also live in this dorm room, I assume. Since you've cleaned this room up so well, I'll allow you to live with me for now. I have a few rules that you must remember. 1. You're not allowed to randomly bring other people back to this room. 2. You're not allowed to bare your disgusting naked body in this room. 3. You're not allowed to snore at night. 4. You're not allowed to bother me. 5. You're in charge of the cleanliness of this room in the future, but you can't touch my bed. Do you understand clearly?" When he saw the youth's arrogant appearance, Hui Hao couldn't help but let his anger hit the roof. "Why must I listen to you?" The youth snorted coldly. "If you don't listen to me, I'll simply throw you out. If you don't believe me, you're welcome to try." Hui Hao had been bullied by people from the Duke's mansion since he was young, so the people that he hated the most were these types of arrogant people. He coldly said, "If you want fight, then let's fight. Let's go outside." As he looked at Hui Hao's unsubmissive appearance, the youth actually laughed. His smile was very good-looking, but the disdain and contempt in it ignited the anger in Hui Hao's heart even more. "I still don't know your name," the youth said with disdain. Hui Hao spoke in a low tone. "Before asking someone else's name, shouldn't you tell me your name first?" The youth indifferently said, "I'm Wang Dong." "I'm Hui Hao." Wang Dong smiled as he suddenly approached Hui Hao. "Very good. I think that your name shall quickly disappear from Shrek Academy. Let's go, idiot." As he said this, he took the initiative to turn around and walk out of the room. Hui Hao's fists were tightly clenched as he followed Wang Dong with large strides. Even though he knew that his combat strength wasn't that high, he would never allow anyone to bully him again. Furthermore, this person would even be his roommate for at least a year. Chapter 8.1 Monstrous Teacher. Chapter 8.1 Monstrous Teacher. Shrek Academy occupied an extremely large area. Large areas of vacant land separated the buildings from one another. After Hui Hao and Wang Dong had exited the dormitory, Wang Dong continued until he stood firmly within one of the empty spaces outside the dormitory, then turned around and beckoned Hui Hao towards him by curling his finger. Hui Hao's heart was still burning with fury, but he didn't immediately rush towards Wang Dong in anger. After undergoing a life-and-death experience in the Great Stardow Forest, he learned one thing at the very least, which was to stay calm no matter what. That old man who'd been leaning on the chair at the dormitory's entrance raised his head slightly. A gleam of curiosity flashed through his faint yellow eyes as he gazed at Hui Hao and Wang Dong with interest. A faint golden light flashed through Hui Hao's eyes, and a white soul ring subsequently rose from his feet, activating his spirit eyes. Seeing his 10-year soul ring, Wang Dong let out a soft laugh. "I'm very curious as to how you managed to enter this school. You dare to challenge me with just this bit of skill? I won't even have to use my martial soul to deal with you." As he spoke, the tip of Wang Dong's left foot tapped the ground. His body was like an arrow as he charged towards Hui Hao. Not only was he fast, but appeared as if there was also an abnormal agility hidden inside his movement. He arrived before Hui Hao in the blink of an eye and raised his right leg to kick him in the chest. With this raise of Wang Dong's leg, only Hui Hao was able to make out that Wang Dong had a pair of legs that exceeded the proportion of a normal person's. Before he realized it, the leg had already arrived in front of him. In that instant, Hui Hao moved. He rapidly took one step to the right, while simultaneously using his left hand to push Wang Dong's foot away. Wang Dong clearly hadn't expected Hui Hao to be able to dodge his swift kick. He drew back the right leg he'd used to step out with in a flash, and dodged Hui Hao's left hand. At the same time, he shot out another kick lightning-like speed, this time aimed towards Hui Hao's neck. It was as if Hui Hao could foresee Wang Dong's actions. When Wang Dong shot his leg out, Hui Hao simultaneously lowered his body and crouched down. In the next instant, his body bounced back up, and his right shoulder just happened to collide with the lower portion of Wang Dong's thigh. Both of their movements were very quick. From an outsider's point of view, It looked like Wang Dong had purposely sent his leg upwards such that Hui Hao could use his shoulder to push it up further. It had to be said that Wang Dong's body was extremely strong. A normal person would have had their center of balance destabilized after having their thigh pushed up like that. However, Wang Dong's right leg was instead actually raised up over him, as he did a split. His left leg was still firmly planted on the ground. Hui Hao felt a burst of both softness and elasticity from the shoulder he'd used to bump into Wang Dong's thigh with. He didn't let Wang Dong regain the upper hand as he rapidly charged forwards, immediately ramming into Wang Dong in an attempt to take advantage of him while he was still standing. On one leg, facing Hui Hao, who'd been dogging his heels till this point, Wang Dong made an astonishing movement. His right leg was still raised up in the air as he shockingly continued to move it upwards behind him, along with the upper half of his body. At the same time, his left leg shot out towards Hui Hao. In that moment, the width at which his legs were spread out had already completely exceeded the limits that normal people were capable of imagining. Although Hui Hao had relied on his spirit eye's spiritual detection skill to accurately ascertain Wang Dong's previous attacks, he'd already moved. Thus, he wasn't able to withdraw, even though he'd sensed Wang Dong's movements. One was bound to have a certain amount of advantage over their opponent when they could anticipate their opponent's movements. When Hui Hao saw that Wang Dong's left leg had sprung up towards his chin, both of Hui Hao's hands simultaneously made a downwards pressing motion, colliding with his left leg. Bang! Wang Dong's strength was exceptional. His leg carried a powerful vibration that was difficult to describe. Hui Hao felt a burst of numbness from both of his palms, causing him to subconsciously activate the mysterious Jade Hands technique. Despite him doing so, he still ended up staggering back in retreat. Wang Dong's right leg that had fallen backwards only touched the ground lightly before his left leg that had been lifted up landed on the ground again, causing his whole body to flip over once again. Wang Dong's right leg resembled a whip as it went straight down towards Hui Hao's shoulder with a whooshing sound. He was evidently infuriated that Hui Hao had previously pushed his thigh up. Hui Hao, who was in the process of retreating, reacted the instant Wang Dong's right leg touched the ground, bouncing backwards. Hui Hao's footsteps suddenly became quick, and with a sway of his figure, he rapidly headed towards Wang Dong's left side, getting out of the way of her strike. Bang! Wang Dong's right leg that had whipped downwards hit the ground ferociously. He actually left a shallow footprint on the hard stone ground. Following closely after that, his whole body became like a windmill as he charged towards Hui Hao. Both of his legs were like two maces as he unleashed an attack akin to like howling winds and torrential rains in Hui Hao's direction. Despite the surprise he'd received after going through their previous confrontation, Hui Hao had calmed down at this moment. He activated his spiritual detection ability in an area around him and calmly determined every single one of Wang Dong's attacks in advance. Under Wang Dong's fierce attacks, the ghost shadow perplexing tracks that he knew very little about was like a small boat that was battered on the left and right, yet refused to capsize. Wang Dong was also becoming more and more apprehensive as he fought with Hui Hao. He could clearly sense that Hui Hao's strength was far worse than his own. Regardless of whether it was his speed or strength, all of them were completely inferior to his own. However, his attacks still weren't able to land on Hui Hao. Hui Hao wasn't quick, yet he was always able to clearly discern his movements beforehand, and was thereby able to effectively evade his attacks. Wang Dong had already attempted to make a feint, but had still been unable to deceive his opponent. Not only was Wang Dong arrogant, he was extremely stubborn too. Since they'd agreed to not use their martial soul, he definitely wouldn't use his. He could only continue to intensify his attacks, not believing that Hui Hao could continue to persevere. Indeed, Hui Hao had already reached the point of being unable to persevere for much longer. Not only were the attacks from Wang Dong's legs powerful to the point that he almost couldn't withstand them, but the speed at which he attacked was also unusually fast. He could only barely contend against Wang Dong while relying on his spiritual detection, under the condition that he was fully concentrated on the fight. However, as time passed, the disparity between the basic structures of their bodies gradually appeared. Hui Yuhao had lived an arduous life since his childhood and was malnourished. As such, the nourishment that the mysterious heaven technique had provided to his body had also just begun. Compared to Wang Dong, who had deep-rooted fundamentals, he was far worse in terms of his body's development. Even though he'd utilized his martial soul, and even though Wang Dong still hadn't, the nourishment that his soul force provided was solely in regards to his internals. After they'd fought for a long time, it was inevitable that minute mistake would emerge on Hui Yuhao's end. Both of Wang Dong's legs had only accurately swept it aside a few times, but his body was already experiencing a scorching pain. The ghost shadow perplexing tracks that he knew very little about had also started to become messy, and he became more and more passive. This won't do. If things continue on in this manner, I'll definitely lose. Hui Yuhao retreated as fast as he could, as soon he wouldn't be able to keep avoiding Wang Dong's attacks. Suddenly, he raised his head without notice. Since this movement was quite large, Wang Dong also subconsciously looked at his face. He clearly saw a hint of purple flashed through both of Hui Yuhao's eyes. Immediately following this, Wang Dong felt like his brain had been pricked by a needle, and, with a sharp pain, his mind momentarily became blank. How could Hui Yuhao let this kind of opportunity slip by? He suddenly pounced forwards with a large stride forwards. He leapt up, and both his arms wrapped tightly around both of Wang Dong's arms. Both of his legs then wound themselves around Wang Dong's waist, forcibly knocking him to the ground. Wang Dong had always used his legs when commencing his attacks. At this moment, Hui Yuhao was quite anxious. With his legs wrapped around Wang Dong's waist, how could he exert any force? As long as he continued to subdue Wang Dong, everything would be fine. Hui Yuhao could only subdue him and hope that everything would be fine. The stabbing pain in his brain caused Wang Dong to tightly furrow his eyebrows. However, that only lasted for a couple seconds before he became clear-headed once again. Nevertheless, Hui Yuhao had already knocked his body to the ground. His waist was tightly locked between Hui Yuhao's legs, and his arms were also bound by Hui Yuhao. The distance that separated their faces was no more than an inch, and they could hear each other's breathing. Chapter 8.2 Monstrous Teacher. Chapter 8.2 Monstrous Teacher. Hui Yuhao panted fiercely as he let out a low growl. Are you going to surrender or not? Surrender my ass. Let me go. Wang Dong flew into a rage and forcefully struggled against Hui Yuhao's grip. However, Hui Yuhao was using all of his strength to restrain him and had even incorporated his soul force. Under the circumstances, and considering that he couldn't use his martial soul, escaping wasn't easy for him at all. Are you still not admitting your loss? If I'd used a blade earlier, you'd already be dead. Hui Yuhao didn't show any weaknesses at all as he let out a low roar. At that moment, while his body was in close contact to Wang Dong's, he found out that Wang Dong's body wasn't only extremely soft, but was also quite elastic. Furthermore, it even had a sort of gentle feeling to it. His body was also unexpectedly releasing a faintly fresh aroma that smelled extremely nice. After hearing his words, Wang Dong was stunned. His resistance against Hui Yuhao's grip instantly decreased. He was right. The stabbing pain in his head and his previous dizziness hadn't lasted long earlier, but since the two of them had been so close, Hui Yuhao would have definitely had enough. Time to hurt him if he'd wanted to. I've lost. Quickly get off me, Wang Dong said angrily. His eyes were filled with a look of hate and denial. However, Hui Yuhao didn't release him. Instead, he coldly replied, The 5 conditions that you previously set aren't something that I'm unwilling to do. However, I'm not doing it because of your threats, but because of the respect I have for a roommate. I know that you're stronger than me, and that I definitely wouldn't be your match if we were both to use our martial souls. However, remember this. If you dare to humiliate me again, then even if I'm beaten to death by you, I'll definitely make sure you pay the price. When he saw Hui Yuhao's increasing viciousness, which got to the point that felt like he was looking into the eyes of a bloodthirsty soul beast, the hate in Wang Dong's eyes dissipated. What replaced it was a slightly dismayed look. In the field of strength, Hui Yuhao was clearly a lot weaker than him, but in the field of imposingness, he'd completely lost. Hui Yuhao slowly released Wang Dong and stood up. While facing Wang Dong, he retreated a few steps. Then, he turned around and headed back towards their dorm room. Wang Dong sat dazedly on the ground for a while, before finally standing up again. Then, he slowly walked towards their dorm room as well. When he arrived at the dorm's main entrance, the voice of an old man echoed out, "You have indeed lost. Not just in battle, but even your heart has lost." "Why?" Wang Dong suddenly turned around to gaze at the old man. With an unresigned look on his face, he replied, "I'm clearly stronger than him. If I were to really fight against him, he wouldn't have even been able to touch me. In which way did he achieve victory over me?" The old man pointed towards his own heart. "On the basis of this, he has a fearless heart, while you lack one. Not being afraid of death isn't something that just anyone can do." Wang Dong was stunned. After a while, he bowed deeply towards the old man. "Grandpa, thank you for your advice." After speaking, he walked towards the dorm room with large strides. Upon his return to the dorm room, Wang Dong saw Yu Hao, who'd already begun to meditate on his wooden bed. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he held it in. After letting out a snort, he made his bed. Compared to Yu Hao's poverty-stricken conditions, Wang Dong's bed was set up with a thick fur mattress that had been made from the fur of some unknown soul beast. It looked thick and soft. Furthermore, he even had a soft quilt. His luggage had already filled the wardrobe beside him, but there were still many things left out on his table. Wang Dong seemed to be too lazy to finish unpacking, instead pulling the quilt over his head to sleep with feeling of injustice. Over the following 2 days, Yu Hao and Wang Dong minded their own business and did their own things without bothering one another. The thing that astonished Wang Dong the most was that Yu Hao seemed to be in a cultivation state at all times, except for when he was eating. He could faintly sense the strength of Yu Hao's soul force, but the more he sensed it, the more incredulous he felt. Just by relying on his strength, Hao was able to beat me. The admission period for new students finally ended, and the freshman dormitory also became lively. Although the rooms weren't big, they could still fit 2 people in them. It was very noisy outside, but the soundproofing abilities of the dorm rooms were very good. Yu Hao had been cultivating incessantly during these past few days. His previous fight with Wang Dong had inspired him quite a bit. The reason that he'd previously been able to overcome his opponent and was able to achieve victory was because he'd relied on the skill that the Skydream Iceworm had given him after awakening. Iceworms truly weren't very strong soul beasts. The 4 soul skills that the million-year Skydream Iceworm had bestowed on Yu Hao weren't very strong either. They were, respectively, spiritual detection, spiritual sharing, spiritual interference, and spirit shock. Yu Hao was relatively more skilled with the first 2 skills, and had already verified their impressiveness with Bei Bei. On the other hand, spiritual interference was a domain-type skill that could interfere with all living creatures inside a 15-meter radius of Yu Hao, who would produce spiritual undulations. However, the strength of its interference wasn't high. With his current level of cultivation, the most he could do was make people turn absent-minded for a moment. Furthermore, he wasn't even able to maintain the skill for a full 3 seconds. The soul force consumption was much higher than his previous 2 skills. Spirit Shock was the only skill among the 4 that had even a tiny bit of attack power. Since it was a single target skill, the strength of its attack was slightly stronger than the domain-type spiritual interference. However, it wasn't much stronger than it either. The reason that Yu Hao had been able to overcome Wang Dong and achieve victory in that fight was because he'd combined Spirit Shock with his purple demon eyes. The combined effect of the 2 was even better than he'd imagined. Naturally, this was also because Wang Dong hadn't been able to put up any defenses due to the sudden nature of the attack. If he'd made any preparations, the strength of his Spirit Shock would have been heavily reduced. However, no matter what way you put it, Yu Hao finally had the basic requirements to become a control-type soul master by relying with these 4 spiritual-type skills. However, his eldest senior brother had previously told him that new students wouldn't be separated into departments during their first year. Everything could be done after he'd survived their first year. "Why, class starts today. Are you still going to sit there like a fool?" Wang Dong's voice roused Yu Hao from his pondering state. He'd just returned from his breakfast and was planning to cultivate for a while. "Class is starting?" Yu Hao asked subconsciously. This was their first conversation after their fight. Wang Dong didn't even look at him as he indifferently replied, "There's still an hour left." "Oh." After Hui Hao responded, he shut his eyes and began to meditate. After his hard work during these few days, his familiarity with the mysterious heaven technique had increased a bit. An hour was enough for him to circulate the mysterious heaven technique through an entire cycle, which would allow his soul force to improve by a small step. Wang Dong didn't even listen to his reply. When he turned back to look at Hui Hao, he discovered that he'd actually started to meditate again, causing him to involuntarily murmur to himself, "Truly a lunatic." When he finished speaking, he left the dorm room without even looking back. During these past 2 days, he'd never seen Hui Hao lie down to sleep. The large gates of the white teaching area were open wide, and the new students who were now wearing white-colored school uniforms walked inside in single file. Everyone's clothing had the symbol of a small green monster on their left breast pocket, which was the symbol of Shrek Academy. Students from different year groups had uniforms of different colors. They had uniforms that were the same color as their teaching areas. As Hui Hao rushed towards the new students' teaching area, he was just in time to hear the ringing of the bell. He rapidly rushed inside and saw the sign for Class 1 on the first room to the left on the first floor, causing him to immediately dash inside without any hesitation. Chapter 8.3 Monstrous Teacher. Chapter 8.3 Monstrous Teacher. At that moment, the spacious classroom had already been filled with people. Because Hui Hao arrived at the last moment, the number of seats left for him to choose from were very little. He barely managed to find a seat with great difficulty. His deskmate was a relatively pretty young lady. However, this young lady's appearance was somewhat similar to Wang Dong's when he'd first met him. She had a haughty look on her face when she raised her head, and didn't even spare him a glance. Hui Hao only managed to observe the surrounding situation after he'd sat down. The classroom was very large. There were a full 100 people who were in the same class as him. Following the idea that there were roughly 1,000 freshman students, there should be roughly 10 freshman classes, or so. He quickly found Wang Dong, simply because Wang Dong's looks were too outstanding. The people sitting around him were actually all girls, and none of them were weaker than the female student that sat beside Hui Hao in terms of appearance. At that moment, a person walked in the classroom's door. It was an old lady with wrinkled skin and shriveled hair. Her grizzled hair had been rolled into a bun, and she wore a set of white robes. Furthermore, her body's figure was average in size. The most unusual thing about her were her extremely bright eyes, which seemed to radiate light from her black pupils. Hui Hao's martial soul was his spirit eyes. As a result of this, he was especially sensitive to the eyes of others. He could sense a strong level of spiritual suppression from this old woman's eyes. Even though the old woman was very old, her back was ramrod straight as she walked towards the speaking platform. There was no doubt about it. She was definitely the teacher of this freshman class. When they saw the teacher enter, the previously disorderly class immediately quieted down, and their gazes all gathered on the speaking platform. The old woman's gaze calmly swept across the crowd from left to right, immediately causing everyone to feel her gaze raking over them, which in turn caused a formless pressure to appear in their hearts. "I am Zhou Yi, and am a teacher in charge of your class. I'm not sure how many of you will be able to keep up with me for the following year, but I have to tell you something. In my class, trash can't pass my assessments. I want to cultivate monsters, not idiots." Teacher Zhou's voice had a kind of extremely unpleasant rasp to it. It resembled a broken gong. When they heard her words, an extremely angry look appeared on the faces of many students. They had passed the entrance assessment that enabled them to become students of Shrek Academy, and had been carefully selected from various countries on the continent. Amongst their peers, the word elite could absolutely be used to describe them. However, they had turned into trash and idiots under the words of this teacher Zhou. However, Hui Hao was extremely calm. When he saw this teacher Zhou, he recalled the words of his eldest senior brother and teacher Xiaoya. This teacher Zhou was very strict and had a bad temper, but she truly had ability. Those who've gotten into a fight during these past few days of enrollment, stand up. Zhou Yi's following sentence stunned the entire class once again. They'd just been enrolled. Who would have the free time to start a fight in the academy? Even if they had fought, who'd admit to it? As the entire class remained silent, Only a single person stood up. It was Hoắc Vũ Hạo. He didn't stand up because he was honest, but because he faintly sensed that this teacher, Zhou, wasn't a person who'd play her cards according to common sense. Seeing Hoắc Vũ Hạo stand up, Wang Dong let out a humph. Not willing to be outdone, he also stood up. Of the entire class of 100 students, only 2 had stood up. They immediately became cranes in a flock of chickens as they became the focus of the entire class's attention. Only 2. Zhou raised her eyebrows. Truly a group of trash. Don't tell me you didn't know that not daring to provoke others is a sign of mediocrity? Other than these 2, everyone else go outside and run 100 laps around Shrek Plaza. Anyone who can't finish these 100 laps will be directly expelled. Once she spoke, the whole class flew into an uproar. This was only their first day of school, and class hadn't even begun yet. Who could accept the fact that they were actually being punished for not fighting? One of the students immediately stood up. Teacher, I refuse to accept this. Why do we have to be punished for not fighting? Zhou indifferently replied, because I said so. If you're not willing to accept this, you can screw off. As a teacher, I have the authority to expel any student I want. I'll give you 1 minute. If I don't see all of you running around Shrek Plaza within that minute, all of you will be expelled. As she spoke, a terrifying aura was suddenly released from her body. The powerful soul force undulations caused every single student to be choked by the pressure. Following that, soul rings started to rise from Zhou Yi's feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings burst forth with a strong aura that was hard to describe. This teacher Zhou was actually a soul emperor-level expert, and furthermore, she had 2 10,000-year soul rings. If she wanted to take care of the 100 students in front of her, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it would be as easy as turning her palm over. These students were only freshmen, after all. Under the strong pressure, just who would dare to resist? All of them dejectedly walked out the door. Zhou withdrew her soul rings after releasing them, and her eyes followed the students out of the classroom as she gazed at them expressionlessly. I'll give you a reminder. You only have 2 hours. After 2 hours, the people who haven't finished the 100 laps will be considered to be unqualified. This is your first test after entering the academy, and those unqualified will be expelled. When they heard her words, the students' movements immediately sped up. They quickly ran to the field after leaving the classroom. Wang Dong was slightly astonished as he glanced at Hoắc Vũ Hạo. At that moment, only the 2 of them were left in the class. Zhou Yi's expression seemed to have become much warmer as she beckoned towards them. Wang Dong and Hoắc Vũ Hạo walked toward her together. Looking at the 2 of them, Zhou nodded her head in a satisfied manner. Then, she said, "Not bad, at least 2 of you have some guts. Tell me, who did you fight with and why did you fight with them?" Wang Dong was just about to speak, but Hoắc Vũ Hạo interjected, reporting to the teacher, "We are roommates. We had a small conflict due to our opposing views." Zhou seemed to be very interested as she said, "Oh, you're even roommates. Fighting is good, but fighting between roommates is the best kind of fighting. You'll have competition this way, and you'll also be able to improve together." As they stood in front of Zhou Yi, both Hoắc Vũ Hạo or Wang Dong felt their backs become cool as their backs become covered in cold sweat. Just now, this teacher Zhou had simply been too domineering. Furthermore, she really didn't play her cards according to common sense. Her way of thinking was entirely different from an ordinary person's. She was truly deserving of the title that Bei had called her by, the monstrous teacher. A trace of a smile that was even uglier than one's crying face appeared on Zhou Yi's face. Her aged face even seemed to twitch. Fighting is a good thing, but I don't really like fighting amongst my own students. Remember, you should fight with students from other classes if you want to start a fight. Our Shrek Academy's rules have always been relaxed, and this is for the sake of developing individuality within our students. Thus, we've always turned a blind eye toward the issue of fighting. However, there are certain limits to this, which I'll tell you about. Students from higher year groups aren't allowed to provoke or attack students from lower year groups. If we find out that someone has done this, the punishment is immediate expulsion. However, students from lower year groups can challenge older students, but this requires the presence of a teacher to ensure the fact that older students aren't simply bullying the younger students. As for students of the same year group, you can fight as you wish. As long as you don't cause any fatal wounds, the school won't interfere at all. Honestly, fighting is an exceptionally good way of increasing your strength. If you can reach your second year, you can go to the Seoul dueling arena to fight. If you win a lot, the school will even reward you. However, for now, you two can go run outside with the others. Wang Dong was stunned. Teacher, didn't you say that we had guts? Chapter 8.4 Monstrous Teacher. Chapter 8.4 Monstrous Teacher. Zhou, he still had a smile on her face. But I never said that you wouldn't need to run. School has only just started, yet you've already fought with your roommate. You two really have future prospects. Thus, since you two have so many future prospects, the difficulty of your test should be harder than that of the others. Moreover, you two of you should share both delight and hardship with your fellow students. The amount of time you two have to finish those 100 laps will be the same as the others. Look, a moment has already passed while you two weren't being careful. Wang Dong still wanted to say something, but he was pulled away by Hui Hao, who didn't hesitate to turn around and run outside. Although Wang Dong felt somewhat depressed, he still followed Hui Hao out to run. What did you pull me away for? This teacher Zhou is truly a lunatic. Hui Hao unhappily replied. Can you beat her in a verbal battle? Can you beat her in a fight? If you can't do either of these things, and you still want to stay in Shrek Academy, then you'll have to follow her orders. Quickly run. I believe that her earlier words about expelling anyone who's unable to finish 100 laps aren't false at all. Shrek Plaza was right outside the freshman school building. It wasn't considered too big. A single lap was roughly 300 meters or so. To normal people, running 100 laps around the plaza was definitely not a simple task. However, to these young students who had the foundation of a soul master, it wasn't actually that hard. As long as they ran seriously, they'd managed to finish running their 100 laps within 2 hours. After Hu Hao and Wang Dong had joined the great army of running, many sounds of schadenfreude immediately echoed out. However, the two people didn't even bother to care about them. They were already behind by 15 minutes, so they had to make the most of every minute that they had. Whilst running, Wang Dong suddenly asked Hui Hao, "What skill did you use to beat me that day? I still haven't been able to figure it out. Could it be that your martial soul is a spiritual type martial soul?" Hui Hao nodded. Wang Dong was stunned. It's really a spiritual type martial soul. No wonder I couldn't see what your martial soul was after you'd used your soul ring. At least my loss can't be considered too much of an injustice. Hui Hao felt slightly helpless as he replied, "You're too arrogant. If you'd also used your martial soul, I would have definitely had no chance at all. I can sense that your soul force is much stronger than mine." Wang Dong was slightly pleased as he said, "That's obvious. Amongst this year's freshmen, the number of students who can compare with me in terms of strength are as rare as phoenix feathers and Shielan horns. You merely have a single 10-year soul ring. Thus you're naturally not my opponent." Hui Hao disliked Wang Dong's arrogant appearance. "Don't forget that you just lost to that 10-year soul ring." "Ugh," Wang Dong unhappily replied. "I get it. Let's not talk about this anymore. Seeing that you protected me in front of that perverted teacher, I'll consider the previous matter settled. In the future, I'll take care of you. If anyone wants to bully you, I'll protect you." Hui Hao was left speechless. "I don't need your protection." After saying this, he sped up his pace and ran forward. Wang Dong followed Hui Hao as he sped up. The physical fitness of his body was much better than Hui Hao's, so keeping up with his increase in speed was effortless to him. Wang Dong was slightly dissatisfied as he said, "You're too unreasonable." Hui Hao glared at him and replied, "If you treat me as a student on equal terms, you wouldn't have to have this kind of feeling." Wang Dong curled his lip. "Since I was young, there's never been someone the same age as me who was able to make me treat them as an equal." Hui Hao humphed and stopped looking at him. When words get sour, adding extra words is meaningless. Wang Dong also stopped talking. He suddenly sped up, overtaking Hui Hao as he used an astonishing speed to run around Shrek Plaza. It had to be said that even though Wang Dong was arrogant, his cultivation truly stood out from masses. Furthermore, his physical fitness was extremely strong. Once he'd sped up, there was no one from Class 1 who could actually catch up to him. At that moment, Zhou had already arrived beside Shrek Plaza. She simply stood there as she calmly watched the students run. Her gaze was quickly attracted to Wang Dong. and her gaze changed slightly before returning to normal. Time quickly passed. As the number of completed laps increased, the breathing of the running students gradually became rougher. The physical fitness and cultivation level of the students was revealed at this moment. Zhou Yi had never said that they were prohibited from using the assistance of Soul Force, so everyone had started using Soul Force to recover their physical strength in order to continue their long-distance running. There were more than 10 people running at the very front of the group. Their speed wasn't slow at all. Of the group, the leader was Wang Dong. Although he'd come out late, he'd managed to catch up to the people who had the most laps completed within an hour. He'd even overtaken them. Just looking at his appearance, he didn't seem to have used up much energy. His speed hadn't decreased at all the entire time. After the people at the front of the class, there was a large group of students. There were at least 70 students within this group, and they all ran at a relatively even speed. Running didn't seem to be too exhausting for them. Looking at their speed, it wouldn't be a problem for them to complete 100 laps within their 2 allotted hours. Behind them were still more than 10 students who'd been left behind in the back. Hui Yuhao was amongst this group. For the sake of catching up to the students in front, Hui Yuhao had used a very quick speed to start running as soon as he'd started. However, the drain on his physical strength had started increasing as soon as he finished running 20 or so laps. Not only was he the last person in the class, the number of laps that he'd run was even fewer than the others, due to him having started 15 minutes later. More than half of the total time had already passed when Zhou Yi's voice suddenly echoed out in everyone's ears. Speed up and use my location as the finishing point. In the middle of her speaking, Wang Dong had swept past her with a swoosh, becoming the first person to complete the 100 laps. After using an extremely fast speed to finish the 100 laps, Wang Dong's handsome face had also turned rosy. He panted slightly as he slowed his pace, and he finally stopped after he'd walked another lap around the plaza. Gradually, more and more students began to complete their 100 laps after Wang Dong. At this moment, there were still 15 minutes left until the 2 hours were up. After Wang Dong stopped, his gaze quickly landed on Hui Yuhao, who was running at the back. He couldn't help but furrow his brow as he muttered to himself, "How did I lose to him?" Hui Yuhao's speed had already become much slower than his starting speed. His school uniform was soaked with sweat, and since his martial soul was a spiritual-type martial soul, the help that his soul force provided to his body was smaller than normal. If it weren't for him cultivating the mysterious heaven technique, he would have been in an even worse state. If Hui Yuhao had had the full 2 hours to complete the 100 laps, he could have still persevered and completed them, albeit with much difficulty. However, after Zhou Yi delaying him earlier, it was just too difficult for him. Deliberately increasing his speed had substantially drained his physical strength. At this moment, he was 3 laps behind the students next to him, and was still 20 laps away from the 100 laps. Running 20 laps within 15 minutes was something that was nearly impossible for him. Chapter 9.1 Radiant Butterfly Goddess. Chapter 9.1 Radiant Butterfly Goddess. No, I must persevere. I can't get disqualified. Hui Yuhao clenched his teeth tightly and sped up his footsteps again. For the sake of clearing up his tired mind, he even activated his soul force and released a spirit shock that was aimed towards himself. The intense pain in his mind also stimulated his bodily functions, and sure enough, his speed increased by a bit once again, allowing him to overtake the few people at the very back of the group. Zhou Yi quietly stood there. She didn't pay attention to the students who'd already finished their laps. Instead, her gaze fell upon the students who hadn't completed their laps. Out of these students, the one who had the most tired expression was Hui Yuhao. His uniform, which had already been soaked with sweat, wasn't something that could be faked. However, he clenched his teeth tightly as he strenuously persevered. Time rapidly passed, and Hui Yuhao persevered for another 8 laps. At this moment, there was only 5 minutes left until the end of the 2 hours. Along with Hui Yuhao, there were 7 other people who hadn't finished running. However, they seemed to only have 3 to 5 laps left. Furthermore, they'd already started to use all of their strength to increase their speed. There was still a chance that they'd finish on time. However, Hui Yuhao still needed 12 more laps. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the middle of Shrek Plaza. It landed behind Hui Yuhao and caught up to him in just a few steps. Following that, a scene which stunned everyone present appeared. A pair of blue butterfly wings suddenly spread out from the back of the person that was chasing after Hui Hao. The tips of each wing unceasingly changed between deep blue, azure, and light blue, while the surface of each wing was similar to a bright, V-shaped halo that had been embedded within. The blue sky that in turn brought light to the human realm. Its shape and color were incomparably and flawlessly beautiful. When such a gorgeous pair of wings suddenly appeared, the shock that it brought to everyone was simply too great. Practically all of the students, regardless of whether they were boys or girls, let out a cry. That pair of wings was simply too beautiful. Its surface resembled white spouts surging from the azure ocean. The patterns on it, as well as its color, were extremely magnificent. When it was azure, the entire surface of the wing resembled a bright halo embedded within the blue sky. It occasionally turned deep blue, azure, and then light blue. The white patterns of light on both wings were like pearls that had been embedded within them. They had a bright luster that was extremely enchanting. Although the wings were only an illusory shadow, it caused everyone present to have a stunned and dazzled feeling under their illumination. Even Zhou Yi, who was a teacher, felt the same. After the figure had released its butterfly wings, it stuck to Hui Hao from behind. It hugged Hui Hao underneath his armpits, and the wings on its back suddenly began to flap. Just like that, it actually brought them both into the sky. Hui Hao was also shocked. He unconsciously turned around to see who it was, allowing him to see Wang Dong's handsome face. You what? Why haven't you circulated your soul force to make your body lighter? Wang Dong flapped his pair of beautiful wings as he spoke, causing them to suddenly speed up. He then took Hui Hao with him as he flew around Shrek Plaza at high speed. Hui Hao was also stunned by the pair of wings on Wang Dong's back. Too beautiful. They were really too beautiful. Was this his martial soul? Hui Hao could even sense the V-shaped patterns on Wang Dong's wings absorbing the warmth of the sunlight. Without mentioning this, just a martial soul that had the ability to fly was already a considerably strong existence. Furthermore, there was a saying in the natural world, beautiful martial souls were always stronger. A trace of satisfaction was apparent inside of Zhou Yi's astonishment as she spoke to herself. Radiant butterfly goddess? The continent's most beautiful butterfly martial soul? Good, very good. At least not all of them have disappointed me. Wang Dong's flying speed was very fast. With his speed, completing 12 laps within 5 minutes wasn't an impossible task anymore. When the two simultaneously landed after finishing Hui Hao's last lap, they couldn't help but stumble. Hui Hao hurriedly turned around and supported Wang Dong. However, he also fell backwards, causing Wang Dong to fall on top of him. Although Wang Dong's cultivation couldn't be considered weak amongst his peers, he was still a child. After over 3,000 meters whilst carrying Hui Hao, his soul force had been slightly overdraft. Once he landed, the pair of dazzling wings on his back were withdrawn into his body. His expression had also become pale. Hui Hao was crushed under Wang Dong's body, but the trace of a smile still appeared on his face. Thanks. I crushed you last time, and you crushed me back this time. Wang Dong crawled back up with a look of revulsion on his face. You stinking brat. Do you think I want to be on top of you? Hui Hao wasn't angered by what Wang Dong said as he crawled up along with him. Whilst panting heavily, he gave Wang Dong a thumbs up. Wang Dong was stunned for a moment. Then, he nodded his head and gave him a thumbs up in reply. Following that, the two people couldn't help but smile. Their previous grudges had also completely disappeared at this moment. All of the students had completed 100 laps within the stipulated time. They were now standing in the middle of Shrek Plaza, resting. Zhou expressionlessly turned towards the students as she indifferently said, "The people whose names I call, step forward. Cheng Cheng, Qiu Jianrao, Tang Dao, Shengwan Chintian, Lin Ziyu, Zhuge Yun, Tai Long, Tang Ling, and Yin Xiaopiao." A total of 9 students were called out by her. The students had clearly never expected Zhou Yi to be able to actually call out the names of 9 students, even though they hadn't given any self-introductions. The students who were called out slowly stepped forward. Zhou Yi indifferently said, "You 9 could go pack your luggage and leave the academy. From this moment forth, You're no longer students of Shrek Academy. The 9 students who were still tired from running were immediately astonished, while the other students erupted into an uproar. Teacher, why? The tall youth named Tai Long stepped forward with an angry look on his face. Out of the students who'd completed their 100 laps, he'd been in the first group of people. He was one of the first people that had finished. Zhou, he coldly replied, Shrek Academy doesn't need students who were full of tricks. If we cultivate a person like you, who has strength but not a good and upright attitude, the only thing you'll bring to any country is catastrophe, not help. Tai Long, say it yourself, did you run the full 100 laps just now? I naturally ran enough. Tai Long protested. Zhou, he laughed. You ran enough? If my memory serves me right, when everyone started running, you unhurriedly walked 2 laps due to the fact that I hadn't arrived at Shrek Plaza yet. You only started to catch up when the leading group were on their 5th laps. Because of this, you didn't run a full 100 laps, but 97. I believe that I'm not the only person who saw your laziness in the beginning. Tai Long's face immediately turned bright red. He never thought that Zhou Yi, who hadn't come out to the field at the beginning, would be able to reveal his crafty tricks as if she'd seen them personally. But just because I ran a few laps less, you can't expel me because of this. Zhou Yi snorted disdainfully. I've already explained the reason why I'm expelling you. You're not suitable to be called a student of Shrek Academy. Pack your bags and screw off. Chapter 9.2 Radiant Butterfly Goddess. Chapter 9.2 Radiant Butterfly Goddess. Tai Lang was completely flabbergasted. In reality, running 100 laps or so wasn't a problem at all for him, with his strength. His cultivation was even ranked amongst the best of all the students in Class 1. However, he never expected that he'd be eliminated like this. Zhou, he looked towards the other students and spoke indifferently. Although I have a bad temper, I could definitely keep my promises. The 9 people who I called out all cheated whilst running and did not complete their 100 laps. If you're unhappy with it, you can go and report me to the Education Administration. But for now, you can leave. Teacher Zhou, I refuse to accept this. He didn't run 100 laps just now. He only managed to finish with someone else's help. Why isn't he being eliminated? Another eliminated student named Lin Ziyu spoke furiously whilst pointing towards Wu Hao. Zhou, he laughed. You refuse to accept it? He is named Wu Hao, and if he hadn't finished running 100 laps, he'd be amongst you right now. I will not change what I've said. He finished 100 laps. I never said that helping others was forbidden. Wang Dong helped him, something that he did voluntarily. If someone willingly helped you whilst you were running, that would have been fine too. But did anyone help you? I don't look at the process, only at the results. And the results were, Wu Hao completed 100 laps, while you did not. Quickly screw off. If you make me any angrier, I'll waste your martial souls. Under Zhou Yi's powerful might, the 9 students who'd been called out could do nothing but dejectedly walk away. They obviously weren't going to pack their luggage, but were instead going straight towards the Educational Administration to lodge a complaint. This was only the first day of school. How could they accept this? The sweat on Wu Hao's body increased as he personally watched Zhou Yi impartially expel the 9 students. It would have been weird if he didn't feel nervous. If it weren't for Wang Dong's help, he would have been with those people. When he thought about this, he couldn't help but shoot a grateful glance towards Wang Dong. The remaining students' expressions had completely changed. They didn't even dare to breathe heavily whilst looking at Zhou Yi. It had only been 2 hours, yet Zhou Yi had already established her absolute authority over Class 1. Go back to the dorms and change your clothes. After that, come back to the classroom for class. I'll give you 15 minutes. As soon as she'd finished speaking, Zhou Yi turned around and headed back towards the classroom. No one dared to waste any time this time around. They loudly dispersed, as practically all of them sprinted back to their dorm rooms. That old woman is too fierce. Wang Dong spoke as he hurriedly ran back towards the dorms with Wu Hao. Wu Hao turned and said, Thanks. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that. Wang Dong snorted and said, Don't thank me. If it weren't for our fight, you could have done it on your own. You can go in and change first. I'm not really that sweaty. Wu Hao was stunned. You don't want to change together to save time? Wang Dong replied. Did you forget about the 5 rules I told you the other day? I don't like seeing the bodies of other people. It gives me goosebumps. Hurry up. Wu Hao didn't bother responding. He hurriedly returned to their room and took off his sweat-soaked shirt. He then used a clean cloth to wipe his body down before changing into another set of the school uniform. He'd have to wait until after class before he could clean his dirty body. When he left the room, it was Wang Dong's turn to change his clothes. At that moment, Hoyu Hao was still somewhat out of breath. The pair of wings that had appeared on Wang Dong's back subconsciously appeared in his mind again. Too beautiful. They had truly been too beautiful. Just what was that martial soul? Perhaps the others might not have noticed anything, but Hoyu Hao had. When Wang Dong had released his martial soul, his soul rings had also appeared. He'd unexpectedly had 2 of them. The thing that astonished him even more than that, however, was that Wang Dong actually had both a yellow and a purple soul ring. In other words, his second soul ring was a 1,000-year one. This had already surpassed the common sense of normal soul masters. No wonder he was so arrogant. He truly had the means to do so. When he compared his strength to Wang Dong's, he truly was far too weak. As he pondered about this, Wang Dong came out of their room after changing into a new set of clothes. The 2 of them didn't dare to waste any time. They returned to the classroom as fast as they could. Zhou, he had given them 15 minutes to change, but in reality, even the slowest person didn't take 10 minutes. All of the students had already seated themselves in an orderly fashion inside of the classroom. Their eyes were still filled with fear when they looked at the 9 empty seats. Everyone present had heard the phrase, Shrek Academy is hard to enter, but easy to leave. However, they only felt a strong sense of danger after it happened right in front of them. No one dared to even think of cheating anymore. When the 15th minute arrived, Zhou walked into the classroom just on time. When she saw that the 91 students were all present, she nodded her head. She then said, "We'll start class now. On the whole, your test earlier has made me satisfied. A majority of you were able to complete the simple running test. Hoyu Hao, stand up." Teacher Zhou. Hoyu Hao rapidly stood up. His back was ramrod straight. Zhou coldly said, "Announce your soul rank." "Yes, my soul force is at the 11th rank." Hoyu Hao spoke respectfully. Ever since Zhou had called out their names earlier, he knew that in reality, this teacher Zhou completely understood them, even though she seemed unreasonable. Perhaps he wouldn't even be able to conceal his cultivation from her. After hearing the words 11th rank, a suspicious expression appeared on all of the students in the class. Wang Dong even directly covered his eyes with his hands. Embarrassing. This was too embarrassing to him. With his level of cultivation, he'd actually lost to a person at the 11th rank. Wait, how could he only be at the 11th rank of Soul Force? Didn't enrolling at Shrek Academy have a basic requirement that students had to be at the 15th rank? When he thought about this, Wang Dong couldn't help but raise his head to look at Hoyu Hao with a flabbergasted expression. Correct. His soul power is only at the 11th rank. I know, you all are very curious as to why he could pass the school's assessment and was able to become a freshman. I'll only answer this question once. No one can ask him about it in the future unless he's eliminated. He's a student who was specially invited by the academy. When he entered the academy, he didn't need to pass any tests. However, this is the only exception we make for specially invited students. If he's unable to complete the studying assignments that the academy sets, he'll also be eliminated. Okay, Hoyu Hao, sit down. Thank you, teacher. As Hoyu Hao sat back down, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Teacher Zhou's words were clearly meant to protect him. By clearly explaining the situation of his enrollment, even with his insufficient soul rank, no one would ask about it in the future. Zhou, he didn't seem to care about the students' reactions to this. She turned around and wrote 2 big words on the blackboard, attack and defense. After writing the 2 words out on the blackboard, she turned back to face the students once again. I know that a majority of you are very unhappy because of the punishment I gave to you earlier, as well as the expulsion of those 9 people. Only, you don't dare to show it because of my pressure. I have no need to give you any explanations. People who are perceptive will naturally understand my reasoning in the future. As for the idiots who can't understand, it's fine for them to not understand. We will now start class. You should all recognize the 2 words that I've just written on the blackboard, attack and defense. For our first class today, I'll talk to you about the attacking and defending techniques that Soul Masters use. Since ancient times, we Soul Masters have been split into many different systems based off of our innate martial souls, such as the power attack system, the agility attack system, the auxiliary system, the food system, the control system, the defense system, and so on. Some soul masters develop their abilities towards an extreme of one system, while others develop their abilities equally in multiple. The various number of methods to cultivate is by no means an isolated path. Wang Dong, answer this question. Of the various systems that soul masters fall into, which is the best at attacking, and which should lean towards defense and auxiliary, or support? Chapter 9.3 Radiant Butterfly Goddess. Chapter 9.3 Radiant Butterfly Goddess. This question couldn't be any easier for him. Wang Dong stood up and unhesitantly replied, naturally, assault, agility, and control system soul masters are inclined toward attacking, while auxiliary, food, and defense system soul masters are inclined towards defense. Zhou, he spoke with no trace of politeness. That was a stupid answer. Wang Dong was left blank. Teacher Zhou, my answer dash. Sit down. Zhou, he interrupted him, as she waved her hand in his direction, causing a strong burst of soul force to hold back the words he was about to say. Then, it forced him to sit back down. If this were 4,000 years ago, before the Sun-Moon continent had collided with our Delua continent, Wang Dong's answer would have been correct. However, as of now, his answer couldn't be any more incorrect. Hui Hao, tell me, why is this so? Hui Hao instantly thought to himself that teacher Zhou really had a grudge against him and Wang Dong today. Fortunately, they hadn't been expelled despite this. After some lightning-quick thinking, he came to an answer. He stood up and said, because of soul tools. The strictness present on Zhou Yi's face finally became a bit gentler. You aren't considered that stupid. It's no wonder that you were able to become a specially invited student. Correct. It's exactly because of soul tools that the line between attack and defense has become blurred. This is also the topic that I want to talk about today. Sit down. I believe that everyone very clear knows that the development of soul tools has been quite rapid during these recent few thousand years. That year, the Sun-Moon continent brought many precious materials with them, as well as the basic manufacturing techniques for soul tools. After a few thousand years of development, the quality of our manufactured soul tools has steadily become better, while their strength has in turn become steadily stronger. This has created a situation where even food system soul masters can have an attack power that's equal to, or even surpasses, the attack of assault system soul masters, if they possess a sufficiently strong soul tool. Contrastingly, if agility system soul masters have a soul tool with a strong defensive capability, they can temporarily play the role of a defense system soul masters. It could be said that the appearance of soul tools has enormously changed both the direction and current situation of soul masters cultivation. In reality, the usage of soul rings have been weakened. As long as you have sufficient soul force, you can rely on soul tools to make up for the deficiency in your soul rings. This has caused many people to neglect the usage of soul rings, thereby creating the current situation in which the soul masters of the four great empires are cultivating with the sole aim of achieving a high amount of soul force. This sort of cultivation method is undoubtedly effective in the short term, especially for soul masters below the 50th rank, where the effects of soul tools are extremely obvious. However, what I want to make clear to you is that our Shrek Academy doesn't cultivate this kind of soul master. And that's because after surpassing the 50th rank, they're all trash. You don't understand, right? Let me give an example. You're a tool soul master that's cultivated to the 50th rank, while I'm an agility system soul master who's also cultivated to the 50th rank. However, you have a soul tool that's strong enough to threaten my life, while I don't have one at all. Who wins the fight? The answer is very simple. I'll definitely win. Why? Because with my speed, you basically won't have the slightest chance of hitting me with your soul tool. Even if you have a peak level soul tool, I can still rely on my speed to grind down your soul force. The stronger the soul tool, the higher the drain on your soul force. Because of this, although soul masters of the defense, auxiliary, and food systems can rely on soul tools to possess the attack power of assault system soul masters, they still won't have the combat strength of a real assault system soul master. You must remember this very clearly. Because of this, although soul tools can enormously strengthen defense, auxiliary, and food system soul masters, You'll always be killed first on the battlefield if your body isn't strong enough. Your opponents won't let you off just based on the fact that you're not an offensive soul master. On the contrary, people bully the weak. Your attack power might be very strong by relying on a soul tool, but your other aspects will be very weak in turn. What would your enemies choose to do in that case? Likewise, if I'm extremely fit, my combat strength will be very strong in and of itself. Thus, having possession of a strong soul tool at the same time would be like adding wings to a tiger. This is a true expert. The line separating attack and defense has been blurred. Nowadays, anybody within a team of soul masters can fill the role of an attacker. However, only by raising your physical fitness can you increase your chance of surviving on the battlefield by a large degree. Unless soul tools develop to the point where they can completely replace your body, the level of both your physical fitness and your soul rings will still be the most important thing in your futures. Zhou, you didn't know this, but 10,000 years from now, soul tools would actually develop to the degree where they could actually replace one's entire body, like she just said. During the next 3 months, most of my training for you will be focused on training your physical fitness. No matter who you are, what origins you have, or how talented you are, if you can't pass my test 3 months from now, you'll end up just like those 9 people. You can screw off. Today's morning class will end here. I recommend that you eat a proper lunch. Your training will start this afternoon. Hui Hao, follow me to the office for a bit. After speaking, Zhou Yi turned around and walked away without pausing. The lunch bell hadn't even rung yet. The class remained silent until Zhou Yi had walked out of the classroom. A majority of the people there were immersed in what Zhou Yi had said. Although this teacher, Zhou, didn't follow the rules of common sense, they had no choice but to agree that her words made a lot of sense. Hui Hao stood up and followed Zhou Yi out. Besides the office buildings that were located behind the purple and black teaching buildings, there was also a simplistic office located within every school building. Hui Hao followed Zhou Yi to the office, which was close to the classroom. Zhou Yi motioned for him to shut the door, while she proceeded to sit behind an office desk. Although she looked old, her movements didn't appear elderly at all. Hui Hao, I don't like to beat around the bush. Wang Dong's martial soul astonished me a lot, but your martial soul has caused me to become very curious. Even with my experience, I was unable to sense what your martial soul was. Now, I want to know what exactly it is. Zhou Yi's power was undoubtedly manifested in her words. There was naturally no need for him to conceal his martial soul from his teacher. Hui Hao replied, My martial soul is the spirit eyes, a spiritual type martial soul. When she heard Hui Hao's words, Zhou Yi was visibly astonished. A trace of delight flashed through her bright eyes, which were inconsistent with her extremely aged face. A body soul that has a spiritual attribute? Hui Hao nodded his head. Zhou Yi's eyes furrowed slightly, as if she were deep in thought. After a short period of time, she asked Hui Hao, Can you tell me what your first soul skill is? Teachers inquiring about their students' martial souls was very common, but a soul skill was the most important ability of a soul master, as well as their most important secret. Even with Zhou Yi's might, she'd still used an inquiring tone. Someone else might have hesitated for a moment, but Hui Hao didn't have this problem. His first soul ring had 4 skills, so only exposing 2 of them was still quite easy for him. Chapter 9.4 Radiant Butterfly Goddess. Chapter 9.4 Radiant Butterfly Goddess. Without directly answering Zhou Yi, Hui Hao's first pure white soul ring slowly rose from his feet. Following that, his pupils were covered in a faintly golden layer. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Yi felt a spiritual undulation emerge before her eyes. Zhou Yi was naturally different from Bei Bei and Tangya. She was a soul emperor expert. Although she wasn't a spiritual type soul master, she still naturally had a strong level of spiritual power due to her cultivation. If she wanted to reject Hui Hao's spiritual skill from someone who was only at the 11th rank, it couldn't be any easier for her. However, she clearly wouldn't reject it right now. She immediately chose to accept it. Once she accepted it, Zhou Yi's pupils instantly expanded. Spiritual detection sharing immediately appeared within Zhou Yi's sense of vision, causing everything around her to become much clearer. This clear sense of reality made it seem as if one was walking out from a dense fog. Everything became clear and orderly, so much so that she was able to completely describe everything using numbers. The precise predictions, almost as if they were coming from a second, separate brain, unceasingly changed along with her line of sight. After roughly a minute, Hua Yuhao deactivated his skill and stood conscientiously in front of Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi stood still in a daze for a while, before murmuring to herself, "What a miraculous skill! No wonder the Tang Sect chose you as their specially invited student. With this skill alone, that girl Tang has definitely chosen the right person." I was wondering why that girl, who was extremely smart even though she had ordinary talent, would choose a person who only had a cultivation level of the 11th rank and an ordinary level physical fitness. To think that he actually had this secret. "Will you Hao follow me?" While speaking, Zhou Yi quickly stood up and took Hui Yuhao with her. She then led him out of the office with quick steps. At this moment, Hui Yuhao was confused. He could sense that Zhou Yi's frame of mind had had a huge change after learning about his martial soul and soul skill, but he wasn't clear about whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Furthermore, he didn't know where Zhou Yi was taking him, nor what she wanted him to do there. After leaving the freshman school building, Zhou Yi led Hui Yuhao straight towards the back of the academy, which was to the west. After walking a short distance, Zhou Yi furrowed her brows slightly and said, "This is too slow. I'll take you with me." Mid-sentence, she flashed towards Hui Yuhao and grabbed his shoulder with her right hand. The next moment, Hui Yuhao felt like he was soaring through the clouds. The scenery around him rapidly changed, while a formless barrier seemed to have appeared around him, seemingly to protect him. Only his surroundings had become blurry. Zhou Yi was undoubtedly the strongest soul master that Hui Yuhao had ever seen. Just what sort of speed was this? He hurriedly released his spiritual detection. Only after he'd done this was he able to faintly distinguish the direction they were headed in. After heading westward for quite a while, Zhou Yi changed directions and headed to the north. Hui Yuhao began to feel that they'd left the outer courtyard's Martial Soul Institute and that they'd entered the outer courtyard's Soul Engineering Institute. Even with her level of speed, Zhou Yi only halted after a few minutes had passed. They'd arrived before an enormous building. The school buildings that Hui Yuhao had previously seen had already been quite big, but they were still outshone by the gray, rectangular building in front of them. The total surface area of this building might even be able to compare with a Martial Soul Institution's dorms. The gray building looked extremely massive. It wasn't just made of bricks either. Its surface had many metallic glints on it. A low, rumbling sound echoed unceasingly from the building, and the ground beneath Hui Yuhao's feet was even vibrating slightly. A signboard at the side of the building told him what this place was: Soul Tool Testing Area. Hui Yuhao was filled with doubt. Why would teacher Zhou bring him to the Soul Tool Testing Area? What did she want to do? Zhou naturally didn't explain anything to him. After loosening her grip on Hui Yuhao's shoulder, she walked towards the entrance of the Soul Tool Testing Area. Once they'd entered, Hui Yuhao discovered that everything inside the Soul Tool Testing Area was made of metal. Furthermore, he'd never seen the type of metal that had apparently been used to construct everything. It was a somewhat dark brown color. After entering, they were greeted by a long horizontal corridor. It looked similar to the corridors from the Martial Soul Institute's dorms, but there were only doors located on one side of the corridor, and they were all 30 meters apart from one another. The signs on the doors had words like Testing Area 1, Testing Area 2, along with other words to the same effect. Zhou Yi seemed to have come here often, as she was already familiar with everything. She took Hui Yuhao with her as she headed northward through a corridor before stopping at the end of it, in front of a door that had the sign Testing Area 20 on it. Zhou Yi turned her wrist over, and a hexagonal silver command medallion appeared in her hand. She then pressed it to the door that said Testing Area 20. A magical scene appeared before Hui Yuhao's eyes. The door split open, revealing a gap that was perfectly fitted to her command medallion. Hui Yuhao thought he sensed a temporary fluctuation of soul force before the command medallion was released from the gap. Following that, the door to Testing Area 20 opened horizontally, a grating sound echoing out. When the door had opened a bit, Hui Yuhao discovered, to his astonishment, that the door was made entirely of metal and was actually 2 feet thick. There were smooth rails at the bottom and top of the door, which allowed it to slowly open. After the door opened had fully, Zhou Yi waved her hand towards Hui Hao and walked in before him. Boom! Once Hui Hao entered, he was startled by a loud sound. A strong vibration, mixed together with a stream of air, smashed directly into his face, causing his school uniform to flutter. Zhou Yi seemed to see this as a common occurrence, and continued to walk inside. After entering testing area 20, Hui Hao discovered that this place was a completely different world. There were massive metal plates that divided the world into separate areas that were akin to metal boxes. Under Zhou Yi's guidance, they quickly arrived at the largest area within the world. It was an empty field that was roughly 2,000 square meters in size, while its height was around 10 meters tall. There were currently a few people that stood along the edges of the field, who seemed to be fiddling with strange things in their hands. Fan Yu, Zhou Yi shouted loudly, causing the group of people beside the field to immediately look towards her, in which there was a tall, middle-aged man who furrowed his brows slightly, then walked towards Zhou Yi and Hui Hao with large strides. The middle-aged man was roughly 1.8 meters tall, and his shoulders were extremely wide. He wore a simple cloth shirt that exposed his thick and sturdy shoulders, in turn revealing his granite-like muscles. There were distinct lines on his face, and he had a deep gaze. As he stood there, he gave off the feeling of a mountain that had stood there for time immemorial. Zhou Yi, why have you come? Clearly, this middle-aged man was the Fan Yu that Zhou Yi had called out to. Do you still remember the words that you said to me last time? Zhou Yi seemed to be slightly excited as she spoke. A helpless smile appeared on Fan Yu's face as he replied, I've talked to you about a lot of things. How am I to know what thing you're referring to? If it's not important, head back first. I still have to conduct a few tests here. Chapter 10.1 First Experience with Soul Tools. Chapter 10.1 First Experience with Soul Tools. Teacher Zhou Yi was incomparably domineering when she was in front of her students, but she seemed to have completely lost that tyranny when she was in front of this middle-aged man named Fan Yu. She amiably said, I'm referring to what you brought up last time, the matter regarding spiritual type. Soul masters using soul tools. When he heard what she said, Fan Yu's eyes couldn't help but light up. His gaze subconsciously fell on Hui Hao, who was standing to the side. He has a spiritual type, martial soul. Zhou Yi nodded her head and said, correct. His name is Hui Hao, and he's a new student. He has a spiritual type body soul. After seriously looking over Hui Hao, Fan Yu shook his head and said, this won't do. His body and soul force are both too weak. I'm afraid that he won't even be able to control one of the weakest soul tools. Furthermore, his talent is similar to the current state of his body. It's too far away from what I need. Zhou Yi humphed and replied, are you looking down on my foresight? True, Hui Hao is still weak right now, but his soul skill is extraordinary. It's the most practical spiritual type skill that I've ever seen. Hui Hao, let him experience it for a moment. Oh, as a student, Hui Hao could only participate as a spectator right now. He immediately activated his spiritual detection sharing and used it on the middle-aged man. Following that, Hui Hao was so startled that he almost lost focus. When his spiritual detection sharing came into contact with the middle-aged man, the latter slightly furrowed his brow. In that instant, Hui Hao felt as if there was a terrifying beast in front of him that had suddenly opened its maw, as if it wanted to swallow him in one gulp. This feeling even caused the sleeping Skydream Iceworm to wake up. A refreshing feeling appeared in his spiritual sea, causing Hui Hao's astonishment and horror to disappear. The terrifying aura that was emanating from Fan Yu's body disappeared after only appearing for an instant. As soon as it did, he allowed Hui Hao's spiritual detection sharing to link with him. Yeah. After a short moment, Fan Yu discovered the subtleties contained within Hui Hao's spiritual detection sharing. Great waves immediately rose inside of his originally peaceful eyes. There's actually a spiritual type skill like this? How could a skill like this come from a 10-year soul beast? Fan Yu looked at the white soul ring floating below Hui Hao's body with a puzzled look. In addition to the puzzled look on his face, he also had a surprised look. Well, Yuhao naturally wouldn't mention the Skydream Iceworm, so the wind baboon became his excuse once again. A 10-year wind baboon. Fan Yu and Zhou, you were both speechless. Zhou, he gazed at Fan Yu and said, "Could this be a mutated soul skill?" Fan Yu nodded his head and said, "There's a chance. This little guy's martial soul is a body soul, and a spiritual type 1 at that. His existence in and of itself is a mutation. Furthermore, the soul beast that he chose for a soul ring is an existence that's completely incompatible with him. This must have triggered an extremely rare soul skill mutation. The fact that a spiritual type martial soul didn't suffer a backlash from absorbing a wind type soul ring is already a miracle, but I didn't think that a mutation like this would appear. I'm afraid that this is a miracle that would be completely impossible to reproduce. Kaito, come here." Fan Yu beckoned towards the group of people standing next to the wall. A youth immediately rushed over. When he saw the youth, Hui Yuhao couldn't help but be startled. From his face, he didn't look to be much older than Bei Bei. However, he was extremely tall, over 2 meters tall. His shoulders were even wider than Fan Yu's, while his naked upper body exposed his tan muscles. There wasn't any hair on his head, and he was much more tanned than an ordinary person. He had a simple and honest appearance. "Teacher," the youth bowed respectfully towards Fan Yu. Fan Yu pointed to Hui Yuhao and said, "Go and fire a round of the stationary soul cannon. Let this kid support you, and try to hit a moving target." "Yes." The tanned youth didn't ask any questions. He smiled simple-mindedly at Hui Yuhao and said, "Little brother, follow me." "Zhou," he said, "Hui Yuhao, just use that skill of yours to support him." "Yes." Hui Yuhao now somewhat understood why Zhou had brought him here. He hurriedly chased after the tanned youth. "Nice to meet you, little brother. My name's Kaito, but everyone simply calls me Kaito. Thus, you could just call me Kaito." The tanned youth gave Hui Yuhao another simple-minded smile. Hui Yuhao replied, "Nice to meet you, big brother I'm Hui Yuhao." When he said the 3 words, "big brother Kaito became stunned for a moment. After he'd recovered, he gave Hui Yuhao a big thumbs up and said, "Little brother, you're not bad." Even future historians wouldn't know that the friendship between Eyes of the Azura, Hui Yuhao, and Origin of Destruction Kaito had actually started from a simple sentence like this. When the two had arrived at the edge of the testing field, Kaito tapped the black belt on his waist, causing a light to flash, and an item that was extremely strange-looking, in Hui Yuhao's opinion, appeared in his hand. It was a roughly 1.5-meter-long tube made of black metal. Its cross-sectional diameter was around 15 centimeters, while its tail was slightly thicker. It had many mysterious patterns carved on it. Kaito held it in an extremely proficient manner. After pressing the back of the metal tube with his right hand twice, a cover immediately came off, revealing a hole that was approximately 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. He quickly tapped his waist with his left hand once again, causing a shuttle-shaped piece of metal to appear in his hand. He carefully placed it into the exposed hole in the metal tube before carefully putting the cover back on. When he raised his right hand, the metal tube landed on his right shoulder. Kaito, who'd previously given off an extremely simple feeling, suddenly had a large change in temperament when he raised the metal tube to his shoulder. Yuhao's martial soul was a spiritual type 1. Thus, his keen level of awareness caused him to feel a strong sense of danger from Kaito. All of a sudden, "Hui Yuhao, let's start." Kaito's voice echoed out. A golden light flickered through Hui Yuhao's eyes, and his spiritual detection sharing accurately landed on Kaito's body. Kaito's eyes exuded a trace of astonishment, and he excitedly shouted into the distance, "Moving target, fire." There seemed to be someone controlling the targets from the other side. With a swoosh, a disc-shaped object shot out from a corner in the distance and was headed directly towards Hui Yuhao and Kaito. At that moment, a strong undulation of soul force instantly exploded from Kaito's body. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, all simultaneously flashed, and the metal tube on his shoulder seemed to tremble slightly. A strong halo of black light began to revolve around the surface of the metal tube, and Kaito's body gently moved. The metal tube was now aimed at the round disc flying towards them at high speed. Bang! A violent explosion echoed out, and the metal tube instantly released a dazzling black light. The huge amount of turbulence that suddenly appeared caused Hoắc Vũ Hạo to stumble and almost fall down. However, the black light didn't hit the flying round disc. Instead, it brushed past it and flew into the distance. After it had traversed 100 or so meters, it collided fiercely with a metal plate in the distance, causing a violent explosion to erupt. An enormous stream of air rebounded straight towards them, causing Ikaitu to quickly move to protect Hoắc Vũ Hạo behind him. The air current lasted a few seconds before it gradually calmed down. On the other hand, the round disc didn't fly out of the testing area, but rather landed near them. Chapter 10.2 First Experience with Soul Tools. Chapter 10.2 First Experience with Soul Tools. Ikaitu had a gloomy expression as he said, "It still isn't working." Fan Yu and Zhou Yi had already walked over. Zhou Yi's expression was slightly ugly, while Fan Yu looked as if he'd thought of something. He quickly asked Hoắc Vũ Hạo, "Hoắc Vũ Hạo, how large is the range of your spiritual detection?" Hoắc Vũ Hạo answered, "It has a diameter of 30 meters or so." Fan Yu suddenly understood what had happened as he said, "So that's the case. No wonder this happened. After all, this is still only a soul skill from a 10-year soul ring. For it to have such profound detection capabilities within a fixed range is already relatively amazing. We can't ask for too much either. Only, this is rather unfortunate." Hoắc Vũ Hạo suddenly said, "Teacher Fan Yu, the range of my spiritual detection will increase as my soul rank increases." Fan Yu was stunned. "That's impossible. How could a soul skill evolve?" Hoắc Vũ Hạo said with a serious countenance, "It's really true. This skill's range has already increased by 1 meter since I obtained it. Furthermore, I don't have complete control over it right now. Perhaps in the future, I'll be able to reduce its omnipresent range and instead increase its range in only a single direction." Hoắc Vũ Hạo was already acutely aware as to why Zhou Yi had brought him here, as well as what she'd said during the following conversation. This could be an opportunity for him, although he wasn't clear on what this opportunity was. However, assuming that it was an opportunity he couldn't give up on, he decided to tell the truth. Fan Yu glanced at Zhou Yi, who nodded slightly back at him. Fan Yu replied, "Fine. If the range of your spiritual detection sharing is able to reach 100 meters in one direction, come find me. When that happens, I'll teach you how to make soul tools." "Yes. Thank you, teacher." Hoắc Vũ Hạo hurriedly bowed in respect. Fan Yu waved his hand and said, "Kaitu, go over and explain to him what a stationary soul tool is." "Sure." Kaitu had an extremely good impression of Hoắc Vũ Hạo. He beckoned to him as he walked over to the side. As he watched their figures gradually fade into the distance, Fan Yu quietly asked Zhou Yi, "What do you think of this kid? His mutated soul skill is honestly incredibly strong. There's no doubt about his abilities in a team. Am I asking too much from him? If we want him to be able to support a stationary soul tool, we'll need it to be able to reach at least distance of 100 meters, and that's at the very least. However, I dare to say that if the range of his spiritual detection sharing is able to reach 1,000 meters in a single direction, he'll become the most terrifying support-type soul master on the continent." Zhou Yi said, "I've just met this kid, so I can't say much about him. However, you should have seen it. Although his cultivation isn't strong, and even though his physique is rather weak, his temperament is much more mature than that of his peers. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have said what he just said. I'll help you watch over him. However, if he can't pass the tests I give him, I'll still expel him. Rules can't be broken." Fan Yu thought to himself for a second, then said, "Help me observe him a bit more. Even if he can't pass the Martial Soul Institute's tests, I can still specially invite him to the Soul Engineering Institution as long as his spiritual detection sharing is able to continue improving. I've already devoted 10 years of my life to researching stationary soul tools. After combining that with the experiences of my predecessors, I finally managed to develop the most terrifying kind of soul tool. Currently, all I lack are users for it." Zhou Yi sighed lightly and said, "You shouldn't be too stubborn either. In addition to the lack of users for it, there's also another fatal flaw. Its manufacturing cost is extremely high. You of all people should know that." It's destined not to be used in a large-scale manner. Fan Yu unyieldingly replied, "Soul tools are powerful weapons meant for a small number of especially outstanding soul masters in the first place. When I conducted my research on stationary soul tools, I never even thought of spreading them out into the community of common soul masters. As long as an extremely small number of soul masters are able to use them, stationary soul tools will become our academy's true ace in the hole." Big brother, what exactly are stationary soul tools? Hui Hao had a curious look on his face as he asked He Kaitu. He Kaitu chuckled and replied, "There are many different types of soul tools. However, I can't tell you about all of them in the short period of time we have. For starters, there are two main types of soul tools: short-range soul tools and long-range soul tools. Of these, short-range soul tools are similar to the weapons that we normally use. They're weapons that will explode with even more power when you pour soul force into them. When you compare them to long-range soul tools, they're slightly stronger. On the other hand, long-range soul tools are a type of soul tool that unleash long-range attacks by pouring soul force into them. The stronger the soul tool, the more soul force required. This means that soul masters with stronger levels of cultivation can use higher quality soul tools. On the other hand, a stationary soul tool is a special type of soul tool that my teacher created based off of the accumulated wisdom of our predecessors. It can fire long-range attacks, but doesn't require too much soul force to use. You saw how I used it earlier. Simply put, it splits the soul tool into two parts, where the soul tool component is only used to fire and detonate a projectile. Earlier, I used the stationary soul cannon to fire a cannon shell. The biggest advantage of a stationary soul tool lies in the fact that it uses very little soul force, and that it doesn't require an excessively high level of cultivation to use. Its flaw lies in the fact that it's very hard to aim it, especially when you're aiming at a moving target, which is even harder to hit. But when it's used against a fixed target, it's very powerful. However, the manufacturing process of the cannon shells is very troublesome and requires many precious materials. Normally, teacher never lets me fire it without reason. Teacher said that a stationary soul tool can strengthen a soul master's attack power by 10-fold in theory. However, the strength of a stationary soul tool also has its limits. After all, it's affected by the materials used to make it. The number of users for these stationary soul tools is fated to be an extremely small number of soul masters who are suited to use them. Hiketu's explanation couldn't be said to be wonderful. It was even a bit unclear at some points. However, this was the first time that Hui Hao had opened the great door of soul tools. This finally allowed him to have a preliminary amount of knowledge regarding soul tools. He faintly understood that Teacher Fan, you definitely had a great deal of accomplishments within the field of soul tools. Teacher Xiaoye told him that he'd have to study soul tools in the future. If he could become Teacher Fan Yu's disciple, that would clearly be the best option available to him. Hui Hao, let's go. At that moment, Zhou Yi's voice echoed out. Hui Hao said to He Kaitu, "Big brother He, I'll be going first. It was a pleasure to meet you." He Kaitu chuckled and replied, "You're a new student. Work hard. It'll be good if you're able to become my junior brother in the future. Teacher doesn't normally let me leave this place. It's too boring." After leaving the soul tool testing area, Zhou Yi took Hui Hao straight back to the dorms. Hui Hao, you heard what Teacher Fan you said earlier. I can only tell you that he's the #1 master at creating soul tools in the academy. If you're able to become his disciple, you'll have an endless future. However, you'll first need to be able to stay within the academy. Go on, go eat lunch. After watching Zhou Yi leave, Hui Hao went straight to the canteen. The students from the other classes had already finished their classes, so the entrance to the canteen was filled with several people both entering and leaving the canteen. Chapter 10.3 First Experience with Soul Tools. Chapter 10.3 First Experience with Soul Tools. Suddenly, a figure appeared blocked his way, scaring Hui Hao. When he raised his head to see who the figure was, he realized that it was actually Tangya. Tangya had a somewhat mysterious smile on her face as she pulled Hui Hao over to the side and whispered to him, "Little Yu Hao, you don't have any money, right?" Hui Hao nodded. "That's right. Eldest senior brother told me that there were some jobs that I could take for the academy if I needed some, though. I was planning to see what was available after class. His yearly tuition was 10 gold coins. At the same time, there were daily expenses that he'd need to spend money on. Although he was willing to spend all of his energy cultivating, he still needed to stay alive. Tanya giggled and said, "You're a disciple of my Tang Sect, so as your teacher, it's only right that I take care of you. I've thought of a way for you to make money. I know the Annie who's responsible for buying food for the canteen. I'll help you ask her to buy 20 fish every day. Afterwards, I'll help you set up a grill outside, along with help you obtain some charcoal. I've also prepared some other ingredients. It should be fine if you just sell roasted fish by the academy's entrance after school. With your cooking skill, you'll definitely be able to sell them off. These fishes normally cost around 1 copper coin, but after you've finished roasting them, selling them for 5 copper coins won't be a problem at all. If we do it this way, won't you be able to make some money?" Hui Hao's eyes lit up. "Teacher Xiaoya, that's a pretty good plan. I have my spirit eyes, thus I'm able to very accurately control the fire. Why don't we try this out tonight?" Tanya nodded her head repeatedly. Afterwards, she revealed her true intentions. "About that, since I'll have helped you buy all of these things, you'll have to give me priority when you're selling the roasted fish. Don't worry, I'll still buy them from you. As for your future ingredients, you'll have to buy them yourself." Ever since she'd eaten Hui Hao's roasted fish that day, she'd constantly thought about it. After finishing her exams yesterday, she'd finally thought of this method that would benefit them both. Naturally, she'd hid this from Bei Bei. When he saw Tanya's greedy expression, Hui Hao finally understood her motive behind doing this. He gave her a knowing smile and said, "Fine. Teacher Xiaoya, why don't we meet here tonight?" Yes. I'll go back first. Right? I have to tell you a piece of good news. Bei Bei and I have both been promoted to Year 4. Tanya waved him goodbye and excitedly ran away. After grabbing a simple lunch, Hui Hao returned to the dorms. Wang Dong wasn't there, and no one seemed to know where he'd gone. Zhou Yi still wanted to drill them in the afternoon, so Hui Hao took advantage of their afternoon break to enter a meditative state. As he cultivated, he simultaneously recovered his physical strength. Hui Hao was surprised when he cultivated. After the extremely taxing run that morning, he discovered that the growth was slightly greater than normal. Although it was only a strand more, he was still quite satisfied. He inwardly thought to himself, "It seems like tempering my body to the limit boosts the growth of my soul force." On the other hand, the physical fitness level of his body was originally very normal, so he should have tempered his body anyway. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. When Hui Hao woke up from his meditation, he was stunned in that the instant that he opened his eyes, he discovered Wang Dong, who was sitting on the opposite bed, looking at him with a brilliant gaze. "You've returned? We should go to class now." While speaking, Hui Hao jumped off the bed and began to put his shoes on. After what had happened that morning, their relationship had already warmed up. Wang Dong spoke in a low voice. "Hui Hao, I've always found your martial soul strange. You've seen my martial soul now. So can you tell me what your martial soul is?" Hui Hao finished putting on his shoes, then stood up and said, "My eyes are my martial soul. I call them spirit eyes. They're a spiritual type martial soul. I know why you're baffled. My first soul skill is called spiritual detection. The reason why you were unable to hit me that day was because I used spiritual detection to predict your every move." Wang Dong suddenly understood what had happened. "So that's the case. I didn't think that you actually had a body spirit. Let's go, we can't be late." Earlier, I went and asked around. I discovered that Teacher Zhou has the nickname Perverted Grandma. The number of students expelled by her every year is supposedly equivalent to that of 10 other teachers. We really have bad luck having a teacher like her in charge of our class. Hui Hao shook his head and smiled. "You can't think about it that way. Teacher Zhou is indeed strict, but as long as we demand the same level of strictness from ourselves, meeting her demands won't be that hard. Right? I've seen your martial soul, but I don't know its name. I also saw that you had a yellow and a purple soul rings. How did you manage to get a 1,000-year soul ring for your second soul ring?" Wang Dong laughed mischievously and said, "Being able to use a 1,000-year soul ring as my second soul ring is a secret. I can't tell you how. On the other hand, my martial soul is the radiant butterfly goddess. It's the most beautiful butterfly on the continent, but it's already on the verge of being extinct. Having it as my martial soul is even rarer than your body soul. You'll see its power in the future." "Right. What did Teacher Zhou take you to do earlier?" The two had already left their dorm and were headed towards the teaching buildings as they spoke to each other. It wasn't just them. None of the students in class 1 dared to be late. Hoắc Hạo didn't conceal the fact that Teacher Zhou had brought him to see Teacher Fan Yu. There was no need to hide something like this from him. Thus, he told Wang Dong everything that had happened. What? You can even share your spiritual detection? Quickly, let me see. After all, everyone here was only 11 or 12 years old. Due to his curiosity, Wang Dong excitedly asked for Hoắc Hạo to share his spiritual detection with him. Hoắc Hạo felt helpless and had no choice but to activate his spiritual detection sharing and let Wang Dong experience it for a moment. Due to everything within the surrounding 30 meters suddenly becoming clear, as well as the data-like feedback, Wang Dong immediately turned slightly blank. It was akin to the feeling a blind man would get when he was suddenly able to see the world clearly. This feeling of shock would appear in every soul master who shared Hoắc Hao's spiritual detection for the first time. Furthermore, as Hoắc Hạo continuously used his spiritual detection sharing, his proficiency in it would gradually increase. As he allowed Wang Dong to experience it, he couldn't help but think of Fan Yu's words. He subconsciously attempted to extend his spiritual detection in one direction, then did his best to cover a slightly larger area with his spiritual detection. Under the current situation where he was focusing his energy in one direction, Hoắc Hạo didn't know that the faint golden color in his eyes had clearly become stronger, and that the spiritual undulations he was releasing had gotten much stronger as well. The originally omnidirectional spiritual detection slowly contracted and began to extend towards the front. Wang Dong also felt the changes in Hoắc Hao's spiritual detection. He discovered that the three-dimensional scenes to his left and right had disappeared, and that only the three-dimensional image in front of him remained. Furthermore, the range of this image was slowly increasing. To Hoắc Hạo, just a few seconds of doing this felt like it took longer than when he'd released his spiritual detection for a quarter of an hour in the past. He felt his soul force being converted into spiritual energy at an astonishing pace as it flowed out of his body. It was only a moment, but waves of exhaustion had already invaded him. His body swayed, and he only managed to stand upright by grabbing onto Wang Dong's arm. His spiritual detection sharing had also accordingly ended. Hoắc Hạo, what happened? Wang Dong hurriedly supported him. Chapter 10.4 First Experience with Soul Tools. Chapter 10.4 First Experience with Soul Tools. Hoắc Hao's complexion had turned pale, and an overflowing amount of cold sweat had covered his forehead. He seemed to have an extremely weak expression. Hoắc Hạo waved towards Wang Dong to indicate that he was fine. It was just that it became quite a large drain on my spiritual energy. Wang Dong, when you were looking straight ahead earlier, how far did my spiritual detection reach? After Wang Dong took a moment to recall what had happened, he said, I wasn't paying too much attention, but it seemed to be about 50 to 60 meters. However, I noticed that I wasn't able to see anything with spiritual detection in the other directions. The distance nearly doubled in the front, but that was it. When he heard what Wang Dong had said, Hoắc Hao's spirits immediately rose, so much so that even his exhaustion decreased by a large amount. That's great. It actually works if I do it like this. However, the drain on my spiritual energy is a bit too much. When he tried to focus the range of his spiritual detection in one direction and extend it, the drain on his spiritual energy was almost 10 times the normal cost. This was why his spiritual energy had become overdrawn in such a short period of time. However, Hoắc Hạo believed that the reason behind the large drain of spiritual energy was because this was the first time that he tried doing this. He believed that he'd get better at it if he practiced more in the future. Teacher Fan Yu had said that he could become his disciple once the range of his spiritual detection was able to reach 100 meters in any single direction. After seeing the terrifying might of soul tools, as well as hearing Keitu's introduction to them, he was filled with interest towards these mysterious existences. First year Class 1. All 91 students were already seated in class 10 minutes before the afternoon bell had rung. Furthermore, there was an unusual silence amongst the classroom. None of the students dared to cause any noise. This is probably why it was said, it's not a bad thing for a teacher to be strict sometimes, since making students study seriously has many advantages. Since they didn't have assigned seats, Wang Dong and Hui Hao sat together. The two, who were only 11 years old, were unexpectedly deep in thought. Hui Hao was naturally pondering both his successes and failures when he changed the direction of his spiritual detection. No one knew what Wang Dong was thinking about. As Zhou Yi slowly walked into the classroom, the atmosphere within Class 1 turned solemn. Hui Hao and Wang Dong also awakened for their pondering. Although not much time had passed, Hui Hao had already recovered a great deal of his spiritual energy and soul force, mostly because he didn't have that much soul force to begin with. At the very least, he didn't feel weak anymore. Everyone, stand up and gather in the plaza. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yi said this immediately after entering the classroom, before instantly turning around to leave. No one dared to waste any time. A crowd of students rapidly left the classroom and followed Zhou Yi in an orderly, quiet manner to Shrek Plaza. They didn't notice that Zhou Yi unexpectedly had a smile hidden within her eyes. This teacher, who was strict to the point of being somewhat perverted, was currently thinking that there were definitely some advantages to teaching new students. At least these new students were less unruly, which made them easier to control. They weren't like those students from the 3rd year or higher, who were more arrogant and rebellious since they already had certain accomplishments. A pile of iron chains had been piled up on Shrek Plaza at some unknown time. Under Zhou Yi's command, the students arranged them neatly. Wang Dong. Zhou Yi called out. Present. Wang Dong took a step forward. Zhou Yi spoke to the students. I've flipped through your entrance test results, and I've added them to the test that we performed this morning. Currently, out of all of you, Wang Dong has the highest level of cultivation. Because of this, I hereby declare that he'll be the class monitor of Class 1 from now on. The class monitor position is a volatile one, and whoever has the strength to beat him may do so and replace him as the new class monitor. Do you all understand? We understand. The gazes from a few male students who had a high amount of self-confidence in their strength immediately turned sharp, while the gazes from the female students seemed to become much warmer as they looked at Wang Dong. Zhou Yi pointed towards the iron chains in front of her. These are suits of chainmail specialized in strengthening your physical fitness. Every single one of you will take one. After you put them on, start running around the plaza. You'll keep running from now until the bell signaling the end of class rings. You can use your soul force, but you can't use any soul skills. Your rank will be based on the number of laps that you've completed at the end of class, and the person in last place will be expelled from Class 1. There's something I need to emphasize. In my class, eliminations won't just happen during exam periods. They can happen at any time. Today, 91 people will become 90 people. Start running. After she finished speaking, she flicked her toe, and a full set of chainmail made out of thick iron chains flew towards Wang Dong. Wang Dong hurriedly caught it and put on. As soon as he got the chainmail on, he couldn't help but slightly change his expression. This chainmail weighed at least 15 kilograms. When the students heard that the person in last place would be eliminated, how could they dare to waste any time? They all ran up and grabbed a set of chainmail. The male students were slightly better off, while majority of the female students turned pale after putting the heavy chainmail on. Zhou Yi coldly said, I know that a lot of you want to say that this is unfair because there's an innate gap between the bodies of men and women, that the physical fitness levels of Tool, Beast, and Battle Soul Masters are different. However, I want to tell you that I treat everyone equally in my class. Think about it. If you were on the battlefield, would your enemy spare you simply because you're a girl or a Tool Master? Start now. Run. No matter how much they wanted to curse at Zhou Yi, none of the students dared to speak a word of protest. With Wang Dong leading, they collectively ran towards the edge of the field and started running with heavy chainmail on their bodies. Nobody wanted to be eliminated. Once they started running, the vigor with which they ran was completely different compared to that morning. Wang Dong took the lead and ran in front. No matter whether it was his martial soul or his soul force, he was a figure that excelled within the group of students. Although he was wearing a suit of chainmail, his speed didn't decrease in the slightest. The few male students who wanted to compete with him also charged forward, closely following him. Hao didn't speed up. He was very clear about his body situation. Zhou Yi had said that they had to run until the bell rung, yet the afternoon class was nearly 4 hours long. It had just started. The most reasonable target that he'd formulated for himself was to persevere and to simply run until the bell rang, not to compete with the others. Thus, his speed was clearly much slower than the others when he started. Hoắc Hạo looked on as everyone overtook him one by one, but he didn't become impatient. His steps were slightly slower, but they were stable and uniform as he ran forward. After only 2 laps, Hoắc Hạo was dead last. Even the female students had overtaken him. However, he didn't take it to heart. When he reached his 4th lap, the person in first place, Wang Dong, had already lapped him once. When Wang Dong passed him, he even gave him a flabbergasted look. However, Hoắc Hạo didn't take it to heart and smiled at him in reply. Zhou Yi expressionlessly stood in the middle of the plaza as she watched the students run. No one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 11.1 The Weakest Class Monitor. Chapter 11.1 The Weakest Class Monitor. By the time the sweat-drenched Hoắc Hạo had finished his 10th lap, the person in first place, Wang Dong, had already lapped him 3 times. The other students had already lapped him at least 1 time. Many people had even cast disdainful gazes at him. After all, they all knew that Hoắc Hạo definitely had the weakest cultivation amongst them. However, the running speed of the students in front had already started to slow down. As time passed, the effects of the chainmail started to become more obvious. Even Wang Dong had a face full of sweat. The few male students who'd followed Wang Dong from the start had started to fall behind. Some had even been overtaken by the students behind them. Drops of sweat seeped into the running track. After around an hour had passed, a female student who had a weaker body collapsed to the ground. She struggled to get up, but she couldn't do anything. Wang Dong happened to be running next to her when this happened. He helped her up and sent her an inquiring gaze. However, that female student shook her head and sat down on the plaza, unwilling to get back up. She didn't even have the energy to speak. With the first, the second was bound to happen. Perhaps it was because they had the cushion of Hoắc Hạo, who was dead last. Although the students persevered, in the end, their willpower didn't seem to be too strong. The burden of carrying the heavy chainmail whilst running was truly enormous. This was especially true since everyone had started running at full speed, which had quickly depleted their soul force. On the other hand, withstanding the weight of the chainmail with their bodies alone was truly something strenuous at their age. When 2 hours had passed, half of the students had collapsed to the ground. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Yi had stood there with an expressionless face. She hadn't urged them to continue either. Hoắc Hạo was also reaching his limit. Although he decided to run with a constant speed, which meant that the drain on his physical strength was the lowest, his soul force was still the weakest amongst the people present, and his physical strength wasn't that much different either. Being able to persevere until now was already quite difficult for him. If you looked at it from the viewpoint of the number of laps that he'd completed, he was no longer the last, due to the fact that he'd managed to persevere for a longer time than some. When everything in front of him started to turn black, he suddenly felt that there seemed to be a lump of fire within his stomach that was burning. He was extremely parched, and the stickiness he felt from the sweat all over his body was hard to bear. As the heavy chainmail ground against his skin through his school uniform, bursts of scorching pain passed unceasingly through his body. Not good. I can't hold on any longer. A voice continuously echoed out in Hoắc Hạo mind. He activated his soul force and poured it into his spirit eyes with much difficulty. A refreshing feeling spread out from his spirit eyes, causing him to sober up a little. This won't do. I can't collapse like this. I will definitely persevere. As he looked at the many students running in front of him, he thought about the increase in cultivation speed that he'd experienced that afternoon after the extremely large drain to his soul force. Hoắc Hạo suddenly bit his tongue, rousing himself to continue running. At this moment, he suddenly felt a comfortable, warm feeling spread out from his lower abdomen. Although his soul force had already almost been exhausted, the warm feeling flowed slowly through his limbs and bones, causing his aching muscles to feel slightly alleviated. This is the power of the mysterious heaven technique. Hoắc Hạo quickly recognized the source of the warm current. After cultivating the mysterious heaven technique, it would gather in his lower abdomen at the very end. Although the time he'd spent cultivating the mysterious heaven technique so far was still short, he still had a foundation of soul force after all. After converting his previous soul force into the mysterious heaven techniques, he could be considered to have completed the first layer of the mysterious heaven technique. Both his eldest senior brother and the Skydream Iceworm had said that the mysterious heaven technique was very suitable for him, since it could nourish his passageways. Was it finally displaying its effects? As he pondered the matter, Yu Hao's consciousness very naturally followed the passageways of the mysterious heaven technique and felt it out for a moment. He didn't sense any obstructions, and a warm feeling within his lower abdomen wandered around his passageways, following his consciousness. Yu Hao saw that it was a weak trace of the mysterious heaven technique's soul force. Only, it would slowly spread into his passageways as it traveled, which was also the reason behind the warm feeling. The thing that astonished him even more was that his passageways were actually absorbing these strands of soul force at an extremely rapid pace. This was also the source of the comfortable feeling he'd felt earlier, which had in turn relieved his weariness. Yu Hao's natural physique wasn't that good, but he was still quite smart. The fact that the mysterious heaven technique could be absorbed by him when his body reached its limits signified that he could also circulate it while moving, not just when he was meditating. The circulation of the mysterious heaven technique under these circumstances was slightly different than when he was normally cultivating. The speed at which his soul force increased in strength wasn't high, but its integration with his body was much more intimate. With this discovery, Yu Hao hurriedly concentrated while simultaneously slowing his steps. He quietly started to circulate the mysterious heaven technique. The Tang Sect's mysterious heaven technique had been brought over from another world by the first-generation Tang Sect master, Tang Sect. From a certain standpoint, it wasn't a technique that belonged to the Dolawa continent, but was definitely a top-notch technique. It had extremely large benefits towards the nourishment of one's body. Due to an accident, Yu Hao had actually created a method of circulating the mysterious heaven technique without entering a state of meditation. When it was circulated like this, the main effect of the mysterious heaven technique would be to nourish one's body by using soul force to nourish the passageways. Due to the progressive recovery that resulted from the circulation process of the mysterious heaven technique, a miraculous cyclical state had formed within his body. This could be considered cultivation while moving. Yu Hao didn't know it, but even the first-generation sect master of the Tang Sect, Tang San, hadn't managed to achieve this. The reason behind this was simply because he'd had richly endowed advantages. Yu Hao's cultivation, on the other hand, was still weak, which was the reason why his body was able to reach such a state, where it was at its limit. Furthermore, both his spiritual energy being very strong, combined with his possession of a spiritual-type martial soul, made it so that he could sense and manipulate the miraculous energy. The Tang Sect had birthed many experts, but none of them had possessed the conditions that the current Yu Hao had. After they became strong, they wouldn't easily reach their limits, and they wouldn't carefully sense the warm feeling that appeared in their dantians. It could be said that an evolution of the mysterious heaven technique had appeared in Yu Hao's body. With the harmonization of this warm feeling, Yu Hao's body, which had originally reached its limit, was relieved of its exhaustion by a certain amount. Not only did this strengthen his willpower, it also made him pour more of his spiritual energy into guiding this warm feeling. The warm feeling circulated around his body, following the circulation path of the mysterious heaven technique. When it completed an entire cycle, the strand would be almost fully drained. However, it was also at the moment that the cycle was completed that the warm feeling would be slightly strengthened once again and would continue to move forward. Yu Hao's body was getting more and more exhausted, but he was getting more and more excited. The mysterious heaven technique's nourishment of his passageways under his current state was exactly what he needed the most right now. His thin passageways, which he'd previously needed extreme care to handle, became more elastic under the nourishment of the warm feeling, and even widened slightly. The unprecedented lack of obstruction within the areas that the warm feeling passed through told Yu Hao that he was doing the right thing. The number of students who'd collapsed within Shrek Plaza was gradually increasing. Even the students who'd been running at the very front were starting to gradually be unable to persevere. The sounds of chainmail smashing into the ground occasionally echoed out from time to time. Chapter 11.2 The Weakest Class Monitor. Chapter 11.2 The Weakest Class Monitor. When Wang Dong lapped Hui Hao once again, every step he took was taken with great difficulty. However, to his astonishment, he saw that Hui Hao's eyes were lightly shut. They were only open enough to expose a small crack that faintly exuded a golden light. His steps were taken very slowly compared to Wang Dong's, but he was still advancing steadily. Many of the students who had higher cultivation levels than him had already collapsed, but he was still bitterly persevering. He even left a trail of sweat with every step he took. If you can't do it, don't force yourself. Wang Dong spoke in a low voice before continuing onwards. The number of laps that he'd run so far exceeded everyone else by a large margin. However, his body was reaching its limit. Another hour passed, with the time left until the bell rang, getting closer and closer. There were only 9 students left that were still running around Shrek Plaza. However, the person who'd been considered the bottom cushion from the start, Hui Hao, was one of them. Zhou Yi had been paying attention to Hui Hao the entire time. She'd already been astonished when only 2 hours had passed. Based on Hui Hao's physical strength and soul force, he should have reached his limit at 2 hours, no matter what the circumstances. However, he'd still managed to persevere. Although running at a constant speed did give some small benefits, his cultivation and physical condition were both right there. Could a person's willpower really be strong to this extent? Furthermore, he was still so young. Putong, 2 more students collapsed, and when they did, they created a domino effect. A few students collapsed in succession following the duo, one of them just happening to bump into Wang Dong, who was next to him. Wang Dong stumbled, his already aching legs unable to persist any longer. As he fell down, his thoughts about persevering also collapsed. However, he'd run the greatest number of laps within the class. There was no one left who could exceed the number of laps that he'd run. There were still 3 people that were still running, one of which was Hui Hao. After 5 minutes, the other 2 students also collapsed. The last person still running was actually Hui Hao, the weakest person of Class 1. Although his steps were weak and his running speed wasn't that quick, he'd still managed to persevere even when everyone else had collapsed. This caused astonishment to appear on many students' faces when they looked at him. It was true that Hui Hao had already reached his limit, and it was also true that the warm feeling caused by the mysterious heaven technique could nourish his body and relieve his weariness to a certain extent. However, in the end, it didn't make him stronger. He'd reached his limit again and again, but had clenched his teeth and endured it every single time. Yu Hao understood that he was the weakest amongst the students of one, so he had to commit 200% or even 300% of their hard work if he wanted to remain at Shrek Academy. And at this moment, tempering his body by reaching his limits could both help widen his passageways and increase his soul force. No matter what, he did his best to persist for every single moment. Persevere, persevere. The Yu Hao inwardly shouted to himself nonstop. At that moment, he didn't even any soul force left that he could pour into his spirit eyes to stimulate himself and sober up his mind. Gradually, he himself began to sound out the chant that he was using to support himself. Mother, mother. This was all for the sake of his mother's last wishes, for the sake of being able to retrieve his mother's remains from that place one day, for the sake of washing away his mother's humiliation and avenging her. No matter what, he had to persevere. Thud, thud. Hui Hao's footsteps were extremely heavy. His legs and body were trembling uncontrollably. However, he didn't fall down. Under such difficult conditions, he still repeated the machine-like motions of raising his leg, putting it down, raising it back up, and putting it back down once. Again, the disdainful look that the students, who'd now fallen, had been looking at him with gradually disappeared. The power that a role model provided was mighty. They started to pull themselves back up, one by one, before blankly staring at Hui Hao's figure as he persevered. After being stunned for a brief moment, Wang Dong was the first to continue running after Hui Hao. However, he didn't overtake him this time around. With Wang Dong leading, a second and then a third person gradually began to start following him. Gradually, all of the students from Class 1 clenched their teeth and raised their legs, which were already stiff to the point that they felt dead, to continue running. Zhou Yi was moved. Of all the times she'd been teaching, it was extremely rare that she'd be moved by the performances of her students. However, this time, she'd truly been moved. This was because of Hoắc Hạo, and in turn was also because of the 90 students who'd climbed back up to follow him. This was no longer a simple exercise that could temper their bodies. This was a tempering of their minds. Zhou Yi could visibly see their determination within their exhausted facial expressions. The results of this class were far, far greater than what she'd imagined. Ding, ring, ring. The bell that signaled the end of the class finally rang. Voila, voila. It was truly the collapse of a row of dominoes this time. The ear-piercing bell instantly caused a large number of people to collapse. The sounds of collision caused by their chainmail and the ground caused a series of sounds to echo out and knocked a cloud of dust into the air. Hoắc Hạo, who'd been at the very front, finally collapsed. The bell caused him to finally let go of all of the stubbornness and perseverance within his heart. However, he didn't fall directly to the ground. As he fell, Wang Dong, who was right behind him, caught him by his chainmail. As soon as he did, the two of them rolled to the ground together. The two simultaneously gasped for air together. As he looked towards the sky, Hoắc Hao's vision turned dark for a period of time. However, the passageways within his body had become comfortably warm and felt indescribably comfortable. The soul force within his body had been exhausted, and his physical strength had already been overdrawn away. Before that, and yet, his passageways still made him feel very comfortable. He had the premonition that in all aspects, his cultivation would have a large improvement after this. Wang Dong lay beside Hoắc Hạo. Both his cultivation and the condition of his body were much stronger than Hoắc Hao's. So even though he was extremely exhausted, he wasn't like Hoắc Hạo, who couldn't budge at all. I really don't know what power made it so that you could endure all the way until now. You're a soul master with only a 10-year soul ring, but you were able to persevere longer than a soul grandmaster like me. You're truly a freak. Hoắc Hạo chuckled twice. He didn't even have the energy to speak anymore. Zhou Yi slowly took a deep breath, then beckoned towards the distance. A white-clothed male arrived as if he was floating on air. He arrived by Zhou Yi's side with what seemed to be a few light steps. After nodding towards her, he turned towards the students. His dazzling soul rings rose up from his feet one by one. There were 2 yellow ones, 2 purple ones, and 3 black ones. He actually had 7 soul rings. Soul Sage. This was actually a soul Sage-ranked expert, who was above the 70th rank. He was already approaching the peak of soul masters. Furthermore, he only looked to be around 30 years old. Only, the vicissitudes visible within his eyes didn't match his youthful outer appearance. He raised his hands, and a gentle shade of green, a leaf, suddenly began to grow from his palms. His 7th soul ring flashed brightly as it revolved around him, but the students were only able to see his body flash once before it unexpectedly disappeared. The green leaf grew wildly, and in the blink of an eye, the leaf unexpectedly turned into an enormous tree that was extremely tall. A cool breeze seemed to blow past them. Then, dark green leaves began to fly out from the enormous canopy of the enormous tree. Exactly 91 leaves landed lightly on the bodies of the students from Class 1. Not one more, and not one less. Chapter 11.3 The Weakest Class Monitor. Chapter 11.3 The Weakest Class Monitor. Every single present felt an incomparably refreshing feeling. The refreshing feeling instantly spread throughout their bodies, and no matter whether it was their aching muscles or the wounds that had been incurred by the chainmail grating against their skin, they were all recovering at an astonishing speed. Furthermore, their physical strength was gradually recovering a drop at a time. Only their soul force was completely empty. It wasn't left completely unaffected by the dark green leaf. Wang Dong had the highest cultivation amongst everyone present, and was also the first person to recover. He flipped over and sat up before looking at the extremely tall tree with a burning gaze. He took a deep breath of the cool air. This is one of the pinnacle existences amongst plant-type martial souls, the Tree of Life. It's a 70th ranked martial soul with a soul avatar. Teacher Zhou actually found a plant-type soul master above the 70th rank to heal us and help us recover. The dark green light shrouded the area. After releasing 91 tree leaves, the enormous tree rapidly shrunk and transformed back into the white-clothed male in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, he nodded at Zhou Yi, who bowed respectfully towards him. That male left in the same way he'd arrived, like a gust of wind. From start to end, he hadn't said a word to Zhou Yi at all. The students crawled up one after another. Although they were still exhausted, they felt an indescribable pleasure from their bodies breaking through their limits. Hui Yuhao had also recovered from his half-dazed state. After receiving nourishment from that godly soul skill, a refreshing feeling washed over his muscles and caused their exhaustion to disappear without a trace. Furthermore, the passageways within his body were still immersed in the comfortably warm feeling that the mysterious heaven technique had created. It was almost as if he was feeling the comfortableness provided by both cold and hot at the same time. He'd never felt such a comfortable feeling in his life before. He supported himself as he crawled back up. His entire body was covered in sweat, but his spirit eyes became increasingly bright. He subconsciously activated his soul force and circulated it according to the mysterious heaven technique. He found that he could actually still do it, and that the intangible changes within his body had nourished his passageways. Furthermore, since it wasn't being consumed anymore, there was still that little bit of the mysterious heaven technique's internal energy left over that was able to return back to his dantian and complete a full cycle before it circulated again. Zhou Yi gazed at all the students who were slowly crawling up and indifferently said, "I have to say, you all have given me an answer that astonished me quite a bit. Today, nobody will be eliminated." Once she said this, the students couldn't help but immediately let out a cheer, especially the few who'd run the least number of laps, who felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their minds. Zhou Yi then proceeded to say, "You all need to thank Hui Yuhao. Originally, I was prepared to give you all a punishment. The task that I gave you all was for you to run until the bell rang, and then we'd count the number of laps each of you ran. However, other than Hui Yuhao, none of you managed to run from the start to the end. However, since you were able to actually develop a sense of competition because of him, you don't have to have a punishment." Wang Dong stepped forward. Teacher, Wang Dong took a step forward. Zhou Yi indifferently said, "As the class monitor of Class 1, you only cared about yourself. You didn't set a good example for the others. From now on, you're stripped of your position of class monitor, which will be taken over by Hui Yuhao. Until the next physical class, Hui Yuhao will be the class monitor of Class 1. If anyone wants to challenge him, you're in charge of accepting them." When he heard what she said, Wang Dong was slightly stunned. Zhou Yi continued in a cold voice, "What? Do you have any problems with this?" Only then did Wang Dong sober up. He shook his head and said, "I have none. Teacher Zhou, I'm willing to concede." Zhou Yi nodded and said, "Disperse. Take your set of chainmail with you. Tomorrow, another teacher will be having a class on theory with you all. I suggest that you meditate well as you digest the improvements and the significance of today's physical class. My next class will be in the afternoon, the day after next. At that time, I hope that I won't see any trash." Yes, the students all simultaneously agreed. However, they didn't randomly disperse afterwards. Instead, they collectively charged toward Hui Yuhao and suddenly threw him into the sky. To these youths, excitement and happiness was something extremely straightforward. Because of Hui Yuhao, nobody was eliminated, and they had even been able to avoid their punishment. Thus, at least during this moment, Hui Yuhao was their hero. Furthermore, after the difficult and painful class, Teacher Zhou had found that miraculous plant-type soul sage to heal all of them and help them recover, which made them understand the strength of a high-ranked soul master. After the pain in their bodies had disappeared, their ill will towards Teacher Zhou had, imperceptibly, decreased by a large amount. The students continued to be rowdy for another 10 minutes or so, all the way until the student from other classes had finished their classes too. Only then did they stop and start heading back to their individual dorms to clean themselves up. Their current appearances were truly too haggard. The 91 students didn't know this, But it was precisely because of this lesson that a collective pride had begun to gradually appear within the 91 of them. It had only been a single day since the class had been established, and most of them still didn't know each other's names, but a collective sense of pride had already appeared. This was undoubtedly because of teacher Zhou's teaching methods, combined with a certain amount of luck that Hui Yuhao's performance at the end had brought. First-year Class 1 had managed to get a step ahead of the other classes. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong directly returned to their dorm whilst wearing their chainmail. They had to use the bathrooms at the two ends of the corridors, so Wang Dong let Hui Yuhao clean up first, while he instead took a basin of water and cleaned himself up in the dorm room. At this moment, Hui Yuhao's mind was still immersed in a special state of understanding towards the mysterious heaven technique. He didn't think much of it and went to shower instead. However, the circulation of the mysterious heaven technique within his body hadn't stopped since he'd started circulating it in the new manner that he discovered. He discovered that the warm stream that had been unceasingly generated had already started to become weaker and weaker. Why? Is it because my physical strength has recovered? Hui Yuhao was greatly puzzled. After he finished cleaning himself up, he faintly guessed the reason as to why it had happened. That warm feeling seemed to only appear when both his soul force and his body were nearly exhausted. And right now, since his body had already recovered by a large amount, and his soul force was also slowly recovering, that warm flow wouldn't be produced anymore. If I'd known earlier, it would have been better for me to not recover. Hui Yuhao was somewhat helpless as he thought to himself. If that was the case, perhaps his passageways might have been able to obtain even more benefits. However, teacher left the chainmail for us. I can try it out by myself later. Once he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel excited. Hui Yuhao! At this moment, a shout that woke him up from his excitement echoed out. Hui Yuhao inwardly chastised himself. How could he have forgotten about her? He hurriedly shouted from the corridor, "Teacher Xiaoya, I'll be right out." Then, he rapidly ran back to his dorm room, planning to put on his other school uniform before going out. Because he was in a rush, he didn't bother knocking on the door when he got there. He pushed the door open and entered, but when he entered, he was flabbergasted. What he saw was a white rear view. As Hui Yuhao's gaze traced his round, narrow shoulders, the contours of a soft arc appeared by his waist. He had a pair of straight and thin legs which were more delicate than an ordinary person's. Due to his age, none of his features were exaggerated. However, his fair skin, which still had droplets of water dripping from it, appeared crystal clear. The assault to Hui Yuhao's vision was simply too strong. Chapter 11.4 The Weakest Class Monitor. Chapter 11.4 The Weakest Class Monitor. HH, a slightly scream echoed out. Following that, the patch of white in front of Hui Yuhao's eyes became a patch of dazzling blue. A pair of enormous wings suddenly spread out, and what immediately followed there was a V-shape made of golden halos that suddenly brightened. The sapphire blue wings subsequently turned a bluish violet. A strong undulation of soul force immediately rushed out, as if it wanted to devour him. Fortunately, the wave-like soul force still stopped in the end. "What are you doing? Why didn't you knock?" Wang Dong's anger-filled voice echoed out. The blue light vanished, and when Hui Yuhao looked again, he'd already put on a set of school clothes. He'd suddenly charged over, but hadn't made a move against Hui Yuhao in the end. This was because Hui Yuhao, who had just cleaned himself up, was only wearing his boxers now. His entire body was clean. However, when one compared the color of his skin to Wang Dong's, it wasn't just a difference of color. Hui Yuhao's skin flickered with a healthy copper color, but it was far inferior to Wang Dong's enchanting white skin. Someone outside called for me. I was in a hurry, sorry. Hui Yuhao didn't know why, but his heartbeat had turned especially quick. He hurriedly ran to his bed and grabbed his clean school uniform before turning around and quickly running outside. Wang Dong stood there blankly, not stopping Hui Yuhao. Only when Hui Yuhao had shut the door and run off did he come back to his senses. Flashes of both red and white appeared on his face, but he didn't know what to do about it. After hurriedly running out of the dorm room, Hui Yuhao's mind calmed down a bit. However, that white patch still lingered in his mind, especially those buttocks, which already stuck out a bit. What am I thinking about? Hui Yuhao felt some self-disdain toward himself. He hurriedly shifted his thoughts towards the mysterious heaven technique. His ears suddenly hurt, and he let out a pained cry. Tang's playful voice sounded out. You still know how to cry out? I've been waiting here for a long time. Hoắc Hạo miserably said, Teacher Xiaoya, please let go. We just had a physical class that made me sweat a lot. So wouldn't I first return to my dorm to clean up before I came? Only then did Tang, you let go of him. As she looked at Hoắc Hao's slightly pale face, her eyebrows furrowed. She said, Is that perverted grandma, Zhou, making things hard for you guys? You have to be a bit more careful, as she's always been widely known as an iron mask. You'll lose a layer of skin, if not die, if you offend her. How is it? Is your body still fine? If you're not fine, then so be it. We could talk tomorrow. Hoắc Hạo hurriedly shook his head and said, Teacher Xiaoya, I'm fine. Let's go. Today's physical training had brought him take one step closer to realizing that he needed nutrients, and a large amount of nutrients at that. That warm feeling created by the mysterious heaven technique had disappeared, but it caused an intense surge of hunger to rise up from his body. If he had no money, what could he buy to eat? Tang giggled and said, Then you can roast 20 fish. I prepare them for you. It won't take too much of your time, but it'll definitely take less than you working for the academy. Teacher Xiaoya, then where are we going to sell them? Hoắc Hạo asked. Clearly, Tang had already thought about it thoroughly. At the academy's entrance. Our Shrek Academy's entrance is the eastern gate of Shrek City, and there's always been many peddlers outside. Furthermore, there's no lack of academy students who do business there. With your skill in roasting fish, we won't need to be afraid of not selling any if we go there. Even if we're unable to sell them, we can just eat them for ourselves. Hoắc Hạo followed Tang all the way until they reached the gate. When they stepped outside, Hoắc Hạo was astonished. As of now, there were no longer any students here to enroll. Instead, both sides of the eastern gate's main road were swarming with peddlers. The peddlers were selling everything that could possibly be imagined, and their goods looked like glittering jewels. Out of the goods that were on display, the large variety of food was the greatest. Moreover, the sounds of hawkers doing their job never stopped. Clearly, the reason that they'd gathered here was for the sake of doing business with the students of Shrek Academy. Tang was clearly slightly impatient. In an area that wasn't too far from the city gates, she took out the stuff that she'd prepared. She even took up a bit of the main road. She was clearly completely prepared. She had a metal grill that had been specially made by a smith, metal stands, various seasonings, as well as mackerels that had already been cleaned. She'd even brought a small table for the sake of setting all of her stuff down. As Hoắc Hạo helped her set up the grill, he couldn't help but find it funny. Teacher Xiaoya's resistance towards delicious food was really low. Tang also took out the charcoal and put it on the floor before saying, Okay, my job is done. Everything else is up to you. I'm going to go buy some other stuff to eat. Just remember that 2 of these fish are mine. Just sell them for 5 copper coins. In the future, if you want to buy ingredients, just find your canteens on Lin. After saying this, she excitedly ran off. Hoắc Hạo checked the amount of ingredients that he had before he prepared the mackerels. The number of ingredients that he had was truly large, and Tang was quite considerate. She'd even brought him some purple basil. Hoắc Hạo tore up the purple basil, then stirred it together with some of the other ingredients. After the ingredients were ready, he stuffed them into the belly of the mackerels, then used a bamboo stick to skewer them one by one. Today's physical class had made him understand many things, so he was anxious to go back and cultivate. Naturally, he didn't want to waste too much time here. Simply lighting a fire was as easy as a walk in the park for him. So after a moment's work, the oven already had a few bright red pieces of burning coal inside of it. The oven was quite big and was able to hold 4 fish at once. Thus, he roasted the fish directly. It had to be said that Hoắc Hạo level of skill with roasting fish was truly unrivaled. Not long after he'd started, a strong fragrance had already diffused outward from his makeshift stall. This was better than any other form of advertisement. Not even mentioning the students from the academy, even the surrounding peddlers couldn't help but cast a few curious gazes at him. A male student who was wearing a yellow school uniform walked over and asked, Little brother, how much are you selling these roasted fish for? Hoắc Hạo answered with a very polite tone, Senior, the roasted fishes are 5 copper coins each. That student was very straightforward. It smells quite good. Let me try one. While he spoke, he handed 5 copper soul coins to Hoắc Hạo. This was Hui Hao's first successful transaction, so he couldn't help but feel excited. After receiving the copper coins, he became even more serious while roasting the fish, so much so that he even roused some of the soul force he'd just recovered in order to use his spiritual detection to better control the heat. With the first customer, there would naturally be more people who'd come over. Only, this was the first time that Hui Hao had appeared here. His fish smelled quite good, and nobody knew how they tasted. Practically all of the people who came over were students from Shrek Academy, who'd just been dismissed for the day. When Hui Hao passed the roasted mackerel over to the yellow-shirt student, everyone else couldn't help but look at him in expectation. Chapter 12.1 Su Sanshi and Jiang Nan. Chapter 12.1 Su Sanshi, Jiang Nan. The mackerel, which had turned a golden brown, still had oil dripping off it, and a strong aroma gushed unceasingly from its belly. When a man's bit into the roasted fish, a light crackling sound came from it. The roasted fish's skin had actually been roasted until it was crispy, but it wasn't burnt at all. However, what lay underneath the crispy layer of the skin was the fresh, tender, succulent meat of the fish, which was packed with flavor. It was only a single bite, but that yellow-shirt student's eyes widened in shock. He didn't even stop to praise it. Instead, he ate the entire fish almost as fast as he could. The other nearby students, who'd been observing Hui Hao from the sidelines, immediately understood what had happened. The other 3 mackerels that Hui Hao had roasted so far were instantly bought, and his total sales revenue directly increased to 20 copper soul coins, which was equivalent to 2 silver soul coins. These 4 roasted fish caused Hui Hao to gain an exceptional reputation in a very short period of time. This was the Academy's entrance, so the number of people that passed him was extremely great. His small booth quickly became surrounded by a nearly impenetrable crowd. Too tasty, that was really too tasty. The yellow-shirt student who'd bought the first roasted fish managed to squeeze back in, albeit with much difficulty. "Junior brother, give me 3 more roasted fish. I'll have my dinner here tonight." A purple-clothed student who was 1 year older than him coldly responded, "Go to the back of the line." Hui Hao didn't think that his roasted fish would sell so well. He spoke apologetically to the students surrounding the oven. "Fellow classmates and seniors, it's my first day doing business. Thus I can only sell 18 roasted fish. I sold 4 fish earlier, but I still have 14 left. Following the principle of first come, first serve, those who aren't lined up should come back tomorrow." As he spoke, he put away the money that he'd so far into the 24 moonlit bridges. After selling 18 fish, he made 9 silver soul coins. If he deducted the costs of production, what was left was enough for him to both eat his fill and save some. Hui Hao wasn't greedy. He understood that the most important for him right now was to cultivate. Having enough money to survive was good enough. Skewers of roasted fish came out of the grill one after another as Hui Hao continued to roast the fish with extreme seriousness. He didn't decrease their quality due to the number of people. Every single person who chose to buy one of his roasted fish was incomparably satisfied, with some people even choosing to order fish for tomorrow in advance. After some consideration, Hui Hao still decided to stick with the Q model. After all, the taste of hot food was the greatest when it had just finished cooking. If someone were to eat it any later, its flavor would have diminished. At this moment, a few female students wearing purple school uniforms walked out of the gate to Shrek Academy. Her appearance immediately attracted countless gazes. She only looked to be about 14 or 15, and her figure was slender and well-proportioned. Her golden hair was draped behind her shoulders like a waterfall, and her skin was snow white. Her eyes were akin to clear water, and when she looked around, she had an elegant temperament. Her face resembled jade, a crescent halo, as well as snow around a flowering tree. She had a gentle beauty, a charming voice, a lovable appearance, and an extraordinary beauty that couldn't be found anywhere else. Her beauty, that seemed as if it could cause the downfall of a country, seemed to dull the colors of everything else around her. "Sister Nan, something smells good. What's that smell?" A student beside the exceedingly beautiful young lady asked curiously. Her looks were also extraordinary, but unfortunately, how could fireflies next to the moon emit any radiance? The exceedingly beautiful young lady had clearly also smelled the aroma. All of the girls couldn't help but cast their gazes towards Hua Yuhao's booth. Perhaps the beauty of that young lady was too imposing, but the students who'd originally been in line in front of Hua Yuhao's booth actually opened up a path for her. She, and the other female student she was with, walked towards the oven. Only, when the exceedingly beautiful young lady saw everyone taking the initiative to open a path for her, she wasn't arrogant at all. Instead, she carried an extremely warm smile and nodded her head towards them in thanks. All of the students who saw her smile had flushed faces filled with excitement. When Hua Yuhao saw the exceedingly beautiful young lady, he blanked out. Previously, the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen had been Tanya. But not only was the purple-clothed female student in front of him not inferior to Tanya, she even had both a gentle and warm temperament. When you added that to her somewhat melancholic expression, she had a beautiful and moving appearance. Compared to her, Tanya was a lively and cheerful, easy-go-lucky girl. As for their appearances, it simply depended on one's preference. Junior brother, how much are you selling these roasted fish for? The exceedingly beautiful young lady asked quietly. At this moment, Hua Yuhao had just sold the last of the 18 roasted fish he'd had. The last 2 remaining fish on the grill were for Tanya. Senior sister, they're 5 copper soul coins each. The exceedingly beautiful young lady furrowed her brow, then said, "This is a bit expensive. If we consider how much it costs for the ingredients, plus the work you've put in, 3 copper soul coins, at most, should be fine. You'll still make a profit." Hua Yuhao was stunned. He hadn't thought that a young lady as beautiful as her would actually haggle with him. None of his previous customers had done this. "I'm sorry, but my roasted fish are sold at a fixed price. Furthermore, I've already sold all of my fish for the day." Hua Yuhao spoke with a flat tone. Tanya was the one who'd set the price, so he wouldn't change it easily. Moreover, this income was very important to him, and was just enough for him as is. The exceedingly beautiful young lady was stunned for a moment, then apologetically said, "I'm sorry, I was just making a casual calculation. If there's a chance in the future, I'll try your roasted fish." As she said this, she turned around and walked away from Hua Yuhao's temporary booth. Hua Yuhao clearly sensed that the surrounding atmosphere had become somewhat abnormal. Many of the students that had previously been looking fervently at him were now glaring at him. "Brat, you dare not to sell it." A deep voice full of anger suddenly rang out, immediately followed by a golden light that shot towards Hua Yuhao's booth. Ding! The golden light accurately struck his grill. In fact, it actually embedded itself in it. Impressively, it was a golden soul coin. Following that, a figure walked towards Hua Yuhao's booth with large strides, until he quickly arrived in front of it. As soon as he arrived, he stretched his hand out to grab the 2 roasted fish. Because roasting fish required precise control over the heat, Hua Yuhao had kept his spirit eyes activated this whole time. When that deep voice rang out, he'd sensed an enormous pressure arrive. Thus, he'd subconsciously released his spiritual detection. Although the hand that reached towards the roasted fish was very quick, Hua Yuhao managed to predict the movements of the other party via his spiritual detection, allowing him to grab the 2 skewers of roasted fish before retreating backwards a few steps. He'd set these fish aside especially for Tanya. How could he let other people take them? The person who tried to grab the roasted fish actually grabbed a few pieces of charcoal from the oven instead of the fish in his hurry. At that moment, Hua Yuhao was able to clearly see the appearance of the newcomer. He was wearing a black school uniform. He was actually a 6th-year student. He looked to be around Bei's age, and had a tall figure that was comparable to Hikadu's. He had bushy eyebrows, as well as eyes that resembled that of tigers. He also had a straight nose, a square-shaped mouth, along with a grand appearance. His fair skin had already been suffused with a few shades of red due to his anger, while his face, which still seemed to contain some baby fat, was quite imposing. Chapter 12.2 Su Sanshi and Jiang Nannan. Chapter 12.2 Su Sanshi and Jiang Nannan. "Brat, are you courting death?" The black-shirted youth roared angrily. He actually crushed the coals he'd grabbed within his hands, causing sparks to fly everywhere. However, he didn't seem to have been burnt by them at all. He swept his right leg out, kicking Hua Yuhao's grill to one side. At the same time, he stepped forward and used his large hands to grab Hoyu Hao by the shirt. Using his spiritual detection, Hoyu Hao realized that this black-shirted youth wasn't just being overbearing. His simple grab actually contained countless variations in it, and although Hoyu Hao was able to make out some weaknesses in it, his cultivation was too weak to make use of them. Thus, he wasn't able to dodge, and was thus grabbed by the shirt by the black-shirted youth. Hey! The black-shirted youth raised his right hand, lifting Hoyu Hao into the air. At the same time, he forcefully snatched the 2 skewers of roasted fish from Hoyu Hao. The entire process, from the time that the black-shirted youth had appeared to him making his move, happened incomparably quickly, to the extent that the surrounding people were only just realizing what had just happened. 2 voices echoed out at practically the same time. "What are you doing? Stay your hand." The former was the exceedingly beautiful young lady, who currently had a startled and angry expression. The latter had already charged over with as fast as lightning and had used his palm in an attempt to directly knock the black-shirted youth away. Clearly, the black-shirted youth hadn't thought that someone would make a move against him. Thus, he wasn't able to protect himself in time. He was using one hand to hold Hoyu Hao, while using another to hold onto the roasted fish. If he wanted to defend himself from his opponent's attack, he would have to forfeit one of the two. He chose to let go of Hoyu Hao. With a flick of his wrist, Hoyu Hao was sent flying horizontally. He then lowered his right hand to collide with the incoming hand. The 2 people simultaneously trembled, then both took a step back. In this clash, neither of them had managed to take the upper hand. The newcomer wasn't some random person. It was Hoyu Hao's eldest senior brother, Bei Bei. Hoyu Hao, who'd been flung into the air, spun around in the air twice. However, an attractive figure appeared below him and used her hands to catch and lower him steadily to the ground. The person who helped Hoyu Hao was naturally Tanya. At this moment, her originally small and charming face was filled with rage. "Su Sanshur, you dare to bully one of my men? I'm gonna beat the shit out of you." As she said that, Tanya raised her hand, causing a golden light to fly directly towards Su Sanshur. The black-shirted youth waved his right hand, causing a sharp black light to flash as he attempted to sweep away the golden light. However, an astonishing scene occurred. The golden light suddenly brightened, unexpectedly burrowing its way through that strong black soul force before burying itself and disappearing inside of the black-shirted youth. The black-shirted youth's body trembled violently, and his gaze suddenly froze. Afterwards, his tiger-like eyes flared with anger, and his 3 soul rings instantly rose up from his legs. There were 2 yellow rings and 1 purple ring. His originally pale skin immediately darkened as his muscles expanded, and his entire body seemed to swell up. The most peculiar thing was that a tortoise-shell shield, which had a diameter of around 1 meter, had appeared in his right hand. Hoyu Hao activated his spiritual detection, allowing him to sense that the martial soul released by the black-shirted youth had a level of grandeur that wasn't any weaker than the blue lightning tyrant dragon that Bei Bei possessed. "Tanya, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you have Bei Bei protecting you." As the black-shirted youth let out a low roar, his eyes lit up with anger. Tanya laughed coldly. "Come, did you think that I'd be afraid of trash like you?" Bei Bei indifferently said, "Su Sanshur, you've bullied my junior brother. You'll have to give me an explanation for today's matter. If not, we'll go to the soul dueling arena and settle it with an official fight." Su Sanshur trembled slightly as he pointed at Hoyu Hao and asked, "He's your junior brother? Bye-bye expressionlessly nodded how he es het." Su Sanshur coldly said, "So what? He didn't give Jiang Nanan any face, nor did he didn't give me any face either. It was just 2 skewers of roasted fish, and I already paid for them." Tanya angrily said, "Those were the fish that Hoyu Hao had saved for me. Bei Bei, why are you still listening to his bullshit? Beat him up. Beat him up until he can't move anymore. I'll give you a kiss later." Bei Bei's face, which he'd originally been carefully controlling, finally twitched when he heard Tanya's impish words, who seemed to want to see the world burn right now. Su Sanshur curled his lip and said to Bei Bei, "Your Tanya's still so berserk, I see. I haven't compared notes with you in a long time. Why don't we immediately go to the soul dueling arena? Let's go." As he was speaking, He turned around and walked away without pausing at all. With a few steps, he arrived in front of the exceedingly beautiful lady named Jiang Nanning. His previously angry expression actually turned tender the instant he arrived, and he passed the 2 skewers of roasted fish to her. He then spoke in a gentle voice. Nannan. However, Jiang Nannan wasn't grateful at all. She was always very kind towards everyone else, but she was as cold as ice towards Su Sanshi. She proceeded to speak in a cold voice. Su Sanshi, I've told you before. There's no possibility of anything happening between us. Please stop bothering me in the future. Once she'd finished saying this, she turned around and walked away. A burst of embarrassment appeared on Su Sanshi's face. He suddenly straightened his body and stared angrily at the crowd, who'd in turn been watching the show. What are you looking at? Go away. Bye-bye. Let's go. After saying this, he walked towards the academy. The roasted fish in his hand were thrown towards Hoắc Hạo. Tang stood in front of Hoắc Hạo and raised her hand to catch the fish. Her movements were very smooth and gentle, yet she seemed to have caught the fish in a very natural manner. She bluntly took a bite out of one, while she used her hand to pull Hoắc Hạo with her as she ate. Let's go watch something fun. The Soul Dueling Arena was an extremely important location within Shrek Academy. It was located on the northwestern corner of the Martial Soul Institution and was close to Shrek Academy. In fact, it wasn't that far from the Soul Tool testing area that Hoắc Hạo had visited before. This was a place that many students from all years would frequent. You could carry out various types of competitions within this building, with specialized teachers to act as referees. The referees were responsible for determining the victor of each competition, and were also responsible for protecting the students, providing assistance to students who needed it, healing injured students, and such. Naturally, all of this needed to be paid for. When carrying out a duel in the Soul Dueling Arena, each party would need to pay a minimum of 10 gold soul coins for arena expenses. However, many students never grew bored of these competitions, due to the fact that there were no restrictions whilst competing here. Furthermore, you didn't need to be afraid of any dangerous situations if you were too heavy-handed, since the teachers who were acting as referees would keep everything under control. At the same time, students who won a match within the Soul Dueling Arena would obtain a certain amount of credits, which would, in turn, increase one's marks by a certain amount during their annual advancement test. Past their 4th year, students who wanted to continue on to become 5th years and 6th years would need Soul Dueling credits. A 4th year student who wanted to become a 5th year student would need at least 10 victories within the Soul Dueling Arena over students from his same year group, while advancing from a 5th year to a 6th year required even more credits. Soul Dueling credits were supposedly even more important when one wanted to enter the inner courtyard after becoming a 6th year. All competitions within the Soul Dueling Arena were open to all students, but the entrance fee was 1 silver soul coin. What astonished Hoắc Hạo the most was the fact that Bei Bei and Su Sanshi's duel actually attracted the attention of so many students. An overwhelming majority of the students who'd been watching the liveliness outside actually chose to go watch the duel, with no care for what year they were. Chapter 12.3 Su Sanshi and Jiang Nannan. Chapter 12.3 Su Sanshi and Jiang Nannan. Teacher Xiaoya, the school must make a lot of money. Hoắc Hạo couldn't help but speak after he heard Tang Ye's simple introduction of the Soul Dueling Arena. Tang Ye replied, "It's something the academy logically deserves. Since the academy is as large as it is, its expenses are naturally just as large. If they hadn't thought a way to make money, how would they be able to maintain the academy? However, the taxes the academy levels in Shrek City aren't little either. In any case, our academy is the continent's #1 academy in terms of prosperity. Right, little Hạo, the standard of your roasted fish has improved even more. It's either that or the ingredients that I got you are better, since it tastes so good." Tang Ye finished her 2 skewers of roasted fish long before they reached the Soul Dueling Arena. Hoắc Hạo was already hungry, so he went ahead and bought some dinner when they walked by the canteen. When he and Tang Ye arrived at the Soul Dueling Arena, there were many people flooding into it. As the news of Su Sanshi and Bei Bei's duel began to spread like wildfire, more and more students streamed towards the Soul Dueling Arena. Tang Ye paid 2 silver soul coins and brought Hoắc Hạo into the Soul Dueling Arena. The Seoul dueling arena was hexagonal and was roughly as big as Shrek Plaza. The center of the Seoul dueling arena was a large open area, which was clearly the place where students would duel against one another. Furthermore, it was surrounded by around 3,000 chairs that rose progressively upwards. When they entered, there were already 200 to 300 students sitting around the battlefield. Tang and Hoắc Hạo had arrived relatively early on, so they managed to obtain seats in the row that was closest to the battlefield. On the other hand, the battlefield in front of them was empty. It was unknown where Bei and Su Sanshur were. Tang knew that Hoắc Hạo was unfamiliar with the rules for the Seoul dueling arena. Thus, she decided to explain them to him. The Seoul dueling arena is open every day, from dismissal to midnight. Students who wish to carry out a duel have to first pay the fee and register. If both parties are fairly famous students in the academy will use a Seoul tool called a megaphone to broadcast the event in order to attract more viewers. The academy will then keep half of the ticketing fees, while the winner will keep the other half. Your eldest senior brothers already made quite a bit of money from dueling. Furthermore, that Su Sanshur is a fifth-year student, whereas he's just become a fourth year. Since they're separated by an entire year, it's considered a challenge that bypasses what year they're in. Thus, that Su Sanshur will have to give Bei an additional 10 gold soul coins if he loses. Your eldest senior brother and that Su Sanshur are both extremely famous students in the outer courtyard. They're both acclaimed as geniuses. I'm guessing that the number of people who will show up to watch will exceed 500. Hoắc Hạo asked. Then who was that Jiang Nan? Tang raised her hand and hit Hoắc Hạo on the head. You've already learnt bad things at such a young age. You're already looking at pretty girls? Humph. Hoắc Hạo felt his head throb and didn't dare to ask again. Instead, he chose to take out his lunchbox and start eating dinner. When she saw his naive appearance, Tang couldn't help but laugh. Fine, I'll tell you. Jiang Nan is known as the outer courtyard's #1 beauty. She comes from an ordinary family and treats everybody kindly. She has countless fans within the academy. Do you think that she's prettier than me? Hoắc Hạo hurriedly shook his head a few times. Tang was somewhat pleased as she said, That's right. I don't think that she's stronger than me in any other area either. Humph. That guy, Su Sanshur, has a very strong mutated martial soul known as the mysterious underworld turtle. It's a dual attribute martial soul that possesses both the water and the earth element and has an extremely strong defense. It's been called an impenetrable fortress by some. His cultivation is around the same level as Bei's, and they both have first-rate martial souls. Don't worry, I've already vented some anger for you. I threw a dragon beard needle at him, which should be unbearable for him. If he wants to pursue Jiang Nan, so be it, but it won't do if he hurts any of my people in the process. Speaking of strange, I'm beginning to think that Jiang Nan has a problem with her gender orientation. There are an endless number of outstanding male students pursuing her, but she's never taken a liking to any of them. When she rejects other people, she does it with a gentle tone. However, when she rejects Su Sanshur, it's with a rarely seen coldness. I don't know if this is because Su Sanshur took advantage of her in some way. On the other hand, these people who are coming to watch Bei and Su Sanshur are really innocent. They only know that Bei and Su Sanshur are respectively known to possess the outer courtyard's strongest attack type martial soul and the outer courtyard's strongest defense type martial soul. However, they don't know that these two know each other. I'm guessing that they've colluded to both earn some money. That's why so many of them ran over to the Seoul dueling arena. Hoắc Hạo spoke with astonishment. Eldest senior brother and that Su Sanshur know each other. Tang nodded. Little Hạo, don't worry. Even though they know each other, your eldest senior brother will still compete against him fiercely. He won't let Su Sanshur bully you for no reason. Seoul dueling arena, lobby. Bei, your Tang is too vicious. Look at this. Just look at this. Su Sanshur had a dissatisfied expression as he lifted his jacket to show Bei something. A bulge the size of an infant's fist had already swelled up on the right side of his waist. Only, he continued to release his martial soul, causing the skin surrounding that bulge to seemingly become as hard as metal. Bei snorted and replied, Serves you right. Who asked you to bully our junior brother? Less bullshit. Give me a mysterious water pill, and I'll remove the dragon beer needle for you. If not, then you can wait till it digs out a piece of your flesh. This dragon beard needle was left behind by the first-generation ancestor of the Tang Sect, and was only passed down to the successive sect masters. Xiaoyu was really angry this time. Su Sanshur said, "That brat was actually someone who belonged to Tang Sect? He doesn't look like he has any ability at all. Forget about the mysterious water pill. Quickly help me. This dragon beard needle is too toxic. It hurts like hell. It's also specialized in breaking through soul force. I can't believe I actually fell into Tangya's trap because of my carelessness. This is really depressing." Bebe looked towards the sky and replied, "Whatever. If you don't want to give it to me, don't give it to me. You hit my junior brother, plus you even wrecked his booth. You can slowly endure this dragon beard needle then. The duel's going to start soon anyway. I don't believe that you'll be able to compete against me with that dragon beard needle in you." Su Sanshur snorted angrily. "Fine, bye-bye, just wait. You just watch how I take care of you in the soul dueling arena later. I won't be lenient towards you at all." Bebe smiled and said, "Do I need you to be lenient towards me?" As he spoke, he extended his right hand towards Su Sanshur and made a gesture. Su Sanshur unwillingly took out a delicate bottle made out of white jade and threw it towards Bebe. Bebe caught it and said, "Many thanks. Now withdraw your martial soul. I'll help you remove the dragon beard needle." Only then did Su Sanshur slowly withdraw his martial soul. Without the restrictive effect of his martial soul, waves of unbearable pain immediately spread from the dragon beard needle into his body. Even with his cultivation level and willpower, Su Sanshur actually couldn't stop his body from trembling. Bebe used his right hand to rapidly tap a few points surrounding Su Sanchi's wound. Afterwards, he simultaneously moved both of his hands, causing waves of gentle soul force to unceasingly pour into Su Sanchi's cramped muscles. After a moment's work, a hair-like golden strand slowly came out from Su Sanchi's waist muscles. Bebe pulled it out softly, causing the golden strand to pop out of Su Sanchi's body, before quickly shrinking into a golden grain-sized pea. With a flip of his wrist, Bebe quickly put it away. Su Sanshur let out a long sigh, as if a great burden had been lifted from his shoulders. However, he still had an angry expression. "Bebe, you're taking advantage of me. You know how valuable this mysterious water pill is. How about this? Let's make a bet. If I win our match later on, you'll return that mysterious water pill to me." Chapter 12.4 Su Sanshur and Jiang Nanan. Chapter 12.4 Su Sanshur and Jiang Nanan. Bye-bye simply smiedet. "What if you lose?" Su Sanshur snorted and said, "I'll give you 1,000 gold soul coins." Bebe shook his head before saying, "That won't do. I know that the mysterious water pill isn't worth only 1,000 gold soul coins. I won't make an unfair bet with you." Su Sanshur angrily retorted, "I only have that much money. If you don't agree, I'm going to get very angry." Bebe sighed softly and said, "Do I look like I lack money? Fine, I'll give you a chance. I know you still have more mysterious water pills. Take another one out and use it as the wager." A trace of suspicion appeared in Su Sanchi's eyes. "Why do I feel like I've fallen into your trap? It seems like you're sure that you can beat me." Bebe still kept a warm smile on his face. "You're the person who wanted to make a bet, not me. You can still choose not to bet. Also, don't moan and groan when you lose to me later on." Su Sanshur snorted and said, "Me lose? Although I can't guarantee that I can beat you, it won't be easy for you to beat me either. If we were tie, how would our bet work?" However, Bebe wasn't fooled by him. "Then we'll each keep what we already have. Hurry up, stop acting like a sissy." Su Sanshur clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll bet with you. You bastard. You might not be stronger than me, but you're extremely crafty. I reckon that I've been tricked by you again. If worst comes to worst, I'll just go suck up to my dad when I get back." Bebe still had a smile on his face. Although Su Sanshur was trying his best to look for a change in his expression, he wasn't able to notice anything. You're not really stupid, but you'll immediately turn foolish towards any matter that Jiang Nanan's involved in. I really don't know whether you two were some sort of enemies in your previous life. Even though Jiang Nanan is pretty, there are many excellent female students in Shrek Academy. Why do you insist on giving your unrequited love to a flower?" Su Sanshur unhappily said, "Don't be an armchair expert. If you're so against with it, why don't you give Tanya to me? Bei Bei stood up and retorted, you'd better quickly adjust your body's condition so that you won't be unconvinced when you lose later. I'll go first. He'd already started to walk out as he spoke. Tanya's predictions were spot on. The number of students that had gathered in the soul dueling area had gradually increased, and currently it exceeded 400. It wouldn't be a problem at all to gather 500 students by the time the duel started. Hui Hao. A voice that was fuming with anger caused Hui Hao to be startled. When he turned around to see who it was, he saw the tidily dressed Wang Dong aggressively walking towards him. Why did you come? Hui Hao asked with a somewhat guilty tone. When he saw Wang Dong, he immediately recalled that white scene. Wang Dong's face had both shades of red and white on it. He sat down next to Hui Hao and spoke with a low voice. Tell me, what did you see? Hui Hao was stunned for a moment. Then he replied, I didn't see anything. Wang Dong snorted angrily. If you don't knock next time, I'll kill you. Hui Hao knew that he was in the wrong, but he still muttered to himself, we're all men. It's not like you'd suffer a loss if I saw anything. What did you just say? Wang Dong flew into a rage and raised his hand to grab Hui Hao. A slender palm stretched over and slapped Wang Dong's hand away. Afterwards, Tanya's voice rang out. Little Yu Hao, you haven't introduced him to me. Only then did Wang Dong notice Tanya's existence. When he saw Tanya's exceedingly beautiful face, he was slightly stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and snorted, before choosing to ignore Hui Hao. At first, after Hui Hao had run off, Wang Dong had quickly put his clothes on. However, he hadn't been able to find any traces of Hui Hao's existence. He'd wanted to meditate, but wasn't able to calm himself down at all. At that exact moment, he heard the announcement that was broadcast to the dorms. Thus, he decided to go out and relieve some of his boredom. However, he didn't think that he'd bump into Hui Hao and Tanya here. Hui Hao quickly said, Teacher Xiaoya, this is my roommate Wang Dong. Wang Dong, this is Tanya, one of our senior classmates. He was only able to give a simple introduction, such as this. Wang Dong nodded towards Tanya, who smiled and said, What a pretty young boy. I like him. Little Yu Hao, how about you persuade him to join our Tang Sect? When Wang Dong heard the two words Tang Sect, his body trembled slightly. Astonished, he said, Both of you are from the Tang Sect? Tanya nodded her head a few times and said, Yeah, there's only 3 of us left in the Tang Sect. I'm the current sect master of the Tang Sect. How about it? Are you astonished? Come, the Tang Sect welcomes you. Even though Tanya was usually a very carefree person, and although she was just casually saying this without thinking the matter through, anyone who thought she was dim-witted would eventually suffer a huge loss under her hand. She'd already seen how unordinary Wang Dong was. His essence was hidden, and his soul force had been condensed. With just a glance you could tell that his cultivation far surpassed Hui Hao's. However, Tanya was surprised when Wang Dong actually nodded at her proposal after a short period of blankness. He quickly said, Sure, I've already heard about the miraculousness of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. Sect Master Tang, I wish to join the Tang Sect. Please accept me. You really want to join the Tang Sect? But our Tang Sect only has 3 people left. Tanya was extremely shocked. She looked at Wang Dong with a puzzled look. Wang Dong nodded seriously and said, I wish to join the Tang Sect and learn how to use hidden weapons. Tanya's expression also turned solemn as she said, I'll have to think this matter over. I'll let Hui Hao give you my answer later. During the short moment of time that they'd been talking, Bei Bei had walked into the arena from the lounge. Some of the students sitting near the arena had already started to shout out his name as he appeared. Thunderbolt Bei Bei, Thunderbolt Bei Bei. Bei Bei smiled towards the spectating students and waved at them, but his gaze was searching through the viewing platform. Only when Tanya stood up and waved at him did Bei Bei see where they were. Because they were separated by a great distance, the trio probably wouldn't hear anything if he spoke. Thus, he just gestured a few times at Tanya. The two had been together for quite a while already, so Tanya immediately returned a few gestures to show that she understood what he meant before sitting back down. Little Yu Hao, what's the maximum range of your spiritual detection sharing? Tanya whispered into Hui Hao's ear. Well, Yu Hao answered, if it's only in one direction, about 50 meters or so. Earlier, He'd tested the limit of his spiritual detection when it was used in a single direction with Wang Dong. If he released it normally, it had a diameter of 30 meters. This meant that at only a 15-meter radius. On the other hand, 50 meters was already more than twice his limit. However, it consumed a large amount of Huayu Hao's soul force when he directed it like that. Tanya immediately raised her right hand and made a few hand gestures towards Bei Bei, who nodded back at her. At this moment, Su Sanshur also walked into the soul dueling arena. There was a 40-or-so-year-old teacher who followed him out. When they reached the soul dueling arena, Su Sanshur and Bei Bei both had a cold look of concentration on their faces. This wasn't their first time competing against each other in the soul dueling arena. In the past, they'd both achieved victories over one another, but most of their duels had ended in ties. They truly managed to earn a lot of money from this soul dueling competition. Thus, they naturally couldn't reveal the fact that they were close friends. The teacher that was acting as the referee walked to the center of the arena, then said in a low voice, "Fourth-year student Bei Bei is challenging fifth-year student Su Sanshur. If Su Sanshur loses this match, he will have to pay an additional 10 gold soul coins to Bei Bei. You've already made your bets in private. Are you two ready?" Bei Bei and Su Sanshur both simultaneously nodded. Chapter 13.1 Mysterious Water Pill. Chapter 13.1 Mysterious Water Pill. Match start. After announcing the start of the match, the referee rapidly retreated. Bei Bei and Su Sanshur then released their martial souls almost simultaneously. The soul dueling arena that had previously been clamoring instantly became silent. Everyone's attention now focused on the two people in the arena. As influential figures within Shrek Academy's outer courtyard, every single duel between Bei Bei and Su Sanshur would shake one to the core. The other students loved it when they fought against each other. Furthermore, there were even many students who privately made bets against one another. Blue lightning gathered around Bei Bei's body, and his right arm expanded rapidly. As the blue lightning wreathed his body, his martial soul, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, was released. On the other side, Su Sanshur didn't show any weaknesses at all. His body expanded once again, causing his uniform to stretch outwards. Following that, the massive tortoiseshell shield appeared in his right hand again as well. The two began to slowly walk around the outside of the arena as they stared at one another with piercing gazes. The strong soul force that was being emitted from the two of them, one blue and one black, increased in strength unceasingly. The differences between the two different types of soul force could clearly be seen. On the surface, they looked like they were evenly matched. Both of them were soul elder experts that possessed 3 soul rings, and both of them were battle-type soul elders. From their martial souls, Bei Bei was clearly an assault system soul elder, while Su Sanshur, who possessed a shield, was highly likely to be a defense system soul elder. One of them had the blue lightning tyrant dragon that was known as the martial soul with the highest amount of attack power, while the other had a mutated martial soul that had an enormous level of defense, the mysterious underworld turtle. It was hard to say who would win. Wang Dong seemed to have forgotten about his issue with Huayu Hao as he silently began to concentrate on the two people in the arena. Huayu Hao was the same. Their moods had involuntarily fluctuated towards following the two competing soul elders. After releasing his martial soul, Bei Bei's gentle temperament instantly turned sharp. On the other hand, Su Sanchi's hot temper seemed to have cooled down, and a mountain-like stability had appeared. When Su Sanshur reached the area that was closest to Huayu Hao and the others, Bei Bei suddenly roared and charged towards Su Sanshur like a bolt of lightning. Su Sanshur was slightly startled. He hadn't exposed any weaknesses, and this wasn't a great opportunity for Bei Bei either. When did Bei Bei become so impulsive? Although Su Sanshur thought this in his heart, he didn't dare to be slow at all. He was extremely clear on the explosive power that Bei Bei could release when he attacked. When Bei Bei was only 5 or so meters away from Su Sanshur, he suddenly leapt upwards and sent his right arm, which was covered with thick scales, towards Su Sanchi's head. Blue lightning wrapped itself around Bei Bei's draconic claw, signifying that he could release his soul skill at any time. However, Su Sanshur remained calm and unhurried. He slightly shifted his right foot back half a step and slightly crouched down. He placed his shield in front of his body, allowing it to completely protect his body. Meanwhile, pitch-black soul force surged out from his tortoiseshell shield, faintly forming a black halo of light that both shrouded and protected him. Boom! Bei Bei's draconic claw collided ferociously against the thick black tortoiseshell shield, causing the two of their bodies to simultaneously shake. Bei Bei rapidly halted his attack and fell back, while Su Sanshi slid backwards. Of Su Sanshi's 3 soul rings, his 100-year soul ring suddenly lit up, causing the black light emitted by his tortoiseshell shield to immediately be doubled. A strong black halo spread out from his shield, covering a full 10 or so square meters. It was like an enormous hood that pushed outwards. It even emitted rumbling sounds as it was released. This was Mysterious Underworld Quake, Su Sanshi's first soul skill. This was a wide-range knockback skill that also had a dizzying effect. If his opponent's cultivation was inferior to his, they would feel dizzy and be knocked backwards. At the very least, this skill could allow Su Sanshi to pull some distance from his enemies. However, Su Sanshi never expected Bei Bei to be so determined. When Su Sanshi released his first soul skill, both Bei Bei's second and third soul rings unexpectedly lit up at the same time. The first to activate was his third ring, which was his 1,000-year one. As its light expanded outwards, a low rumbling sound suddenly exploded from Bei Bei's body, causing his entire body to emit strong bluish-purple lightning. The scales on his right hand spread rapidly towards his body, encapsulating the right side of his chest within them. Following that, the aura surrounding his body instantly rose. This was thunderous fury. Following that, his second soul ring flashed, causing many thick electric snakes to instantly burst outwards from Bei Bei's body. When Bei Bei combined his second and third soul skills, they managed to negate Su Sanshi's mysterious underworld quake. Even if Su Sanshi was widely recognized for his defense, his mysterious underworld quake wasn't able to knock Bei Bei away. A hole was forcibly torn into the black hood formed by Su Sanshi's skill. Bei Bei ignored the assaults of the black streams of air and stubbornly forced his way in. Su Sanshi was startled, but his movements didn't slow down in the least. His second and third soul rings also lit up in succession. He was all too familiar with Bei Bei's power, and was extremely confident in his own defense. Although he didn't feel 100% certain that he could defeat Bei Bei absolutely wouldn't be able to beat him if he concentrated firmly on his defense. However, in the instant that he released his second and third soul skills, he suddenly felt as if his brain had been pierced by a needle. A trace of fuzziness instantly appeared in his consciousness, causing his 2 soul skills to suddenly turn sluggish for a moment. He'd actually been unable to immediately release them. Bei Bei's pouncing body suddenly turned illusory. This was the Tang Sect's ghost shadow perplexing tracks. His body crouched slightly downwards, and his entire body seemed to slide along the ground. He used his right claw to hook onto the bottom of the tortoiseshell shield, while simultaneously sliding behind it. Even if Su Sanshi wanted to release his soul skills, it was too late. Letting Bei Bei get around his shield like this had already doomed him to tragedy. Bei Bei used his right foot to stamp directly on Su Sanshi's calf, and underneath the strengthening effects of thunderous fury, the lightning of vigorous thunderbolt instantly surged forth. In the next moment, Su Sanshi's body was only able to tremble in its original location. On the other hand, Bei Bei's enormous draconic arm dug directly into his shoulder. The outcome of the battle had been settled, just like that. The match had ended even faster than most people had expected, so much so that there were many people who simply hadn't seen what happened. Bei Bei had gone around Su Sanshi's tortoiseshell armor's defense, and then subdued his opponent in order to obtain victory. Bei Bei wins. The referee's voice rang out, announcing the victor. He didn't stop Bei Bei from throwing Su Sanshi to the ground either. Su Sanshi's bodily resistance was indeed extremely strong, which was shown by how his trembling immediately stopped when Bei Bei withdrew his lightning. However, his words were still somewhat scattered. You were cheating. Although he didn't know how Bei Bei had cheated, he knew that he definitely wasn't the reason for his soul skills being slowed down by half a beat earlier. Furthermore, He'd been fully concentrated on his defense. The fact that Bei Bei had actually been able to find the weakest spot in his defense in only a single moment was completely outrageous. Chapter 13.2 Mysterious Water Pill. Chapter 13.2 Mysterious Water Pill. Cheating my ass. If you want to bet with me, you have to accept your loss. Give me the mysterious water pill you owe me. Bei Bei smiled as he used his draconic claw to pour a bit of his lighting-type soul force back into Su Sanchi's body, causing Su Sanchi's tall body to tremble all over once again. How could Su Sanchi know that a person in the stands had already fainted solely for the sake of helping Bei Bei beat him? That's right. The piercing pain that Su Sanchi had felt in his brain when he'd wanted to activate his second and third soul skills had come from Hui Yuhao's purple demon eyes and spirit shock. Even though Hui Yuhao's cultivation wasn't that high, the instantaneous attack power generated by the combination of the two skills still made Su Sanchi, whose body had been completely protected by soul force, suffer a loss. Hui Yuhao had been roughly 30 meters away from Su Sanchi, which was perfectly within the range of his spirit shock. Not only that, before releasing these two skills, Hui Yuhao had even used his spiritual detection and spiritual sharing in order to help Bei Bei find a weak point in Su Sanchi's defense. It could be said that this short instant was Hui Yuhao's best performance since becoming a soul master. He'd consecutively used 3 soul skills, as well as the purple demon eyes, to forcefully direct the outcome of a match between 2 evenly matched adversaries. The scenes before the match. The few gestures that Bei Bei had made towards Tang had been meant to tell her to ask Hui Yuhao to help out, and the reason that Bei Bei had unleashed his attacks on Su Sanchi when he hadn't received any opportunities was because Tang had told him the range of Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection. Sharing. This victory actually belonged to the combined efforts of both Bei Bei and Hui Yuhao. Other than Tang and Bei Bei, who was in the arena, Wang Dong was the only who'd sensed it. When Hui Yuhao had used his soul skill, although he deliberately controlled the soul ring that had appeared below his feet so that it didn't rise upwards, how could he hide the undulations of soul force? Released by it from Wang Dong, who was sitting right next to him, Wang Dong clearly saw a faint gold color appear in Hui Yuhao's eyes, which had almost instantaneously turned much more vibrant in the next moment. Finally, a purple light had flashed through them. Right after that, he directly tilted towards him, unconscious. As Wang Dong subconsciously held onto Hui Yuhao, the match in the arena had already finished. What happened to him? Wang Dong asked with an astonished tone. Tang was also startled when she saw Hui Yuhao collapse. She hurriedly examined Hui Yuhao's condition before letting out a sigh of relief. He's simply overdrawn his soul force. There's nothing wrong with him. Let's go. It was better to leave the crime scene after doing something bad. Furthermore, Tang was inwardly puzzled. How had the effectiveness of little Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing been so great? Bei Bei's original intention had just been to use it to let him take the initiative in the fight. Bei Bei and Su Sanchi's cultivation level were about the same, so the person who was able to seize a decisive opportunity would have the best chance at victory. However, she never thought that he'd actually win the match in one blow. Hui Yuhao was truly too exhausted. After a full day of physical training, combined with the many times that he'd used his soul skills, the overexhaustion caused him to fall into a very thorough, unconscious state, where he wouldn't be able to wake up for quite a while. This was also one of his body's self-defense mechanisms. Tang and Wang Dong carried Hui Yuhao back to his dorm room together. By the time they reached the dorm, Bei Bei had caught up. After using his soul force to help Hui Yuhao's body recover, he took out a porcelain bottle and tumped out a medical pill, which he shoved into Hui Yuhao's mouth. Little brother, please take care of him. Upperclassmen weren't allowed to enter the dormitories of lowerclassmen. This was a rule set by Shrek Academy. Thus, Bei Bei could only ask Wang Dong to help him out. Wang Dong's gaze was slightly blank. He came from a prestigious family, so he was knowledgeable about many things. Earlier, he had clearly seen the pill that Bei Bei had taken out. It had been a dark blue pill about the size of a cherry, with many veins of various shades of white on its surface. When he'd taken it out of the porcelain bottle, the pill had even been surrounded by a faint layer of mist. Furthermore, Its fresh smell that had lingered in the air was something deeply refreshing to the mind. Was that a mysterious water pill? No way. Wang Dong was gobsmacked. It wasn't only him. Even the old man who was lazily reclining next to the entrance widened his eyes slightly for a moment before he returned to his original state. Tanya asked Wang Dong, "Little cutie, when little Yu Hao wakes up, please remind him to go buy some fish tomorrow. When I get back, I'll prepare another set of what I gave him earlier today." Bei Bei unhappily retorted, "You only know how to eat. You almost harmed my little junior brother today." Tanya humphed and said, "Don't give me that. I know that you already had bad intentions towards Su Sanshur behind his back. That guy's as dumb as a rock, so sure enough, he was duped by you. You just happened to grab the opportunity." Bei Bei innocently said, "If someone wants to give me a present, what else can I do but receive it? All I can say is that our little junior brother's luck is quite good. Let's go back and cultivate. I remember a certain someone who said that she'd give me a kiss if I were to beat Su Sanshur. You should keep your promises." Tanya stuck her tongue out at him. "I asked you to beat him until he wasn't even able to take care of himself. Did you do that? If not, go cultivate." Wang Dong suddenly said, "Senior Tanya, please consider my question for a while. I really want to join the Tang Sect." Tanya nodded her head and waved at him, while Bei Bei revealed a pondering look on his face. Afterwards, he smiled at Wang Dong before pulling Tanya away. Wang Dong carried Hu Yuhao back to their dorm room and placed him onto his bed. The image of the pill that Bei Bei had fed to Hu Yuhao was still present in his mind. After softly shaking his head and glaring fiercely at Hu Yuhao, he muttered to himself, "I'm not scared of getting an eye infection after seeing what I wasn't supposed to see. Sleeping on a hard bed serves you right." While speaking, he jumped back on his own bed and started meditating in a cross-legged position. The physical training that he'd undergone today had also been extremely effective. Hu Yuhao's sleep this time around was especially sound. Ever since he'd entered the Tang Sect, he'd been bitterly cultivating the mysterious heaven technique. This was the first time since then that he'd been able to sleep peacefully. In his dream, he felt as if he was immersed within a relaxing pool. The ensuing feeling of relaxation caused him to let out a moan. Not long after starting his meditation, Wang Dong opened his eyes once again and looked, astonished, towards Hu Yuhao, who was still lying on his bed. He'd been roused after sensing the strong fluctuations of soul force in the air. Sure enough, the strong fluctuations of soul force he'd felt were being emitted from Hu Yuhao's body. It was already nighttime, so the faint blue light that was coming from Hu Yuhao's body was especially noticeable in the dark. Wang Dong jumped down from his bed and squatted quietly beside Hu Yuhao's bed to carefully observe him. He discovered that Hu Yuhao's skin seemed to be rising and falling slightly. Furthermore, as it rose and fell, a few tiny streams of air were being continuously emitted from his pores. These were the fluctuations of soul force that he'd sensed. Furthermore, the faint blue mist surged unceasingly into his pores before surging back out, and, following the passing of time, the color of the mist gradually turned slightly darker. At the same time, the refreshing smell in the air gradually weakened. Chapter 13.3 Mysterious Water Pill. Chapter 13.3 Mysterious Water Pill. It's the mysterious water pill. It's actually the mysterious water pill that's worth 10,000 gold. Why would Senior Bei casually give him such a precious pill? Don't tell me that he gave Hu Yuhao the wrong pill. Wang Dong spoke to himself with a shocked tone. After a brief moment of shock, Wang Dong planned to return to his bed and sleep. However, he suddenly thought of something and somewhat helplessly walked towards Hu Yuhao's bed. He then waved his fist around and humphed. "Thanks to you, I can't sleep even when I have a bed. Just wait." As he spoke, he rolled up his bedding and put it away in his storage-type soul tool. Afterwards, he quietly left the dorm room. No one knew where he went. Not long after Wang Dong left, the smell emitted by the mist surrounding Hu Yuhao's body gradually turned from a sweet smell to a fishy smell, and its color also darkened even more. Following that, Hu Yuhao's breathing became increasingly calm. This time around, Hu Yuhao's sleep was truly relaxing and peaceful. The thing that finally woke him up was because of how sticky he felt. Once his consciousness had returned, he couldn't help but sneeze loudly. "Holy shit, this smell! What's this smell coming from?" Hui Hao rolled over and sat up. He subconsciously thought that this was Wang Dong doing something crazy to him. However, when he opened his eyes to look at the bed opposite him, he discovered that it was barren. Wang Dong wasn't in the room. It was still dark outside when he woke up, but Hui Hao quickly discovered that something seemed to be off. He could see every single bit of detail within the room, almost as if his eyes weren't affected by the darkness at all. When he looked downwards, he discovered that his uniform had actually turned pitch black. The stinky smell that he'd complained about was coming from his uniform. Moreover, a layer of pitch black filth had also appeared on his skin where the uniform didn't cover it. He felt as if he'd been dropped into a pile of sludge before being thrown back on his bed. I'm pretty sure that Wang Dong doesn't hate me this much. Hui Hao was left somewhat speechless as he looked himself over. When he stood up, he noticed that his wooden bed was covered with a dense layer of black filth. Just what was this? The smell that was present on both his body and the bed were truly too unpleasant, so he didn't bother to carefully ponder what exactly had happened. He jumped off his bed and rushed to open the dorm room's windows. Immediately afterwards, he ran out of his dorm room and went directly towards the bathroom located at the end of the corridor. The filth that was covering his body felt greasy. The time that it took for him to clean his bed and wash his clothes, combined with cleaning himself, all in all, took about an hour of his time. When he finally sat back down on his bed, Hui Hao had a perplexed expression. Whatever, I won't overthink it. I'll find out what happened when I ask Wang Dong tomorrow. I've slept for most of the night already, which wasted a lot of time I could have spent doing other things. I need to hurry up and cultivate. After thinking this to himself, Hui Hao sat down in a cross-legged position and began circulating his soul force throughout his body, following the circulation paths of the mysterious heaven technique as he cultivated. Hui Hao had only spent 3 seconds meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes wide in shock. His spirit eyes were wide open, but were filled with an inconceivable look. Am I dreaming? Hui Hao was somewhat in a daze. After he recovered, he hurriedly shut his eyes once again. When another 3 seconds had passed, he opened his eyes again. Only this time his face was full of excitement. Yes, something that Hui Hao didn't dare to believe had happened. When he'd entered into a meditative state to circulate his soul force, he felt as if his body was in an unprecedented state. If he was to compare his previous circulation of soul force to the crawling speed of a snail, then his current speed of circulation was at least as fast as the climbing speed of spider. His soul force circulation speed was 3 to 5 times faster, and in addition to that, his soul force had been strengthened by a large amount. When he circulated it now, it felt much less obstructed. As he continued to circulate his soul force, he felt an unprecedented sense of power spread throughout his body, as if all his meridians had been opened. This sort of feeling was simply too wondrous. He also felt the itchy feeling that normally signified growth in all of his limbs and bones. Hui Hao somewhat impatiently shut his eyes and roused his soul force so that he could circulate it around his passageways. The facts had proven that he wasn't dreaming. Everything was real. Originally, when he was following the circulation paths of the mysterious heaven technique to cultivate, he'd need at least an hour to complete a full revolution. Now, however, he didn't even need to use a quarter of that time to finish a full circulation. Furthermore, the rate at which his soul force grew was several times greater than before. It was no longer the sort of increase that could be counted with traces. It had evolved into something that could be counted in wisps. At the same time, as he was cultivating, Hui Hao discovered that all of his passageways had become unprecedentedly unobstructed. The areas that had been previously been obstructed, along with the areas which had been extremely thin and fragile, had all been widened and thickened by a large amount. Furthermore, his passageways had a faint kind of elasticity to them. Even if they were hit with several soul force attacks, they still wouldn't be in any danger. Could it be that I've shed my mortal body and bones in a single night? He wasn't even willing to think about what had caused it. He'd never felt such an increase in power in his entire life. It wasn't easy for him to grasp this sort of feeling, so he wasn't willing to give it up no matter what. He unceasingly circulated his soul force throughout his body. As he did so, the circulation speed of the mysterious heaven technique seemed to faintly increase. Furthermore, as the mysterious heaven technique nourished the passageways in his body, That warm and comfortable feeling started to appear again. Hoắc Vũ Hạo didn't even know how many times he ended up circulating his soul force, but it was at least until the sky outside gradually brightened. Only when the distant horizon exposed daylight did he wake up from his meditative state. Even after sitting in a cross-legged position for half the night, his legs didn't feel numb or stiff at all. He moved slightly until he was by the window. As he gazed towards the purple chi that gradually appeared in the east, his soul force easily went towards his spirit eyes in a very natural manner as he started cultivating the purple demon eyes. The change that had occurred in his body, as well as the strengthening of his soul force, made everything seem different for Hoắc Vũ Hạo. When Hoắc Vũ Hạo used his spirit eyes to look attentively towards the layer of purple chi that had risen from the east to start cultivating the purple demon eyes, he clearly felt as if something in his brain had been cut apart. His spirit eyes faintly generated an invisible attractive force that absorbed the purple chi in the same manner a whale would drink water. The outside of his eyes became warm, while their interior remained cool. Hoắc Vũ Hạo only felt his spiritual energy spread out in all four directions, quickly exceeding his original limit, reaching a total diameter of 40 meters before stopping. The layer of purple within his eyes had also deepened, and even his skin had a bright and smooth luster to it. His three energies, essence, chi, and spiritual energy, were completely different from yesterday. As he let out a long sigh to exhale a mouthful of impurities from his body, Hoắc Vũ Hạo completed his cultivation of the purple demon eyes. Everything around him became increasingly clear. With a thought, Hoắc Vũ Hạo withdrew his soul force, and his spirit eyes also returned back to their normal state. Only his pair of deep blue eyes had become even brighter. Chapter 13.4 Mysterious Water Pill. Chapter 13.4 Mysterious Water Pill. He knew that something must have happened to his body. If not, he might not have had such a huge increase in his cultivation from a full half a year of cultivation. Just as Hoắc Vũ Hao's heart was filling with doubt, the room to the dormitory opened. Wang Dong stuck his head through the door and sniffed the room a few times. After confirming that the room didn't smell, he slowly walked in whilst hugging his bedding to his body. He threw the bedding onto his bed and spoke unhappily to Hoắc Vũ Hạo, who was standing there. "You're really a good one. You've shed your mortal body and bones, but you made me unable to return home. Oof. You're treating me to breakfast today." Hoắc Vũ Hạo looked at Wang Dong with a puzzled expression. "Wang Dong, just what happened to me? Why was I covered with filth when I woke up? My cultivation has even risen by a large amount. It even feels like I've done what you just said. I have a sort of shedding my mortal body and bones feeling." A simple-looking golden bracelet on Wang Dong's wrist flashed, causing a round metallic ball to appear in his hand, which he then threw toward Hoắc Vũ Hạo. "Let's see how much your soul force has increased by. This soul tool of mine can test the soul force of people from the 10th to the 30th rank. Just pour your soul force into it." "Oh," Hoắc Vũ Hạo replied. Gripping the metal ball, he slowly poured his soul force into it. The golden ball started to emit a faint layer of yellow light that gradually began to extend outwards. Next, a number appeared on the surface of the metal ball. At first, it was fixed at 11, but it rapidly jumped up to 12. As the yellow light continued to extend outwards, the 12 also started to gradually tremble. However, Hoắc Vũ Hạo was already using all of his strength at the moment. He wasn't able to stimulate the number anymore. Wang Dong's expression had changed into one of astonishment. "It really is worthy of being called the mysterious water pill. It's actually increased your soul force by almost 2 ranks in a single night. You're at the peak of the 12th rank now, only a step away from the 13th rank." Hoắc Vũ Hao's eyes went wide. "Are you telling the truth? What is this mysterious water pill?" Wang Dong snatched the testing soul tool back from Hoắc Vũ Hạo and humphed. Then he said, "My soul tool is extremely accurate when testing people's soul ranks. Besides, I don't benefit from lying to you. Speaking of which, you should thank Senior Bei Bei. What sort of relationship do you have with him? He actually just casually slipped you a mysterious water pill that's worth 10,000 gold when you were unconscious. I'm very skeptical as whether or not he gave you the right pill." When he saw Hoắc Vũ Hao's puzzled face, Wang Dong went ahead and explained, "The mysterious water pill is an extremely mystical pill. Supposedly, it's a pill that's specific to a certain water-type sect. However, I don't know which exact sect that is. When the mysterious water pill is being refined, you need to use the blood essence of 10 or so water-type soul beasts, as well as several tens of water-type plants. Afterwards, you'll also need to mix them in a specific manner before being able to successfully refine it. Water has a cleansing property, so not only can the mysterious water pill greatly heal you, it can also increase your soul force by a margin. Furthermore, its medicinal properties are extremely gentle, so a soul master of any rank is capable of absorbing its medicinal efficacy extremely well. As for soul masters below the 20th rank, it can increase their soul force by a rank at least. However, its most valuable aspect isn't this. It's the fact that it can cleanse your muscles as well as your bone marrow. When we shower normally, we cleanse the filth off the surface of our bodies. On the other hand, the mysterious water pill cleanses the impurities hidden within our bodies. This mysterious water pill is effective for anyone who takes it. To an extremely talented soul master, it might only be akin to adding flowers to a brocade. However, to a soul master with ordinary talent, it's basically sending them cold during a blizzard. It can expel the impurities within their bodies, as well as nourish their meridians. The increase in potential for an ordinary soul master caused by the mysterious water pill is equivalent to an increase in his innate soul force by an entire rank. In other words, if your innate soul force when your martial soul was awakened was only at the first rank, it'll turn into the second rank. After you've taken a single mysterious water pill, this is nothing short of a qualitative growth in one's talent and physique. What Wang Dong didn't know was that his analogy had actually struck the truth. Huo Hao's innate soul force was actually the first rank. However, Huo Hao clearly sensed that the feeling of shedding one's bones he'd felt after taking the mysterious water pill definitely wasn't just as simple as a mere one rank increase in his innate soul force. In fact, his cultivation speed had almost quadrupled. Although he wasn't comparable to the likes of Wang Dong and Bei Bei, who were genius soul masters, he'd become equivalent to an ordinary soul master at least. Cultivation wouldn't be as difficult as it had been in the past for him anymore. Eldest senior brother. Huo Hao couldn't help but want to shed a few tears. It was his eldest senior brother who'd given him the mysterious water pill, something that was worth 10,000 gold. This friendship given to him by Bei Bei was deeply engraved into his heart. Huo Hao's luck was truly good. Wang Dong's explanation of the mysterious water pill wasn't incorrect at all. Under normal circumstances, the increase provided by the mysterious water pill would be just as he described. However, Huo Hao had taken the mysterious water pill at the perfect moment. After yesterday's bitter training, his body had received enough tempering that it broke through its limits. He'd essentially completed a thorough warm-up before he consumed the mysterious water pill. Furthermore, his comprehension towards the mysterious heaven technique had caused the technique to permeate throughout his passageways, allowing it to reside in a sort of warm, nourishing state. The overuse of Huo Hao's consciousness had caused him to sink into a comatose state. Due to this, when he absorbed the mysterious water pill, he hadn't been able to deliberately control the efficacy of the mysterious water pill, allowing it to evenly spread throughout his body. The nourishing effect brought about by the mysterious water pill was completely received by his body. There was another important point. The mysterious water pill was a water-type medicinal pill, while his second martial soul that had been bestowed to him by the Skydream Iceworm was an ice-type one. Ice was, in and of itself, another state of water, which caused his absorption of the mysterious water pill to be even more fruitful. In addition, following the mysterious water pill's reconstruction of his body, one of the 10 balls of origin energy that the Skydream Iceworm had sealed within his body had finally been cracked open by a small amount. A portion of the energy that had spilled out from it had thus fused with his body. Because of this, the increase in his spiritual energy was actually even larger than the increase in his soul force. This was also the reason why his spiritual awareness had expanded from 30 meters to 40 meters. The mysterious water pill could be said to have caused an all-around upgrade to Huo Hao's body, which was the reason why he'd experienced such a huge change. This would have enormous benefits towards his future cultivation, and even his purple demon eyes had evolved. The purple demon eyes had 4 major realms: surveillance, totality, mustard seed, and boundlessness. When Hoắc Hạo used his spirit eyes to cultivate the purple demon eyes, he basically achieved twice the effects while putting in half the work. As the mysterious water pill had increased his soul force, it had also simultaneously spurred on the Skydream Iceworm's origin energy. Thus, when he'd previously cultivated the purple demon eyes, the origin energy had created a siphoning effect towards the purple chi on the horizon, thereby allowing Hoắc Hạo purple demon eyes to directly leap into the totality realm from the perlustration realm. In terms of cultivation speed for the purple demon eyes, he could even be said to be the fastest person in all of history. He'd even exceeded the founder of the Tang Sect, Tang Sect. Hoắc Hạo didn't know this yet, but the advancement of his purple demon eyes had caused a large increase in his ability to control spiritual type skills. When he activated soul skills in the future, his soul force consumption would be substantially lessened. As he looked at Hoắc Hao's red eyes and slightly blank appearance, Wang Dong patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let's go and get some breakfast. I want to eat double today." Hoắc Hạo laughed. "Sure, you can even eat quadruple if you want today." Wang Dong's eyes widened. "You're the pig here." Once he spoke, the two couldn't help but break into laughter. Their embarrassment from last night had disappeared. At such a simple age, the two still had pure hearts. Chapter 14.1 Skydream Points. Chapter 14.1 Skydream Points. Hoắc Hạo didn't forget to dig out the golden spirit coin from the grill that he'd earned from yesterday's roasted fish before following Tanya to see Bei Bei and Su Sancher compete. When Hoắc Hạo and Wang Dong arrived at the dining hall, they secretly felt a little rich and imposing. The breakfast that they had was especially sumptuous and greatly replenished their bodies' needs. They were the earliest to arrive at the dining hall, and even by the time they'd finished eating, not many students had arrived. "There's still a while till we have to be in class. Let's return to the dorm room." Hoắc Hạo patted his satisfied belly and stretched his body for a while with a content look on his face. Ever since he arrived at Shrek Academy, he'd gradually become cheerful. He finally had friends here, but even more so, he had teacher Xiaoya and his eldest senior brother Bei Bei, who both cared about him. This was worlds better compared to the previous kind of atmosphere he'd experienced when he was in the Duke's mansion, where everything was ice cold. Wang Dong replied, "Save it. You're just going to go back and cultivate again anyway. Bowstrings that have been stretched too tightly will break, you know? If you need to relax, then you should just relax. Let's take a walk by Sea God Lake and relax for a while." The mysterious water pill just helped you increase your cultivation by quite a bit. You shouldn't care about this short moment of relaxation. All right then, Hoắc Hạo happily agreed. Ever since entering the academy a few days ago, he still had yet to visit Sea God Lake. Moreover, it really was almost time for them to head class. It would be a good idea if he took the chance to take a walk too. The two left the dining hall and cut through the school building for new students as they headed to the east along the south side of Shrek Plaza. Soon afterwards, they arrived at the alley to the lakeside. As they passed through the forest next to the alley, Sea God Lake, with its gleaming waves that were reflected in the sunlight, and its water that was both clear and crystalline, was presented before their eyes. A gust of wind that contained a gentle mist mixed with fresh air buffeted them. Even though Sea God Lake was a man-made lake, the water that it held was extremely clear. The azure lake was blue to the point that its surface was both pure and deep, yet so blue that it was also tender, calm, and graceful. A slight ripple that looked like the luminous eyes of a young lady was also full of life that undulated on the surface of the lake and looked like a blue brocade. The lake reflected an inverted image of the blue sky and white clouds, as well as the trees that lined the lakeside. So beautiful! Wang Dong couldn't help but inhale deeply, physically exerting himself as he stretched his body. When he stretched his body, his shirt was inevitably pulled up, revealing his perfectly rounded and perky butt. Hoắc Hạo absolutely didn't deliberately focus his attention on it, but an unintentional look was enough to remind him of the shining patch of white that he'd seen yesterday. He turned his head away, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and looked far out into the distance across Sea God Lake. Sea God Lake occupied an extremely wide area. Perhaps it was even larger than the main Shrek Academy campus that was to the west of Shrek Plaza. There was even a layer of fog atop the water's surface in the distance. After Hui Hao's purple demon eyes had evolved, the sight of his spirit eyes had substantially increased once again. Even though he hadn't poured soul power into his spirit eyes to activate them, Hui Hao could still see far into the distance. He faintly saw what seemed to be houses amidst the mist that rested upon the surface of the lake in the distance. He couldn't help but think that the inner courtyard was probably at that end of the lake, as he'd associated those houses with Xiaoya and Bei Bei's description. If such an outstanding soul master like his eldest senior brother was only able to study in the outer courtyard, then how strong would the upperclassmen from the inner courtyard be? At the exact moment that Hui Hao was preoccupied with his thoughts, he suddenly saw what appeared to be a red dot appear in the mist above the lake. "What is it?" Wang Dong asked curiously. Hui Hao pointed in the direction that he was looking. "Look, there seems to be some sort of red dot over there." Wang Dong followed where Hui Hao's finger was pointing and looked in the direction that he was pointing. However, all he saw was a sea of mist. "Where?" He was questioning Hui Hao's words one moment, when in the next moment, he opened his eyes wide and stared. He'd also seen the so-called red dot that Hui Hao had mentioned. However, it wasn't some red dot. It was clearly a red-colored figure that was currently running on the surface of the water at an astonishing speed. In addition to that, looking closely at the figure, it actually seemed to be rushing in their direction. Hui Hao and Wang Dong both exchanged a glance before simultaneously crying out in surprise. "An upperclassman from the inner courtyard?" The red figure's speed was extremely shocking. In just a short period of time, it had already reached the center of the lake. Every time the tips of his toes briefly touched the surface of the lake, he'd create a ripple that spread out across the lake. However, he was also continuously speeding up with the help of that slight buoyancy from the lake, rapidly flying forwards like a red cloud. As the figure got closer, Hui Hao was also able to see it even better. The red color wasn't only due to the fact that the clothes on its body were red in color, but even its hair was a blood red color. The figure was slender, yet was emitting a sort of biting fierceness from its whole body, just like a frightening soul beast. The figure was wearing a mask that was also similarly red in color. Even its eyes were blood red. The air surrounding its body seemed to be distorting slightly. The mist would even somewhat dissipate beneath his feet wherever he passed. "This senior seems to be very strong. Look, he can even run on the surface of the water without releasing his martial soul," Wang Dong said to Hui Hao with an excited look on his face, as per his analysis of the situation. Hui Hao's cultivation wasn't as good as his, but his perception was far more acute. "Wang Dong, why do I feel that something isn't right?" The red figure was truly too fast. In the period that they'd been conversing with each other, the figure had already approached the 100-meter radius of the shore. A frightening surge of heat engulfed them in that instant. Hui Hao and Wang Dong had astonished looks enter their eyes at the same time, because they simultaneously felt that an indescribably wild aura had exploded from that senior's body. It definitely wasn't an aura that should appear from a normal person. With a swish, azure wings had spread out from Wang Dong's back. He grabbed a hold of Hui Hao in an attempt to take flight. However, that red figure had already gotten close to them in the short span of Wang Dong's movements. The terrifying heat burst forth in an instant, causing both Wang Dong and Hui Hao to feel as though they'd been enveloped by a sea of fire. The wings on Wang Dong's back crumpled in an instant, making it so that he could no longer fly. The duo fell to the ground at the same time. All of the vegetation in an area 10 meters around the figure had turned burnt yellow in an instant. The difference in their cultivations was really too great. Wang Dong still wanted to try to release his soul skill, but just as he activated his soul force, he immediately sustained an attack from that terrifying heat. With a dull groan, he immediately lost consciousness. Hui Hao's cultivation was inferior to Wang Dong's, but one mustn't forget that he still had an ice-type martial soul that had yet to take form. Once Hui Hao was subjected to the intense stimulation from the external heat, his ice-attribute martial soul was immediately awakened. However, his soul force that was only at the peak of the 12th rank was thoroughly consumed by the external heat in just a single second. Moreover, That red figure had already swatted a large hand in his direction. The temperature of his surroundings was already so frightening. If he really was hit, wouldn't he die very tragically? The last thing that Hui Hao could do was launch a spirit shock. However, the disparity between him and his opponent was too great. His spirit shock dissipated in the heat before it could even charge through that layer of strong fire attribute aura. At this rate, he was going to vanish in a puff of smoke and ashes under that huge, scorching hot palm. It was at this exact moment that the sight before Hui Hao's eyes became a field of white, and everything in his surroundings became a blur. Chapter 14.2 Skydream Points. Chapter 14.2 Skydream Points. Am I dead? Am I going to die like this? In this moment, when death was approaching, the feeling that he had in his heart wasn't unwillingness. Everything that had happened had really been too sudden. Hence, he was only at a loss at the moment. The scene before his eyes suddenly became clear. Hui Hao saw a strange scene. He saw himself. If Wang Dong were still awake now, right, he'd have seen an incomparably shocking scene. In the moment that Hui Hao was about to be engulfed by that flaming hand, the color of his eyes suddenly changed. His dark blue eyes, which had been twinkling with a faint golden light, suddenly became as white as twinkling frost in an instant. A gust of extraordinarily cold air suddenly spread outwards from Hui Hao's body. He actually managed to forcibly disperse all of the heat coming from the figure in front of him. The fiery figure only let out a dull groan before curling up as they collapsed to the ground. When Hui Hao was utilizing his spirit eyes, the soul ring that rose up from beneath his feet was white. However, at this moment, his normally white soul ring had actually turned an incomparably brilliant golden color. A glaring golden light sparkled off of it, just like the morning sun was rising up from beneath his feet. With Hui Hao's body as the core, the area around him, and 100-meter diameter of him, instantly turned into a world of ice and snow. Even his opponent's spiritual sea was frozen. The red figure seemed to be shivering violently, as the terrifying, intimidating aura it let off was continuously condensed by the cold. Hui Hao slowly raised his right arm. It wasn't known when his right hand's index finger had turned ice blue, nor when his eyes had begun to shine with a white light. A gloomy voice immediately rang out. You dare to touch the person that this brother has chosen, and dare to disturb this brother's sleep. Go and die. Hui Hao pointed forwards with his index finger, causing an icy blue ray of light to suddenly flash in the sky, headed straight for the red figure. The temperature surrounding the red figure plummeted as a result of the extremely chilling feeling Hui Hao was emitting. Perhaps because it felt danger approaching it, the red figure struggled violently. Closely following that, the loud and clear cry of a phoenix abruptly rang out. An enormous phoenix floated up from beneath the figure, along with 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Soul Emperor rank. Among the 6 soul rings, the 2nd, 3rd, and 6 soul rings all shone at the same time. The flame behind the figure turned dark red almost instantly. A thread of fire that was as thin as a finger was spouted from the phoenix's mouth, colliding with the ice blue light that had been shot out of Hui Hao's index finger. Chi-chi. A series of strange sounds rang out. The thread of fire collapsed almost instantly. The enormous phoenix abruptly pounced forwards, using its huge body to shield the red figure from the front. The fiery red figure rolled back along with a violent cry of the fire phoenix, and with an icy blue layer covering them from head to toe, they immediately dropped straight into Sea God Lake in the distance. Hui Hao was just about to pursue and attack them, but halted his steps for a moment. The sound that had previously rung out rang once more. How annoying! Someone else came. This small guy's physical fitness has improved very quickly. It seems that I can give him a bit more power already. All right, I'm fleeing. The golden soul ring rapidly dulled back to a white soul ring and disappeared. All of the coldness in Hui Hao's surroundings also disappeared seemingly instantly. The water in the lake rapidly reverted back to its original state. Hui Hao's white eyes that had been emitting a strong chill reverted back to normal. Finally, his body went limp, causing him to fall to the ground in exhaustion. Sea God Lake had just had frightening soul force fluctuations a moment ago, but tranquility had already been completely restored. Only Hu Hao and Wang Dong were left, collapsed and unconscious by the shore. In the distance, more than 10 silhouettes were headed straight for them from the depths of Sea God Lake at an astonishing speed. It only took a couple seconds for them to arrive at the shore. This is bad. Students from the outer courtyard were injured. A white-clothed old man was the one leading the group. He suddenly strode over in midair and, as if he'd just teleported through space, arrived at Hu Hao and Wang Dong's side. He extended both his hands, and both of their bodies immediately floated upwards. Fortunately, it seems that they've only fainted. They haven't sustained any injuries. Teacher Lee, please provide them with some medical treatment. Yes. Another white-clothed, middle-aged person hastily stepped forwards, taking charge of Hu Hao and Wang Dong. If Hu Hao and Wang Dong were still conscious, they would have immediately recognized this teacher Li as the soul sage-ranked master who'd utilized his martial soul, the tree of life, on them yesterday and had conducted a full-scale recovery on the entire class. His soul rings quickly rose up, and hoops of green light revolve around Hu Hao and Wang Dong's bodies, quietly infiltrating their bodies. A miraculous scene appeared. The wilted plants in their surroundings had actually started to rapidly recover at an astonishing speed. One could also faintly see that the large-scale vegetation that surrounded the Sea God Lake was emitting faint green rays of light. These faint green rays of light were surging towards Hu Hao and Wang Dong's bodies, slowly soaking into them. Xiao Tao is over here. The crashing sound of water rang out, and a white-clothed person fished out the figure clad in red who'd previously fallen into Sea God Lake. The person clad in red was already drenched from head to toe, revealing a lithe and graceful figure. Looking at the figure's appearance, the person actually seemed to be a woman. The white-clothed old man went around her side. He pressed her right hand to his shoulder and could see that rich white soul force was surging into the woman's body at an astonishing speed. Strange. The white-clothed old man furrowed his brow, as if there was something that he couldn't understand. Teacher Lee, what's the situation with these two students from the outer courtyard? He turned his head and asked the teacher who was currently treating Hu Hao and Wang Dong. The person known as Teacher Lee said, "It's nothing serious. They'll be waking up very soon." The white-clothed old man heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank goodness we didn't make a serious mistake." It seems that Xiao Tao still managed to retain some of her consciousness. Teacher Lee, send these two students back and repeatedly warn them to forget what they saw. If they divulge this matter to others, they'll be expelled. Give them a high grade as compensation. We're heading back. The last 3 words were directed towards the others. He carried the woman clad in red, and as his silhouette flickered, he turned into a ray of white light as he headed towards the depths of Sea God Lake. In the moment that Hu Hao fainted and fell to the ground, he was no longer able to see anything on the outside with his consciousness. Naturally, he also didn't know what happened after he fainted either. You managed to disturb Elder Brother's sleep so quickly. How annoying. The Skydream Iceworm's voice resounded in Hu Hao's spiritual sea. Hu Hao dazedly asked, "Brother Skydream, you're the one who made that move just now?" The Skydream Iceworm replied, "Of course it was this brother who did it. If not, you would have already become a dried-up, baked person. That person's fire attribute is truly very strong. She actually possesses the blood of a phoenix god beast. If not, this brother's finger would have annihilated her. But no matter, she should have lost consciousness already. That flame of hers seems to be slightly demonic. However, this brother didn't eat all that 10,000-year ice pith for nothing. Her powers are still far from comparable to mine. Little Yu Hao, your cultivation has been very successful. Your physical fitness has increased significantly. The first seal of the 10 seals that I left in your body has already been cracked open." Chapter 14.3 Skydream Points. Chapter 14.3 Skydream Points. Really? Hu Hao was overjoyed. Ever since he'd come to Shrek Academy, he'd started to understand how insignificant he was. After meeting so many experts, his thirst for strength had grown even greater. However, due to his poor talent, he could only secretly work even harder. Now, even the Skydream Iceworm had praised him, so how could he not be happy? The Skydream Iceworm spoke with a very depressed tone. However, this brother has used some of his origin energy. This is my origin consciousness, which can also be considered the intelligence that's been added onto your soul ring. It's because of this that I was able to protect your body before using my power. Furthermore, after that attack, your body won't be able to be possessed by me for at least a year. You'll have to be extremely careful. If you meet another undefeatable enemy like this one, we're both finished. Okay, I won't tarry on any longer. I'm going to keep sleeping. You have to quickly work harder. Once you've gotten a second soul ring, you won't have to constantly bother this brother anymore. The Skydream Iceworm was always rushed whenever he appeared. Hui Hao had originally planned to ask him a few questions regarding the control of his soul skills, but the Skydream Iceworm already fallen back into a deep sleep and everything surrounding him had turned dark. Wang Dong was the first one to wake up. When he opened his eyes, he saw a white-clothed, middle-aged man in front of him. However, before he could speak, Hui Hao, who was to his side, let out a muffled groan and slowly opened his eyes. Because he wasn't as clear as Hui Hao regarding the general situation, Wang Dong's mind was blank. He angrily said, "Just what's going on? What was that monster earlier?" The white-clothed, middle-aged man indifferently replied, "You're both fine now. About the thing that you guys just saw, please forget about it. If you don't, you'll be expelled from the academy. I'll give you 2 of these as compensation. I believe that you're both smart people." As he spoke, he threw 2 green objects towards Hui Hao and Wang Dong. The 2 subconsciously raised their hands to catch them. At the same time, the white-clothed middle-aged man had already risen up into the sky and was flying towards Sea God Lake. "Go to class. Remember, it's best that you forget everything you just saw." Hui Hao and Wang Dong looked at each other. They were left in a daze for quite a while. "Hui Hao, what do you think's going on?" Wang Dong asked him in a low voice. Hui Hao shook his head. "I don't know. It seems like we come across a madman." Wang Dong lowered his head to see what the green object in his hand was and immediately became stunned. Following that, his face became filled with a happy expression. "Wow, we've struck gold. It's a soul advancement pill. It's actually a soul advancement pill." Hui Hao looked towards the green lump in his hand with puzzlement. It was a green pill that was about the size of a walnut, and it was releasing a faint, fragrant odor. Its surface was dark green in color, and there seemed to be a faint halo of light circulating within it. It was sparkling and translucent, and was also filled with an aura of life. "What's a soul advancement pill? Is it a type of pill like the mysterious water pill?" Wang Dong replied, "Yeah. Furthermore, it's a pill that's of the same rank as the mysterious water pill. However, the mysterious water pill is a bit more precious than the soul advancement pill because it has a cleansing effect on one's muscles and marrow. But to soul masters above the 30th rank, whose muscles and marrow have already been thoroughly cleansed, the soul advancement pill is better than the mysterious water pill. Due to this, the price of the 2 pills are about the same. You have to take care of it. It's supposedly extremely hard to refine this sort of pill. I didn't expect that teacher to give us something so extraordinary as hush money. I've decided to forget everything that I saw earlier." Hui Hao asked impatiently, "Can you speak more clearly? Just what use does this soul advancement pill have?" Wang Dong let out a cunning laugh and replied, "I'm not telling. Beg me." After he finished his sentence, he turned around and ran towards the freshman's school building. Hui Hao was left speechless. After carefully putting the soul advancement pill into his 24 moonlit bridges, he chased after Wang Dong. While running, he shouted, "If you don't tell me, I'll just ask my eldest senior brother. He definitely knows what it does. If you tell me now, I'll treat you to lunch." Wang Dong slowed down and waited for him to catch up. "Then, I'll be eating something tasty." Hui Hao took out all of his savings and said, "I'm a homeless orphan anyway. These are all of my savings. Do whatever you want with them." Wang Dong was stunned for a moment. You're an orphan?" Hui Hao nodded his head. Wang Dong spoke again. "The reason that you don't even have any bedding on your bed, isn't it because you just want to assiduously cultivate? Isn't it because you're simply not willing to spend money on some bedding?" Hui Hao replied, "It's because I feel that having some money left to eat with is more important than buying bedding. The food in the canteen is rather expensive after all. Wang Dong unwittingly stopped, causing Hui Hao to naturally stop along with him. What are you doing? It's almost time for class. We need to hurry up. Wang Dong pursed his lips tightly and stared at Hui Hao. Hui Hao, who was currently being stared at, felt goosebumps rise on his back. What's happened to you? Was your brain fried by that guy earlier? Wang Dong inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. Hui Hao, I'm sorry. I didn't know that you were an orphan. I shouldn't have bullied you. Hui Hao chuckled and replied, Your bullying didn't work, did it? Wang Dong somewhat resentfully slapped his shoulder. Can you not interrupt me when I'm in the middle of feeling moved? Let's hurry to class. I'll pay for your meals from now on. Hui Hao shook his head and said, You don't need to. Teacher Xiao, you found a way for me to make some money. From now on, I'll be selling roasted fish every day after school. That'll be enough for me to get my living expenses. I'll treat you to some roasted fish later tonight. As he spoke, the two walked towards the freshman's school building. As they walked, Wang Dong explained the use of the soul advancement pill to him. The main use of the soul advancement pill was to increase one's soul force. It was refined from a few heavenly treasures. Soul Master could only use a single soul advancement pill during their entire lifetime, and the increase in soul force one would receive from the pill was roughly equivalent to the soul force that a soul master at the 30th rank needed to advance to the 31st rank. This was a pill that could raise one's soul force by an entire rank. This was truly something that was hard to come by. However, one's future cultivation potential would be affected if more than one were taken. Furthermore, the soul advancement pill and the mysterious water pill were somewhat similar, as their main function was to stimulate a person's potential to provide more nourishment to the body. Because of this, their medicinal properties were relatively gentle. Soul masters that were only above the 10th rank could consume them. Then, how large would the increase in my soul force be if I were to eat it now? Hui Hao asked probingly. Wang Dong shook his head and said, I don't know. I've never heard of anyone willing to eat it at the 12th rank. No matter how highly ranked an auction is, this pill is always considered a good thing. Moreover, very few people will choose to sell it. Supposedly, only an extremely small number of plant-type soul masters can refine it, and a year's supply won't exceed 20. This time, we really had some crappy luck. It seems that the school is fair, as even though that fellow threatened our lives, we still got something this good. Unlike Wang Dong, who was praising the school for giving them the pill, Hui Hao's mood wasn't too happy. This was because he clearly knew how he and Wang Dong would have been charcoal right now, were it not for the existence of the Skydream Iceworm. Even if they were to receive a pill then, it wouldn't be of any use to them. Chapter 14.4 Skydream Points. Chapter 14.4 Skydream Points. Then, when is the best time to eat it, in your opinion? Wang Dong replied, Obviously, when we get back to our dorm tonight. You can't just put a good thing like this away. Furthermore, it's best to increase your cultivation earlier, so that you can reach rank 30 earlier. If I'd had a third soul ring today, I wouldn't have been so passive at the very least. There wouldn't have been any problems with me flying into the air with you either. Hui Hao thought about it for a while before deciding to eat the soul advancement pill once he got back home tonight. The stronger the soul force he supplied his mysterious heaven skill with, the stronger its nourishing effect would be on his passageways. Hence, increasing his soul force was naturally a good thing for him. However, he didn't know how great an increase in soul force the soul advancement pill would provide. The soul force needed for one to advance to the 31st rank from the 30th rank could increase his soul force by 2, or even 3 ranks at the very minimum. If that was the case, his cultivation would end up around the 15th rank, which meant that it'd be in accordance with the minimum cultivation level normally needed to enter Shrek Academy. When his train of thought reached this point, Hui Hao immediately felt a wave of passion surge through his heart. Even though he didn't feel inferior as classmates, he was still filled with a sense of danger. With his original level of talent, the first round of assessments for freshmen would have been extremely hard for him to pass. However, his large increase in cultivation during the past 2 days had given him some hope. No matter what, he had to stay in Shrek Academy. Compared to Zhou Yi's class yesterday, today's classes were, at least to the students, simply too relaxed. Both their morning and afternoon classes were on theory. The morning class was about the classification of martial souls, while the afternoon class was about distinguishing a soul B sage. Since most of the students were familiar with what was being covered in the two classes already, they didn't pay them much attention. However, Hoắc Hạo was different. He listened to the teacher with rapt attention. What he lacked wasn't just talent and cultivation, but knowledge too. Sure enough, Wang Dong treated him to a good meal for lunch. Once he'd finished his afternoon class, Tang came over to him. "Let's go, little Hạo. I've prepared everything for you once again. Don't worry. Teacher Xiao will stay by your side and protect you today. Let's see what idiot dares to bully you with me around." "Right. Your eldest senior brother asked me to give this to you when I saw you. Eat it when you get back to your dorm room tonight." While speaking, Tang handed a porcelain bottle to Hoắc Hạo. The onlooking Wang Dong's eyes immediately widened when he saw this. He'd seen this same porcelain bottle yesterday. It was the same one that Bei Bei had taken a mysterious water pill out of to feed Hoắc Hạo before. It was the exact same one. Was this a second mysterious water pill? The mysterious water pill was different from the soul advancement pill. It didn't have any restrictions on how many times it could be used. However, the first pill's effects would be the best, while those of any pills taken afterwards would progressively decline. After all, there was still a limit to the impurities each person had within their bodies. The increase in soul force wouldn't be as great as a soul advancement pill either. "Teacher Xiaoya, have you thought about my issue?" Wang Dong asked Tangya, a fervent expression on his face. Tangya giggled and replied, "I talked to Bei Bei about it. Bei Bei said that if you're able to obtain first place in the first freshman assessment, you'll be qualified to join our Tang Sect." "Fine, it's a deal." Wang Dong replied without any hesitation at all. The benefits for joining the Tang Sect were simply too good. Hoắc Hạo had just received 2 mysterious water pills in front of him. Although he knew that his talent was exceptional and that he didn't have any use for the mysterious water pill, who knew whether or not the Tang Sect had better things? However, the reason that he wanted to join the Tang Sect wasn't due to its benefits. Hoắc Hạo accepted the porcelain bottle and put it into his 24 moonlit bridges without asking any questions. Afterwards, he followed Tangya out of the academy. Wang Dong hurriedly caught up to them and said, "I'm going too. Hoắc Hạo, no matter how you look at it, we're roommates. I'll buy 2 of your roasted fish to help your business out a bit." Hoắc Hạo chuckled. "I'll treat you." Wang Dong shook his head and said, "How can I do that? Friends are friends. Business is business. I don't need you to treat me. I can afford to buy them." As he spoke, he fished out a silver soul coin and forcefully shoved it into Hoắc Hạo hand. He originally thought that he was helping Hoắc Hạo, but when the 3 of them walked through the academy's gates, Wang Dong realized that he'd actually taken advantage of Hoắc Hạo. There were more than 30 people waiting outside for Hoắc Hạo to roast fish, of the most eye-catching person of them being Su Sanshur, who'd lost to Bei Bei yesterday in the soul dueling competition. Hoắc Hạo was stunned for a moment when he saw Su Sanshur. However, Tangya immediately stepped forward bravely. "What? You're not able to accept your loss? How about I follow you to the soul dueling area today?" Su Sanshur unhappily replied, "You? Save it. I don't hit women. Stop trying to stir up trouble with me. I'm here today to buy some roasted fish, not to cause trouble. Can't you see that I'm first in the queue?" When she heard what he had to say, Tangya's expression finally relaxed. She asked, "You're buying it for Jiang Nan?" "Yup." Su Sanshur nodded his head. Tangya teasingly said, "I couldn't tell that you were still so infatuated with her. What a pity that she doesn't even like you." Su Sanshur angrily said, "Tangya, don't provoke me. Your Bei Bei swindled me yesterday, yet I haven't even tried to settle my debts with you guys." Tangya stuck her tongue out, then turned around and said to Hoắc Hạo, "Little Hạo, you should start now. Since someone gave you something good yesterday, you should sell him 2 roasted fish today." After setting his grill up, Hoắc Hạo began to sell his roasted fish at the entrance to Shrek Academy for the second time. However, he didn't sell the first 2 roasted fish to Su Sanshur, as he didn't have a favorable opinion of this fellow who'd made a move against him yesterday. Furthermore, Wang Dong had paid him first. Hence, the first 2 fish he roasted went to Wang Dong. The 3rd and 4th went to Tangya. Only when Su Sanchi's expression had turned increasingly dark did he receive the 5th and 6th roasted fish. He threw his money towards Hoắc Hạo and left. "Delicious. This is really too delicious. Fish can actually be so fragrant." As Wang Dong ate, his eyes glowed. Whilst eating the roasted fish, his appearance became completely identical to Tang Yu's. By the time he'd finished his fish, both his face and hands were dripping with oil. As Hui Hao continued to sell roasted fish by the entrance to Shrek Academy, a certain person in a secret room located on the central island of the sea god lake gradually woke up from their comatose state. Ugh, the red-shirt woman's body moved a bit. She subconsciously covered her chest with her right hand and muttered, "I'm too hot. It's too unbearable. I feel terrible." She gradually opened her eyes. However, her pupils were now faintly pink in color. The bloody color within her eyes had receded. There was also a trace of doubt in her eyes. That's strange. Why isn't it hot anymore? She suddenly sat up, subconsciously looking down at herself. Her originally sweat-drenched clothes had already dried. She jumped off the bed she'd been laying on and took off the mask covering her face, revealing a somewhat pale, oval-shaped face. She looked to be about 20 or so, with her facial expression being slightly cold. However, it was still unable to conceal her beauty, which was peerless enough that it could move one's heart. As she stood there, she exposed her exciting figure which resembled a ripened peach. "You're awake." An aged voice rang out, before letting out a long sigh. "Shout out. You almost made a huge mistake this time. I don't know whether or not it was destiny, but an otherworldly ice-type energy surged into your body, jolting the evil fire within your body. Can you remember anything you saw after you charged out from Sea God Lake?" Chapter 15.1 3 months. Chapter 15.1 3 months. The red-shirt woman was precisely the fire-type soul emperor that had nearly brought a calamity upon Hui Hao and Wang Dong. If she really was as old as she looked, her talent had already reached a level that couldn't be described with the words extremely startling anymore. Throughout the entire history of the Delua continent, even when the first Soul Masters had appeared, a 20-year-old Soul Emperor could rank amongst the top in terms of talent. So much so that they could even be compared to Shrek Academy's first-generation Shrek's 7 monsters. The aged voice belonged to the white-clothed elder who'd brought her back. When she heard his question, the red-shirt girl, who was named Xiao Dao, blankly shook her head. "I don't remember anything except for a patch of red appearing in front of me. After that, I felt something life-threatening. I tried to resist, but after that, I woke up here." The white-clothed elder furrowed his brow and walked up to her. He spoke in a low voice. "Why didn't you tell me that you couldn't suppress the evil fire within your body? Aren't you aware that you almost caused a calamity? 2 students from the outer courtyard almost died to your evil fire." Xiao Dao was dazed. I didn't know that it would be this serious. I thought that I could control it. But the white-clothed elder let out a long sigh before saying, "The longer you suppress it, the stronger it'll be when it erupts. Xiao Dao, from now on, postpone your cultivation. Even if you're the most outstanding genius Shrek Academy has had in the past several hundred years, you can't destroy yourself for the sake of the school. If the evil fire destroys your consciousness in the future, your teacher will regret it for the rest of his life." Xiao Dao stubbornly replied, "No, teacher. I want to cultivate. I guarantee that it won't happen again in the future. I can even feel that the evilness and heat from the evil fire have been suppressed. There definitely won't be any problems in the near future. It's just, what kind of power was actually able to suppress my evil phoenix fire?" The white-clothed elder spoke with a thoughtful tone. "It's an extreme, peak-level ice-type energy. Its purity far exceeds that of your evil phoenix fire, and somewhat resembles the absolute frost breath of the ancient ice dragons. It's completely suppressed the evil phoenix fire's effects on your body, far more than any of the methods we've used." Xiao Dao asked with a doubtful tone. "However, it's simply impossible for it to be an ancient ice dragon, much less in our academy. Could it be someone who's infiltrated the academy?" The white-clothed elder shook his head and said, "I've already sent some people to investigate. I originally thought that it might have been some people from their families who'd been sent to protect them, but after I investigated them, I discovered that that was impossible. They're called Wang Dong and Hui Hao. Hui Hao is a special student from the Tang Sect, so I asked Bei Bei about him. He and Tang met him in the Great Stardow Forest, then brought him back with him. His talent is ordinary. He's even an orphan. There's no way that an expert would follow him around and protect him. On the other hand, Wang Dong has quite a large background. However, his background isn't specialized in ice-type martial souls. As for the academy itself, I've asked around several times. There are many students and teachers with ice-type martial souls, but a peak-level ice-type martial soul like this has never been spotted amongst any of them before. It's truly strange. Xiao Tao replied, Teacher, forget about it. You don't need to continue investigating it. The white-clothed elder spoke. This matter concerns your future. How could I not be worried? If I can at least find the person who possesses this ice-type martial soul, and if he turns out to be male, I'll let you be a couple with him. That way, you'll be able to neutralize the negative effects brought about by the evil phoenix fire within your body. That's the only way that you can truly soar into the heavens in the future. However, right now, you're completely restricted. Not only has your cultivation speed decreased, even your life's at risk. Xiao Dao's charming face went red. I don't want to get married, much less to a person I don't like for the sake of his martial soul. The white-clothed elder sighed. The problem is, your evil fire can't be restrained. Xiao Dao humphed and replied, I'll restrain it. I don't want to marry anyone. The white-clothed elder said angrily, Ma Xiao Dao, if you continue to be this unruly, I won't recognize you as a disciple anymore. When Ma Xiao Dao saw that the white-clothed elder was angry, she immediately began to behave. She proceeded to speak in an aggrieved tone, but, Teacher, The white-clothed elder rubbed her head. Foolish girl, your emotions can be cultivated, but you only have one life to live, let alone how much talent you have. No matter what, teacher will make sure that you find a good partner. Nan, I brought some roasted fish from that kid from yesterday. Don't worry, I didn't use any violent methods to obtain it. I queued up and bought it. Su Sanshur spoke with a polite tone as he stood in front of Jiang Nanan, who'd planned to walk to the canteen. Jiang Nanan shook her head. No need, thank you. Su Sanshur probingly asked, Do you think I was too violent yesterday? Actually, I'm not normally like that. It's just that because of you Nanan, I know that you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened that time. But couldn't our reunion at Shrek Academy be considered a sort of destiny? I really like you. I promise to be faithful to you until I die. Jiang Nanan coldly replied, I remember telling you that we'd take what we needed, then walk our separate ways after meeting that time. There's no chance that anything will happen between the two of us. Su Sanshur, you're a high and lofty noble. Why do you have to bother a little woman like me? I can't even give you anything. Please don't interfere with my life in the future. If you continue, I'll report it to the school. Also, please don't bully other students because of me. When she finished speaking, she turned around to walk away. However, she was blocked by Su Sanshur, who angrily said, Me? Bully other students? Don't you know how badly that Bei bullied me? The person roasting fish yesterday was his junior brother, which he then used as an excuse to swindle me. Out of 2 mysterious water pills, Tanya even shot a dragon beer needle in my waist, thus I have a huge bruise there now. Just what's wrong with me? You're not even willing to give me a chance. Jiang Nanan coldly replied, You went to a place like that at such a young age, so what's going to be so good about you? When she finished speaking, she turned around and left. This time, she directly jumped up, her 3 yellow soul rings immediately lighting up. Her ears seemed to faintly elongate and prick up, while her body appeared to become even more slender. She pushed off the ground with her legs and appeared 10 meters away, before rapidly running away without turning back. As he gazed at her shrinking back, Su Sanshur fell into a daze for a while. Afterwards, he fiercely bit off some of the roasted fish that he was holding. Su Sanshur, you're such a loser. What's so amazing about this? I'll eat it myself. This roasted fish tastes quite delicious. Chapter 15.2 3 months. Chapter 15.2 3 months. Hui Hao, I didn't think that the quality of your roasted fish would be so high. How about this? After I treat you to dinner, you can treat me to some roasted fish. How does that sound? Wang Dong spoke with an excited expression as he recalled the delicious fragrance of the roasted fish he'd just eaten. Hui Hao couldn't help but laugh. You couldn't possibly want to eat roasted fish every night, could you? Even if it's as tasty as you say it is, you'll still get tired of it if you eat it too much. Wang Dong replied, No worries, I don't care. Let's talk about that when I've managed to satisfy my cravings. It's settled. I want to eat 4 roasted fish tomorrow night. 2 fishes just weren't enough to satisfy me. Besides, did you see how many people were in line today? I think that you should sell a few more fish. It doesn't waste too much time anyway. If you don't, we'll finish eating them before you've even started selling them. By this time, the two had already packed up and returned to their dormitory. Before returning to their rooms, they decided to head to the canteen to get some dinner. Wang Dong, since my eldest senior brother gave me another mysterious water pill, do you think that I should eat it or the soul advancement pill first? Hui Hao took out the 2 pills and asked Wang Dong. Wang Dong was clearly more knowledgeable than him in the field of medicinal pills. After receiving the 2 pills, Hui Hao was truly feeling somewhat impatient. If he added the medicinal properties of the 2 pills to his own cultivation, he wouldn't be behind the other students in their class anymore. Wang Dong thought for a while before replying, I'd recommend that you not be so eager to take these 2 pills, at least for the time being. Why? Hui Hao asked with a puzzled expression. Wang Dong replied, think about it. You just used a mysterious water pill yesterday. A lot of your body's impurities have already been flushed out. The medicinal efficacy of the mysterious water pill will stay in your body for a period of time, but will be dissolved as you continue to meditate. If you take any other medicine right now, even though it'll still have some partial effects, you'll waste some of its medicinal power. The mysterious water pill and the soul advancement pill can both be described with the words heavenly treasured. Since you have such precious pills, you should naturally make full use of them. I suggest that you cultivate for around 10 days or so. Wait until your body has managed to fully absorb the effects of the first mysterious water pill before you use the second one. You'll be able to improve your physique by a step while increasing your soul force at the same time. Once you've finished absorbing the medicinal effects of the mysterious water pills, both your physique and passageways will have had a rather large improvement. If you then use the soul advancement pill, since your body will be free of obstructions, you'll naturally be able to obtain the greatest amount of benefits possible. Hui Hao felt that Wang Dong's analysis was extremely reasonable. Thanks. I'm lucky that you told me about all of this now. If you hadn't, I wouldn't have known how to use them effectively. What about you? Are you going to eat yours today? Wang Dong nodded his head and said, I'm already at rank 21. My physique and passageways are in extremely good condition. It's naturally perfect for me to absorb the soul advancement pill as soon as possible. When I eat it, I'll be able to dissolve its medicinal power in a single night. I'll be at rank 22 tomorrow, or possibly even rank 23. Didn't Senior Xiaoya say that she'd let me enter the Tang Sect if I rank first in the freshman's assessment? After eating this soul advancement pill, I'm even more certain that I'll be able to achieve first place. All right, I'm going to start now. You should go and cultivate by yourself. After he'd finished speaking, he took out the walnut-sized soul advancement pill and popped it into his mouth. He bit into it softly, causing an extremely strong fragrance to immediately gush out of the pill. Wang Dong inhaled softly, then immediately began to suck a green liquid out from the pill. He didn't even waste the pill's outer shell. He popped it into his mouth and chewed it a few times before swallowing it. At that moment, the dorm became suffused with a natural fragrance that resembled a cluster of 10,000 flowers. Hui Hao's mind felt refreshed, while all 36,000 of his pores seemed to open up accordingly, causing a hard-to-describe stimulation to spread through his entire body. He didn't dare to waste any time, hurriedly sitting on the ground in a cross-legged position to take advantage of the fact that his soul force had been adjusted to an optimum state for cultivation. After the baptism of the mysterious water pill, cultivation was simply a form of pleasure for Hui Hao. He quickly entered a meditative state, then began to circulate the mysterious heaven technique without any obstructions. It permeated throughout his body while simultaneously increasing his soul force slowly, albeit at a very stable rate. A faint jade light gradually started to emerge from Wang Dong's body, followed by the strong, refreshing aura that was circulating throughout the room. Some of it was absorbed by Hui Hao, but even more of it was inhaled by Wang Dong as he practiced his breathing exercises. Under the stimulation of the soul advancement pill, his soul force had begun to increase at a startling rate. After the twists and turns that had occurred to him 2 days ago, Hu Hao's school life started to calm down. Not only that, but he'd gradually begun to gain some fame. Practically all of the students and teachers who'd tried his roasted fish had unceasingly praised it. Hu Hao increased the number of fish he sold from 20 to 30, but he was still far from satisfying the desires of the students and teachers. However, he wasn't willing to make any more, as he still needed most of his time for cultivation. For the sake of a single roasted fish, many students would rush out of the school once class ended. Moreover, because of the high demand for his roasted fish, he had no choice but to impose a limit of 1 fish per person. However, although the demand for his roasted fish was as high as it was, Hu Hao never increased his price, causing him to receive unanimous positive reviews from the students. Furthermore, he even made several new friends. The number 1 beauty of the outer courtyard, Jiang Nanan, still ended up eating one of his roasted fish in the end, though she queued up by herself in order to buy it. However, the more interesting thing was that, even though Su Sanshur wasn't able to please Jiang Nanan with the roasted fish, he also liked its taste. Hence, he became one of Hu Hao's most faithful customers. In the blink of an eye, the first 3 months of school had passed. Under Zhou Yi's teaching, which was strict to the point of being perverted, Class 1 could be said to have completely transformed. However, the upper echelon of the academy was slightly astonished by the fact that there were actually between 60 and 70 students left from the 3-month baptism of Class 1, which Zhou Yi had been in charge of. This was leagues apart from the school's 1/3 estimate. If one were to ask who'd changed the most in all of Class 1 during these 3 months, the answer would undoubtedly be Hu Hao. When he entered the academy, his soul force had merely been rank 11. In addition to that, he'd just obtained his soul ring. His strength had been absolutely dead last when ranked in the academy, without any suspense at all. However, after these 3 months, Hu Hao had completely changed. Furthermore, not one person had challenged him for his position as class monitor since he'd taken up the role. It wasn't because Hu Hao had used his strength to astonish everyone, or that no one could beat him. Instead, it was because his vigor had sparked the admiration of the students in Class 1. This was the main reason that 2/3 of the class was able to persevere in Class 1, even under Zhou Yi's strict teaching. Hu Hao was truly too hardworking. Practically all of the teachers who taught Class 1 knew of his existence. No matter when the class was, nor what lesson was going on, there would always be a pair of eyes focused on the teacher for the duration of the entire lesson, the owner entirely focused on listening to the teacher's explanation. Chapter 15.3 3 months. Chapter 15.3 3 months. Neither talent nor his strength were that great. However, he was always the most attentive person in the class. Zhou Yi's level of strictness was second to none in the academy, but not even she was able to find any faults with Hu Hao. Her long and cruel physical training was considered torment to students of the same age as him. Yet not only had he persisted till the very end of every single training session, he even trained more at night. This was something that Zhou Yi had discovered one night, purely by chance. It just so happened that she needed to go and do something that day. By the time she returned to the academy, it was already late at night. When she'd walked past Shrek Plaza, she discovered, to her astonishment, a figure slowly running around the running track. Moreover, the soft clanging of metal had even been ringing out. When she focused, she was able to see the figure of a shirtless, sweat-drenched person. The chainmail on his body had already been soaked with sweat, and every step he took was extremely heavy. Zhou Yi was even able to see the line of sweat that the figure had left behind on the ground. The figure, which wasn't very tall, yet had both steady and persistent footsteps, was precisely Hu Hao. Zhou Yi had been deeply stunned by his actions. He was actually giving himself extra training in the middle of the night. Zhou Yi had called out to Hu Hao in order to ask him what he was doing, to which Hu Hao had simply replied, "Teacher, I have poor talent. I have to work slightly harder than the others. And if I meditate after going through physical training, it seems to speed up a bit." Zhou Yi somewhat suspected that Hu Hao had known that she was going out that day, which was why he'd purposefully put on a show for her. However, she dismissed this thought not long after she'd thought of it, as, no matter if it was windy or rainy, a stealthy figure would always appear in Shrek Plaza. His running sessions would last over 4 hours, and in addition to that, his chainmail had gradually split in two. When everything was said and done, this was still a school. Even though Hoắc Vũ Hạo didn't tell anyone, his actions were still found out by his classmates. There were even a few students who tried to train with Hoắc Vũ Hạo, but none of them were able to last longer than 3 days. They already had high-intensity classes during the daytime. If they continued to train late at night, it would no longer be simple physical training. This was practically torturing one's own body. However, Hoắc Vũ Hạo still managed to persevere with this torture to his own body. He made the impossible possible. His level of vigor received both the acknowledgement and admiration of every the students in their class. Furthermore, Hoắc Vũ Hạo managed to forcefully persevere for an entire 3 months despite Zhou Yi's harsh requirements, allowing him to become one of the 67 freshmen left in Class 1. Hard work can make up for one's deficiencies. These are very simple words, but how many people can truly make them a reality? And yet, Hoắc Vũ Hạo had done it. Thus, he'd reaped the benefits of his hard work. Make no mistake, the main reason for his cultivation increasing by such a large amount within such a short period was still because of the 2 mysterious water pills and the soul advancement pill. However, he hadn't just increased his soul force. He'd had a comprehensive improvement. It didn't matter if it was his knowledge or his various skills. He'd shed his mortal body and bones during the past 3 months. He'd originally been slightly shorter than Wang Dong, but his height was now roughly the same as Wang Dong's. His body had also become much more rugged. He didn't have any exaggerated muscles, but if you were to expose his upper body, you would clearly be able to see that it had become well-proportioned. Every single one of his muscles seemed to be filled with an abundant amount of power. Most importantly, Hoắc Vũ Hao's physique had undergone a heaven-defying change during the past 3 months. This sort of change was due to both internal and external factors. It absolutely wasn't just caused by the 2 mysterious water pills. Since he'd obtained a special understanding of the mysterious heaven technique, Hoắc Vũ Hạo made sure to report it to Tanya and Bei Bei. However, the 2 of them weren't able to replicate the passageway nourishing energy that he'd found. The reason that Hoắc Vũ Hạo had trained his body late into the night was because the nourishing effect of the mysterious heaven technique would appear whenever his stamina and soul force were completely exhausted. The intangible changes that were caused by the nourishing effect he felt every time it occurred caused his passageways to expand slightly, but the feeling gradually grew weaker as time passed. However, his cultivation speed was increased by an enormous amount as a result. When Hoắc Vũ Hạo took the second mysterious water pill, his cultivation speed became 7 times faster than it had been at the start. At the same time, the impurities within his body were 1 step closer to being entirely expelled. After the past 3 months of cultivation, his body's passageway has been broadened unceasingly and had become much more durable. As of now, his cultivation speed was 10 times faster than at the start. This was an astonishing increase in cultivation speed. When Hoắc Vũ Hạo has used the second mysterious water pill, his soul force had increased by a full rank, bringing him straight to the peak of the 13th rank from the peak of the 12th rank. After he'd used a period of time to adjust his body's condition, he'd taken the soul advancement pill. Sure enough, the resulting increase in soul force brought about by it was even more impressive. Hoắc Vũ Hao's soul force rose 3 consecutive ranks, before finally smashing through the 4th bottleneck, resulting in his soul force reaching the 17th rank. Now, Hoắc Vũ Hao's cultivation had reached the average level of the other students in his class. The most praiseworthy thing about this was that he'd relied on his own cultivation to do so. During these past 3 months, his soul force had continued to increase. He'd reached the peak of the 17th rank and was close to breaking through to the 18th tank. This was still due to the fact that he'd had to stabilize his foundation after using medicine for his previous breakthroughs. It could definitely be said that his current degree of talent was no longer that of the trash-like degree he'd had when he'd just entered Shrek Academy. We'll stop today's physical training here. As Zhou Yi stood behind the teaching platform, her aged face remained indifferent. However, as long as her class was still going on, practically every single student would sit perfectly straight. No one would dare to make any sort of strange movements. As of today, 3 months have passed since he started school. You're all about to face your first assessment since entering Shrek Academy. If you pass this examination, you'll formally become first-year students and will truly become students of Shrek Academy. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be able to continue cultivating within the academy until your first-year graduation exam at the very least. The assessment will begin tomorrow, so I'd first like to discuss the main points of the assessment. It was rare for Zhou Yi's voice to be as soft as it was. As she swept her gaze across the 67 students beneath her, she was actually extremely pleased with them. Perhaps the quality of this batch of students might not be stronger than the previous batch of students, but after 3 months of teaching, their willpower absolutely surpassed any previous year's group that Zhou Yi had taught. To Zhou Yi, this was definitely an unexpected surprise. As the class monitor, Hoắc Hạo had played the role of an extremely important role model. Hoắc Hạo, present. Hoắc Hạo instantly stood up and respectfully replied. After 3 months, Hoắc Hao's respect for Zhou Yi absolutely came from his heart, and it wasn't because of her strength. Although Zhou Yi frequently came up with some strange ways to teach, and had even tormented them to the point of them wanting to die, it had to be said that her teaching abilities were extraordinarily strong. Furthermore, these strange things that she'd done had had a much greater effect on them than they could have imagined. Because of this, not only had the students of Class 1 had a great change in their psychological state, but the ones who were left after the last 3 months had an aura as firm as a boulder around them. Chapter 15.4 3 months. Chapter 15.4 3 months. Hoắc Hạo had observed the students from the other classes, but he hadn't been able to sense the same sort of temperament from them. It was just as Bei had said. Even though Zhou Yi was a very strict teacher, one would definitely become an outstanding student or even a true expert in the future, so long as that person could persevere through her classes. Zhou Yi beckoned towards Hoắc Hạo, causing him to hurriedly walk towards the teaching platform and take a stack of papers from her. He didn't need Zhou Yi to tell him what to do, as he quickly handed them out to every single student in the class. Zhou Yi said, after the freshman assessment ends, your classes will be in line with your abilities. Write down the direction you wish for your future cultivation to go, and get it back to me later. The direction she was referring to was organized as such: assault, defense, control, and auxiliary. These are the 4 types of soul masters. During the first 3 months of teaching, everyone would be together in the same class. However, once the true freshman classes had started, everyone had to be separated. After all, the difference in cultivation paths between soul masters from different categories was extremely large. After Hoắc Hạo had returned to his seat, he was the first one to write down which direction he was going to follow. He naturally wrote down the words Control System Soul Master before signing the bottom of the page with his own name. However, he didn't notice that Wang Dong, who was sitting next to him, had glanced at the contents of his page before writing down his own. Zhou Yi said, "You're all students that I've taught. Even though you'll be split into different classes after this assessment, I hope you brats won't forget the things that I've taught you. Hand your papers back to me after class. Now then, I'll go over the main points of the freshman assessment." As she was speaking, Zhou Yi turned around and walked back to the blackboard. She then drew a few lines and proceeded to write the word battle in the middle of the blackboard. Battle. That's right, you'll have to fight in the freshman assessment. Furthermore, it's a battle that everyone has to participate in. I know, the tool soul masters amongst you lot, and especially the auxiliary and food system ones, will find this very strange. Why do you have to participate in the fight as well? Well, you didn't hear me wrongly. You all have to appear on the battlefield too, just like the battle soul masters. Even though Shrek Academy educates all types of talented soul masters, your ability on the battlefield is still the most important thing. I told you all this once before on the day that school started. Ever since the appearance of soul tools, the line dividing the types of soul masters has begun to blur. Even if you're an auxiliary or food system tool soul master, you'll still be able to explode with an extremely strong combat power by relying on soul tools. However, where will your combat instincts come from? Don't tell me that a soul master can just be given a soul tool and will then be magically able to survive by dim-wittedly standing around on the battlefield? Obviously not. Your combat instincts have honed from real battles. Because of this, all of you will have to undergo this combat assessment. Of course, the Academy naturally won't allow Auxiliary System Tool Soul Masters to fight with Assault System Battle Soul Masters. That's just too unfair to you lot. As such, the freshman assessment will be conducted using a form of team battles. However, there won't be too many people in team. Ultimately, the Academy has decided that this year there will be 3 people per team. This is a rather high number for people at your age to attempt to synergize well with. When you're making your groups, you can only have 1 Assault System Soul Master at most, while your other 2 team members can be chosen as you wish. We'll first put students who are in the same dorm room together into teams, and let you make the rest of your teams as you wish. As for people who aren't able to join a team, we'll draw lots to decide your teams. If you wait a moment, I'll give you a rather rational plan to create your own teams. The freshman assessment will be conducted with every single student from the entire year participating, as the number of students who've joined Shrek Academy year is quite large. This time, there will be a total of almost 300 teams of students participating in the freshman assessment, but only half of them will be able to remain in the Academy, which also means that only the top 150 teams will pass. This ranking will be based off of how many points you accumulate in your battles. Your matches will be organized via lot drawing, with every team having to fight in at least 10 matches. Finally, a ranking will be created based off of the number of matches you've won. Of them, the top 64 will have a knockout round, with the top 4 teams in each getting a different prize. The prize for the champion will be extremely precious. Every student in the room was listening with rapt attention. To them, the freshman assessment was the key that decided whether or not they could stay in the Academy. If they were eliminated, they could only return and choose another sub-first rank college. If they did, they might not be able to ever become a pinnacle expert on the Dolawa continent. They'd already worked hard for 3 months. Nobody wished to get eliminated at this point in their studies. Zhou indifferently said, "Our class currently has 67 people. Thus, we can make 22 teams with 1 person remaining. I'll divide all of you up according to your martial souls, and after doing some careful analysis, I'll help you make your teams. If anyone isn't satisfied, you can change your teammates after returning to your dorm. However, if no one disagrees when we register tomorrow morning, then you'll have to strictly follow my arrangements. If you do, I think you're all pretty clear on what'll happen." Song Qinghan, Zhou said in a low voice. Present, a somewhat small student quickly stood up. He'd never been too conspicuous within the class, so he clearly hadn't thought that Zhou would call him out first. Zhou, he said, "Every teacher in charge of a freshman class can propose that a student directly pass the assessment. The person that I'm choosing is you. After observing you for a while, I believe that you're the most suitable to join the Seoul Engineering Institution and continue cultivating. Do you have any problems with that? Right now, you have 2 choices. You can either join to the Seoul Engineering Institution, or you can pack your bags." Overbearing, she was truly too overbearing. Every single student within the class simultaneously looked over at Song Qinghan. "I'm willing to go to the Seoul Engineering Institution. Thank you, Teacher Zhou." Song Qinghan didn't resist Zhou Yi's overbearingness at all, excitedly jumping up and down. The reason that he came to Shrek Academy had been to enter the Seoul Engineering Institution in the first place. Zhou, he gestured for him to sit back down. "Next, we'll be splitting you into teams. The first team is Hui Hao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao." Hui Hao and Wang Dong practically stood up at the same time. They'd originally been willing to form a team anyway, but when they heard Zhou, he personally grouped them together. They looked at each other and were able to see the happiness reflected in each other's eyes. The other person who stood up with them was a female student who sat in the front row. She wasn't tall. In fact, she was quite small, just like Song Qinghan. She didn't particularly stand out in the class, either. Her various abilities seemed to rank amongst the middle of the class. The little girl wasn't especially beautiful, but she had a delicate and pretty look and could at least be appreciated. Her face had a hint of bashfulness when she turned around. However, her gaze directly went right past Yu Hao and landed on Wang Dong's increasingly handsome face. Her face reddened before she turned back around and lowered her head. For the second team, we'll have Zi Hao, Ma, Qing Shuang, and Lung Lung. For the third team, Zhou Yi looked and sounded very overbearing. But after she'd finished announcing the division of the teams, every student in the class seemed to have been relieved of a heavy burden. As Hui Yuhao coolly observed the class, he couldn't help but let out an inward sigh of admiration. Even if teacher Zhou normally had a cold expression on her face and was very strict, in reality, she thoroughly understood every single one of her students. These groups had clearly been thoroughly thought out by her. Chapter 16.1 Freshman Examination. Chapter 16.1 Freshman Examination. Alright, that's that. If you have any suggestions, you'd best bring them up quickly. I'll give you a day to think about it. The other classes are also splitting up into teams, but they definitely won't be as quick as you lot. Let them dawdle around and waste more of their time. When you return that piece of paper to me, you could be dismissed. When you get back, make sure to have a good rest. Nobody's allowed to go around and start a mess. The freshman assessment will start tomorrow, and my goal is for all 22 of your teams to pass. If anyone gets eliminated, they won't just have to pack their bags and leave. I'll make sure to give you some memories that you'll never forget. When the students of Class 1 saw Zhou Yi's gaze, which had suddenly become heavy, they couldn't help but fiercely shiver. There was no question about what sort of memories Zhou Yi would leave behind. They would probably be a nightmare for them. The entirety of Class 1 suddenly filled with a murderous look for a moment. Even if it was just for the sake of not being abused by teacher Zhou, they wanted to do their best to pass the assessment. Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, Xiao Xiao, you three stay behind for a bit. When the other students handed over the white pieces of paper that had their future direction of cultivation written on it, they left the classroom to walk back to their dorms. The only people left behind in the classroom was Hui Yuhao's group of 3. At this time, the other classes were still enthusiastically explaining the division of teams for the freshman assessment. All right, give it to me. What are you hiding, Wang Dong? Zhou Yi took the 3 pieces of paper from Hui Yuhao's group. Wang Dong immediately lowered his head and quietly took a few steps back, hiding behind Hui Yuhao. As Zhou Yi looked at the 3 pieces of paper in front of her, the corners of her eyes twitched. Afterwards, she raised her head and looked towards Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. When Zhou Yi looked at them with that sharp gaze of hers, the 3 of them felt as if their bodies had been impaled. All right, you 3, let's see what you've got. She picked up one of the sheets of paper, then slammed it down onto the table. All right. Bang. Hui Yuhao's team of 3 simultaneously shivered. Control system. Zhou Yi said coldly. Afterwards, she took the second piece of paper and slapped it heavily onto the table. Control system. Her voice had clearly gotten louder by quite a bit. Hui Yuhao was somewhat astonished as he looked at Wang Dong beside him. There was no doubt about it. This second piece of paper belonged to him. Bang! Zhou Yi's last slap nearly crushed the teaching platform. And control system. This time, it was Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's turn to be astonished. The 2 cast their gaze toward Xiao Xiao, who currently had her head lowered and was fiddling with the corner of her shirt. From their first impression of her, Xiao Xiao should have been an auxiliary system tool soul master. How had she turned into a control system soul master? The corner of Zhou Yi's mouth twitched following the twitching of her eye. Are you 3 brats doing this on purpose? Although the freshman assessment limits each team to having a single assault system soul master, it also states that you can't all have the same cultivation direction. You 3 are really good, eh? You've all decided to be control system soul masters. Are you doing this on purpose? If it weren't for the fact that the competition was starting tomorrow, I would have made you run 10 hours in a row to clear your minds. Hui Yuhao, you could be the first to tell me what's going on. What's gotten into you? That spiritual type martial soul of yours is extremely suitable as an auxiliary type. What's the meaning behind you becoming a control system soul master? Hui Yuhao hastily replied, Teacher Zhou, I've always hoped that I could become a control system soul master. My spiritual detection can survey the entire state of the battlefield. And in addition to that, some of the future soul rings that my spirit eyes absorb will definitely have a few attack type soul skills. Because of that, I don't want to become a simple auxiliary type soul master. Being a control type soul master should be more suitable for my future growth. Zhou Yi slowly nodded her head and said, You have a point. Control system soul masters have better future prospects than auxiliary type ones. The choice that you've made isn't exactly wrong. I'll consider you to have passed. Wang Dong, why are you hiding? Come on out. Even though Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao wrote down the words control system, they're still a bit reasonable. But what about you? You, an assault system soul master, writing down the words control system, are you deliberately looking for trouble? Wang Dong carefully took a step back from behind Hui Hao and spoke with a self-mocking smile on his face. Teacher Zhou, please don't be angry. Honestly, I don't think that it's completely impossible for me to become a control system soul master with my strength. Right? I want to rely on my attack power to control the entire battlefield. Isn't that a type of control? Furthermore, I can fly and launch long-range attacks. It shouldn't be impossible for me to control the battlefield this way, right? Zhou, he was almost angered to the point of laughing. Her eyes contained profundities as she stared at him. Don't think that I don't know your real reasoning. You just don't want to be split up with Hui Hao. I'll just call you foolish for that. You clearly have the highest cultivation in the entire class, yet you're barely enough to be called a genius. You're smart, yet how you can be stupid to be point of being a drooling idiot. Just when have you ever seen an assault system and control system soul master split up? You're right, they'll be in different classes. However, assault system and control system soul masters are always together. You idiot, change it for me right now. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw the piece of paper in her hand back towards Wang Dong. Cough, cough. Although he'd been scolded and called an idiot, Wang Dong still seemed excited. He quickly changed the words control system to assault system before respectfully handing the paper back to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi snorted angrily. She directed her gaze towards Xiao Xiao last. What about you, Xiao Xiao? If I'm not mistaken, your martial soul is the extremely rare Soul Crush Cauldron, which can be considered a top-ranked martial soul. The main effect of a Soul Crush Cauldron is to assist someone else. Why did you put down the words control system? Xiao Xiao glanced at Wang Dong and spoke in a soft voice. Teacher Zhou, my Soul Crush Cauldron is a bit different from an ordinary Soul Crush Cauldron. It can both attack and assist others. I'm even barely able to use it for defense. It can be considered a mutated Soul Crush Cauldron. It's known as a 3 lives Soul Crush Cauldron. Zhou, he was stunned for a moment. Xiao Xiao, don't tell me you don't know that if your cultivation direction is too messy, it'll be disadvantageous towards your future development. I suggest that you lean towards one direction and develop from there. Even if it's a mutated martial soul, you'll still have to have a direction when you're adding soul rings. Xiao Xiao nodded her head and said, I know. That's why the main abilities I've chosen for my 3 lives Soul Crush Cauldron are attacking and defensive ones. Zhou, he furrowed her brow and said, that's also unrelated to control. It could be seen that she was being extremely patient towards Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao said in a meek voice, but I have another martial soul. It can manage both support and control. At this moment, it wasn't just Zhou Yi who was astonished. Even Hui Hao and Wang Dong had widened their eyes. Wang Dong's shock was especially great. He'd always thought that he was an absolutely unrivaled figure within Class 1. He never thought that there'd actually be someone like her hidden within the class. Twin martial souls. Hui Hao and Wang Dong said at practically the same time. Xiao Xiao lowered her head shyly. Chapter 16.2 Freshman Examination. Chapter 16.2 Freshman Examination. The look in Zhou Yi's eyes flickered a few times. This was the first time that a situation like this had occurred in Class 1, which exceeded her control. After thinking to herself for a moment, she said, fine, be a control system soul master, if that's your wish. It'll also be easier for the 3 of you to work together in the future. Even though the freshman assessment is only your first examination within Shrek Academy, it's very important for your future cultivation path. The only way for you to have a chance to appear in the Academy's cultivation honor roll is for you to obtain a good ranking in the freshman assessment. Being in this class, I'm optimistic about the chances that you 3 have. I don't even need to mention Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. You 2 alone have talents and strengths that far exceed those of the other students. As for you, Hui Hao, even though you have an ordinary amount of strength and talent, you have a level of willpower that ordinary people aren't able to even strive for, as well as an extraordinary spiritual type, martial soul. Without even taking Xiao Zhao's second martial soul into account, you 3 already complement each other to a certain extent. I'll give you a mission. In the freshman assessment, you only have one target: become the champions. If you don't return as the champions, then so be it for Xiao Xiao. However, you two, on the other hand, will have to continue following me as you cultivate. Huo Yuhao nodded and said, Teacher Zhou, even if we become the champions, I'll still be willing to follow you. Zhou, he was stunned. You foolish brat. Don't you also think that I'm extremely strict? I know what they call me in private. You don't have to lie to me to make me happy. Huo Yuhao shook his head before saying seriously, No, Teacher Zhou, I truly am willing to follow you and continue learning from you. Even though you're a bit fierce, I can still learn many more useful things from you if I do. I've occasionally observed the students from other classes. Their growth hasn't been nearly as large as our classes, at least during these past 3 months. Zhou Yi's face finally revealed a trace of smile. Although her aged face didn't look even remotely pretty when she smiled, this was the first time that Huo Yuhao had felt a sense of warmth from her body. All right, you three can go back and rest. Remember, you three definitely have to become the champions of the freshman assessment. Also, I can at least tell you three this. Shrek Academy has an enormous amount of wealth. Out of all the assessments the Academy holds, the champions of the freshman assessment and the champions of the Outer Courtyard's graduation assessment receive the most generous rewards. As for what those rewards actually are, well, you'll naturally find out when you become the champions of the freshman assessment. Head back and make sure that you're in top condition. I believe in your strength. Yes. They all answered her simultaneously before proceeding to leave the classroom together. Once they left, Xiao Xiao looked as if she'd finally drummed up enough courage to ask something. Wang Dong, can I talk to you for a bit? However, Wang Dong waved his hand and replied, There's no need. Right now, I have to go back and prepare for tomorrow's competition. You can show us how amazing your twin martial souls are when the assessment starts, Xiao Xiao. After he finished speaking, he grabbed Huo Yuhao's shoulder and left. When he saw the disappointment in Xiao Xiao's eyes, Huo Yuhao smiled at her, causing Xiao Xiao to forcefully return the smile. They were still young, so the somewhat hazy feeling that they had towards the opposite sex often was solely based on the other party's appearance. Although Wang Dong's rejection had caused her to be slightly disappointed, she didn't think much more about it. She only thought inwardly to herself, What's so amazing about you? Just wait till the assessment starts. When it starts, you'll see just how amazing my abilities are, humph. Her arrogance had always been hidden within the deep recesses of her heart. You didn't have to be so obvious when you rejected her, did you? Huo Yuhao teased Wang Dong. During the past 3 months, the two had become very familiar with each other. To Huo Yuhao, their intense life of cultivating had only been another way to temper his body. However, his mind had experienced an unprecedented amount of relaxation. At least here, every single student within the academy was equal. He didn't feel anything that resembled the class division that he'd previously felt when he was in the Duke's mansion. As his mind had relaxed, his personality had begun to turn much more cheerful. He was no longer that reticent and shy youth that he'd been when he'd just arrived. Wang Dong curled his lip and boastfully stated, There are several girls who've liked me. Don't tell me that I should accept all of them. After he said this, he switched to a sagely tone of voice. We're still young, thus we should be focusing everything on our studies. How can we have other thoughts like this? Huo Yuhao, your mentality truly is unhealthy. Huo Yuhao couldn't beat him in an argument. You win. Wang Dong laughed cunningly and said, Let's go. Since we've been let out early today, you roast some fish for me to eat. We'll be formally registering for the assessment tomorrow, so I'm guessing that the assessment will only start the day after. It seems that our time to show off has finally come. Huo Yuhao snapped back. You eat roasted fish every day? Will you ever get tired of it? Not only that, but the exam is the day after tomorrow. Shouldn't you polish your skills before the battle? Wang Dong humphed. You brain-dead idiot. You only know how to cultivate. Aren't you scared of becoming an idiot that only knows how to cultivate? Huo Yuhao chuckled and said, As they say, the clumsy bird leaves early to reach the forest first. Since I'm untalented, the only thing that I can do to compensate for my weaknesses is work hard. I'm sure you know that the main reason my soul force was able to reach the 17th rank was because of the pills we took. I honestly think that I wouldn't have a very high chance of passing the assessment with another group. Teacher Zhou's clearly taking care of me by putting me in the same group as you and Xiao Xiao. If I don't work even harder, Wouldn't I simply be letting her kindness go to waste? Wang Dong curled his lips and said, "Your talent might be nothing much, but your martial soul is still quite good. Don't worry with myself, a genius. Here, don't talk about a few freshmen. Even some second-year students might not be able to beat me. When the time comes, you only need to activate your spiritual detection sharing and watch me do my job from the back. With me leading our group, becoming champions will be as simple as just stretching our hands out and grabbing it." Hua Yuhao reminded him, "Our Shrek Academy is still the #1 academy in the world. It's always been filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. You can't be too careless. However, I think that Xiao Zhao is quite strong as well. When the time comes, you two absolutely have to work together." He had 4 amazing spiritual type soul skills, but Wang Dong only knew of his combined spiritual detection sharing. As for his hand-to-hand combat skills, although he had a slight foundation in the Tang Sect's secret techniques, simply relying on them and the strength of his martial soul wouldn't be enough for a fair fight. It just as Wang Dong had said, during the upcoming assessment, his greatest use would truly be his spiritual detection sharing. Even though Wang Dong could beat Hui Yuhao in a war of words, he couldn't change how stubborn he was. When the two of them returned to their dorm room, they ended up meditating and cultivating. However, Hui Yuhao promised Wang Dong that he'd roast a few extra fish for him after the assessment. Hui Yuhao's 17th ranked soul force could already condense into a white stream inside Hui Yuhao's body. As it traveled throughout his body, following the circulation path of the mysterious heaven technique, it seemed to pierce through his entire body, warming up his passageways. Not only was it comfortable, it also brought about an obvious improvement in Hui Yuhao's cultivation. After 3 months of bitter cultivation, Hui Yuhao was able to faintly sense that his passageways had expanded by a large amount. This was due, in part, to the subtle effects of the mysterious water pill, as well as to the nourishing effect of the mysterious heaven technique that he discovered by chance. Furthermore, his passageways were extremely elastic and durable now. In terms of physiques, Hui Yuhao was no longer inferior to anyone of the same age as him. However, the fact that he'd stepped onto the right path rather late was undeniable. It wasn't very likely that he'd catch up to Wang Dong. Hence, he could only choose to improve alongside of Wang Dong. Chapter 16.3 Freshman Examination. Chapter 16.3 Freshman Examination. With his current cultivation speed, Hui Yuhao was confident that he could break into the 20th rank by the time he graduated as a first-year student, thereby obtaining a second soul ring. According to his brother Skydream, his strength would rapidly soar when he obtained his second soul ring, especially when his ice-type martial soul truly had its own abilities. Hui Yuhao looked forward to that moment very much. When that happened, he'd definitely be able to help Wang Dong a lot more when they fought side by side. Time always passed extremely the fastest during meditation. Evening soon arrived. Like yesterday, Hui Yuhao walked over to the canteen to clean his fish before he headed towards the academy's entrance. The flow of people at the academy's entrance had clearly been reduced. Perhaps it was due to the upcoming freshman assessment, but a majority of the freshmen felt a sense of urgency, causing them to bitterly cultivate inside of their dorm rooms. However, the Yuhao's business wasn't affected by this at all. When he arrived, a queue had already formed, with the person in front being, amazingly, Su Sanshur. Ding! Su Sanshur handed Yuhao a silver soul coin and said, "No need to hand me any change, just make sure to give me a big fish." Yuhao chuckled and replied, "Big brother Su, nothing can stop you, can it?" The previous rift between the two had already closed. After beginning to see each other every day, they'd long become familiar with each other. After he became familiar with Su Sanshur, Yuhao discovered that, even though he wasn't as gentle as Bei Bei, and even though he had a bit of a violent temper and a fiery disposition, he was still extremely sincere with his friendships. Su Sanshur laughed mischievously. "Who was the one that made me like what you roast? If I don't at least get a bite of this every night, my dinner won't taste delicious at all. I've eaten many roasted fish in the past, but not a single person was able to control the fire as well as you do. Even Jiang Nan has praised your roasting technique." "Right. I've heard that the freshman assessment's about to start.